it a little bit. Good morning, peoples. Get in here to. Ooh, hopefully today I have time to do two different lives. Okay. Yeah, I didn't go to bed until 5 in the morning. I was playing with ChatGPT, creating images. It's so much fun. It's addictive. Oh my gosh, it really is addictive. This is the youth to the people caffeine serum. It's so good. I need to do a better job using it though, so I can see the benefits. And then on my skin today, I use this, the glow recipe. Is my skin glowing? I think it is. Okay. So guys, get in here, y'all. Waiting for you. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, y'all. Oh Lord. I'm gonna sit down today and do a live today. Y'all, let me tell you, one day you're gonna wake up and my videos are going. Oh, let me show you this. I got these two recently. Hey Fallon, what's up, girl? How the kids? You guys, when I tell you, you guys, I was outside yesterday. Hey Janet, happy Sunday. I was outside yesterday. I'm like, man, I can't wait to do a live and tell my people about my new addiction. Okay, you guys. Oh yes, Valentine, we got to rebrand over here, Chad. Okay, but hey Margaret, what's up? You got the email, right? I added it to my Google Drive. Listen. The ladies on TikTok, is it Perfume Talk? Perfume Talk. There's another app. Yes, I'm going to do that. You going to wake up one day, they're going to be gone. Oh, yes! I did not know about sand and fog. Do you guys know about sand and fog? Sorry, y'all. Before we get to this, okay? Do you know about sand and fog? When I tell you, awesome. The ladies on TikTok and Lemonade, okay? There's like this treasure hunt. I got involved, y'all know I'm addicted. I'm about to get in trouble. I'm like, I can't go from hair product addiction, skincare product addiction, now a perfume scent oil addiction. Oh, that's bad. But it's like a treasure hunt. You go to your local TJ Maxx or Marshalls and you try to see what you can find, because on the website they're like $26, but at the store you can get it for $16. Now Ekenem told me yesterday that they used to be $8. I'm like, $8? Okay, when nobody knew about this, I feel like she told Esther, she told me that they were $8. And I'm like, 8, now they're $16.99, $17. I'm like, but dang, Trump and his tariffs. Okay. But you guys, it's a small, I don't have a big collection because I'm just getting into it. But they're not lying though. The pistachio one has me hooked. The pistachio one, vanilla, you see? What? You guys, these things is real. They're not lying. These girls are good. They're really good. I'm like, you guys, you're good. You're really good. You guys, I'm so afraid. Let me say this. We're going to get to the black people stuff, right? I am so afraid. Hey, Diana, how's the baby? I am so afraid of having a perfume addiction because I saw the perfume addiction arise during COVID. And I'm like, these girls are crazy. Like, how can you have so much perfume? Like, when are you going to wear this stuff? Right? When are you going to wear all the stuff? Because it scares me. Like, I love nice things. I really do. But then it's like, if you buy too much nice stuff, right? You worry about, where am I going to store this stuff? You see? Right? He's good. When you're downstairs, what? When you're young, like, oh, when I grow up, I'm going to have all these clothes and all these shoes, right? And you probably get to do that. But then you got to, okay, where am I going to put the stuff? Because there's so much stuff, right? I have a hair addiction. I have so many hair products, y'all. I'm like, oh, I review them, so I need them, right? Then I got the skincare stuff. It's like all of, oh my gosh, y'all. Oh, Jesus. Okay, it's a lot, right? Now I'm like, I have no business. I truly and honestly have no business being addicted to fragrances. I really have no business. But dang. Oh, Fallon, they got me good. Oh, they got me so good. I'm like, dang. Okay, so this is what happened, right? I saw this young lady. So if you don't know, like, honey, what the heck? Child, me and my lies. Okay, so this is the new one by Sol de Janeiro. Let me show you guys. We'll get back to these black people things. Hold on. Let's have fun because today is Sunday. It can't be too serious. Okay, today is still Sunday. Life can't be that serious now, right? So let me show you this. Okay. So there's a new scent that came out about Sol de Janeiro. All right, it's this one, the Sundays in Rio. Okay, make it bigger so you can see it. Okay, accept whatever. Right. All right. So this is a new scent that came out, and this young lady on Lemonade, she was recommending that you pair this one with this one, right? I was like, okay, so I'm gonna get this one because I didn't know much about Sand and Fog. I would see it on Lemonade, and I'm like, what the heck? These girls have a problem. Like, they're consumers. They do too much. All right, cool. But then I've wanted this because I tried this one at Ulta, the 39, right? I tried this one at Ulta. I liked it. However, because I buy a lot of things a little bit, I try not to buy stuff full price. Listen, so I had to wait for a coupon from the from Ulta. Okay, so I got this one like really cheap. I think I like $10 off or something. You guys, you got to use your Ulta app. Okay, you got to use your Ulta app. So I was like, well, I was gonna get this one, and then I saw this one that's also pistachio. So I told myself I was gonna pair these two. Right now, another confession. This one, I would say smells sweet. So I would definitely say fruity. It doesn't give floral. It really does give fruity. You see, like, it's a real thing, y'all. Like, you become addicted. It's like a treasure hunt. Because you see the ladies and their collection. You're like, oh, I want that too. Because on the website it's $26 or $25.99. And if you get you pay $16. So how long you think it should last, right? But because I went to the gym. I went to my weight training class, and when I walked in there, the trainer, Jake, he was like, Marlene, is that you? I said, yes, I think it's me. He's like, you smell so good. I'm so glad you came in here. Because he's like, you smell so good. But then I got this one from Forever 21. Okay, listen, you guys, listen. You'll be like, Marlene, you have a problem. I do have a problem, you guys. I have another problem. I have another confession to make. You know I have lots of pages, right? Yes. You know I have lots of pages. I have a lot of YouTube pages. I have lots of YouTube channels. I have lots of different TikToks. Y'all such a mess. Because listen, I understand that, Marlene, I need to be different things for different people. Okay? You have Lena, you have Fit by Lena, you have Happy Hair, Coily Curls. I am different things to different people. Okay? And also, when it comes to the algorithm, I feel like if you have a page that is dedicated to something niche, you're more likely to find success. Okay? So yes, I have another page. Hey, Shishi, I missed you. I have another page that is dedicated to like body stuff. I think it's called like Everything Body or something. I don't know. But I might make another TikTok. Yo, let me tell you, you guys, listen. For as much as we love to talk, right? Y'all, we gotta build the brands, okay? The brands have to be built, okay? Let me tell you something. All right? Because I was going to do a video, but I didn't get to it. Don't worry, we'll talk about the black folks. Don't worry about the black folks. We'll talk about the black folks, right? So that's why I'm trying to make it fun right now, because it probably will get sad a little bit. So let's have fun now. So when we talk about the black folks, it kind of even things out, okay? But let me tell you this, right? You guys, seriously and honestly, even though it should be its own live, it deserves to be its own live, right? Yeah! Even though it should be its own live, I will be very honest, you guys, right? Like having to put Lena Lashes on pause and even the B palette on pause, you guys, it really hurt my feelings though. I'm just not the type to cry about stuff. And I'm not going to come on social media. Hey, sunshine, what's up? Happy Sunday. I'm not going to come on social. Oh, look at that beautiful smile. Your teeth are white. Oh, give me tips. Okay. Right. My thing is, right. Because I don't like, oh, you guys, you close my business. I'm so sad. I don't like stuff like that. Like, it's too much. It's too negative. Okay. And I feel like sometimes maybe it's me with the wrong perspective. So sometimes if my perspective is not healthy, I better keep my mouth shut, because I don't want to encourage somebody else to look at things in the wrong way. And then they might want to hurt themselves. You have to be very careful. And I feel like that's the problem with social media, is that a lot of people are not mindful that they are actual human beings listening to you. and you can't vouch for their state of mind. You see? And this is why when it comes to, for example, relationships, right? Black women versus black men. That's why I always encourage, even though sometimes you ladies don't like it, but I really do encourage, and I hope that you guys do listen to me, to always try to see it from both sides. Because if you always make content, black men are bad, black men are bad, black men are bad, there are a bunch of ladies who are listening to you. You don't know what kind of mindset they're in, right? So you got to give people balance. Yesterday, I talked to one of my big sis, right, Makita, and she was telling me that another friend of hers, she was so brokenhearted. Allegedly, she went to the club, got drunk. Then she was trying to drive. Her friend took the keys. Her friend told her, no, you're not driving. I guess she had to go back inside because she left something inside. By the time she came back, her friend got in the car, drove, and now she's dead. And I'm like, how you going to kill yourself over a man? You see what I'm saying? And I even told her, I was like, you see, Makita, like, all this, like, oh, I'm sad, I'm brokenhearted, let me go drink. This is stuff that people see in videos. This is stuff that people see on social media. These are the kinds of stuff that people see in the movies, right? You learn these behaviors from the movies. Oh, I don't feel good. Let me drink something. I'm sad. Let me have some alcohol. And that's why we have so many young people now who are recovering addicts. I'm like, you're 25. How can you be a former alcoholic? Like, what? You haven't even suffered yet. What is going on, right? So I do feel like people are not mindful. Even when you have single moms with children, you got to be very careful how you talk to her. You got to be very careful the things that you say, because she's in that house by herself with children. God forbid you say something and then she's like, you know what? You're right. Life is not worth living. Let me just kill myself and my children so we can get out of here. I'm like, you got to be very, very, very careful. And the problem is, in the community, a lot of people love trauma bonding, and it's so unhealthy and it's so dangerous. And a lot of influencers, they do it for views, because, the more negative you are, the more doom and gloom you are, the more views you get, right? But these views are coming, and most likely are coming from people who are mentally not there, right? And you just never know. There's this one sis, Linda, I guess she was married. She has 2 kids, right? Lane, and her husband cheated and things like that. But on her page, because they're no longer together, but on her page, all she does is talk about how he cheated. I'm like, Linda, you have to stop doing this. It is not healthy. You know what I mean? Yes, talk about something once, talk about something twice, but don't let that become your identity, right? People cheat sometimes. It happens. But you have to move on, because these are not healthy thoughts. And you see all these black women in her comment section, oh, but she's speaking her truth. I'm like, oh, go somewhere. You ladies are just looking for entertainment. She's a real human being. You guys want to be, oh, well, tell me about the man who cheated on you. Tell me about how he cheated. Tell me how you busted him. You want to be entertained. But after she opens up like that, you have no idea how she's going to close back down. And my thing is, she's in that house with the kids. And you never know, because, me, I've come to that's why I say I keep my mouth shut. The devil will use your own thoughts as an open door to go in there and put weird ideas in your head. Oh, yeah, you're right. He did cheat, huh? Well, that means you must not be worth it, huh? Well, that means that you're not good, huh? You got to be very careful with your thoughts. You understand? You got to be very careful with your thoughts. Like, even if, let's say because it happened to me before. It has happened sometimes, not frequently. But I can go to bed and I can have a crazy dream. You guys, when I tell you I wake up, I act like nothing happened. Because I don't know where the dream came from, right? The dream could have been sent to me by the devil. So that he wants me to wake up and have anxiety. Nope, I stay quiet. I live my life like I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to utter the things I saw in my dream. I'm not going to talk about it. Right? Because words have power, y'all. I'm serious. If you're always talking about negative things, the devil is going to come in and be like, oh, yeah, you're right. Well, maybe your life is not worth living. Yeah, maybe it's old. Maybe it's too late for you now. You're right. Maybe you're too old. Yeah, you just never know. Yeah, because you think the problem is, it's not your fault. And the community, it's not even just the Black community. It's just women. Like, women have a natural tendency to gravitate towards negativity. And I think it has to do with our biological setup, because since women were meant to be mothers, right? Imagine if a woman doesn't take heed to the warning, what's going to happen to her and her babies? right? Because if there's a war, there's an attack, there is inclement weather, there is crazy bad weather, right? The mom has to grab her baby and she has to walk, which is why, for the most part, when there are wars, ethnic cleansing, you name it, the biggest victims are mothers and children, because it's not easy to move fast with a child. So do you see how that's why I feel like, in terms of like biological predisposition, women are more inclined to listen to negativity, because she needs to be more alert, because she got children she has to pick up and run with her kids in case something was to happen to her and her kids, right? And I think because many times, because we live in a modern society, we have a tendency of ignoring that. We used to low-key be like cave people. We were not always living in houses, right? We didn't always have running water. We didn't always have food in the refrigerator. Like, we come from the outside, and we have used our minds, our intelligence, our creativity to create, I guess, more secure societies for ourselves, right? But those things are still in us. We still have a primitive side to us, right? And it's still there. And when you don't have self-awareness about it, you're like, oh, but it's okay to do that. Yeah, if we were living outside. Unfortunately, I feel like those primitive tendencies of us that we have been weaponized by influencers, corporations, right? To make us do things that are truly unhealthy for us, right? Exactly. So I'm like, and women also, that's why I say we have to be honest, we're not equal to men. Most women, if they were to be besieged, they would know how to fight back. Because we're smaller than men. We don't have as much muscle mass as men, right? So we're like, in a sense, if you put us out in nature, even to this day, but if we were really out there in nature, right? The most vulnerable are children, then it's the woman, right? And then it's the man, right? But children are more likely to die. It's very easy for kids to die, right? That's why back in the day, people used to have a bunch of kids, like 12 kids, 15 kids, because a good 5 are going to die. When we didn't have vaccines and all, we've come a long way. But once upon a time, life was really, really rough for human beings. It was very, very painful. It was very rough. It was very unforgiving, right? So I'm like, we have kept those primitive tendencies. And unfortunately, we're not aware how they're being weaponized against us. And we think, oh, people mean me well, and they want to hear my story and things like that. And what I will say is that a lot of women, not just Black women, but a lot of women have to be very careful to not allow their pain to become their identity, right? It is something that you experience, but your identity should always be somebody who overcame whatever she had to face with grace, right? Because there will be suffering. Even the Bible says, many are the afflictions of the righteous. Like, nobody on this life is going to have an easy ride from the time you're born until you die. Right? But do not wallow in negative emotions, because they do nothing for you. Right? And when you're sad, also, you should give yourself a limit. Like, okay, I'm going to be sad for 3 days. I'm going to be sad for a month. After that, you have to move on. Because if you're not careful, your brain gets used to the sadness. Your brain gets used to you being melancholic. Your brain gets used to you being sad. The brain's like, oh yeah, I love sadness. I love being sad, because those chemicals, right? So that's why anytime you go through something, you got to put a limit on how long you're going to be sad for, because you have to move on. You got to move on, right? This is like, it's a transient place, right? Like, something happened with Jimmy recently, and I said to him, right, in this life, listen, I feel as though people come into your life, good or bad, whatever, but people come to teach you lessons. And so what you have to do, you can either decide to become a better person or you become a bitter person. And I hope you'll choose to be a better person. Let everything that happens in your life make you better. Sometimes you might want to understand, but why would somebody do that? Why? Listen, people ain't ish. Okay? A lot of people ain't ish. And sometimes, like friction, you got to be close to people to really know what they're about. You know what I'm saying? But don't let that scar you so badly. Yeah, exactly. Don't let that scar you so badly that you're afraid to try something new. You are afraid to give somebody else a chance. You're afraid to do this. No, you happen to have met a person that was an ish. And maybe at that point also, you were not at your best. Right? Your frequency was not at its best. So you attracted someone that reflected how you truly felt about yourself on the inside, right? What can you learn from that in a positive way, right? And get to a place where you forgive yourself, you forgive that person, and you move on. because you have your whole life ahead of you. You can't carry all that stuff inside of you. It's so unnecessary, right? And I feel like a lot of times too, as women, we really have to start talking about forgiveness, right? Forgive people and try your very best to forget. Learn the lesson, go about your life, right? Forgive people. Let things go. Let things go. We struggle with that as women. Like we really struggle with forgiveness. It's like you gotta let things go. You know, sometimes people are just not there. Sometimes people are just not ready. Yeah, because it's the why. A lot of women want to know the why, Margaret. And that why is how the people say curiosity killed the cat. Okay, but I want to know why. Why did he cheat? Why did he do this? Why? Did it ever occur to you that some people are just flawed? Some people, that's just it. Like, that's it. But I need to know. And it's like, it's an innate. Women have that. They want to understand the why. They want to see if they can't fix people. Why do you want to fix people? Right? Why can't you just accept that this is who, in this time, in this season, this is who that person is, and this is who they choose to be? Right? A third thing also, a lot of women do not want to accept the fact that everybody is not your assignment. Right? So you decide hey, Ruva, you decide to go prescribe yourself an assignment that nobody assigned to you in the first place. And then when you don't understand the assignment, you get mad because it was never your assignment. Okay? It was never your assignment. Everybody is not your assignment. But many women want to fix broken people. Why? Why? Right? You can't help everybody. You know what I'm saying? Hey, girl, like you can't hear me. You can't help everybody. Right? Yeah, because they're addicted to that. Like Sunshine, listen, it's like a program. Like you get to a point, you are programmed to function a certain way. Just like an algorithm, right? You be like, okay, why does my YouTube feed keep giving me this kind of content? Because you keep clicking on it. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with the brain. Your brain is the algorithm to your entire existence, right? So domestic violence, and the thing about domestic violence that people seem not to understand, right? Just like even some people who are molested, is that it's not always bad. I know even it sounds crazy to say that because I'm wondering if they're molested. But I remember one time Oprah talked about that. And she was like, even though she was being molested, they were part of the sex that was enjoyable. But it's like, it feels wrong to say that, but I get it because you have a clitoris, right? So, you know what I mean? It's just that molestation is wrong. But somebody could be doing something wrong to you and there's a little part of it that feels good, right? It's the same thing with domestic violence. A lot of people who are in domestic violence relationship, the issue is, once again, it's the brain because they're not getting beat every single day, right? Like if there's an abuser, that abuser usually is nice. They're nice. And then there are days when they're really, really dark. And then they start crying. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I did this to you. Oh my gosh, I love you so much. I don't know what came over me. Right? So it's a loop. It is a loop. So they have good days, then they have toxic days, then they have crying days, then they have makeup sex days, and it keeps going like this. It is the brain. And this is why in, I guess, like psychiatry or psychology, they have something called cognitive behavioral therapy, is that somebody needs to go in there and change your algorithm, right? But can you also say, just like a child, right? Just like a child, could you see how a person that's the abusee, right, in a domestic violence relationship, could you see how they will say to themselves, I want to make this person happy? Because when they're happy, they make me feel so good. When they're happy, they make me feel so special. So it's like a child that's trying to please a parent. Right. And what the person has yet to realize is that the person you want to love and the person that you're looking to affirm you is sick. They're sick. They are truly sick. They might even mean to hurt you, but they're sick. And until they get the help they need, which is not your love, it's not you being submissive, it's not you, it's none of that. Their brain needs help. Okay. There's nothing you can do. But once again, if you're talking about a woman, she's not there yet because women have a tendency of believing that they can fix people. They can fix monsters. And that's why I've always said that even to me, the older you get, you realize that the Beauty and the Beast by Disney, it was completely irresponsible. Okay? It was truly irresponsible because what's the messaging here? Right? What's the messaging here? Belle, she could have gone about her business. She could have married Gaston, okay? Or she could have married any other dude in the village, right? But she's like, no, I'm going to change this monster. But think about this. Low-key, high-key, the Beauty and the Beast, is it not glorifying and glamorizing domestic violence? He's a monster. He's a beast. He's a beast, right? And she thinks, as gentle as she is, as small as she is, I guess her hair is long, her eyes are wide, her lashes are long. I don't know, her boobs are perky, right? But Belle is very, very arrogant. She's very pretentious. Because I'm like, he can really kill you. He is a beast. He doesn't even have like regular hands. The man has big paws and claws, sis. If he gets angry, he can kill you. But you see, a movie like that is sold to little girls at a very early age. And that to me is very dangerous, right? Because no woman, no young lady should try to rescue the beast, right? But when you watch the movie, Disney is saying, oh, pretty much, yeah. To me, it's giving Loki, the undertones are domestic violence, okay? Because he's a beast, okay? So domestic violence, right? But it's like, oh, he lives in the castle. He has lots of money, right? And if you're able to change him, he'll be sweet. He'll be the man that you always wanted. He's going to turn to Prince Charming. He'll give you a bunch of diamonds, right? And do you see how a lot of these Disney movies promote hypergamy and foolishness to these little girls? I'm like, no, it's very, very toxic. But from a very young age, we are told and we are sold, especially by Disney, that as a woman, you can change a monster. And once you change him, it's going to be so amazing. He's going to be the man that you want. He's going to buy you the stuff that you want. He's going to give you unwavering loyalty and this, and that. And it's like, no, go marry Gaston. Exactly. Like, it's very deranged. And it's like, one day I got to do a video on these, like, all these Disney movies and stuff. But it's very deranged. And a lot of these Disney movies they're very toxic, y'all. They're very toxic. Even Jasmine in Aladdin. It is so toxic. You are the daughter of a king. You want to marry a petty thief? Girl, are you dumb? Man, I'm like, this stuff, man, this needs its own video, y'all. Okay? Like, think about this. Like, she is the daughter. She's an actual daughter of a king. She's the daughter of a king. Girl, why don't you marry someone that you're equally yoked to? No, she wants to go marry a petty thief. Aladdin is a petty thief who thinks that, oh, because somehow he has an enchanted lamp and it fixes everything because he has 3 wishes. Okay, Ray J. Like, what? Right? But you get older and you realize how, I'm telling you, Disney is toxic. Disney is toxic. Because in real life, if you saw the daughter of a king, especially a pretty girl, actually, okay? A beautiful girl, like you're a beautiful, gorgeous princess, and of all the men you could fall in love with, all the men you could marry, you want to go marry a petty thief because you think that's real love. Are you dumb? Because somehow he has a lamp. Oh, okay, and he needs 3 wishes because he ain't got shit. Okay, you don't. Your dad is the king. Like, you don't need wishes. Yeah, it's so disturbing. If I have 1 wish, I'm like, okay, Ray J. It's so disturbing. But I can see how if you grow up watching all these Disney movies and things like that, you get older as a woman, subconsciously, these paradigms are in the back of your head. So you're more, it's struggle love and it's bad business. Why would you marry a petty thief, yo? When Aladdin starts, like when the movie starts, he's in the market stealing with his pet monkey. Why don't you go get a job? And this whole thing about the genie, the lamp thing, is giving the man that's the forever dreamer, oh, one day I'm going to make it. Oh, I'm going to be big. How about you start doing things that are practical? Okay? How about you start doing things that are practical instead of counting on 3 wishes for your entire life? Like, it's very disturbing. It is seriously disturbing. Then you got little mermaid out here, Ariel. She's giving up her voice. You guys, to me, these Disney movies are misogynistic. It's full of misogyny because it's like when you're a kid and you see Ariel give up her voice, you don't see how bad it is, right? But to me, you get older and you're like, what's worse than a woman? You think submission is bad. When you submit to someone, you still have a voice. Ariel gives up her entire voice. I'm like, sis, so what if you get into the what if you get into this marriage and the man beats on you? She can't talk. What if this man tortures you? She cannot talk. What if this man is sexually abusive towards you? She can't talk, y'all. She gave up her voice to be chosen by a man she just saw one time. She was out there by the shores like this, and she's like, yes, him, that's what I want. And she wants that man so desperately, she goes and signs a pact with a witch, because she wants that man. But I'm like, girl, you gave up your voice. And once again, this is what Disney is promoting to people. If you want a man so bad, give up your voice. Never have a voice. Don't have an opinion. Don't have an identity. I'm like, this is sick as hell. This is really sick. This is sick. This is very, very demonic, y'all. It looks innocent, but it's not innocent. Like, think about the messaging. But I'm like, all this right here is just, hold on, let me show you. Y'all, you didn't come here for that, but it's okay, you guys. It's me, and I haven't seen you in a long time. Hold on. I'll find it. I'm like, this is really sick. Yeah, hold on. Because me and, what's it called? Me and DeepSeek be having these long conversations, right? But I'm like, let me tell you what it says. Because I'm like, this is so real, though. Hold on. This is so real. Let me move your thing away, right? Let's read this. So it says, Disney, female sexual liberation and the cultivation of narcissism, a Freudian Jungian nightmare. Okay? I forgot the prompt, but I can look for it, right? Your question cuts to the core how fairy tales, yeah, you see? And do you see how, you guys, I'm trying to be funny. And do you see why today so many of our young ladies struggle with relationships? Oh, I want a rich man, a wealthy man. Where do you think they got that shit from? And the vast majority of these little girls, if you go and look in their past, they grew up watching Disney. That little purse, the costumes, they dress like Jasmine for Halloween. What you want, okay? Okay? Especially Disney sanitized, there you go, Disney sanitized version, program women towards reckless sexual defiance, narcissism, and self-destruction. Let's analyze this through a psychoanalytic theory, mythological patterns, and real-world consequences. Let's do that, okay? 1, Disney's blueprint for female chaos. It really is chaos. The forbidden love obsession. The Little Mermaid, Ariel abandons her family, her voice, and species. For real, y'all. She walked away from her own people. This is insanity. For a man she never spoken to. I'm like, sis, you don't even know this man. You guys, listen. I need you guys to go back and watch these movies. You'll be like, this shit right here is nothing but a red flag. You know what? I really sat here. That's why I had this conversation with DeepSeek, right? I really sat here and I was like, this is some crazy shit. Ariel, you don't know this man. You guys, can you imagine not having a voice by choice? So you went and you made a contract with a witch that your father despises. You go to your father's enemy because you want to be with a man. She only saw that man one time. She was by the shore because she had just came out the water. And then she was like this and she saw him. And because he was dressed really fancy, yeah. She's like, oh yeah, that's it. I'm like, girl, you don't even know this man. How do you even know he's a good person? You see? And this is why to this day, all the girls who call Shira and all the girls who call Ashley, Ariel, they have the Ariel complex, the Ariel paradigm. Go talk to random ass women just like Ursula. Ariel had never dealt with Ursula, okay? Ariel had never dealt with Ursula. Ursula knew who Ariel was because her and the daddy got beef. And I'm sure she knew she was her dad's favorite. And if you notice carefully, the recurring theme across every single Disney movie, right, is that the daughters are their dad's favorite. Aurora is her father's favorite, right? Snow White is her dad's favorite. Jasmine, I think she's the only girl, the only child. She's her dad's favorite, right? Ariel is her dad's favorite. So it's how the favorite daughter is out here acting a fool. Exactly that goofy shit. And they've always told us that in the Disney movies, in the TV shows, in the this. You cannot love somebody you just met. Because love is an action verb and love requires time. You got to know somebody. You got to go through stuff with somebody. right? You got to learn how to forgive somebody to say, yeah, I really love you. You have no idea what love is. And love also endures. A lot of people can't endure. So you don't love this person, right? But I'm like, she never dealt with Ursula. It's the same thing with Ashley. A lot of these girls don't even know Ashley. I'm not saying Ashley's a witch though, right? But they don't even know Ashley, but they'll call Ashley's show asking for advice. Like, how do you know she's not going to mislead you? Right? Then, they'll call Shira. Do you know Shira personally? Are you okay? Or they'll call Priscilla. Do you know Priscilla personally? But do you see what I'm trying to say, right? They will go and contract complete strangers that happen to be of the same gender as they are and be like, let me tell you my whole life. Let me tell you all my business, okay? Now tell me how to get this man. And now she's going to put into your mind how to go get this man. Girl, think for yourself. But to me, the thing with Ariel that really broke my heart is that she gave up her agency. The girl gave up her voice. Imagine me, Marlene, not doing my 12-hour lives. I would die, you guys, right? But to not be able to express yourself, you're going to die on the inside. You know what I'm saying? No, like, it's really bad. Yeah. It is very, very dangerous. And I don't think a man can come to save you. But, and also, why do you need to be saved? You don't need to be saved. You're not in danger of anything. Okay? Like you're not in danger of anything. If you are really in danger for your life, you call 911. You call the firefighters. You call the police, okay? But I feel like a man comes into your life I think both people, like a man needs a woman, a woman needs a man, because it helps to balance out the mind a little bit, right? And that's in TX to make each other better. But there's no saving. Save you from what? Right? And also spiritually, Jesus should be your salvation, not a man. Because even the man himself, he's a human being. He has flaws himself. Because the way Disney positions these guys, right, is, a man, the right man for you has no flaws. He knows exactly what to say. He has money. He dresses right. Who is that person? Who is that person? Let me tell you something, right? Don't tell him I told you that. Even yesterday, Jimmy snapped on me. I was like, what the heck? Esposo, are you crazy? Child, the Esposo snapped on me because I was looking for my outfits. Right? But I'm like, you see, Jimmy's a sweetheart. But even a sweetheart, too, can have days, child, yesterday, where he snapped on my ass. I'm like, this man is insane. Let me go back. Let me go to my gym class, right? But there's no such thing. And I feel like, you know what? Maybe we're going to change the topic. I'll do the black stuff later. I heard this black girl talk about, she can't be with a man that makes $70,000 and this, and that. And I looked at sis. Initially, I was like, girl, I'm going to come get your ass. Right? But I had other things to do, so it gave me time to reflect. But she did say a thing. You guys see her. You've seen her on the podcast. And right now she's with Ace Metaphor. But she said a thing is that when she left Canada to move to America, kind of like Melissa Ford, right? She came here with nothing. Right? And I was like, you know what? So I said, you know what, sis? Your problem is not whether a man makes a lot of money or he doesn't make a lot of money. The problem is you are still carrying the scars from the struggle life that you live when you move from Canada to America. You didn't have the money and it scarred you, right? Because many times when you don't have money and status, people treat you a certain way, right? So I think what some ladies are trying to say when they're asking for a man to make all this money, this, and that, is what they're really saying is, I was broke before and I know what it feels like. I know the shame of poverty. I know how people look down on you. I know how people don't respect you. And it's really fucked up because whether somebody has money or not, people should be treated with respect, right? But I'm like, it's a place of fear. You just want to make sure, for me, that you'll live a life where you'll never have to face something like that again, right? You understand? But I think first and foremost, everybody has to realize that if you think money will shield you from assholes, you got another thing coming. Right? You got to have confidence about yourself and understand that, yes, some people are not going to be nice. Even if you have money, we have seen Oprah Winfrey be denied entry to the Hermes store in Paris. We have seen in Turkey recently, J-Lo got denied admission into the Chanel store in Turkey, something crazy like that. Right? So my thing is, ultimately, you're always going to incur assholes, but you have to deal with the fear. And I think a lot of ladies are afraid of relationships. They're afraid of serious relationships. So instead of saying that, they hide behind the dollar amount. You put a dollar amount that is so ridiculous that you know it's not going to happen. So you go, oh no, my standards are high. It's not about your standards being high. You're scared. So you say something so outrageous that you know is probably impossible. So that way you can say, oh, it's only because my standards are high. No, you're scared, right? You're scared, right? You're scared of, what if I get married and we have to struggle? What if people make fun of us? What if we have to go through this, and that? You are scared. It's fear. It's fear that is causing a lot of these women to put money first and to not even try something, right? You're afraid, but we'll get back to that later. But what I'm saying is this right here is really, it's really, really diabolical. This, like, Disney really needs to be sued, right? Even Love at First Sight, it's truly insane. It's insane, and it's extremely dangerous. It's extremely dangerous to fool yourself into believing that you can lay eyes on somebody one time and, oh, yes, I'm in love. How are you in love? And also, what if the person doesn't love you back? Think about that, right? Because, oh, yeah, love at first sight. What about the other person? They don't have agency. They don't have autonomy. The other person doesn't have the right to say, well, I don't like you like that. I don't know you, right? I don't know you. And they're right. We just met. We're perfect strangers, right? Because love is an exercise of commitment. Like, you have to spend years with a person. You got to endure with a person to be like, you know what? After everything we've been through, if I was to do it all over again, I would definitely pick your ass, right? That's how you know you love somebody, right? When you're able to forgive someone, right? But a complete stranger, it's lust. They're probably very attractive. That's it. You can say attraction at first sight, right? Or lust at first sight, but you can't say love at first sight. And I'm like, and today we have bastardized the meaning of loving people, because love is very serious. And people say the word love you without even really being intentional and also meaning what they say. And then other people have unrealistic expectations because you told the person, I love you, and you don't really love the person. You like the person, but you don't love the person, right? So I'm like, we shouldn't be saying that to people. You know? So I'm like, save me from what? Child, please. Okay, so let's keep reading this. Let me keep reading because, you know, I get distracted. So, okay, Aladdin, okay, Jasmine risk execution. What? To defy her father and marry a thief she just met. He's a thief. Aladdin is a thief. This is a princess who wants to marry a petty thief, y'all. No, this is not cute, okay? Snow White, 14. Oh, no, that's pedophile. Okay, a 14-year-old kisses a stranger in a coffin and marries him. Jesus Christ. Okay, Freud's take. These stories romanticize pathological impulsivity as true love. Yeah, it's a mental illness. It really is, okay? They teach girls, your desires are sacred, even if they're irrational. Authority, your father, laws is oppressive. And they do that a lot because they make you feel as though patriarchy is demonic, patriarchy hates you, patriarchy is against you. Sometimes patriarchy is your protection. I'm like, Ariel, your dad owns these waters. He knows everything about Ursula. Trust. If he's telling you, don't get close to that lady, he probably knows why. No, she's like, boop, 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 with Sebastian, his dumb ass, and her little fish. And what's the name again? Doo, 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 doo. Okay? Just going through the ocean looking for problems. All right? That's why he said these are pathological impulsivity, some mental illness. You're not okay. Because you should say, you know what, my dad's probably right because he's been outside way longer than me. You know? But when you watch Little Mermaid, not even once does she ask her dad, can you check this guy out for me? Do you have any relative on the earth? Because I feel like the way it goes is kind of like the pantheon, like the Greek pantheon, where you have Poseidon, like, you know, the god of the waters, that's supposed to be her dad, right? But you have other gods. So once you ask the god of the earth, like Artemis, okay, what do you think about them people? Flounder, there you go. Okay, once you ask the people, or even ask the god of the sky, or ask the god of the wind, what kind of conversation are these humans having? Are they even good people? You know what I'm saying? Do they like fish? I don't know, right? No, she never goes and seeks her father's like advice or counsel because I'm like, your dad knows these humans better than you do. She knows it all. She knows it all. She saw this man one time. She saw him dressed. I guess he looked up to her. She's like, yep, it's worth my life. It's worth my voice. It's worth my fin. It's worth my other half. I will give it all up for her to show up looking crazy on that water. I'm like, girl, you look crazy. When she shows up with her legs, she looks like an idiot. Her head is messed up. She's completely naked. She is fully naked, y'all. Ariel is naked. She's like, bloop, bloop, bloop. I'm like, what the frick is this? Right? And I'm like, how is this not misogyny? A complete idiot. A bimbo, like a whole, and then, oh my gosh. I'm like, girl. But she wants that so the man can like her. So I guess the first time they found her ass, is she like naked or something? Hold on, let me see. let me see. Hold on. Is he? For a man. This girl is stupid as hell. Like, this girl is so damn dumb. You see this? So you gave up your leg. You gave up your royalties to wear rags. Y'all see this? She gave up her royalties so she could wear rags and a rope. And she think it's cute because she got legs. Can you imagine? Can you really? I mean, this is sick as hell. Yo, this is so damn sick. You see this? This is her before. Hold on. How would you even call it? Like her fishtail? There you go. Right? This is her before in her little corset. Okay? She's like, no. I'm going to get that up. I would have dressed like that. Her hair is a mess. She probably smells bad. Okay? Wearing a rag wrapped up with a cord. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, what is this? I'm not doing this, y'all. Nope. My daddy's rich. I'm not about to look crazy. I'm not doing this. This is insanity. Okay? Consequences don't matter. Magic or a man will save you. There you go. Okay? Or kiss a frog. Like, magic or a man will save you. The narcissism epidemic, okay? Ariel's belief that beauty is worth more than her voice, right? Or her voice represents like intelligence, agency, is textbook narcissism. Okay? Jasmine's entitlement. I am not a prize to be won. You are. Ignores that she's a literal princess who's never worked a day in her life, right? Snow White's passivity. She does nothing to save herself, just waits for a man, right? And how many people today, how many of us today can say, yeah, I know a Snow White? Okay? They're going to call Ashley. They're going to call Shira. They're whoever. They're going to call Kendra, right? Oh, how can I find a man that makes $300,000? How can I find a man that's a millionaire? How can I find a man that makes this amount of money? Why don't you make that money yourself? Why do you want to know? Like, why are you waiting to find a man with money when you can be the woman that makes that kind of money? This is America in 2025. Right? With social media, a lot of things are possible, but they don't want to suffer. They don't want to have to, you mean I have to work and commit and come up with an idea and show up every day? Yeah. Right? But as a woman, you can make $300,000. There are a bunch of influencers who make $300,000. It's not a problem. Right? Now, it might take 5 years of dedication. It might take 6 years of dedication. Okay. But once you make the money, it's yours. And once you know how to make the money, you can do it again. Right? Why are you waiting for a savior? Save yourself. Right? But do you see me? I mean, even if I was not married, I'm not calling anybody to say, how can I marry a rich man? No, I'll be rich myself. And maybe once I become rich, I am more likely to be around other rich people. So therefore, it's going to be probably easier to find a rich husband. It's not even that I'm looking for a rich husband. I just happen to be rich. Right? You get me right, you guys? Right? The man you want to marry, maybe you need to become that person yourself, and then you're more likely to be in those spaces, right? There you go. But if you're making $60,000 and you want to marry a millionaire, how are you going to meet that person? How are you going to meet the person? Now, if you make yourself a millionaire, or at least if you make yourself look like the wife of a millionaire, it most likely is going to be easier for you to meet the person. You don't have to call Ashley for that. But you should call somebody, a business coach, a money coach, I don't know. You should call someone that can help you be that wealthy person, right? And also, if you work hard and you become a $300,000 woman, right, a year, for example, right, you're more likely to understand a man that makes $300,000 and more. Because now you understand the value of money. because you have to work hard to get there. Right. And when we work hard for something, we tend to have more respect for a thing. But if you make 60,000 and you marry, let's say, a man that makes 400,000, you're not going to have any respect for money because you don't know what it takes to make that kind of money. So all you want to do is spend the money. And you see why you haven't met the man? Right? Because usually people that have a lot of something and they've worked hard for that something, they want to be around other people who know how to multiply. Right? I don't do pay consultation people, right? Does that make sense? Like, for example, take yourself. It's not even about a man or whatever. Any human being, right? But take yourself. Let's say you've worked really hard and now you're worth 500,000. Are you going to entertain friends and family who always want you to spend money? Oh, let's go out to eat. Let's go on vacation. Let's go do this. And you know damn well they don't have the money. They pick the fanciest restaurants because they know you're coming. They pick the fanciest trips, or they want to get the most expensive flights because they know you're coming. How's that going to make you feel? Like, no, I'm not showing up. You're crazy. Maybe once in a while, yes, but I'm not taking care of you people. Does that make sense, you guys, right? So now think about in a relationship. Who wants to be in a relationship where you're always giving, and you get nothing in return? No. Most people who have something of value, they want to be around other people that can help to multiply. People are looking for multipliers. Nobody is looking for somebody to come into their life and just take, subtract. Nobody is looking for a subtractor. People are looking for multipliers. People are looking for people who even know how to add. You know, if you don't know how to multiply, but at least add something to the mix, right? You can either add something to the mix or you can multiply what's there. But if all you're known for is taking, people are going to run away from you. It's not even just romantic and anything. You go to school, you always ask your friends for their notes. Oh, let me see your notes. Let me see your homework. Let me see your this. Let me see your that. They're going to leave you. Right? Because you got to bring something as well. Bring something to the study group. Bring something as well. Right? But people are looking for people that add to their lives. People are looking for people that multiply. But if all you do is take, right? The Ivory Coast. If all you do is take from other people, they're going to run away from you. Because like, no, because if I stay next to you, I'm going to be broke. Right? So my point is, if you work really hard and you make yourself and you save yourself financially, you're more likely to have more respect for money. You know? And people appreciate that. Oh, wow, you're very mindful. Oh, you're very mindful. Yeah, because I know what it is. I know what it takes to make this kind of money. So therefore, listen, I'm not going to treat your money the way I would, because I wouldn't do it to my money. Right. And then like, that's why I say like in this dating scene, to me, it feels like there's a lot of empathy that is lacking from people. All right. So let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going. Hold on. So young shadows at play, right? Let me get out of here. Okay. Those heroines, deny their dark side. You see, selfishness, recklessness, while acting on it anyways. This creates cognitive dissonance. I'm a good girl, but I'll destroy my family for a crush. Ariel, we're talking to you. Okay. 2, the real world damage from fairy tales to cluster B disorders. Ooh, wow. Encouraging playing with fire mentality. Just, you see, I don't know if you guys saw this recently, right? No problem. Thank you for that, right? What's it called? Do you see that encouraging, what's it called? Play with fire mentality. I don't know if you guys saw this recently, but Rashida's son is involved in some kind of murder case, right? And it seems as though his older sister, dragged him into it, okay? Because she was dating a man that was domestically abusive, okay? Hold on. Okay? Kai Frost, there you go. That's his name, okay? So it seems as though the man was beating on her and she called her brother, okay? She called her young brother. So he went there to accost the young man. It seems as though they got into a fight. People left. People came back, escalated. The T-Hood, that's his name, right? He got shot like 7 times or something like that, right? Then she called the family to say, oh, I had nothing to do with that. My brother did it. I'm like, why would you snitch on your brother? That's crazy. But anyways, right? Reckless behavior. And her being reckless, playing with fire, now she dragged her little brother into some mess. Because I'm like, the little man, I've seen him in Love and Hip Hop. So it's really sad that now that I see him again, there's a murder. He's seen as a number 1 suspect, right? All of that because of his sister. all because of his sister. And it's, to me, it's real, once again, playing with fire, the pathologies, being reckless, right? Is that when you choose poorly and you decide to mate, have a child, date, have sex, whatever you do with a YN, do you not realize that you are dragging your family into your foolishness? Right? Especially if you have a family that loves you, because the natural tendency is going to say, they're going to want to save you. Right? Oh, he beat my sister. He beat my daughter. Now the whole family wants to save you because they love you. Right? Whereas, yes, it's kind of cold, but what they should do is turn their backs on you because you are going to bring problems. It never fails. It never fails. These domestic cases always end up getting somebody killed or and it's always a family member. It's always a friend. It's always a third party that ends up catching strays behind these domestic cases, right? Because you're being reckless. Because otherwise, and that's why I really do believe that. That's why I wrote in the title too, like Black fatigue versus Black pride. Because when you have a certain level of pride also, you should, because it's not just about me, but it's also about my family. That's why when you date someone, men or women, when you date someone, you have to think about, how is this person going to affect my family dynamic, right? You date a crazy young man that's abusive. Most likely your dad's going to get involved, your brother's going to get involved, and it could go left. Like, even if nobody dies, somebody could get arrested. It could definitely get physical, right? Because I don't know, most dads are not going to put up with somebody beating on their daughter. Right? Most brothers are not going to put up with a man beating on their sister. So that's why there are certain people you can't entertain, because you got to keep the peace. And it's your job to not date a demon. It is your job to not even put your family in a position where they feel as though the only way to save you is by using force or deadly force. You're reckless. You are really reckless. Right? Remember, like, I think it was like, what, maybe 2 or 3 years ago? I think I was still in New Orleans, right? But at least like 3 years ago, this other Black girl got her brothers killed because she's married, but she has a boyfriend, right? And then she discovered that her boyfriend he was having sex with other girls. But I'm like, you can't be mad though, because it's a casual relationship. You're married anyways. So she called her brother and she lied. She told her brother that her boyfriend had attacked her or something like that. So then her brother came with his friend, and I guess her lover, he had a gun. So because they came to him on some weird energy, he shot her brother and he killed her brother. He got arrested, went to court, but ultimately he was found not guilty, that he acted in self-defense. Like, you see, now your brother's dead, right? And the whole time she's a married woman. You are a married woman. So if you cheat on your husband, why are you mad that your boyfriend is also cheating on your ass? You're a bunch of cheaters. And then you go call your boyfriend, you call your brother, and you don't even tell your brother exactly what happened. Because if you had told, because I'm sure she went there and said all kinds of lies, okay? Did she tell her brother, like, you know what? I'm still married, and I'm also having sex with this man, and then I found out he's having sex with somebody else? No, she didn't tell her brother the truth. She did not tell her brother exactly what she was up to. I'm sure she called her brother, like, oh, he put his hands on me, or he did this. She said something crazy to her brother that he was so enraged, so he grabbed his friend, like, not my sister. So he shows up at the man's house, but the man had a gun, so he shot him dead, right? Just like we saw in New York City at the bodega. The lady goes in there with her daughter to buy some potato chips, whatever. She didn't have enough money. She goes back to the car and she tells her boyfriend, I'm sure she said something crazy, right? Because there's no way she went back to the car and said, you know what? Can you give me $2 so I can buy those chips? No, because the way the man got out of that car, hey, Elena, the way that man got out of that car, he walked into the bodega. He yelled at the man. Then he walked to the back. He opened the door. He started beating on the old man. She had to have told him something crazy. Maybe he called me a bitch. He called me the N-word. He called me a bitch. He called me this. He called me. She said something that set this man off, right? And now, so the old man, he's getting beat on. He's scared. So he grabs a knife and then he stabs the young man. The young man is dead. And everybody was making fun of him because he was wearing like a $300 or a $700 t-shirt. Right? Like, well, they're like, oh, if you have money for this brand, why are you fighting over potato chips? I'm like, because most likely she did not tell him she didn't have enough money for the potato chips. She probably told him something crazy because she wanted to see a reaction out of him. Right, but I guess we'll never know what she said to him. Then the old man, they grabbed his ass. They took him to Rikers. And mind you, he's old. He goes to Rikers while things get sorted out. He got beat up in there. One woman, just one woman, being untruthful. You see? And I'm like, you got to stop being so damn reckless. Got to stop being so damn reckless. And a lot of men also have to learn to start jumping to these women's defense like that. Like, okay, tell me exactly what happened again. And you should peacefully go find out if what she's saying is actually truthful, right? But if you have a sister who's abused in a relationship, I'm telling you, be very careful. Because for as much as you might want to save her, she might actually like it over there. And this is part of their toxicity, their BDSM, and it turns them on. And then she's going to go right back to him. They're going to have sex. Meanwhile, you're putting your life at risk. You're putting your job at risk. You're putting your freedom at risk. You're putting your reputation at risk. No, domestic violence situations are very, very, very sticky. Be very careful. Be very, very careful. But now Kai is involved in some foolishness, right? Now, it is Atlanta. He's very, very lucky because it's Atlanta. So they have ways in Atlanta to rig a lot of things, y'all. It's Atlanta, y'all, okay? It's Atlanta. And if he's in Fulton County, listen, his mom is Rashida. So Atlanta proper, Fulton County, his mom is Rashida. The vast majority of people that run the courthouse are Black women, right? So, and they do love Rashida. So it might be a way that he might walk away from this. But nonetheless, though, it never should have happened. She never should have put her younger brother in that situation because as a grown woman, you should not date violent people. Right? Just even a man too. As a grown-ass man, do not date a violent woman because then your sisters are going to get involved. It just gets messy. But there are some people who are just attracted to toxicity, things are unstable, chaos, all kinds of foolishness. You got to stop doing that. Because when you are in a relationship, it's not just you and that person. Families are involved. Families are involved. Your family's involved. His family's involved. It is seriously real. And so if he's toxic, if his family is toxic, but yet you come from a very peaceful family, a very Christian family, a very business-minded family, you have no business. Y'all don't have the same culture. And yes, two people can be Black and not have the same culture. Absolutely. You don't have the same culture. You don't have the same culture. You don't look at life the same way. You don't have the same tradition. You have one vision. He has a different vision. It will never work. It will just never work. And I think that's the problem. That is the problem that I have with a lot of these. That's the problem that I have with a lot of these Disney movies is that they are selling to young women relationship dynamics that will never work. In real life, a beast will never change. I don't care how rich he is. He will never change. He's a beast. And one thing we know about money is that money doesn't make people better. Money just reveals who people are. So if he's a beast and he has money, girl, he's going to be a demon. Okay? Because who's going to stop this man? He has money. He has lawyers. He has enablers. He has money. So if he's a beast, he's going to be more of a beast with the money he has. Right? Okay? If he's a selfish, crazy narc of a prince, he's not going to change. And you going over there like this, you give up your voice because you want to be next to that man, you're not going to change their culture, right? There was a movie like that on, oh my gosh, you guys, there was a movie about a princess here on Netflix, right? And it's with that girl, what's her name? Billy, hold on. Bobby Brown, what's her name? Millie. Okay, that's her name, right? Millie. What's this girl's name? Hold on. Let me show you real quick. Hold on. Okay, Denzel. There you go. Right? Let me show you guys. Hold on. Okay. You see? So if you have time, you can watch the movie. Okay. But this young lady, it don't start off like this, right? Because her dad was going through some financial troubles, right? Let me see. There you go. You see? Her dad was going through financial troubles. And so there was a rich family. You see, it never fails. There was a rich family. And they're like, yeah, we want to marry your daughter. We'll take care of her. Our son wants to marry her. You see, here's Cersei Lannister. Here's Cersei Lannister. Is that Cersei? I think so, right? We'll be so nice to her. We'll love your daughter, y'all. The young lady gets there. When I tell you that place is so beautiful, y'all, that place is beautiful. You should see the garden, okay? You should see the landscaping. The place is gorgeous. They get married. They walk her up. Lo and behold, she was a sacrifice because that family they have some kind of debt. It's a debt they owe to a dragon, a female dragon. Because once upon a time, somebody in their family killed the baby of the female dragon. And the female dragon is like, oh, hell no. You kill my baby, I'm going to kill one of yours. So because they don't want to die, they go get married. They go find these brides for their son, but the brides are actually a sacrifice because the dragon requires human sacrifice. Like, yo, and then she requires their blood. So they cut you up, he cuts himself, they rub blood, so it seems like you're of their lineage, and they throw your ass into a ditch, y'all. And there's a crazy ass, brokenhearted mother dragon in there who will eat your butt because she don't lost her baby and she hasn't healed. She is a woman. Okay, she is a woman after all. Okay. I'm like, it's so crazy. But once again, this is what it is. I'm going to marry a prince. You know, everything that glitters is gold. Look at how rich he is. Look at the beautiful house. Y'all, it's fake. They're going to throw her ass in there. They threw her ass in there. That poor little girl. Even her dad. And her dad didn't know. Her dad didn't know. I forgot how he found out. You see, this was the marriage ceremony. And it was like the entire way. They had a path for them to walk, y'all. It's nothing but roses, y'all. It's nothing but roses. And all of a sudden, he acts like he's about to kiss her. Y'all, when I tell you, hey, Nafisa, he just pushed that girl in there. Like, just do the, And you realize, oh, I want to go marry a prince. Some of these wealthy families, some of these rich-ass wealthy families, you have no idea the kind of secrets they have. That's what I told y'all. I really do wonder. I really, really do wonder about Candace. Okay, I do. Because to me, I'm like, Candace, you guys, I don't know. But the stuff that Nick Fuentes said, had said, it made me think about a few things. Because I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. Okay, hold up, wait a minute. Stop sharing. Give me a second. Let me share my screen again. Hold on. Right? Because think about this, you guys. Think about this. If you, I don't know if her husband is worth 200 million or if the family is worth 200 million, the former guy she married. But my thing is, right, if you marry a white man, that's you need to have white privilege, okay? You marry a wealthy white man that's presumed to have 200 million or his dad is presumed to have 200 million. Why are you even working for the Daily Wire? Because think about the stuff that Candace was doing at the Daily Wire or even signing the Turning Point USA. I mean, she did sign the Turning Point USA before she married the man. But nonetheless, though, if I'm married into such an affluent family, I am doing YouTube like that. Like if I do YouTube, it might be like a cooking show, like something non-polarizing. Yeah, I'm not doing all this back and forth. Oh, let me go and she was pregnant. When she did her whole documentary on BLM, the girl was pregnant. So I'm like, you're pregnant, walking up and down Patrisse Cullors' house, ringing her doorbell, trying to expose her. It's beneath you. So I'm saying, even now, you should see her. She's on Twitter, going back and forth with Nick Fuentes. I'm like, Candace, you just had a baby. It was like maybe like 2 weeks because she had Ian Carroll filling up for her show. She said, oh, I had to come back because the topics, right? Investigating Macron and the penis, right? Or Justin Baldoni. I mean, I'm glad she helped them out, but I'm saying, like, you guys, I don't know, trying to see the way I see it. If my husband is worth 200 million, I just feel like all this stuff is beneath you. Okay, it's so beneath her. So I'm saying either Candace had to sign a prenup because they got married so fast. Because Nick Fuentes said that she talked to her husband on Zoom for 2 weeks. I said, not the Zoom, in 2 weeks. And then she got married and he told her, he sets all the rules, you guys. He's like, we're going to get married tomorrow. Blah, blah, blah. And she just follows suit. I'm even sure he's the one who decides how she going to get pregnant. Even like when she talks about being a Catholic, she'll be like, oh, you guys, I'm a Catholic, but I don't really want to go into it because I don't feel very confident to talk about it. I'm like, you went above and beyond. You went out of your way to expose Black Lives Matter, right? You went out of your way to expose Brigitte Macron and her penis, okay? You go out of your way to expose people you don't like, but you can't put that same amount of attention and how we say dévolu in French, right? Devotion into understanding what it means to be a Catholic, because these are not her thoughts. She does everything to make that white boy happy, because there's no way I can be so well versed on a French woman or French men I never met and be like, yeah, beyond a shadow of a doubt, you have a penis, okay? Right? There's no way I can be so confident about Patrisse Cullors, Black Lives Matter, and her siphoning millions of dollars of Bahamas to buy luxury property, right? You sat on your channel with so much conviction to say to Black people, yeah, y'all need to do better. You're bad, bad, bad people. You do Turning Point USA. You go on college campuses and dunk on these small children. They're little kids, right? But somehow, when it comes to you speaking on Catholicism, I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. Yeah, because you just converted because he told you to convert. Yes, Margaret. Oh, Margaret, you have to listen to Nick Fuentes, y'all. Y'all listen. Whether you think Nick is a racist or not, Nick knows the tea on all these white people, all these conservative people. He knows all their business. He knows all their business. He was like, Candace, you talked to your wealthy white husband for 2 weeks on Zoom before you agreed to marry him. What's that all about? I said, well, damn, Nick, tell me all her business. So then I said, most likely, right? Yes. So it's like, this is what I'm thinking. I can't confirm it because I don't know. I'm just thinking, right? Either she had to sign a prenup, which is not impossible because, or improbable, because Tamara had to sign a prenup to marry Adam. Okay? Right? Right? Okay? Right? You see? Tamara had to sign a prenup, right? Tamara signed a prenup to marry Adam, right? And that's the thing. People don't want to be honest about that. The divestors, the swirlers do not like to be honest about that. Many of these white men who marry Black women are not trying to make them wealthy. Okay? But that's the conversation for another day. A lot of these Black women who are married to very wealthy white men have had to sign prenups. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. So either Candace had to sign a prenup, that's number one, or because she's Black and they married so quickly, his family cut him off. Because I even thought to myself, why did he want to be a U.S. citizen? Because she sponsored him. Y'all, this stuff is real. Candace sponsored her husband, okay? She sponsored him so he could be a U.S. citizen. But if you compare Candace and her husband to Eve and her husband, right? Eve's husband didn't try to live here. Okay? What's his name again? I forgot his name. Max. What is his name again? Okay? Right? Candace's husband is British, just like Eve's husband, right? Eve's husband has never had the desire to live in America. For what reason? Okay? He's never had the desire to be an American citizen. So what did Eve do? Eve is the one who moved to Great Britain. And most likely, she's probably a British citizen to live there for that long now, right? Right? Even though you can go there without a visa. I don't know if Americans can live there indefinitely without a visa, right? Right? But I know because before, like not all European countries, but the European countries that were part of the European Union that they call Schengen, right? They could come to America without a visa for 6 months. But if you want to stay longer than 6 months, because a lot of Western Europeans have outstayed their visa, okay? I'm just saying, right? But somehow ICE is not running behind those people. But my point is, right? Compare, what's his name again? I forgot his name. But Eve's husband to Candace's husband, Candace's husband, he's a U.S. citizen, right? He has U.S. citizenship, right? And also, when you apply for U.S. citizenship, you got to pick one or the other. America does not recognize dual citizenship. So I'm like, so most likely he probably has to give up his British citizenship. So do you think that maybe, okay, right? Do you believe that maybe his family cut him off because he married a Black woman and he married her so soon? And also Candace had no money. I've already told y'all this. Candace used to intern at Vogue. Candace was at Vogue the same time that Emily Weiss, the founder of Glossier, they were all at Vogue. All these girls that came from California that did the heels, they were all at Vogue with Candace. You guys, it's real. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me show you if I can show you her days at Vogue, right? So when she was at Vogue, Candace also was at Vogue, right? They were all at Vogue. Okay, you see, they were all at Vogue, and Candace was there too. The only thing is, I guess because Candace is black, and also she was on the TV show, right? She was not able to leverage working at Vogue or being an intern at Vogue and then transitioning into being a major fashion blogger the way Emily was, Olivia, like it was a bunch of girls from the Hills who went from the Hills to interning at Vogue to starting their businesses. So Emily, she did Glossier. There's another girl who did Who, What, Where, things like that, right? But it's a lot of these girls who went on to really transition into having either big careers in fashion or beauty. Candace goes the political route. And I've told y'all this too. If you research Candace, you will find out that her last semester of her undergrad, she didn't have the money. So she did not finish her bachelor's degree, right? So imagine for her husband's family, hold on. Let me find the pictures, okay? Hold on. Right? Okay. Right? So imagine how for her husband's family, right? Him being married to Candace, it might be lowbrow. You know what I'm saying? Because she's poor. She's poor. She doesn't have a bachelor's degree. She's black. You know what I mean? She also does not come from a family that has pedigree. Because remember, too, I don't even think Candace was raised by her mom. I think Candace was raised by her granddad. Because her mom was unfit. So her granddad had to come take care of her, right? You see how she grew up. So I'm like, I can see how, especially these are British people, aristocracy, very pompous, very bourgeoisie, right? What is this? So I'm like, maybe his family cut him off financially, right? And also, the dad, when this whole thing happened with Daily Warrior, especially when she was going back and forth with that Rabbi Shmuley and the other rabbis and stuff like that, her father-in-law wrote a letter to the nation of Israel, okay? And he kind of distanced himself from Candace and his son, right? So because she went on the Piers Morgan show, and Piers was like, but your father-in-law, he's not really agreeing with what you're saying, and he stands with Israel. And then she gave some kind of answer, I can't quite remember, right? But I'm like, it's either she had to sign a prenup, which is why she kept working for the Daily Wire. She kept working for Turning Point USA, right? And also she keeps having to make money because there's a prenup. Or if there's not a prenup, her husband was cut off by his family. He was cut off by his family, and this is why she has to work. Because what is this white man doing? What's his job? Have you ever heard of him having a job or a business or something? No. So is he working? You see what I'm saying? And it's like, and also when she had her interview with her interview with Nick Fuentes, and Nick was like, well, I don't agree that a white man should marry a black woman. She was very offended because that's when she became aggressive. Ooh, she became aggressive because she tried to act like she was cool, calm, and collected, and she could sit down with Nick Fuentes. It's not a big deal. But when Nick said, because Nick, just like some black people too, right? Just like some black people believe that black people should only mate with other black people, he believes that white people should only have kids with white people. So that way you can have more white people. I'm like, okay, I respect it. It's no problem, right? But she was really, really offended, right? Because I feel like it reminds her of being told that this is a world that she does not belong into, right? But I don't think that this white relationship is really doing anything for her, right? Even when she's attacked on the internet. Even when she's attacked, doesn't matter who she's attacked by, he never comes to her rescue, right? All this time she's had her show, he's only shown up one time on her show. She gets dragged, she gets cussed out, right? He never shows up for his wife. Have you ever seen her husband what's his name again? George Farmer. Have you ever seen George pull up on the Twitter like, okay, not my wife now. Y'all might want to back down. No, because when you think about it, Candy, what? When you think about it, Candace is very masculine. There is nothing she tries. She's fraudulent, okay? As Ben Shapiro would say, the faux sophistication. Candace wants you to believe she's traditional, right? Candace wants you to believe she's a Catholic. Candace wants you to believe this, and that. You guys, what traditional woman is going to be on Twitter fighting people all day? Even me, I don't go on Twitter. Okay? Like the most I might do is this right here. That's it. Right? You understand? And how's that traditional? Candace is out here arguing with men. She's arguing over here. She argues over there. Even her going on the what's that man's name? Tucker Carlson show. It's extremely masculine. Having a bunch of babies back to back to back does not make you traditional. Okay? It doesn't make you could even be forced to carry these babies, and then you have to present like you're okay with all these kids back to back to back to back, right? But this girl is extremely masculine. Do you think it's feminine, it's traditional for a pregnant woman to leave Tennessee? She lives in Nashville, Tennessee. You left Tennessee. You grabbed a flight all the way to California so you can show up in front of Patrice's house and ring her doorbell while you're like 8 months, 9 months pregnant. What kind of man will even let you do such a thing? Like, y'all, it doesn't make sense, y'all. It does not make any sense. It's very bizarre. If your husband has got wealth, like, girl, who cares? Yeah. And I'm not saying it's okay for Patrice to have stolen the money. I'm not saying that. But I'm like, if my husband is worth $200 million, I'm like, yeah, get somebody else to do it. Right? Like that young lady, like there's a young lady here. Hold on. Let me see if I can find her. I we watched her video recently, right? Let me show you who she is. Carmen, is that her name? Okay. Hold on. Let me show you what I mean, right? You see? Let me show you her channel. Okay. This is Carmen, right? So Carmen, she's young, she's single, she's making her political commentary. She talks about the downsides of the Black culture, right? So for someone like Carmen to grab a flight, to go to LA, track down, to Patrice's house, track her down, ring her doorbell with cameras. That's more of Carmen's lane, right? When your husband is worth $200 million, like, oh yeah, it's not okay. I don't think she needs to do that, but I got kids to take care of. I'm not doing that. Candace is full on pregnant, y'all. A whole belly. The belly was like this. She's walking down. Oh, let me go find Patrice Colored, huh? Because she's stealing. She out here stealing the money. She's stealing the money. Then she ringing the doorbell. I'm like, girl, and your man rich, right? My husband is not even rich like that. Okay, my husband's not even rich. He's a regular person, right? And even my days are booked and busy. I couldn't even catch a flight to go to Patrice's house. Okay, the most I might do is make a video like, yeah, Patrice, stop stealing the damn money, girl. You're crazy. But you guys, between the house, Maverick, cooking, cleaning, going to my fitness classes, doing this, talking to ChatGPT and DeepSeek, I don't have enough time to catch a flight, especially pregnant. I'm not going with my swollen feet to track down Patrice Colored. Get somebody else to do it. But the stuff that even sitting down with Nick Fuentes, it's in poor taste. Like wealthy women do not move like that. She moves like a worker. I'm like, Sunshine, she's always on Twitter. Even now, it's worse. It is worse. I'm like, Candace, go take care of the baby. I don't even know when she has time for the baby. But I'm like, she'll make a tweet and she'll have like 12,000 comments. I'm like, how is this good for your mental health? And how exactly is George letting you do any of this stuff when you just had a baby? Okay? This woman just had a baby and she's on Twitter sparring with men. You know, them crazy conservative men. Like, she's on the Twitter sparring every day, all day. She's probably on Twitter right now as we speak. And now she has a lawsuit with Brigitte Macron. I'm like, how is that healthy? How do you even have time to mother your baby? The baby's not even 6 months old, maybe even 7 months old, that she's fighting the French president and his wife in court in Delaware. Girl, what? Then she got to worry about Justin Baldoni and what's that girl, Blake Lively. Then she got to go fight Nick Fuentes on Twitter. Then she got to fight all these people on Twitter. Then she got to go fight on Instagram. And I'm like, y'all, something is weird. Something is weird, because I would assume whether he's white or non-white is a non-factor at this point, but I would assume any wealthy man would say, wife, you don't need to do any of this. I have the money. We're good. Let's live our lives. Let's take care of our kids. And if you want to create content, bake, cook, do furniture, do home decor, like the kind of shit Martha Stewart does, right? This is what rich women do. Rich women, they don't talk politics in public. right? Who have you, I mean, maybe like Hillary Clinton, but she's always been a politician though. But I'm saying like traditionally, right? Women from very wealthy backgrounds, women that have very wealthy husbands, they do not discuss politics because it's bad for business, right? They take care of the kids, they have non-for-profits, they do their galas, they take care of museums, they go to the opera, they volunteer, they go feed the poor kids of Africa, right? That's about it, right? But I'm telling you, look at the way Candace moves, right? And if you didn't know any better, would you yourself believe that her husband is worth 200 million or that his dad is worth 200 million? No. So something is weird. I'm like, something is really weird. Yeah, I'm like, it's insane. She just had a baby. Y'all need to go look at her Twitter. She's always fighting people. Sometimes I'll wake up and it's, oh, Candace Owens just posted. I'm like, girl, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. Why are you not asleep? Like, go take care of the baby. Go take the baby. You know what I mean? But I'm like, something is off with this chick. Even if you were broke before you met him, like you had to do the Turning Point USA and what's it called again? What's that thing called again? Ben Shapiro, what's it called? I forgot. Whatever it's called, right? The Daily Wire, right? But the moment George came into your life with his family and their wealth, I'm quitting. I'm resigning because it's not good for the brand. So I really do believe that the family cut him off. Okay? I really do believe that the family cut him off. And so in his rebellious nature, he now lives in America and she has to provide for that. She has to work. And do you know where she does her show? She does her show in the basement. How does that make sense, you guys? How does that make sense? If your husband is worth 200 mil or his daddy's worth 200 mil, at least you should have an office. You should have an entire building to yourself, right? Because to me, like, you haven't need the Daily Wire. Because whatever you had at the Daily Wire, he should be able to give you that kind of money. No, I do believe Brigitte is a man. I do believe it's a man. But what I'm saying is it's still beneath her. It's beneath her. Because when you think about your husband and his family, because if they're worth $200 million, especially being that they're British, Great Britain is not that far from France, right? Is it good for the business, for the family business, to have beef with a presidential family? I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? I think his dad is like, he's a knight. Like, he's been knighted by the Queen of England. Like, he really does come from a very prestigious family, right? But my point is, why on God's green earth would you want to pick beef with the presidential family of France? I'm like, that is not good for my grandfather's, my dad-in-law's business. I'm not going to do that. I might know the tea, but I might get Carmen to do it. You know what I'm saying? I might get somebody else. No, I really think she's a woman. I really think she's a man. Yo, she's not lying. Candace is not lying. Because before she did it, she took a flight. And she met with a French journalist. Y'all, it is real. She met with him, I guess, Geneva, Belgium, or Switzerland. Like, she met with the guy, and the man came with lots of receipts. Not even just that. The French police came to his house. People have been dying and things of the sorts, right? Y'all, she is not lying. My only issue is it's beneath her. It is beneath her. Because if her father-in-law is a knight of England, it is beneath her, which means he has contact with the royal family of England, which means they probably do a lot of business in France, or like all these dignitaries, all these rich people, it's a small circle. So why would you want to have beef with a presidential family? I'm not doing it. Now, I might be messy, but I get somebody else to do it. But it's beneath her. So what I'm saying is, do you believe that George got cut off by his dad because he married this black woman? Right? And even ask yourself, why would this white man want to marry Candace Owens? Is he a failure? Is he a bum? Is he the dark sheep of the family? Is he doing this to piss off his dad? Right? Because of even if you want to marry a black girl, of all the black girls you could have married, you went for the Vogue intern that couldn't afford her last semester of undergrad. You went for the Vogue intern that has no bachelor's degree. Sir, what? You went from the Vogue intern whose mom was cuckoo, okay? Her mom didn't want to raise her, was raised by her poor black grandparents. So is he coming? It's so, listen to me, right? And I feel the same way. I feel the same way about what's your boy's name? Redhead. Prince Harry. I feel the same way. Sometimes I feel like some of these white people who marry black people is to piss off their families. It's to really be rebellious. Like, because you, like, your parents had expectations for you. You can't really meet those expectations. You don't know how to meet those expectations. You feel like your family has too much, they're putting too much pressure on you, right? So you go with a black person to throw the middle fingers in your family's face, right? I'm like, a lot of times it's out of rebellion. I even feel like Prince Harry went with Meghan Markle because she's half black to piss off his family. You know what I mean? I really believe that. I think a lot of these white people who go with black people, it's out of rebellion. Okay? But it's like, because, and then they also know if they come to the black community, especially if they marry a black woman, they're going to be praised. They're going to receive adulation. Oh, look at this white man. Oh, he married a black woman. Oh, he knows how to treat a black woman. Because in his community, he's average. He doesn't get that kind of praise. Nobody even checks for him. So George Farmer, is he the bum of the family? Because I'm saying, especially if you're in New York, especially as rich as he is, y'all, he could have married a black girl from Columbia. He could have married a black girl that went to Harvard. He could have married a black girl that went to Cornell. He could have married a black girl that went to Yale. You guys, his dad is worth like $200 million. Right? So why are you doing this? Of all the black girls you could have, why Candace Owens? Even when you see her content on YouTube, oh my gosh. Y'all, let me show you something. Let me show you something. I'm like, something is weird. Something is really weird. Let me show you her channel. Okay? Let me show you her channel real quick. Let's go back to her videos. Look at her videos, right? Look at her oldest videos. Okay? Mom and Dad, I'm a conservative. Okay, the myth of the coon, Black lives don't matter. Okay, no transgender people in the army. Who cares? Rape versus regret. I don't care about Charlottesville, the KKK, or white supremacy. Okay, how to escape the Democrat plantation. Okay, Black Lives Matter has a list of demands for white people. Okay, what YouTube and Facebook really think of black people? Listen, you guys, I ain't trying to be funny, but please tell me why a rich ass white boy want to be involved with this shit. This is lowbrow content. This is rage bait content, right? They're a bunch of very classy, highly accomplished, fully educated black women, right? Columbia, Cornell, Dartmouth, University of Pennsylvania, Harvard, Wesley, Yale, where I said Yale, okay, Brown, Princeton, right? Stanford, give me somewhere else, okay? Duke. There are a bunch of prestigious universities where you can find highly accomplished, classy, okay? Also having a high intelligence, emotional IQ, intelligence IQ, okay? Kind of black women. Why did he go marry them kind of people? Right? Because when you really think about it, Candace is a fraud, y'all. Candace a fraud and Candace is a grifter. That's why she don't bother me. She's a fraud. She's a grifter. She's a girl who was broke. And she realized that if she did this rage bait content, she could finally have some money in her pocket. That's why I tell y'all got to stop doing all this black rage stuff because you make people rich by doing that. You make people famous and you make people rich by doing that. And they know if I say this, and that, I'm going to get a reaction of black people. And then the crazy whites will support me. I'm going to be rich. And that's exactly what happened to Candace. But do you really believe that George, when he was dating her or when he got to know her, and when George was talking to her, she was doing Turning Point USA. She was with Charlie Kirk. Because even Charlie told her, do you really want to marry someone you just met? Because even Charlie thought she was crazy. And mind you, Charlie's crazy. Right? So he knew the kind of content she was doing. He knew she was with Turning Point USA. He had seen her YouTube channel. Why would a man whose father is worth $200 million would want to marry this? You don't think he knew his dad was not going to agree with that shit? Like, what the fuck is this shit? Right? Even if his dad is a racist, yeah, sure. But even for business, you know, like a lot of racist people, even for the sake of business, they have to pretend not to be racist, right? If your son marries a girl like that, it shows that low-key, high-key, your family agrees. Because why is she here? Why is she here? right? Why is she here? So if your son is marrying her, or if you agree to your son marrying this young lady, it means that you guys, like tacitly, you agree with her views, and you agree with her views on Black people, which are very often negative views. I'm just saying, right? So for me, I'm like, why would he do that? Because if you come from a very wealthy family, a very wealthy British family, right? You would at least marry high class, high pedigree, like them Black people in what's that Ralph Lauren collection? Those wealthy Black people from Martha's Vineyard. Yes, you go marry those kinds of people, right? Because it makes sense. White Oak, is that it? White Oak, Oak Bluff, whatever it's called, okay, right? You would marry the Black people from Martha's Vineyard. That makes perfect sense to me. You guys almost have the same kind of pedigree, right? But to go and marry Candace Owens, no, something is off. So I do believe that his family cut him off financially, which is why he had to live here. He had to apply for citizenship. She had to sponsor his citizenship, and she kept working for the Daily Wire. Even with Ben Shapiro, she really did not want Ben to fire her, okay? That girl kept the job because Candace was working for the Daily Wire and she was working for Turning Point USA. Why are you working so much? Right? Then she gets fired. She went and had the baby. All she did was like take 2 to 3 weeks of maternity leave. She came right back to work. She works from the basement. Why? If your husband's family is worth 200 million, you guys, Candace should have an actual building. She should not be working in her house. She records in the basement, and the editors, her producers are in the attic. Have you ever seen the picture? Everybody's in her house. I'm like, how is this okay? Right? She records in the basement. I'm like, you're in Nashville, Tennessee. You're not living in Los Angeles where real estate is so crazy expensive. You're in Tennessee. You can find yourself an office space in Tennessee. And people can come to work at the office, not in your house. She got a bunch of people in her house just so she could talk about Brigitte's penis. Something is weird to me. Something is weird. Something is weird. So I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. Does this guy really have money? Or is the money his dad's money? And did the dad write him off because he decided to marry Candace, the unaccomplished, self-hating Black girl? You decide. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, something is weird. Okay? Exactly. Rebellious, failures, you know what I mean? They have a fetish, and they also want to be seen as saviors of the Black woman. So I look at him sideways because I'm like, a young man that comes from a family that has so much money, they have such a prestigious name in England. Why would you pick Candace of all people? Why would you pick Candace of all people? When you have girls who are like reared, raised, groomed, educated to be the wife that you're looking for based on your pedigree and based on your family status in Britain, right? But I'm like, even Eve, that's why I'm saying, like, Eve doesn't have to work. Even when Eve came back to the States, right, after being gone for like 10 years, when Eve came back to the States and she was doing, what's the TV show again? The Real, The View, the one with the lady, what's her name? Sharon Osbourne. Okay, you know Sharon, right? The British lady. They had a TV show, right? But because she was doing in vitro, right? Because her and her husband wanted to have a child. But you see, when it came time for Eve, because it seemed like it could actually work, the talk. There you go, right? When it came time for Eve to go do her stuff to get pregnant, she quit the show because she doesn't need the money, right? Like, I'm not going to say, oh my gosh, I wonder if Eve has to work. Does she really have to pay the bills? Did she sign a prenup? No, she moved into her husband's country. She lives there. She came back, had a job, but when it was time for her to get pregnant, she's like, I got to go. Okay, got to go. I had my baby. She doesn't need the money from the talk. She does not need the money. But Candace has to work. Right? Even when she had to go on maternity, she had to get in. Sharon Osbourne, there you go. Even when she went on maternity leave, she had to get in to come fill in. I'm like, why? Because she needed her AdSense money. Because otherwise, you can say, hey, you guys, I'm gone for 2 weeks. Just make sure that you catch up on all the episodes that you probably missed. I'll be back when I get back. Okay. But no, because she needs to keep the money coming. And I'm like, something is off. Does he have money or not? And I really do believe that because her man decided to marry her, that his family cut him off. And I do believe that George is a bum. And we, once again, I also think like the way we are, the way, especially black women, a lot of people do, not just black women, but the way a lot of women of color have a tendency of putting white men on a pedestal, we got to stop doing that. We got to stop doing that. Because once again, it's from the Disney movie, because Prince Charming is always a white man, right? So when a white man shows up, we don't truly vet him the way we would a black man. I mean, we got to stop doing that. We always just, oh, he's white, so he must be a hard worker. Oh, he's white, so therefore he must work hard. He has businesses. Oh, he's a provider. We have to stop doing this crazy shit. You don't know shit. Just because he's a white man does not mean he's a good man. Just because he's a white man doesn't mean he provides protection. Because I'm telling you, when you see how Candace is sparring with these men on TikTok, on X, no. Because a husband would have taken her phone. A husband that cares for her would have taken her phone. A husband that cares for her would have at least showed up once. When has George Farmer ever showed up on X to fight for Candace? Never. She's on her own. She fights everything on her own. She fought the rabbis on her own. She goes to Piers Morgan by herself. She goes to see Tucker Carlson by herself. She does everything by herself. She fights by herself. She works by herself. I'm like, girl, like where is this white man? I don't think he works. Because if he had a non-for-profit, right? If he had a non-for-profit, if he had a business, if he was investing in tech, if he was an investor, you guys, we would have heard about that. Oh, Candace's husband is doing this. Candace's husband has done that. We never hear of him doing anything. So I don't believe he works. I think this man lives a life of leisure. I really do. I truly do. I really do believe that. I really do believe he's living a life of leisure. Because you see Candace everywhere. Where do you see him? Where do you see him? What is he doing? Right? And I feel like Candace thinks that she won because she got to marry a white man. And for her to keep the white man, she got to work like a damn mammy. But she works too damn much. Every day, all day. And also, it's got to a point now where she has low-key turned into the Wendy Williams of YouTube. Like, oh, Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively, right? Or it's Brigitte Macron and her penis, right? It's her fighting the Jews. It's her and Harvey Weinstein. Like what is this, y'all? What is this channel turn into? Right? Bunch of gossip, bunch of rumors, I'm like, listen. I'm gonna move on from this, right? I'm gonna move on from this topic. But my point is, I hope you guys see my point, which is that for a woman who allegedly is married to a man who's worth 200 million, or his family is worth 200 million, this is really beneath her. The rumors, the this and that, get somebody else to do it, right? When you're that rich, when your husband is that rich, you should have a beautiful ass kitchen, okay? A stove that costs like $200,000, like. Candace should be doing the kind of shit Nora Smith is doing, right? Because if you didn't know no better, you would think that Nora Smith's husband was worth 200 million. But even Nora Smith too, not to be mean, right? But once again, you have a biracial woman who's financially supporting a white man. She makes the most money. And that house they're building in Connecticut, most likely it's her money. And she married him so young. And she married that Gemini without a Libra. Libra, better be careful. You know what I mean? Because Libra, they get a little too much when it comes to love. But I'm like, he's a Gemini. Be very careful. Them people like to play tricks on people. But Nora has no prenup. You know, Nora has no prenup. And me, Lucky, every time I look into his blue eyes, I'm like, Gemini, I don't trust your ass. Okay? Because there's some, not to be mean, y'all. Not to be mean, right? But you see, even with Nora Smith too, I don't know. For me, being with a white man, it doesn't do it for me, whatever. But even Nora too. Nora, when same thing. He was like, he married her super fast. They talked on the phone for 6 hours. They married the next day. But Lucky already had a child, right? But you see, because he's white, he doesn't get called the baby daddy, right? And I think a lot of black women have to start sobering up when it comes to how they fetishize, romanticize, and put white men on a pedestal. Because it's very, very dangerous to assume that, oh, because he's white, he's a step up from the black man. No, he has his own demons. Every community, every people have their set of traumas, they have their set of blessings, they have their set of curses. Okay, there is no perfect person. He has a child. Lucky has 4 children. He's Mormon. By the time he was 19, he already had a baby. So when she married him, he had a child. The child is white. I mean, I guess you can't tell because since she's biracial, her kids also phenotypically they give white, right? But you see how he don't get called a baby daddy, right? You see how nobody asks, oh, does he provide for her? Does she provide for him? No, she provides for him. Nara is wealthier than Lucky, right? But he has a child. She's also helping to raise the child, right? Her content is very much centered around, oh, my husband says he wants to eat this. My husband wants to eat that. My husband, which is not a problem for me, right? That's whatever. But I'm just saying, do not put these white boys on a pedestal because many of these white boys are broken. Many of these white boys are deadbeat dads. Many of these white boys are single dads or baby daddies, right? Many of these white boys ain't got no money, okay? And you as a black woman or as a biracial, you're going to have to work to provide for this white man, right? So be very careful. Even the thing with Alondria and that boy, Nick, right? Be very careful because most likely Alondria is going to have to carry this boy on her back. The other girl, Whitney from Love Island, UK, she just came out about her white man also, how she had to pay the bills for him. She had to feed him and clothe him, right? But I'm like, yeah, because you black women, you have a tendency of not putting white men to the same arduous process that you do for black men. But many of these boys is bums. They're bums. Because you grew up watching Disney movies and you grew up watching a lot of white romance on TV, you are believing the myth of the perfect white man. White man is a savior. White man is Prince Charming. You don't really know these people, right? Because otherwise, you would realize every community has their trauma. Every community has their issues, right? Nobody is perfect, right? But I'm like, me, when it comes to Nara, I really pray for her. I really do. Because they have no prenup. And she's extremely young. She's like, what, 22 years old with 3 kids. Okay? And she's crazy in love. She's a Libra. That's what they do. Okay, we told you, number 1 is Pisces, and it's Libra, and Scorpio, and it's Cancer, right? When they are in love, they go in love like batshit crazy. Like they're fully like just blind in love. Be very careful because he is a Gemini. He is a Gemini. There's some cuckoo people. There are 2 people inside their heads. Trust me, I married one. Okay. And my son is one also. Right. So be very careful. Be very careful. Right. So I'm like, get a post up. What do I know? But get a post up. Protect some of your money. You know? Yeah, he plays the role because it helps to make money. And he shows up with his blue eyes because his blue eyes, he does have really pretty eyes. Okay. He got good genes. Right. But his blue eyes do something to people. And she knows that he knows that. Right? But Lucky, he's also a model. He's a model. He's an actor. So do we even know? I said the same thing about Lupita and Josh. I said, Lupita, you're a Pisces. Josh is a Gemini. Be very careful. There's some crazy people, y'all. For real, right? Be very careful. What happened? He broke up with her ass. So there you go. And even Josh, too. Josh is always out here positioning himself as a savior. Right? And also, you notice a thing, too. When these white boys who want to be seen as saviors, right? They always try to go for the darkest black women so they can act like, oh, look at me. I don't care. It's performative. I think even sometimes it's a fetish, right? But is it normal for a white man who's had relationship with a host of white women to only date super dark-skinned black women? You decide. I don't know. Okay? I don't know. You decide. You decide. Okay? You decide. Right? So this is him right here. Okay? Right? This is also him with Jody. Like, do you think that, like, he just has this white man, this white American man, just has a natural attraction to dark-skinned women who look like they come from Sudan? You think that's normal? Right? The only kind of black girls you date are super, super dark. Okay. No problemo. Because to me, if you really have a thing for black women, you would date a different kind of black woman, dark skin, light skin, in between. You know what I'm saying? It'd be all kinds of stuff. But no, he has a type. And I also feel like many of these white boys are narcissists. Many of these white boys are sociopaths. Yes, they are sociopaths and they're narcissists. They understand that as a white man, the darker the black woman is, the nappier her hair is, or if she's bald-headed, I look like a hero. Because see, I'm loving a black woman that the black man can't love. You see this? It's extremely dangerous. Okay. Oh, hey, Brittany, how's your mom? It's extremely dangerous. So me, I look at people sideways because, like I told you, it is natural for a man to be attracted to a woman from his own community. It is not natural for a man to be attracted to a woman from a different community, right? So for me, right, Jody and Lupita, you would both think that they're from Sudan or East Africa, okay? I don't know how a white American as American pie, just has this attraction for these dark-skinned black women. It is suspicious, okay? But I feel like to me, I'm not trying to be funny, but I also feel like they're predators. They know exactly who to go after. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I've realized I was doing the hair stuff, and in the hair stuff, I've discovered that white redheaded people, they have a particular gene that causes them to have more sulfur in their hair, right? So it could be that gene. I don't know. Because it's like they are the people that have the most sulfur in their hair. And then after them is black people, then there's everybody else. So maybe that could be a thing. I don't know. Right? But I'm like, be very careful. Be very, very careful. I saw this video yesterday. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find the video. Hold on. What's this channel again? Media Man. I was watching this video yesterday. Right? It was yesterday, right? Yeah. I was watching a video yesterday where this white guy, he was broke, he was in prison, he's a scammer, and then he went on to marry a black woman. And now they have a son, and now he let the son drop out of school. And I'm like, why would you ever do that? Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Oh, right here. Hold on. I got it.
Who black women really choose. Jailbird to scammer with a divester on his arm. This Brad is still broke. He is just a scammer now and is trying to scam primarily the black community. You see how divestors move? They are very dangerous. Now this...
He said, she kept supporting me even in my lowest points in life. Now I became successful. You see? So, and it's funny how, I'm telling you, even the other girl, Queen, I love her name. She has that big, tall white boy, right? And one day when she got mad, because I guess her postpartum, I don't know, but she got really mad. She went alive and she was just going off on that white man. And she was like, when I met you, you were in the hood, you were in the ghetto, you slept on the floor, you slept on a dirty air mattress. I'm like, you married a white man that slept on the floor on an air mattress in the hood? Girl, what? Right? But you see, she puts him in the video and she extols him. Oh, look at my white husband, my white husband. The whole time he's a bum. He's a failure. Then she had to spin the block because she woke up the next day. Oh, yeah, they're crazy. She woke up the next day and she was like, oh, he has money. And because that night when she was mad and she was going off on her live, right? She talked about how he was broke. He lived in poverty. He was in the ghetto. He had he was sleeping on the floor. He had an air mattress. All kinds of foolishness, right? All kinds of foolishness, right? Because she was mad. Then the next day, she realized that she had damaged the perception of their marriage. Oh, this white man provider who loves on the black women, who buys her a car. The whole time she bought her own car. But she made it seem like the white man had bought her the car because she wanted to give other black women the impression of, oh, get you a white man, girl. He gonna do for you what the black man ain't gonna do for you. One thing, one. The whole time, this man is just a prop. Like, she'll work hard, she'll buy herself stuff, and then she'll tell her audience the white man gave it to her. He ain't got no money. Right? Yes, you know her. She's very skinny. Like she has like 3 kids or 4 kids. She doesn't look like it. King, so Queen, I'll show you guys who she is. Like, you know her. Short hair. Her husband's like really big. He's really tall. It was so crazy.
Bomb Brad claims to be a real estate investor making millions.
Is it?
He also uses his magical mixed race son to lie about making a lot of money in a short period of time. Take a look at the screen.
Caden, they want to know, did I let you drop out of school?
Yes,
Why?
because it's useless to me.
Why?
So you marry a white man, you have a baby with a white man, and the white man is telling your biracial son, who is going to be seen as black. You know, and you see, and even that too. This is why sometimes I also have issues with interracial marriages, whatever, because the white person doesn't understand the realities that the biracial child, who most likely will have to identify as black, is going to have to face. But to anybody, when they see that boy, they're like, oh yeah, that's a black boy. So now you're a black boy and you dropped out of high school and you got a white husband who is white in the world. So he got to be white, got to be broke. He was able to find a wife. He was able to have a woman believe in him. You are white. Why don't you believe in yourself? This entire nation was built for you to believe in yourself. Now he's telling your black baby to drop out of school, but him and his dad don't look the same. His dad is white. He's half black. And he's over here encouraging this young man to drop out of school, drop out of high school, that, oh, school is useless. What? Right? You can at least say do school part-time. But my thing is, in your entire life, you might die when you're 80, right? High school is 4 years. College is 4 years. Wonk. Then you have like 72 years. Well, I guess not 72, but you have at least a good 60 years to do whatever you want. Finish school, right? Because school is not, you can't say, oh, school is useless. Like, you learn how to write, you learn how to think, you meet other people, you have relationships also. You need friends, you need community. You need to go to school, be with your peers, right? You have all your life to worry about money. No, tell this kid to drop out of school. I'm like, I cannot believe this. This is insanity.
Because I made $900,000 or $800,000 my net worth in less than a year without it.
So then what are the
How can a child make $800,000 in a year? Teaching the baby how to lie. You see this? A white swindler. And it's the same thing that happened with Tamar. That white man was out here. He took Tamar's card, y'all. He went to New Orleans. He stayed at this fancy hotel in New Orleans, and he was using Tamar's card to pay for his stay at the hotel. They are predators. Me, I'm not trying to be mean, and I'm not trying to dissuade anybody. I'm just saying, if you're a black woman and a white man come running behind you, run his credit. Run his credit. See how much money he really has. Because many of these guys, they're predators. They're on the internet. They hear the conversations amongst black people. They hear the conversations between the black man and the black woman. And now they orchestrate this plan. They mold themselves into a white savior to bamboozle you. But he was in New Orleans swiping Tamar's card, her American Express, left and right, putting all kinds of money on the card. And then he went out there, started messing with Tommy. Then he had these two black women fighting over him. I'm like, you are a swindler, okay? He brings nothing to the table. He's not attractive. He is not tall. He's not wealthy. He claims he's a lawyer. Lawyer where? Lawyer where? Where he go to law school? Online? Phoenix? Okay? They're a bunch of scammers. I will never stop saying this. This is crazy.
what do people think the purpose of school is?
Oh, my Lord.
I really couldn't tell you because a lot of people are going. I can get the people who are going and they're like, I think I'm gonna make a $200,000, $300,000 a year. But some people be going and they're like, man, I'm gonna get out and I'm gonna make $70,000 a year in 6 years, and it just don't make sense to me.
You're talking about college.
Yeah,
He's talking about high school.
high school's even worse.
What are they?
You're
What
gonna come out and make $40,000?
what they teach you in? What did they teach you in high school?
Literally nothing. My last year of high school, guys, I literally just sat on my phone the whole time. I think I failed like 3 or 4 classes.
But why?
Because I was just like, this is stupid.
Why did you think it was stupid?
I was like, it's just teaching me dumb stuff, like stuff that you don't need to know.
Okay, like what though?
I can't even explain it.
And see, I do believe this man looks white. Sean, yeah. Even Sean is like to the other white man, you let him drop out of school? Because even he knows that's crazy. right? You should at least have one degree for you to fall back on, right? But like I said, your college years is only 4 years, and then you never have to go back. Get it done and go live your life, right? But I'm like, every young person should at least have one college degree, right? And that's what every parent should teach the child, because you just never know. And business is up and down, it's up and down, right? But you can study business, you can study real estate. They have so many majors. But you also have to learn about commitment. You start something, you finish it, right? You have to learn how to write papers. You have to learn how to be presentable. Like, there's a lot of things that you learn going to college. You can't say, I wasn't learning anything. That means you were not even going to class. Exactly. Hey, Precious, missed you. But you would think as a white man, he would be the one. Like, even your son is failing 3 classes his senior year. Did he even graduate? Because if you don't have the right GPA, if you don't have the credits for the classes, you cannot get your college degree, right? But this is a white man. His son is failing classes. It's not a big deal, right? And then I even have to ask myself, is it because he's half black that you don't care about him? You play with his life like this? Because if you had a child with a white woman, would you have been so passive if senior year he's failing 3 classes, you guys? By law, the state law, you got to have a certain number of credits for you to have your high school diploma, or you're not going to have your high school diploma. So that's the bare minimum. That's the non-negotiable. I don't care if you like it, don't like it, you're bored. You need to pass your classes. Are you crazy? And high school is probably the easiest kind of course load you'll ever have in your life. So why are you on your phone? Right? But I'm like, you see how he's handling your child? Do you see how he's handling your child? So I do have to ask, is he doing it because your baby's half black? Because if he had a baby with a white woman, would he be okay with this? Right? The fact that you choose to have a baby with a black person, and you don't understand that when your child steps out in the world, that child is going to be forced to identify as black. Do you think it's okay for a high school kid, especially a high school boy, a black-eyed high school boy, to not have a high school diploma? This is pure wickedness. This is absolute wickedness. Because to me, like I said, if you date a white man, you marry a white man, you have a child with a white man, that white man needs to give you white privilege. And white privilege is not just a soft life, a wealthy life, this, and that. But it's also, he needs to put you on game as to how white Americans have built this nation for only white Americans to win. And part of that is having a high school diploma. Where are you going to go if you don't have a high school diploma? What upper circles are you going to get into if you don't have high school diploma? And also, let me tell you all this too, right? Let me tell you all this. And part of him being white and having white privilege or giving you white privilege is that he understands that college is not just about the education. College is not just about the piece of paper, the diploma. No, college is also for networking, you guys. That's why intelligent people, rich people, or well-to-do people, they fight really hard for their children to go into the best colleges possible, right? Because yes, you might meet your wife there, you might meet your husband there, but your classmates might literally be in government one day. They might be on Wall Street one day. They might have their own businesses one day. They might be investors one day. So part of going to college and fighting really hard to get into the best college possible is to network with the future leaders of tomorrow. So one day your LinkedIn is going to be full of a bunch of people who have high achievements. So if you need a recommendation, you need this, you need that, you know these people because you went to school with these people, right? There's a whole social aspect to going to college that's often neglected. But a lot of people, they make lifelong friendships in college. And these are the same friendships that get them jobs, that get them opportunities, et cetera, right? It's in college. That's why you fight to get into the best college possible so that you can be near, you can have proximity to the future leaders of tomorrow. And then you're good to go. Because by yourself, you can only go but so far. But if you have a network of high achievers that you met in college, most likely you'll be good. Because if you ever fall on hard times, you have a bunch of friends that you can call because y'all went to school together, right? But no, he's over here teaching foolishness to this young man. And I'm like, this is crazy. Where is she? I'm like, where are you? Do you hear what he's telling your child to do? That this is just crazy to me. Hold on. Oh my gosh.
I told you I wasn't paying attention. I failed. I don't know what they was teaching me.
So now, what do you think about kids out here whose parents are like, you got to finish school?
Yeah.
A lot of these kids have dreams, man. And then a lot of these parents will shoot them down because they're so indoctrinated that they believe that you got to go to school just because somebody told them you had to go to school.
Yeah, I do think that's really, really, really crazy.
Yeah. We're at your fourth house. How long ago you started doing real estate?
11 months ago.
How much has your net worth grown in 11 months?
800,000.
How much you buy this property here for?
75,000.
And how much are your renovations?
Another 50,000.
How much are you all in?
125,000.
And what is this house worth when you're done?
250,000.
And you set out to do this in 14 days? How many days are you going to, today's day 15. How many days is it going to take you?
21.
Is it going to be worth when it's done?
250,000.
So you're making $125,000 in 21 days. Not bad, son. Sell.
As you can see, the white man got the whole family in on the scam, and also,
And he's teaching the young man to lie. That young man did not make 800,000 in 11 months. He just left high school. All right. Also, I'm going to say this, right? Sometimes, even with like YouTube and social media, you'll have people drop out of school and do this and that for YouTube, sure, because they think they might make it. Some people will, right? But in the bigger scheme of things, sometimes it's better to get your it's better to get a college degree, even a master's degree. Think about if you go and you get an MBA, right? Yeah, you might not be able to do real estate now, but when you go and you have an MBA, especially if you can go to like Harvard or Stanford and things like that, once again, because you were in class with very famous people, and then you have the cachet, like you have the reputation of the school, the university is very prestigious, right? But you might work for a bank, you might work here and there, right? You might work on other projects. But eventually, when you decide to go into real estate, you're going to be at the top of the food chain. Because buying a house, flipping it, yeah, at first, oh my gosh, look, I make all this money, right? But is it sustainable, right? Can you do it back to back to back to back? No. The best thing to do is to really work on these big projects. But those big projects, too, require a certain caliber of investor, right? And those kind of people, they have these crazy MBAs. Right? They have great credit. They have the MBAs. They have this. They have years of experience. They have crazy resumes. So when they go to these banks to get these loans, listen, they get the money. Or once again, because they went to school with very high achievers, they can fundraise money from their friends. Right? I think sometimes when it comes to money, so many people are focused on the now. Oh, I just made $10,000. Yeah, because you've never made money before. It feels like it's big money. But there are people who are going to make. They're not making money now, but long term, they're going to out earn you because they have a better strategy. Hopefully you understand me, right? Right? But most people who you'd want to get to a place where you're not just flipping houses, you guys. You're actually doing real estate development. So you're building hotels, you're building apartment complexes, you're building townhouses, you're doing an entire you're building single home, single family units, right? Like them kind of deals, that's where you make a whole lot of money, right? But to get there, it takes a certain vision to get there. And so many people, when it comes to real estate, they want to go from flipping one house, then flip another house, then flip another house, then flip another house. It's exhausting. And many times it's really bad. And many times a lot of people make bad deals because they have not studied business first. They want to be hustlers and grinders. And I'm saying, no, be a professional, be a business person, right? Know how to write a business plan, this and that. I had a friend. She was like, oh, Marlene, because she had like $10,000 saved. It was during COVID. I don't know if she was watching Earn Your Leisure. I don't know what the hell she was doing. She's calling me and she's like, oh, she wants to get into real estate. I'm like, well, what money? Because somebody told her that with 10,000, however much she had, that it was enough for her to get into real estate. I said, friend, are you silly or what? Right? Anybody, even me, like anybody who's grown up watching like HGTV, all these house flipping shows, Tarek and Christina, right? You know that when you go in for a flip, right, there are always more expenses waiting for you. Right? It's the something with the drain, something with the roof, something with the foundation of the house. Then you got to go apply for permits. Then you got to wait for the permits. It's always more money than you go in thinking you're going to have to pay. I used to watch Tarek and Christina all the time. Okay? I used to watch Tarek and Christina all the time. Hold on. Remember them? Flip? Yeah. Remember? Right? But my thing is, though, when you watch the show, you realize that, you know what? When it comes to flipping stuff, there's always something. It's always something. You say, oh, I'm only going to spend $100,000. But we always see every episode, it's going to be $175. It's going to be $200,000. And also Tarek and Christina, guess, because I told her that. I'm like, even if you want to get into real estate, instead of just listening to people and thinking it's so easy, why not first go and take the license? Like, go and take a real estate course and also pass the license. Because if you don't have the patience, if you can't even commit to taking a real estate course, this ain't for you. Right? Too many people are in love with the making the money part, but they're not in love with the educational part, the learning part, the being a student part. I'm like, you should first go and sign up for a real estate course. So that way you go into real estate or flipping houses knowing a thing or two. So that way you can ask questions, or people are saying things, you can know if it's not making any sense. Like, I don't think that makes sense, right? Because you got to do your permits, your inspections, your this, your title, the deed. You should go to real estate school so that you learn at least the basics, right? And maybe then go and intern for somebody else. Don't be so quick to use your own money. Do not be so quick to depart from your own money, because me watching Tarek and Christina, I realized that this flipping stuff, you need to have way more money. Even if you think it's only going to be 50,000, it might actually be 150,000. Because once you start pulling the walls, you start doing this, you start doing that, you're going to discover that this house needs way more repair than you went in thinking it was going to need, right? That's number one. That's number two. Tarek and Christina also, they had a real estate license, but they were not using their own money. They had an investor, because they would always call someone on the phone to get his permission because it was his money. So he would put in money in, they would do the work, and then they would split the money. But because he was the investor, he always got more of the profit than Tarek and Christina, right? And they had to do a lot of houses before they could get to a point where they had enough money where they no longer needed an investor, right? So you should never take your own money and go into real estate. Are you crazy? Right? You should never take your own money and go flip a house. You have no idea what you're doing. Now, you go to real estate school, you take you pass the test, you take your license. But I also believe that if you want to go into flipping homes, you should sit your behind down and actually write a business plan, right? Sit your behind down and write a profit and loss statement. You need to know how much it's going to cost you. And do not be cheap. Like, oh, it's only going to cost me $500. Oh, I can paint this myself. I can do this myself. Yeah, there are certain things you can do yourself, but there are other things you might not do yourself, right? Because you can't do it. Also, you have to plan for permits. Some cities, permits are quick. Other cities, it might even take a whole year. And until you have the permit, no one can work on that house. Meanwhile, there's a mortgage that has to be paid every month, right? We have to normalize doing business plans before we start doing stuff, right? Because it truly matters. You got to treat yourself. You got to, anything you do, you really have to be serious about what you do, because it's money. And if you lose your money, it can be really hurtful. So listen, I've lost money, huh? I've lost a lot of money, okay? But it wasn't as bad as it could have been, because I'm married, so I have James. So like, Jimmy has always been the person who catches me when I fall, right? But if you're by yourself, there are certain games you just can't play, right? There are just certain games you cannot play because you're by yourself. And I feel like too many times people just glamorize how easy it is to go into real estate, flip a house, make all this money. And it's never that easy. Real estate is never that easy. And the older the house, the more damaged the house, you have to really expect some foolishness, right? And you have to have a lot of patience. Because if the house is not selling, or it takes even a year to have permits and things like that, you have to comfortably be able to pay the mortgage on that property while you're still paying your own mortgage, right? And this is why I repeat, it's really important to do a business plan, and it's really important to know your numbers, right? And you might really want to do it. And listen, let's say you do a business plan and the numbers just don't work out for you right now. It's okay. But the fact that you did a business plan, right? One day when the money shows up, right? Because sometimes your dreams, they might not happen today. It might be like 5 or 10 years from now. But nonetheless, though, because now you went to the class, you took the test, you have your license, and you wrote a business plan. The day when it's your season, the day when it's time for you to be a real estate investor, you're going to be so prepared, right? And when you're prepared, you're more likely to find it enjoyable, and you're more likely to be even more successful because you had a lot of structure into doing it, right? And you're also now looking at flipping houses as something that's going to make you rich by tomorrow. No. The only thing that can make you rich by tomorrow is robbing a bank or doing some kind of scam. So you'll do it and be rich by tomorrow. And then within a week or so, you'll have the feds knocking at your door. Okay? Nobody gets away with anything, right? So I'm like, no, this is crazy. So let's go back over here. Hold on. Hold on. My thing died. Oh, Lord. I'm like, this guy is crazy. He is really crazy. Hold on.
Much confirmed they are dumb. Failures on camera. This white man has his magical mixed race son claiming to be dumb and a loser on camera. And that is supposed to make people buy their scam courses? But then, of course, he has a lot of black women and simp black men followers because he married a black woman. Just go to his Facebook page or read the comments. Why would anyone trust this scammer or buy his courses? Look at these Reddit posts calling him out on his scams. Look at the screen. Another Redditor broke down what happened in the scam course. It's basically a fat white man repeating what everyone already knows, then lying to his followers to sell them garbage. Anyway, moral of the story is, please stop following and supporting divestors and their white man. It is all a scam and a lie. If anything, the minute a divestor gets with a white man, two things happen. She is either isolated from society and lives in a barn somewhere, or she tries to weasel herself within the black community by convincing everyone her white man is cool and down for black people. The fact of the matter is, the white man refuses to protect and provide for the divestor, so the divestor seeks out the black community to fulfill that role.
I believe that. Because a lot of these black girls who are married to these wealthy black white men, they sign prenups. Many of them have signed prenup. This is what's her name? Hold on. Kings of Queen. Is that how you spell? Oh, here she is, right? Queen of Kings. There you go. Okay. So Queen of Kings. Okay. Yeah, so she exposed. She was like, he's broke. Y'all, she was just going on. It was just crazy. Let me see if Tasha has it somewhere.
It was after they got back together. Okay, cool. So basically she's back exposing him last week for beating her this, and then she came back and said, I love him, stay out of my business. So now he back outside. You know, this is better. White is better. I'll call you Rose. Can I call you Rose? I don't even know that. That's who sang that song? But I like it. But I've only heard that one part. Can I call you Rose? So Rose and Brett, Queen of Kings. I've been following them for a couple years now, and I've seen the race baiting. I've seen her parading her white savior husband, and just displaying him in front of black men and black people, saying that, you know, this is better. White is better. Black men do better. She got videos as of recent of 2 weeks ago on her YouTube channel. Okay. Basically saying we're changing generational curses. Black men have to step up and do better. Her black baby daddy left her with 2 kids. She ended up meeting this white dude, paraded this white dude around. Because I'm going to be honest with you, it do look like opposites attract, you know? And so it was intriguing to watch the content. But when the content started, I don't know. I felt like maybe, you know, with her being 23 and being a single mother of 2 and meeting him.
No, I want the actual video. Tasha's just giving commentary. You guys, she was just going crazy.
This creator just exposed her husband for being a broke Dusty, even though she built her platform off of saying that he was a provider. Now, a lot of you are probably familiar with Rose and Brett, as they have a very strong social media presence. They have 1 million followers on YouTube alone, and they base a lot of their content surrounding their interracial relationship and their blended family. Rose specifically loves to brag about how she leveled up from being a black man's baby mama to marrying a well-off provider white man who moved her to Hawaii, spoils her, bought her a house and a Range Rover. Basically, she made her followers believe that she was getting that pasta and lobster and then some. However, this fight that she had with her husband on live shows otherwise.
Let's not pretend that I'm the one that paid the deposit on our house. Let's not pretend that I'm not the one that paid for the Range Rover. Let's not pretend that I'm the one that paid for this whole fucking life that we live. Let's not pretend that. Let's not pretend. Let's not pretend. Oh, okay. Let's not pretend. Let's just be very, very real. You told me to put it on live, so I put it on live.
After this came out, a lot of people were like, what the fuck? Not only are you dating a broke man, but you are dating a broke white man. The same white man that you made everybody believe was so much better than the black man that left you to be a baby mama in the first place. Meanwhile, y'all are not even going 50-50. If anything, it's given she's the provider and he's the kept man. Getting tired of the internet calling her husband broke, Rose made a video saying, hey, I was just yelling out of anger. My husband is.
I'm gonna try to be funny here. I'm not even trying to be mean, but I'm like, have you ever seen Candace's husband have a job? Candace Owens, have you ever seen her husband have a job? Does he work? What does he do? Right? What does he do? Like, what does he really do? Right? Prince Harry and Meghan, does he work? What does he do? Right? Prince Harry, he's like, my mommy left me money, the inheritance from my mother. Can you imagine? Like, he is so lame to me. He is so pathetic. The inheritance from my mama. You're a big ass. You're a prince. You're the Prince of England, and you're waiting for your mama's inheritance, right? This dude wrote a book, y'all. Have you read the book? Have you heard about the excerpt from the book? Yeah. Do you know in the book he wrote that he was jealous of Williams's penis? A grown-ass man. This man got 3 kids. He wrote in the book that growing up, he was jealous of Williams's penis. Why? I'm like, why does that image hunt you in that? Like, why does it hunt you down like this? Like, what is going on? Yes, Janet, it's in the book. It's in the book, right? He got $100 million deal with Netflix. Why? So he could expose his family. He got another $100 million deal with Spotify. Why? So they will sit there and expose their family. He sat down with Oprah Winfrey so he could expose his mama and his daddy and his grandma and his granddad and Prince Andrews and his brother and his sister-in-law. Is that what a man does? Now, let's even assume, right? Let's even assume that Prince Charles, Camilla, Queen Elizabeth, King Philip, Prince William, Mary Kate, let's assume all these people are the most disgusting racists you've ever seen. Okay, no, I'm not going to argue with you. No problem. Right? But nonetheless, that's his family. Right? And let's say they were mean to your wife. No problem. You have the right to be upset. You have the right to protect your wife. But I'm saying the manly thing to do is to handle that as a family. These are private matters. Right? Because even growing up, I've always loved Prince William. That's my babe, right? But even if Prince William was a racist, I'm not saying it's okay if you're racist, but I would understand. Like, come on. He's the Prince of England. He's around nothing but whiteness. What the freak does he know about black people? And probably the black people he sees at Buckingham Palace, they're doing some kind of servient, whatever, okay? They're servicing him. So if he does not have a high image of black people, I wouldn't be upset. You know what I'm saying? I would try to educate him, but I would take offense to that because he lives in a super, super white world. Okay, it's Great Britain. They enslaved everybody, right? But my thing is, because that's your brother, even if you're upset, y'all need to solve that as a family, and you should educate your family, not expose your family to Oprah Winfrey, not sell you. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go sign a deal with Spotify so I can sell my family's dirty secrets for money. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go sign with Netflix so I can have another podcast where I can expose my family. Yo, what is this? Because as a man, as a leader, you got to lead your entire family, not just your wife and your kids, but the family that you come out of. And the whole time he's talking smack about Prince Charles and William, he is still receiving an allowance from his daddy. Prince Charles gives him money. A grown-ass man. Harry hasn't built anything with his own hands. Their Spotify deal, the CEO of Spotify cussed their asses out. He called her a grifter. He called him a grifter. He said, "Get my money back." Netflix just canceled their show. They like, we want our money back too because they don't want to work. They're so lazy. He's so lazy. Harry is lazy. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not saying it's every white man that's with a black woman, but I've come to realize that a vast majority of these white boys who go after black women are usually rejects in the white community. They're non-achievers in the white community. They do not want to compete in the white community. They don't know how to compete in the white community. So their basic asses come over to the black community to prey on black women, to be extolled, to be worshipped, to be put on a pedestal. Yes, everybody asked for their money back. The CEO of Spotify was out here cussing their asses out. I think it was like 20 episodes for 100 million. These fools only did one episode. I'm like, what are y'all doing? It's $100 million. They don't want to show up for work. Even like, I guess they did like 1 or 2 episodes, but even that, they needed help for their ideas, for their script, for this, for that. I'm like, how is this possible? But Harry is a bum, y'all. I'm trying to be funny, man. He's a bum. Anybody who grew up in London will tell you this. Growing up, always fighting, going to clubs, fighting people, getting drunk. He's a mess. He is a mess. Everybody grew, and people always made excuses for him. Oh, he lost his mom when he was young. So him and William don't have the same mom? William also lost his mom. Like, go be so for real. All right. And I'm not saying William doesn't have dirt, but what I'm saying is William has enough sense to know how to do his dirt. Like, his dirt's not going to leak. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to find his dirt out on public street like this, right? They were like, it was 20 episodes for 100 million. These fools only gave 2 episodes. I'm like, only 2 episodes? Let me show you. Hold on. Spotify CEO cusses out Meghan and Harry. Hold on. Oh, it was 20 million. Okay. So it was 20 million for 20 million for 12 episodes, right? Child. He was out here cussing them out. You see? And he called them grifters. He was so mad. He was so mad. But the whole purpose of the deal was they were going to go on Spotify and just expose the royal family. And you see, even right now, his dad is sick, right? Prince Charles, I guess King Charles now. Okay, his daddy, Charles, right? The king has cancer. Nobody wants him close to his dad. His dad don't want him around. Camilla don't want him around. William's done with his ass. Okay? Nobody in Buckingham wants Harry to come around. They don't tell him anything. They don't tell him anything. He don't know anything. They don't want to see him because they do not trust his ass. We're going to tell you something and you're going to try to sell our information for money because they know he doesn't work. He peddles his family's dirty business for money. This dude is not honorable. He is not an honorable man, right? Because a real man, you should solve this stuff in like this is a family matter. And not just that, your family is not just any family. And you need to be mindful of that. But the fact that he tried to ruin the royal family, he tried to ruin their image, especially William, because he knows William is going to be king of England. And he wants people to see his brother as a racist. The whole time, he's the racist. He's the one who was in the British Army wearing a swastika. He's the one who was in the British Army calling Pakistani people all kinds of dirty Arabs, whatever he was calling them, okay? He's the one doing that. So the stuff that he does, he puts that on William. He's the racist. He dated Rihanna. What happened? How did he treat Rihanna? I would love to know, okay? Go sit down somewhere, right? But they do this, and I feel like, just like, let me explain this way. The way I see this for me, it's no different than white liberals and white conservatives, right? They all have a tendency of using Black people as peons, using Black people as tokens to fight their internal family wars, like their family feud, right? Oh, well, I'm going to use this Black person to make you upset. Well, I'm going to use this Black person then to make you upset, right? This is how they see Black people. Oh, my family's mad. Well, guess what? I'm going to go be with her N-word so I can make them really mad, right? Oh, my dad don't want to give me money. Well, guess what? I'm going to go be with black people then. I feel like every time white kids want to piss off their families, what do? They come around black people. Same thing with Miley Cyrus. Most likely her daddy didn't want to give her something. Her mom didn't want to give her something. So Miley had her crazy ass moment so she could like bully and manipulate her parents. This is how it goes. They always want something. And this is what they do to their parents. If their parents don't give them what they want, they act out. And they go and do something they know their parents hate just to make them mad. And then we're like, oh, look at him. He's standing up to his family. Oh, yes, look at him loving on a black woman. No, he's using you to make his family mad. Yeah. You see, it's like they just do stuff. They don't care about you as a black person. They care about how being married to you and having biracial children that is going to piss off their parents. Me, Marlene, every time for the most part, when I see a white person, especially a white woman, I don't care. If I see a white person with a black person having kids with a black person, I'm thinking to myself, one of your parents has to be racist. And you are doing this to piss them off. That's what they do because white kids are a bunch of terrorists. White children terrorize their parents because they're raised without boundaries. They're raised without structure and they're raised to be rebellious. Right? So if you're not going to give me the money, then fine. I'll go marry Candace Owens. Right? Oh, well, you're not going to do this. Well, fine. I'm going to go marry a biracial black American that's already been divorced. You see, like, what the fuck are you doing? Right? And all of that is to piss off their parents. Right? Like he could have married anybody. Why Meghan Markle? Because he wants to piss off his family. That's it. But a lot of black women, they really want to believe that white men wake up in the morning and they seek the love of black women. It is not true, right? Most white boys don't wake up thinking, yeah, one day I'm going to marry a black woman. Just like I'm sure most black boys also don't wake up like, yeah, one day I'm going to marry a white woman or whatever. Most Latino boys don't wake up, oh yeah, one day I'm going to go marry a gringa, right? Most people want to marry their own people. Until something happens in their formative years, until something happens to them, like a bad breakup or something like that, or they were shamed or they were ridiculed and now they're mad. That's usually how it goes, right? It's usually out of frustration or not being good enough or not being accepted for the way that you are. Then people get upset and then they're in their feelings. So now they want to go date a different community. Okay, that's usually how it goes. It's out of frustration. It's out of sadness, if you ask me. Right? But I question any white person that has biracial children. I'm like, one of your people has got to be racist. Right? Because it's not normal to not want to be with your own people. So what happened? What is it that your daddy dearest didn't want to give you? Okay, money, status, the wheel, the helm of the business. Could it be even with Candace Owens, like even with Candace, could it really be that George wanted to lead his father's business and his dad was not willing to retire? You know, because they do have these secession beefs, like these secession feuds, right? Like they will fight over secession. Could it be that George wanted his dad's business and the old man said, I'm not ready to retire yet? So now he's in his feelings because he feels like he's entitled to his dad's business, right? He's a bratty ass little white boy. Okay, that's what this is. It's okay. We can be honest, right? But that's how it goes. When you also look at even if you look, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm really not trying to be mean. Okay. I am not trying to be mean. I am really not trying to be mean because I don't know them people. Right. But even Lucky too, right? Lucky and Nara Smith. When was the last time Lucky had a job? Because he's a model. Okay. He's a model. He's an actor. What was the last gig he was booked for? But when was the last time you had your own employment? Right? Where are the magazine covers? Where are even like the photo shoots? Where is his career? Right? Every time you see him, he's inside of Nara's videos. He's eating the food she cooking. He wants more food. He wants more food. I said, baby, don't you have a job to go to? He putting more babies in her. Babies back to back to back to back. Why don't this man work? Right? How is he building his career as a model, as an actress? Why doesn't he build his own social media? No, he's always in the kitchen eating some food, or he's all up in her guts, putting babies in her stomach. You're going to wake up tomorrow, she's going to be pregnant yet again. Okay, this girl might have 6 kids before she's 26, right? Where is this resume? Where is his career? right? And that's what all these black girls are out here doing. They're the ones giving these white boys soft life. It's so backwards. And it's so backwards. And then they believe that they're traditional. You are not traditional. You are still the strong black woman mammy. Stop doing this goofy shit, right? I'm not giving a white man a damn soft life. You need to go work. They're going to be in my kitchen eating my food all day. He's a white man. Out of all people, it's so easy for him to have a business. It is so easy for him to be in a movie. It is so easy for him to be on the cover of a magazine. Why is he not booking any jobs? Right? He's in every single TikTok eating the damn food. Like, what is this? Right? Give me somebody else's name. Oh, right? Hold on, wait a minute, right? Who else do I have? This one also, Halle Berry, right? Halle Berry, right? But because a lot of these black women here too, they love to give bad advice to the sisters. They were so mad because Halle, her ex-husband, what's his name, Derek? What's his name, y'all? What's the black man's name? David, there you go, right? They were so mad, right? They were so mad. You see, the sister, that's why I say sometimes when you see women out here making bad dating decision, bad marriage decision, you have to blame the sisterhood. You have to blame the matriarchy because they have horrible critical thinking skills. Yes, they do not know how to think. They don't know how to think critically, and they don't know how to think for success. Think about this. She was married to the black man, right? Halle was married to our black brother over here. He was the breadwinner. He was the provider. He bought 2 houses, a house in Atlanta and a house in LA because she didn't have shit. She didn't have shit. He was paying for everything. The only thing he asked her to do was cook and clean, right? Think. You have to think, right? Take out your calculators because you have to do the math on this, right? If you marry a baseball player, multi-millionaire baseball player, right? What's his name again? Oh, okay. Day of Justice, right? Let me see. Okay, there you go. So this is who this black man is. Y'all need to listen to me, right? Y'all need to listen to me carefully, right? So David, he has a net worth of $40 million. This black man ain't a bum, right? This is not a regular bum. But the way they talk to that man, and that's why a lot of black women, they got to check their disrespect for black men. Because a white man can be a bum. A white man can sleep on an air mattress. They're so careful how they talk to him. They're so meticulous how they talk to him. They're so mindful. He sleeps on an air mattress, right? And I think a lot of black women also need to really reckon with their white supremacy, right? Where did you learn that white men were more valuable than black men? Right? As if you yourself as a black woman, you're not made up of half a black man. You have a mother, you have a father. Your father black, your mama black, right? You come from a black man. Where did you learn that a white man is more valuable to you than a black man? You need to go ask yourself that because that's white supremacy. That's why I say you don't need to be white to be a white supremacist. But your mindset will let you know what the fuck is in your head. Because subconsciously, where did you learn that a white man is better than a black man? Where did you learn? I would love to see it. I would love to see it because I'm like, to me, either America was built on slavery or it was not. Because we're going to have to make up our minds. Either America was built on slavery or it was not. Right? Because we all know Thomas Jefferson was out here raping his black slaves. The vast majority of plantation owners, these white people, were out here raping black women. That's why a lot of African Americans are all light-skinned with green eyes and all kinds of weird shit, right? Because they are children. They're like descendant of rape. Okay? It was a lot of rape going on in this place. A lot of white people were able to rape black women as they saw fit, and they never faced any consequences. So I don't even know where do we get to a place where now white men are so nice, white men are so loving, white men are so caring towards, what the fuck? Where the fuck did you get this? Where the fuck did you get this? Right? Because a lot of black women in this black community are too busy listening to lying ass, evil ass, unattractive ass black lesbians. right? Because anybody who reads a history book, you know damn well white men have never been nice to black women. Are you kidding me? Everything they've done to you, every law they've ever written was to put you beneath the white woman. Are you insane? Are you truly batshit crazy? Or are you just dumb, right? I'm like, do you read books? Right? Everybody knows Thomas Jefferson was raping the black woman named Sally. He raped that girl so much, he was raping her since she was like 14 years old. And then he took her to France. He was raping her in France. She had more kids by him. Then he brought her back to Virginia and he raped her some more. Their history, oh my gosh, the history of relationships between white men and black women has always been one of rape. It has always been one of sexual assault. Why do you think Dominicans are light-skinned? You think white people were out there courting these women in the Dominicana, right? Why do you think even in Trinidad, people are light-skinned? Why do you think all these light-skinned people, and even in Brazil, in Brazil, in Cuba, in name it, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, you think these light-skinned people really were created out of love? The Spaniards were out there courting these black women. Oh, mi amor, por favor, okay? Tiene tu corazón. Like, you really think that's what happened? No. These women were out there running for their lives, screaming, por favor, el gringo están muy peligroso. White people are dangerous, okay? Make it make sense. It's always been that. It has always been one of rape. He rapes you. He puts babies in you, and then he sells your babies. Do you read books? Like, I don't know where the fuck is this weird? Where the fuck does this goofy ass fairy tale come out of? Because I would love to know this. Because that person needs to be sued. That person needs to be sued. Whoever has been out here telling black women, white men love you where? They love you so much they snatch you out of Africa. They love you so much they sold you naked on slave posts. They love you so much that they would rape you and then sell the babies to another plantation to pay their debt. Do you know how many black women were raped on these plantations? Do you know how many of them were raped on these plantations? Do you know how many of these black women who were raped? Do you know how many of them who were actually raped had their babies, I'm not gonna calm down, had their babies sold like your child was property? When I went to because listen, I even knew about that, but I went to the Whitley plantation. They have a whole mausoleum. And you see black children say things like, oh, mama was raped by the white man. My mama was raped by master. She had 12 children. White men used to refer to black women in this country as breeders, AKA a bitch, like a female dog. They used to breed these black women. Babies after babies after babies after babies, because he had to make money, especially when they passed a law that you could no longer import slaves out of Africa because the new slaves were rebellious. The old slaves were more submissive because they had no more connection to Africa. They lost their language. They lost everything. But they passed a law in the 1800s that forbade bringing any new slaves out of Africa because the new slaves were not submissive. And many of these new slaves were responsible for a lot of revolts on the plantation. But these people have always been rapists. They have been rapists. They have raped black women, then they take the baby, the light-skinned baby, and then they sell the baby to another plantation. They never claimed the children. The children had no part in the inheritance. Okay? So many children grew up like this, knowing that they were biracial and never being claimed, never being allowed to play inside the house, never being allowed to even see themselves, even though everybody knows. And then let's not talk about the fact that his wife knew what he was doing. So that she would intentionally tell the black girl to come into her house, clean her house, and then she would accuse her of stealing her shit. And next thing you know, she's getting whipped, right? Because there's also this jealousy there because she knows my husband's having sex with her. She's pregnant by my husband. So this petty ass white woman, because she is a woman, for her to get revenge, she has to accuse you of something. Let's be so for real. But I'm like, where in American history do you have this proof, this testament that white men are so in love with black women? They're a bunch of fucking rapists. All they've ever did was rape people, right? I came here like, what, 96? The first time I saw Booker T. Washington, I knew he was a product of rape, right? He was like, Booker T. Washington has green eyes. They don't make them like that in Africa, okay? He was born a slave, so his mama was raped. Think about the slew, the hundreds, if not millions of white men on this land, this America, just America alone. Let's not even talk about Latin America. Let's not even talk about the West Indies. Let's not even talk about Hispaniola. And you wonder why, to this day, the number one rapist in America are white men. I wonder where they get that shit from, right? Who commits most sexual assault? Hold on. Wait a minute. Most sexual assault, okay, in America. Okay? By race. Let me just do this. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay? All right. So let's look at this though, right? What does it say? Right? Let's read this. I'm like, this is in their blood. It's in their blood. The most recent available data from the United States Sentencing Commission shows that in the fiscal year 2023, white individuals accounted for the largest proportion of individuals sentenced for sexual offenses, representing 55.4%. The majority of people who commit the rapes, sexual assault, you name it, are white people. It's mostly white men. And the numbers are even worse when it comes to children. You look it up. Maybe I'll show you, right? The number for assault, sexual assault of children are even worse. But we're not surprised. Because since Rome, they were doing this shit, right? Since Rome, they were doing this shit. They come to America, they did the same shit. So I'm like, where are black women? I would really love to know this. Where are black women getting the data, getting their information, or getting this understanding that white men have so much love for them? White men want to protect black women. White men are out here trying to fight for black women. White men, bitch, where? Bitch, where? 400 years of raping black women, and now they just woke up and turned a new leaf, and now they're the number one lovers of black women. Please, I fear for my life, and I fear for my pussy. Okay, I really do fear. I fear for my kitty cat. Are you crazy? Are you really, really crazy? Are you insane? All they did was rape black women. All they did was rape black women. America is a land of rape and genocide. Are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? So to me, I find it so sick every time I hear black women be so harsh on black men and so sweet and loving to white people, especially white men. Do you know their history? Or were you also asleep in history class? Right? This is insanity. Do you actually read books? These people are a bunch of rapists. They're a bunch of rapists. Who is it that they have not raped? Now name me a person that they haven't raped. Name me a person they haven't raped. Now, maybe you want biracial kids because they're going to have lighter hair, or like better hair, loose curl. I don't know, right? Sure. A lot of people hate themselves, but don't you ever deceive yourself. Either America was built on racism and slavery, or it wasn't. But if America was built on slavery, and slavery was an institution maintained by white men, right? You can't come out here and tell me that white men love black women. Where the fuck? Where the fuck? Right? Who? They love to talk about the patriarchy. Oh, shut up. Okay? Who's responsible for black women being maids? White man, because he wanted to make the life easy for the white woman. Who's responsible for forcing the black woman to breastfeed a white baby? The white man. Because she didn't want to do it, or she couldn't do it, or he wanted her titties not to be damaged. You are where you are because of the white man. Obesity that is so rampant in the black community. Who put you there? The white man. It's not the black man. The black woman who's known for having big arms and being a good cook. How'd that happen to her? Because everything she did was to work for that white family. It was always about the white family first. The white family, the white woman, the white children, the white husband, their house, their food, their safety, their this, that. It's everything was always about making their life easier. Was it black men who said, "Oh, a black woman can go to school"? It was the black man who said that. The black man was in Congress, and he's the one who wrote the laws that black women can't read and write. If we don't stop this foolishness, this country right here, since the 1700s, America is 400 years old. America's only had one black president. So how exactly are black men oppressing black women? Right? To this day, we're in 2025. I think the first Congress was like 1619 or whatever it was, right? To this day, 400 years plus, America has yet to have one black Speaker of the House. You have never seen a black Speaker of the House. And you should know the chain of command. First is the president. If the president dies, then the vice president takes over. If something happens to the vice president, the speaker of the house takes over. You have never had a black speaker of the house. When it comes to Supreme Court justices, right? There's been over 112 Supreme Court justices. Only 3 have been black. And out of those 3, only 2 have been black men. So how can you be a black woman in America and say this, oh, black men oppressing me, the black patriarchy? What black patriarchy? What power has black patriarchy had in this country for them to oppress you? Are you okay? Are you okay? And it shows how powerful white men are, because once again, it took a white man to put Ketanji Brown as Supreme Court Justice. So if you don't like your life and you don't like things that are happening to you, hold the white men accountable. But one thing I have noticed here in America is that people never want to go after the real oppressor. So they manufacture like fake oppressors that are easy to bully, right? Like, you know who's really oppressing you, but you don't have the courage to call these people out. Instead, you seek their love and validation. They make it Stockholm Syndrome. What do I know, right? But I've noticed that here, like, people will know who the real oppressor is, but they never want to go after the real oppressor. Instead, they seek love, validation, and proximity from the real oppressor. And then they manufacture a fake oppressor. And then all that energy that should go to the real oppressor, they give it to the fake oppressor. And I'm like, you're really being a bully. You are truly being a bully. Anybody who has studied, especially out here, if you live here in the States, anybody who has studied slavery, anybody who has properly studied African American history, you would know that even on the plantation, right? First of all, they had marriage on plantation, but not for everybody. But some people, based on where they were enslaved, their tradition when they got married, those African people, was to jump the broom. So it's not like, even in slavery, even with the struggle of slavery, the uncertainty of slavery, knowing that you could be sold into a different plantation during slavery, you had these black men who were still trying to marry black women, and they would hide to do it. They would jump the broom. They would do all kinds of shit. You should know your history. Right? So it's like, even in slavery, even when he could have died, the black man was marrying the black woman. It was hush hush because you were property. So you were not allowed to be married. Now, when it came to many of these rapes, you have these goofy ass lesbians like Oprah Winfrey and Alice Walker who love to like two deceiving ass, demonic ass Aquarius. And mind you, I'm an Aquarius. And that's why I say you got to be very careful when you deal with Aquariuses, because we can be very deceitful people. Right? But Alice Walker, she ain't shit. Oprah also is not shit. It's very evil. Like, even Color Purple is fake as shit. Color Purple is bullshit. It's nothing but propaganda to tell black women to hate the black men. They're full of shit, because the men in that movie doing that shit should have been white men. But they don't have the courage, because we know one thing about Oprah, she gonna suck on them white balls until she dies. And I do believe Alice Walker, I think she's a lesbian, maybe she's married to a white man. So you see, once again, bunch of divestors, what do I know? But you even know, if you read and you do your own research, you will find out that even when it came to rape on the plantation, many black men tried to stop the rape on the plantation. But what would happen? Torture. Some men will get killed. Some men, because you try to fight the white man like you try to stop him from the rape, he could kill you, right? He could sell you into another place. You have to remember, these people are property. Like, even the people in Gaza, for as horrible as Gaza is, for as horrible as that genocide is, they at least have mobility. They're not slaves. They're just in a concentration camp, right? When you talk about these African people on this land, these people are property. They're not human beings. They're not seen as human beings. They're not even being fed like humans. They're eating scraps off the table. I told you, I went to the damn plantation. And you see how they live. You're like, Jesus Christ, white people ain't shit, right? But so many black men, so many of these African men who try to stop these rapes out here will be killed. Some would have their Achilles heel cut in half, like, pow, right? There's a place, if you go to the Whitley plantation, there's even a place where they show you like the jailhouse where they would just leave in there to bleed to death. You can be sold into a different plantation. The white man could take your children and sell all your children to different plantation, which is why they also explain the meaning of the voodoo doll. Because many, many times people will have you believe, because once again, it's African people, right, doing the voodoo doll, that, oh, the voodoo doll were meant to cast, to cast evil spells on people. But that's not the real history of the voodoo doll. But because it was done by African people, they have to demonize everything that was done by African people. Many of those voodoo dolls were created by Black children because they were missing their siblings. So they would create those dolls so they would forget about their family. Like what these white people put Black people through, it is so inhumane. It is so inhumane. And me, Marlene, every time I hear these Black women put these white men on a pedestal, it makes me so angry. Because I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck have these white men done to redeem themselves? What have they done? Have they even issued an apology? Like, you know what? That was some fucked up shit. Like, this shit's fucking evil. No, they have not. No, they have not. And when they date Black women, even to this day, when they engage romantically with Black women, it's out of a fetish. It's for their own praise. Because they want to believe they're good white people. They want to go, oh, look at me. Look at what I'm doing. I'm doing what most men wouldn't do. They don't even see you as a human being. And honestly, I don't even think they see Black women as beautiful. I think they see Black women as hideous. And that's why they feel good about themselves. Because look at this hideous creature. And look how brave I am for loving someone like her. But the history of the voodoo doll is because the children were being sold into plantations. And so these siblings did not want to forget about each other. So they kept these dolls so they would remember who was gone and who was missing. And maybe one day you might see your sibling again. But then, like, they were real ramification. Everything white people have ever done was to stop Black people from having a family. Everything they've ever done was to stop Black people from loving each other, living in peace and harmony with each other. That's all they do. And it's like to this day, even 400 years later, anywhere in the world, you still see Black people falling for the hokey doke. When are you going to get this? When are you going to get this through your head? They go to Africa, they weaponize ethnicity, and then they leave weapons. They do all kinds of racial propaganda. They do all kinds of ethnic propaganda. They antagonize people, and then they leave the weapons right there because they want to see these Africans kill the dog shit out of each other. And they fall for it every single time because people don't know how to come together. People don't know how to talk to each other, and people don't even know how to forgive each other. Because if you did, you would realize that we're all under attack and we have a common enemy, and it's giving the white man. Okay? Not trying to be offensive. You come here to America too, because here they can't weaponize ethnicity, they weaponize gender. So they put the Black man against the Black woman. But the whole time, both people have been oppressed. Both people have been oppressed by white people, and yet they fight each other internally. They will fight each other until death. They will spar with each other, say the nastiest things, the meanest things to each other. And the whole time, why are we in this predicament? Because they put us here. All of this bullshit was socially engineered by white people. So why are you hurting your own people? Why are you hurting your own people? But I'm like, the history of this nation is so diabolical. The history of this nation is so demonic. It is so bloody. The number of genocides that white Americans have perpetrated on African Americans, it is astounding. I'm so confused because when I see the energy that Black Americans have for each other, Black women versus Black men, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. And I'm like, and you see, and I feel like this is why also they do everything. These white people do everything in their power to keep the real American history away from you. Because as long as you don't really, really know the history of this nation, then yes, you can be distracted fighting petty ass gender wars, right? Because you don't understand what the real war is all about. So that makes a lot of sense to me, right? But when you learn about the number of genocides that these people have perpetrated against African Americans, it is absolutely astounding. You know, and the reason why I even named this video, Black Fatigue versus Black Pride, because I was thinking about the LGBTQ stuff, right? I was on TikTok and I saw a post by Vanessa Myricks. And so she was talking about, gay pride, like Pride Month, and what's it called again? Pride Month, and how, gay people, whatever, the homosexual people, the LGBTQ people will always have a safe space in her, whatever. And mind you, this is a Black woman. But I'm like, you see, she's pandering to the LGBTQ. And who talks LGBTQ is really talking about white gays. Like, let's be so for real, right? If most people in the world that were gay were Black, no one will give a fuck, right? The reason why people go above and beyond, because it's a lot of white gay people, right? It's about gay people. It's about white people. And one thing I have realized in this world, the way like human nature works and the way white people function is that because they're fully aware of what they've done to get to where they are, what white people have done is break off into factions, right? They all know they're right. But listen, if we stay here, it's like divide and conquer pretty much. Because if we all stay as one collective block of whiteness, we're all going to get attacked because one day everybody who's oppressed, they're going to come for us. They're going to come for us and they might be successful taking us down. So to avoid that, right, what white people have done is rebrand themselves into new, into new pockets of oppression. For example, a white man will say, oh, I'm not white, I'm gay. Right? Because being white is no longer his identity. His sexuality is his identity, right? You'll have some white people label themselves as Jews, right? Or trans, like you see, like, or liberals, right? They find ways to rebrand themselves to kind of evade the consequences of their whiteness. Does that make sense? Hopefully it makes sense, right? So once a white person says, oh, I'm LGBTQ, you can no longer treat them like a white person, like, because they don't want part of collective guilt. They don't want that. Right? Oh, no, I'm gay. Oh, I'm LGBTQ. Oh, I'm a Jew. Oh, I'm a this. But at the end of the day, these are all white people, right? These are all white people. But even here in America too, because and all these movements are rooted in white supremacy. The LGBTQ movement is rooted in white supremacy. Because how can a white person tell you as a black person to acknowledge, to celebrate, or to accommodate Pride Month? For what reason? What exactly are you proud of? Right? Like white gay people, white homosexuals, why should they be praised? If it's not that, once again, either it's racism, it's bigotry, but ultimately it's narcissism. Because why am I praising someone for their sexual orientation? Right? If we go off the premise that a lot of gays want us to believe that you are born gay, so why are we celebrating you for something that you're born with? That's not an achievement. Okay, what are you proud of? Like when you say Pride Month, what exactly are LGBTQ people proud of? What have they done? What have they achieved? Same-sex marriage? Okay, and right? It's like even being black, right? Let's say, oh, I want to celebrate my blackness. Okay, did you work to be born black? No, you're born this way, right? So to me, why are we giving you a whole month for what you were born as? For what reason? White supremacy. Because black people can't have anything. So if you give a month to black people, you have to give a month to white people. But because they can't say it like that, they need to rebrand as, oh, we're celebrating their pride in their sexuality. Why? But we're celebrating white people being proud of same-sex attraction, which they told us they were born this way. So why do you need a month to celebrate you being born the way that you were born? That is narcissism. You get me, right? And also think about this, right? When it comes to February is the shortest month. Even though black people have been enslaved for 400 years, they get the shortest month of the entire year to talk about the history of blackness. Be very careful. It is Black History Month. It is not Black Pride Month. Because being black and proud will get you killed in this country. Okay? It's a lot of people. Right? From the Black Panthers, the Nation of Islam, the Malcolm X, whatever. I don't care who you are. If you are black and you're proud, especially if you're a black man and you're proud in this country, they're going to kill your ass. Okay? Because they don't live. If you're black and you're an idiot, you're black and you're a fool, you're black and you're a criminal, or they let you live. Because that's what being a racist is. They want to see the worst out of black people because it solidifies their bigotry against black people. Right? They love a nasty, good old stereotype, right? But when you don't fit the mold, you got to die because they don't want to see black excellence. So we are at a point today where we see so much black fatigue because this is the world. This is the America that white people wanted. White people did not want an America with full on the huge class of educated black people. They didn't want that. And they made sure of that. So now here are the consequences. Right? White people did not want to see a bunch of educated, sophisticated black people because that would have meant more competition for their jobs. Right? So the more you have black people doing crimes and shit like that, the less likely you have to fear to lose your job. Right? Maybe they didn't think it was going to be this bad. I hate you, they didn't think it's going to be this bad. But this is the Black America that they engineered. This is the Black America that they built. Because when you say to a people, if I catch you reading a book, I'm going to kill you. No problem. But it's white people who sold illiteracy to black people. And there were many black people who fought to read. What happened? They grabbed your ass, they beat your ass. Okay? Frederick Douglass. Once again, when I moved to this country, I learned about Frederick Douglass. Once again, I'm not going to cry, but it's very sad, right? Because he was caught reading a book because he wanted to read, right? And what they do, they grabbed his ass, they put him on a post, they started whipping his ass. This is the history of white people. I will never allow white Americans to separate themselves from their history. The same way the Zionists can call the Palestinians the seed of Amalek, these people are the seeds of KKK people. They are the seeds of enslavement. So yes, you are going to hold and you're going to own your lineage. You're going to own your history. You don't have a choice with me. You do not have a choice with me, right? So they grabbed Frederick Douglass and they beat his ass. They not even just beat him, like they grabbed him. He was naked. They tied him up and then they started whipping Frederick Douglass. They whipped him so bad they broke his skin. You think he stopped reading? No, he kept reading. And that's why Frederick Douglass came up with the North Star, right? Because everybody should know this. He had a newspaper, right? He had a newspaper. Hold on. Right? He had a newspaper. But ask yourself, how can somebody who was born in slavery have a newspaper? Because he forced himself to read. And he was punished for reading. He was beat to blood. They beat his ass to blood. Where in American history have white gays ever been beaten to death for being gay? Where? I would love to see it. Because these white people, they really want you to believe that gayness just happened with MTV The Real World. Like, oh, it's a recent phenomena. No, white people have always been gay. White men have always been gay. It doesn't none new, okay? We see it in Rome. We see pederasty. We see it in Sparta. White men have always been gay. And even in Sparta, it was celebrated. And I even think this is another reason why the Romans, right, of the time had to take ownership of the movement of Jesus Christ. Because many of these Romans, and you see it in the Bible, the centurion who came to talk to Jesus, like there are a lot of Romans in the Bible, right? What's his name? Cornelius also in the book of Acts, right? These Italian people, they're all over the Bible, okay? Right? Because the pontiff also, when they grab Jesus, they take him to the pontiff. The pontiff also is Rome. He's from Rome. He's Italian, right? But I'm like, even in Italy, these people were homosexuals. Right? Even in Italy, they were homosexuals. This is nothing new. We have to stop. Okay? We truly have to stop. Okay? You see? Here you see a white man kissing a little boy. You see a white man kissing a little boy and he's pulling on his hair. Right? This is a white man telling a white little boy to play with his penis. Right? It's all over their art. They did not hide from that. So to sit here and to try to make it seem like white people were not able to be gay, they were not able to even be pedophiles, they were not able to have sex. Yes, they did. If you study the first Olympics that took place in Rome, they were doing it butt naked. Okay? They were naked. But it's funny, when white people are naked, it's romanticized. When Africans are naked, it means they're savages. But that's for a whole different conversation. There is a lot of nudity in Roman art. It's all over the place, okay? Everybody knows, you should know that when it came to Sparta, the vast majority of the generals in Sparta were having sex with the male soldiers. You should know this. I don't know what to tell you, but you should know this. So white people, especially because Rome is really it's the birthplace, right? It's the crib of Western culture. When you talk about the West, so whether it's England, France, Germany, like when you talk about the West, what it means to have a Western culture, the roots of that culture come from Rome. So it makes perfect sense why Western culture has such a matrimony with homosexuality, because the founders of this culture were homosexuals and many of them were pedophiles. It's okay. That's why it's called pederasty. Right? Pedophilia, pederasty, pediatrician, right? When you say pedo, I think in Latin it means child, right? Does that make sense? You understand? But what stigma? What exactly is the stigma? But nonetheless, my point is, Brittany, right? A white person is always a white person because your sexuality does not precede you. Your race perceives you. White people have been able, especially Western Europeans, they have been able to garner all the power in the world, steal all the resources, steal human beings and things like that, because they came up with a system of race. They did not use sexuality to oppress the world. They use race to oppress the world, right? You're less than because you're Black. You're less than because you're Indian. You're less than because you're Latino. You're less than because you're Indian or whatever, right? You're less than based on what they call race, even though there's one human race, but whatever, right? They created a social construct called race, and they went around the world saying, well, you're less than a human being because you don't fit my race, not because you don't fit my sexuality. So sexuality was never the main criterion to oppress people, millions of people throughout the world, right? Because otherwise, a lot of Black people probably would have been oppressed also, because I'm sure they were also gay. A lot of Indians would have been oppressed also, because I'm sure some Indians were also gay, right? So my point is, sexuality is something that comes after your identity. It comes after your humanity, like, right? First, you are a white person, then you happen to be gay, or then you happen to be heterosexual, right? First, you're a Black person, and then you happen to be gay, or then you happen to be heterosexual. We don't lead in this world with our sexual identity. We lead in this world with this, right? And this right here, our phenotype, is immutable. You can't change it. Like, I can't change my nose. I can't change my complexion. I can't really change my hair. I can use chemicals sometimes and alter the hair pattern, but eventually the roots will come back to be the real texture of my hair, right? But to sit here and to act as if on plantations, some white people were not gay is crazy to me. You had gay plantation owners. Hello? To sit here and act as if on the slave ships, you had no white gays. My point is, the way they are selling white homosexuality to us is that white homosexuality is benign to Black people. White homosexuality is friendly to white people. White homosexuality has never harmed Black people. And I'm saying, no, white homosexuality has harmed Black people, because many plantation owners were homosexuals. Right? It's very easy and it's more acceptable to talk about Black women being raped by white men on the plantation. No problem, right? Because I guess the white man doesn't lose anything because he's still a man and he's raping a woman, right? But how many people really want to talk about a white man raping a Black man? Even to this day, a lot of rich, wealthy white men who are homosexuals have a fetish for young, gay Black boys, right? And for many of them, it's a secret, right? They often hire these gay Black boys as escorts, as sex workers, but they will present in the public with a white man as their lover, but they sleep Black. The way Jeannie Mai said, my Black meat on the side, that's exactly what it is. But what I think a lot of Black people are believing is that there was never homosexuality on a plantation. Like, oh, like during the slave trade, there was no homosexuality. There was no white men raping Black men. They were like on the boats. There was no white men raping Black men on the plantation. There were no white men raping Black men in the jailhouse. There were no white police prison guards raping Black men. And I'm like, no, you have to stop, right? If anything, I, Marlene, would propose this to the floor, is that the rise in homosexuality in any Black community, not just the Black American one, but any African, any West Indian, it doesn't matter. Anywhere you find Black people who live in proximity to white people, I would argue that the reason why you see a spike in homosexuality, because those Black boys have had contact with white people. Right? And you see the same thing in South Africa. In South Africa, especially Johannesburg. If I'm not, Fumi's here, but if I'm not mistaken, Johannesburg has the highest population of Black gays, more than any other place in South Africa. You'll find more Black gays in Johannesburg than you will in Cape Town or Pretoria or here. Why? Because the mines, most of the mines of South Africa are in Johannesburg. And also, Johannesburg is not far from what is now known as Rhodesia, because once again, a white man, a British man, Rhodes, stole the land. And because it has so many diamonds and so many precious stones, being a white person, he's like, well, this belongs to me. I'm going to name it after me, right? So Rhodesia is not also that far. Rhodesia is not that far from Johannesburg, but most of the mines are in Johannesburg, right? And one of the rules in Johannesburg with the mines from the white people, most of them being British and some of them being Dutch, right, was that the Black guys were not allowed to have females. You can't have a girlfriend. You can't have a lover. You can't even sleep with a female prostitute. So what exactly are you trying to do? Right? What exactly are you trying to do? I would even reckon to argue that even sentencing men, especially men who are doing life in prison, to never have female contact or to have no female visit is a way of creating homosexuality. Right? Everything Black people have ever been, whether it's the Black men, the Black child, the Black woman, we've always been guinea pig to these white people. Right? And you got to have the courage to be honest with yourself, right? But anytime you see a spike, if you see any Black community that has more gays than any other Black community, you know that they live in proximity to white people. And you know for a fact that they live in proximity to white men. Right? It is not random. You can go ahead and say, oh, but people are born like, yeah, whatever. Right? But we know you can condition people to homosexuality. Right? Even take this into account. Take this into account, right? Take the fact that when you have a certain number of people in the house because of poverty, which white people have forced on Black people by denying them access to education, by denying them better jobs, because everything it's always been about protecting the white employment. The day you guys are ready for that conversation, it's going to be beautiful, right? Everything white people have ever done was to protect their access to employment. So the more dumb Black people you have, the better, right? The more illiterate Black people you have, the better. And not just that, if they're Black, they're illiterate, they're more likely to be financially desperate. So whatever job you give them, they're going to take it. Whatever pay you give them, they're going to take it. If you don't want to pay them, can they even write a complaint? Can they even write a complaint? Right? Racism is no different than a labor union. Think about it. Racism is no different than a labor union. A labor union is meant to protect the workers that are part of that labor union, right? So that those people can have job security. It's the same thing with racism, right? So in order to protect white people, especially the white man and his ability to provide for his family, you have to dumb down Black people. But one of the consequences of this poverty is that most Black people had a very unusual amount of dwellers under one roof. It is not normal to have 12 people in one house. It is not normal to have 10 people in one house. Because when there's a lack of privacy, when children have to share beds with adults and things of the sorts, somebody's going to be sexually assaulted. Children will be sexually assaulted. It's okay to be honest, right? And therefore, this is what white people have done. Create this artificial poverty over Black people, that they don't have a choice but to be packed like sardines in one abode, in one house. And what happens to the children? A child is more likely to be assaulted, right? The more people you have in the house, one of these kids is going to be sexually assaulted because privacy matters. Children should sleep in their own beds, right? Children should have their own rooms. Children should not be in bed with other adults. It is not safe. It's not safe. Too many outside family, cousins, aunties in the household. It's not safe for the kids. It's not safe for the kids, right? So, but think about this though. Think about this. But now, especially if we're here, right? Since we're here in the States, right? Now think about this. Given that Black Americans have the highest amounts of people incarcerated, so which means that people, the highest number of people released from prison are also going to be Black. So where are they going to go? They'll go to their families. There you go. Civilian families who know nothing about prison culture, right? Meanwhile, he was in that prison where as a man, he has to live a very unnatural life. It is not normal for men to be isolated with other men for years at a time because they could develop a sexual attraction because they have needs, right? So now he comes to the house with his sister or whoever he's living with. She got children. Most likely he's going to do something to one of those children. Hey, babe. And do you see how now one family member comes from prison, he has access to children or whatever, he rapes a child, that child grows up with trauma, that child goes and does it to another child in the neighborhood. It's like being bit by a vampire, right? And then it creates a snowball effect where now in the community, there's an uprise in homosexuality. Yes, because there's an uprise in incarceration. And I think the day people can have a lucid conversation, we're going to realize that there is a relationship between black male incarceration and the spike in black male homosexuality, right? Because these things are real. And these white people know that because white people have, if you go to college, for example, you'll realize that they have a branch of study for everything. They have anthropology, they have psychology, they have sociology, they have politics, they have laws. They know exactly what the fuck they're doing. You don't know what they're doing to you, but they know what they're doing to you because it's all intentional. It's all intentional, right? It is all intentional because all of that is to get you to self-destruct from within. That's what it is. But I repeat, though, if you ever see any group of black people and they have an unusual amount of homosexuals, then you know for a fact that black group of people lives in close proximity to white people, especially white men. Okay? Because some things, certain sexual practices are learned behavior. Now, you're not born with everything, but they don't have the courage to admit that because they need you to not see the evil that's working against you and your children, right? Same thing in South Africa. This gay culture that so many young black men are involved in South Africa, it comes from the minds. A lot of it comes from the minds. And so when these people were finally allowed to go home and things like that, they would bring that kind of lust back to the township. Because once you slept with a man, and also we have to also be honest, and we have to say, we as women, I don't know if God made a mistake right there, but as women, we have our clitoris, it's right there. So I guess because of that, maybe it's probably a lot easier for us to not have certain desires, I guess, right? But men, unfortunately for them, their clitoris is in their butthole, right? The prostate, the man's G-spot is in his butt, right? So imagine if you're a man, whether you're born gay or not, or you wanted to be gay or not, right? Once you discover that kind of pleasure, even Marlene, I understand why you would seek more of that pleasure, because no woman could ever satisfy you unless you tell her that you want her to stick a finger up there or you stick something up there. But how many men also will feel comfortable telling a woman, I require this because sex doesn't do it for me, a blowjob doesn't do it for me, right? For me to really come, I need you to massage my prostate, right? How many women are even ready for that kind of conversation? And that's why sometimes I even wonder, are people really gay? Or is it that people feel more comfortable asking that from another man because then he's not going to be judged? You decide. I don't have the answer. I'm just asking, right? But that's the thing, because I see like it really is. I don't know if it's a design flaw in human anatomy, an engineering flaw in the human anatomy, but I feel like if God had put the male's prostate even like right under, like between, like right there, like right under his balls, probably would be better for him. But unfortunately, God put it in the butthole, right? And I feel like once people discover how that feels, that kind of pleasure, like any other addiction, like any other form of dopamine, they want more of that. They want more of that. And so if you can't find it, just like a vampire, I can see you wanting to bite another person who has no knowledge of that, so that once you rape them, once you abuse them, once you sexually molest them, and now they have the knowledge, they might even come back to you naturally, or they might do it to somebody else, right? But people don't want to have people don't want to have certain conversations because it doesn't fit the clean, sanitized narrative of gay pride and the rainbow colors and this. It's not. The history of homosexuality is not pretty, and homosexuality has always worked hand in hand with white supremacy to oppress people of color. Absolutely. There are many books on the homosexuality in the minds of South Africa. Just like I'm sure you can study homosexuality in the prison, right? You can study homosexuality in the prison and see how homosexuality came to be part of prison culture. But it didn't even have to be that way. It didn't have to be that way, right? But it became that way because who's responsible for the prison? White men are responsible for the prison. Right? Just like when you go to slavery, you look at slavery, even the slaves who were chosen, many black slaves who were chosen from Africa also, the size of their penises played a huge, as far as like muscle mass, like your muscle mass, how tall you are, but also the size of your penis was a determining factor into whether or not you were suitable for slavery because can you reproduce, right? But you get older and you realize that whether it's a white man, whether it's a white woman, these white people have always fetishized the penis of the black man. It's okay, you don't have to believe me, it's fine, right? So you're picked that way, you're sold that way. Even here, when they would have black people on those slave posts, hold on. Hold on. Right? Is he? Well, close enough, right? But you see, they even have pictures. Like there are pictures you can find where the dudes were actually naked. They were naked with like wooden stuff on their necks and like their hands shackled, their feet shackled. The man is naked. They turn him around naked, just like when you go to prison. You're completely naked. They turn you around. You do all kinds of weird shit, right? To see it like kind of like an animal. And are you going to be good for breeding, right? So it was all about the penis. You know, what can he do with his body? And I'm like, and I wish sometimes people would see how dehumanizing it is, right? To treat you like a sexual object like that and to separate you from your own humanity because all you're good for is impregnating people. That's it. And they wonder why after a while you keep doing that to people after a while and people start being mentally unstable. But my point is the Black America we see today is the Black America that their white ancestors prayed for. So here it is, right? Because unlike gay people, white gays are encouraged to be prideful. Prideful in what? I don't even know. Okay. Right. They are encouraged to be prideful. There you go. Right. And because sometimes a few Black people can participate, so they want to make it, oh, we're inclusive. It ain't nothing with your ass. Okay. It ain't got nothing to do with your ass. The thing is, white people, even for same-sex attraction, if they say, some people do say that they're born this way. So let's just say they're born this way. So ultimately, it's not an achievement. If you were born this way, then you were predisposed to have the same-sex attraction. Why do you need a whole month to be celebrated? Why do you need more days? Why do you need the longer month compared to Black History Month to be celebrated, right? And as I repeat, when it comes to February is known as Black History Month. So it's a month where we're supposed to talk about Black history. Now, are we celebrating it? I don't know. Are we also encouraging Black people to have pride? The answer is no. If you were born in America, if you live in America, you should know by now that Black pride is not allowed to exist, right? And I don't mean being loud. I don't mean fighting white people or calling them Karens. No, I'm talking Black pride, where you take pride in how you present yourself. You take pride in your education. You take pride in marriage. You take pride in being a Christian. You take pride in being a law-abiding citizen. You take pride in, oh, I love jazz. I love gospel. You take pride in decency. You take pride in kindness, right? Pretty much you take pride in being a human being, a decent human being, right? You're not encouraged to do that because it doesn't fit the mold. Because white people, white Americans themselves, for as much as they might pretend to, they do not want to see Black excellence, right? Because every time they see a Black person that excels, they themselves will say, oh, well, that's just that person. That's just that person. Because inherently, they believe that all Black people are savages. So because they believe Black people are savages, white Americans have always invested in any tool, any institution, any kind of media that portrays Black people as savages. This is what they wanted. And now this is what you have. This is what you have. Had white people celebrated Black people who appreciated education, we would not be here. Had white people appreciated Black people who appreciate family, we would not be here. Everybody knows. If you lived in America for a long time, even though right now with the media, it might not seem like it, but you should know that deep down inside, most Black Americans have conservative values. And even the ones who act crazy, they know they come from families that are conservatives. They come from families that believe in marriage. They come from families that don't believe in crime. They come in families that believe in education. They know this. They know they have conservative values. Now, to know that you have conservative values and to want to live those values, now that's where the fight really is, right? But they know this. I think we all know this by now. But why is it that so many Black American people do not want to embrace their conservative values, their conservative heritage, their conservative lineage? Because white people have done everything to demonize what it means to truly be Black American. right? Everybody should know this by now. Anybody that is Black American, grew up Black, whatever, right? The church plays a big part in who they are. The church, the Black American church has always played a big, big role in the Black American identity. White people went and they attacked that too. They attacked that too. Putting pastors that are homosexuals, putting pastors that are pro-abortion, putting pastors that believe in divorce. But I mean, just all kinds of batshit crazy shit, right? Everything that allows Black Americans to have pride has been under attack. When it came to the Nation of Islam, they've also been under attack. Malcolm X killed his ass. The Black Panther movement, they love to tell people that the Black Panther movement was like a Black American militia that wanted to kill white people. I mean, all kinds of dumb shit. But in reality, you sit down and you study the Black Panther movement, it was more so about like being self-sustainable. They believe in feeding young people. They believed in feeding the children. These people were out here passing meals. Their main mission was to make sure that you had no Black children going hungry. But leave it to the white media, right, to tell you about the Black Panther movement. All they've ever done was demonize these people. To the point that the founder himself, he's like, what, 21, 22? They killed him, right? Because he was painted as a Black militia person who wants to kill white people for the sins of slavery. And the vast majority of white people, because they're no different than Zionists, they also went ahead and believed that. But everybody should know that the main goal, the main purpose of the Black Panther movement was really food, because people didn't have food. People didn't have food. So this young man said, why are people dying when we should be responsible? We should take ownership and feed our own people. So people started cooking. And at that time, a lot of those Black women too didn't mind cooking. So they've recruited a lot of Black women and they would cook the meals and the children were being fed. People in the neighborhood were being fed. That's really what it was. Now, then you had an issue with the police. And it was like, well, if we can't get the police to defend us, we have the right to bear arms. The Constitution gives you the right to bear arms. And not just that, even in California too. California has certain laws that allow people to conceal and carry. But it only became a problem because really Black people, I guess some dark-skinned people, especially Black people with coarse, nappy hair, wanted to conceal and carry. So when you study American history, you understand that Black pride, real Black pride, not the foolishness. I'm talking like unadulterated. Oh my gosh. I'm talking about real Black pride, right? It has never been allowed to exist in America because it's always seen as a threat to white people, right? But Black idiots, Black fools, Black criminals are not a threat to white people because white people make money from those Black idiots, right? Whether you are a rapper and you promote foolishness, they make money off of you. If you go to prison, you'll pretty much work for free. So they're going to make money off of you. But the one person or the people that white people cannot control are intelligent Black people because they see the traps. They see the foolishness. They can think critically. They know how to stay away from foolishness, right? So it was never in their best interest to have a huge swath of Black America be highly intelligent, be married, be peaceful, live in harmony, go to school. No, because that's a threat. Because they've always feared being replaced, just like they fear being replaced by the Latinos. They've always had that fear. So if we are sitting here today and we get to a place where we say, oh my God, I have Black fatigue. Well, technically you shouldn't have Black fatigue because this is the Black America that your ancestors prayed for. This is the Black America that your ancestors worked hard for. This is the Black America that your ancestors wrote the laws so that it would look like this. Right? Because you inherently have never wanted to see anything good come out of Black people. So it's more it's easier to tolerate Black foolishness because it made you feel better about your stereotypes or your bigotry or your racism towards Black people to say, well, I knew they were savages. I knew they were crazy. I knew they were violent. Right? So you created a Black America that you wanted to see. You painted a Black America, you created a Black America, you manufactured, you invested, right, into a Black America that would just bring your worst bigoted ideals to life. And now here you have it. Here you have it. Because I'm like, to me, I will never stop saying this. For as much as I do believe that everybody has agency, right? Everybody has agency. Everybody can choose to make the right decision that's fair. And that's real to say. But at the same time, too, the pressure is real. Right? Pressure is real. The marketing is real. The kind of money these people throw at some Black people to act a fool, it is very real. And so if you're dealing with uneducated people, poor people, desperate people, part of me can't be too confused as to why they take the money to do their foolishness. Like, let's be so for real, right? But that's also a thing. Broken people, you created these broken people. Even we talk about this whole welfare thing, like there was no reason to say, oh, if you take welfare, you got to kick the men out the house. The men can stay in the house. But you can say, okay, we'll give y'all 5 years to get on your feet. Then you got to get off welfare. No, the men had to leave the house. Once again, when you say you have Black fatigue, you are looking at a Black America that white people wanted to see. That's it. That's that. And it's very easy. I don't know. I see a lot of content creators because I watch a few videos, right? It is very easy to say, oh, look at these Black people. They're doing this. They're doing that. And it's true. They should do better. That's a fact, right? But ultimately, the system was set up for this to happen. You know, even people's taste, even Black people's taste in music has been under attack. Black people's taste for movies has been under attack. Black people's taste for faith, for Christianity has been under attack. Black people's taste in even peaceful music, right? Because before it wasn't just hip hop, but today they really want you to believe that the only kind of Black American music that's out here is hip hop. That's a lie. There's gospel music, there's R&B, there's blues, there's grass, there's all kinds of music, right? But no, you're only Black if you listen to hip hop. Hip hop is the only kind of Black music out here. But even that too, they have destroyed the taste of Black music. Right? Because before, the vast majority of Black people could listen to different kinds of music. It wasn't just hip hop. You had hip hop, you had R&B, you had neo soul. Like you were like your musical taste was well balanced. And mind you, back then it was so hard to have access to music. Like you had to first you had the tapes, then you got the CDs. You had to go to Towers Record, you had to go to Virgin Record. I mean, you had to actually buy CDs. You had to carry those CDs and stuff like that. You know, it was a lot to have access to music. But yet today, every song, any artist is just like a tap away. And yet people only relegate themselves to listen to just one particular type of music. And that's also intentional. It's very intentional, right? It is white people it's white people who run the Grammys. It's not Black people. So when you see certain people being celebrated, when certain people are giving album of the year or they're giving rap album of the year, it is white people validating foolishness. Right? You cannot separate yourself from what Black fatigue is because you played a huge part in creating Black fatigue, right? These white people who run the Grammys, they could have given a lot of Grammys to people who do jazz. They could have given way more Grammys to people who do gospel. Even the Grammys, it's what we see on TV is a short version of the Grammys. Right? But how come when it comes to gospel artists and like the gospel Grammy, they never put that on TV and show people who make music for God being celebrated, right? Because white people hate God. It's okay to be honest, right? They hate God. Even those who call themselves Christians, they hate God, right? They need a godless society. And for me, for as long as even I know, like if you guys remember like years, like almost like decades ago, right? Homosexuality was not tolerated in the Black church, right? Black pastors were against homosexuality, right? The Black church was really, there was a point in time, you guys, the Black church was so against sexual immorality. When I tell you, Sarah Jakes never would have grabbed the mic. Never. Are you kidding me? You're divorced? What? Sit your ass down. Keon never would have grabbed the microphone. Right? Toure, he never would have grabbed the microphone. There used to be standards out here to be in the church. There were standards for you to be like the pastor, the deacon, the apostle, prayer warriors, the elders. They were standards and they looked at your life. You're not going to be cheating on your wife and talk about you going to pray for people. Sit your ass down somewhere. Okay? And they would even tell you, oh, this person right here is on punishment. And everybody knew. That's what the church was. Because it was not a place for foolishness. Right? You come here to hear the word, be redeemed, and have salvation. And the pastor did not care about hurting your feelings. And at that time, too, it was like, okay, yeah, my feelings are hurt, but I had to hear that. Okay? It's not a problem. But today, look at the church today. Look at even the pastors we have today. We're under attack. Because white people want you to live in a godless society. And any person who holds on to God, they will come after you. Anybody who holds on to integrity, they will come after you. So why are we surprised now that you have so many black children who act a fool? You demonize the black church, right? You have called the black church homophobic, right? They have called the black church misogynist. What is it that white people haven't said about the black church? No problem, right? But once upon a time, you didn't see black children do certain things. Why is that? Because black children had to go to church. And you knew how to sit your ass down and not move. You had to go to Bible study. Nobody stayed in the house. Everybody's going to church. Nobody stays behind to do what? Watch TV? That's the devil. Right? But something that meant so much to people was demonized. Misogynist, it's hateful, it's divisive, it's this, it's that. Okay, no problem. So now people stay home on Sundays. God knows what they do on Sundays. Right? They don't go to church on Sundays. They don't go to Bible study. Don't go to prayer hall. They don't even for the young people, like they have the teen ministry and stuff like that. There's none of that. Okay. So now society is going to raise the children. Social media is going to raise the children. So yes, they're going to steal. They don't fear God. They don't know that God is real. Yes, they will kill their brethren because spilling blood means nothing to them. When you're a baby and your mom takes you to church and your mom takes you to Bible study, they tell you about how Cain killed Abel. And God came and said, where is your brother? Right? The Bible tells you about that kind of stuff. You don't kill. You don't steal. You go to Bible study. You go to Sunday school. You learn about the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not kill. Right? Thou shalt not steal. Honor your mother, your father. You know, we all grew up like that. So when you grew up like that with the word of God, there are certain things you don't do. Right? We used to pray in church. White people said not to pray in church. So people stopped praying in church. Now we talk about sexuality. Do you want to have anal sex in church? Right? And now look, the kids are beating the teachers. Everybody beats the teachers. White kids are acting a fool. White kids go in there and kill their friends. They shoot their friends. Black children are beating their friends up. Yeah, because you said God is evil. No problem. This is the America that white Americans wanted. They're going to have to deal with this shit. That's it. To everything, there is consequences. That's why anything and everything, you should always encourage people to have some kind of faith, whether it's Christianity, whether it's Islam, whether it's to be a Buddhist, because they're going to teach you everything is not about you, right? You don't have the right to take a life away. You don't have the right to steal from your neighbors. Do not disrespect your elders. Respect your teachers. Right? But when we used to pray at school, when we used to say the Pledge of Allegiance, even now, the way people are so anti-American, yes, because they said that even saying the Pledge of Allegiance is bad. Right? But there was a time where you were not even, when school would not even start without you getting up. Everybody had to get up. You got out your seat. You put your hand right there and you said, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. Right? So you had more patriotism. This is the America that white people wanted. This is it, right? But it used to be a big deal to go to church. It was a big deal. It didn't matter. Even if you slept late, you slept at 2 o'clock in the morning, you will get your ass up because we got to go to church. You got to hear the word. And your parents made sure you heard the word of God, right? So when you grow up, it's already in your head. That's what the Bible says. Teach a child in the way that they should grow so that when they get older, they're not going to depart from it. White people said it's bad. The black church is homophobic. The black church is misogynist. The black church is about abusing children. The one. So then we have to pervert the black church so it could make white people comfortable. We have black homosexual pastors. We preach abortion is okay in the black church. We are pro-criminals in the black church because this is the bastardized version of the black church that white Americans wanted to see for them to feel good about our faith. Not a problem. Right? But you're not innocent in this. And one thing I cannot stand yet again, even from those so-called black conservative voices, is that their commentary is always absolving white people, as if black people just made themselves this way. And that's, once again, I do say, do you know your history also? Right? Because we have to ask ourselves, when did this become a problem? The day that black people started fucking with white liberals. right? That's why I say MLK, I look at him sideways, right? But there was a time where Black people had lots of pride, and that was punished. They were punished. Just like if you ever go, like you go, even Congo, take the Congo, for example, right? You go to any African country that has these ethnic wars, whatever, right? But what happens? You send one person against another person. And usually they take white people will take the dumbest people and give them the weapon and put them in charge of everybody else. So that's why the fighting never stops. It's the same thing over here. It is white Americans who killed any Black luminary, any Black patriarch that had some kind of sense, any Black patriarch that had some kind of vision, any Black patriarch that didn't play about family, any Black patriarch that didn't play about, just didn't do no damn foolishness, right? But it's white people who killed them. Who killed, like, you can say Malcolm X was killed by Black people, but who sent those Black people? Who sent those Black people? Malcolm X got killed in Harlem, right? Harlem is like super, super Black. So how'd that happen? So they know they as white people, they can just go there and just start shooting the man. And plus, you know, like, right? Who killed Dr. King? White man. Right? The Black Panther, who's out here killing them people? And they, once again, they use a blackface. But who's financing all of that? Right? But I'm like, any Black man, any Black leader that had some kind of sense, that had some kind of plan, that had some kind of vision, that cared about family, that cared about Black children, that cared about structure, bloop, 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 bullet in your head, boop, 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 bullet in your heart, they're going to kill your ass. And then they want to tell you, oh, the Black woman is strong. The Black woman is a backbone. Yeah, maybe she is because you killed her man, right? She didn't have to be that person. But even you being a strong Black woman, also the white man put that curse over you. You know, that's what I say. People don't have the courage to hold people accountable. If the white man was not out here for 400 years emasculating the Black man, you would have a stronger man. But you don't have the courage to hold that white man accountable. Maybe you're scared of him. What do I know? You know what I mean? Maybe you're scared of him, right? But all they've ever done was emasculate the Black man. When you study American history, and you see that once upon a time, for a very long time, even white children were allowed to call a grown Black man a boy, right? What does that do to a person's spirit? Right? You're a grown-ass man. You're 35, you're 40, you're 50, you're 60. And you're going to have a white child that's 5, 6, 7 calling you, hey, boy, clean up after me. Boy, pick up my shoes. Boy, pick up my trash. Boy, don't look at me in the eyes. Right? What does that do to a person? Right? And here they come with their goofy ass pride movement, whatever they come. They always have these movements, right, to distract you from the real history. We're going to talk about the real shit. We're going to talk about the real shit. What does that do to a person? Grandfathers being called boys. Even grandmother Suhan being called girls. Hey, girl, Black girl, girl. Your grandma, your great-grandmother being called a girl by a child. Can you imagine? And like even Maya Angelou, she goes over that in her book, I Know Why the Cage Bird Can Sing. Dirty-ass white girls. Dirty-ass white girls calling her grandmother by her first name. And she said to her grandma, why do you accept that from these people? And her mom and her grandma said, do you want them to come kill us? So they took it. You take the disrespect, right? You allow these goofy-ass white children to call you boy, to call you a child, right? Because if you don't, they will tell their parents, and at nighttime, someone is going to die. They can even come here and burn your house. I'm telling you, that's like, if you study the Palestine, Gaza stuff, it is no different than what happened here, to be quite honest. But people were living every single day in fear because you don't have the right to stand up for yourself. You don't have the right to stand up for yourself, right? And this is how people live. I'm like, how is that okay? But then they want to sit here, white people again, because it's usually white liberals, but they're not going to say it. They write their lies, and they find themselves these crazy ass, deranged ass Black lesbians to come in the Black community because they're Black women, right? And to start uttering the utter foolishness. This is propaganda. Oh, the Black men never cared about the Black women. Yeah, right. Show me. Show me. Show me where. And show me where, especially here, show me where in American history, Black men were ever so free, so independent. They had so much agency. They had so much education. They had so much money. Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't want to be with her. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Many people who left slavery, many of these enslaved people who fled from slaveries, they were led by Black men. It was Black families leaving. It was a Black man taking his wife and his children. We getting the fuck up out of here. Swimming in the river. I'm like, I told you, I used to run by the river, Mississippi one. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck was slavery? Because how the fuck can somebody jump in this water? Like, this is crazy. To get their families out. Right? To get their families out. Make it make sense. To get their families out. So now you sit here like, what the fuck? But then they want to tell you, oh no, you're abandoned. Oh, the Black men never loved you. And I said, people really need to put their petty ass feelings to the side. And you need to start reading books. Actual books. Don't just listen to a Black woman because she's, no, because many of these Black women, many of them are grifters. Many of them are lesbians. Many of them have an agenda with the white liberals who finance them. You need to do your own research and look at the good and the bad, and you will see it for yourself. I've never lied to you. Why would I start now? Do your own research. But on this land, Black people start off as property. Black people start off as property. The white man and the Black man never started off on this land on equal footing. No. The Black man is always catching up to the white man because the white man artificially is setting him back, is writing laws, doing all kinds of shit to set him up for failure. Like, how is that even fair? It's so unjust. All he does is keep trying to catch up with this man. And the man keeps writing more rules to make it harder for him to ever even keep up. Make it make sense. And then you go and tell his woman, oh, he hates you. He doesn't care for you. He never tried to protect you. Really? Where are the bodies? Tell her about the bodies. Tell her about the countless Black men that you've murdered because they told you not to rape her. Tell her about the countless bodies of Black men that God knows that you lynched, you killed, you tortured, you raped, you did all kinds of gruesome things to these Black people because those Black men told you don't touch her. Right? But they don't tell you that. And I also blame Black women too for having this hatred for intellectualism. Who is stopping you from reading? Why do you just sit here and just take stuff on the surface? Oh yeah, if somebody told me, it must be true. Oh yeah, she told me, so it must be true. Why don't you do your own research? The books are there. The African American Museum is there. There are a bunch of books. There are books everywhere. There are newspaper articles. There is so much out there. All you have to do is seek the truth for yourself. And you will see for yourself what this country really is about. Like, but damn, these people are really evil. They are truly, truly evil. It is not a joke. They are truly evil. And they thrive when they see Black people divided. It doesn't matter whether it's diaspora divided, genders divided, ethnicities divided. These people thrive when people continue to believe in false narratives that they themselves cannot find a single book or a single article to corroborate this foolishness. It is fake. It is fake. But I think they've done such a good job convincing Black women in this country that the Black man hates her so much that she really believes it. Just like Zionists. They are so convinced that every Palestinian means them harm, that they even want babies to be killed. And we see the same thing here. When you're so convinced that the Black man means you harm and he wants to kill you, he wants to hurt you, I can see why when a woman is pregnant, she wants to go have an abortion. It's no different than the way the Zionists want these baby Palestinians to be murdered. Because in their head, they're not babies. They're demons. They are the seed of Amalek. So they should not live, because if you let them live, when they get older, they're going to attack you. This is how they reason. And that's why I say these things turn into movements of supremacy. Because people are no longer coherent. They're just hysterical and they're just paranoid. Like, they're not even thinking logically anymore. Because it's all about fear, 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 fear. And white people have always ruled, they've always conquered, and they've always divided through fear. Because they know as long as you're afraid, you're going to trust me. If I can scare you enough, then you'll trust me to be the only person to protect you, right? And then they decide what you're going to do, how you're going to think, how you're going to move. But I'm saying, why are you afraid? And you're only afraid because you're not doing your own research. You are only afraid because you don't want to learn, because the truth is so inconvenient, but yet it is so necessary. Okay? I mean, listen, and that's something that y'all gonna have to work on, because once again, this whole delivery stuff, I don't work for Amazon, I don't work for Papa John's, I don't do customer service. This is a free channel. I come here and I don't even get paid for this. I don't monetize my videos, right? And also, even me, the things that I say, it could affect me too, because in America, you're not allowed to speak the truth, because this place right here is like Babylon. In America, the only truth you can say is the rehearsed truth, right? It's the lies they've told you to speak with confidence so that people can think that you're telling the truth, though. It is not the truth. Anybody who is, and then you also went to Cornell, so you already know. Your entire campus was on stolen land. Your entire campus. Like, think about the number of Native Americans that were displayed from Ithaca for them to have Cornell University, right? When I was there was one building, there was like one math building. Inside the building, they had a bust, like they did a whole bust of Rhodes in there. I pinched his nose, I ran for my life. I said, "You racist." So I walked up to his little statue, I pinched his nose like that, and I ran out. You racist. You freaking racist, right? But for you having gone to Cornell, you should see like desolation, because think about how exactly these white people displaced those Native American people to take all that land. Cornell is beautiful. It's a beautiful campus. But the vast majority of students there are white people. You see? But think about the babies who died, the children who died, the mothers who died, the elders who died, so that white children could have this fancy campus. And even the population, the enrollment of Native American children at Cornell, was it like 0.001%? To show you at what point these white folks are so aloof. They have no self-awareness, and truly and honestly, I don't even think they have any kind of remorse. Because if you were remorseful, like, man, this is stolen land. No, it's just fine. Everything is normal. I'm like, this is not your land. It's not your land. It's not like these people have, I don't know. I think because like maybe now because of tech and whatever, people are forgetting what this place really is about. This place is worse than Gaza. They have done so many awful things here. And that's why they can support Israel, because they've done the same thing, if not worse. They've done worse. They have done worse. Like what we see Israel do to these Palestinians, the white Americans, these Anglo-Saxon, the French, the Dutch, those people here, they did like maybe 20 times worse than that. So like, Palestine, man, please. And that's why they don't care about children being starved, because they did the same thing. So I'm like, for you who has gone to Cornell, I don't know how you were on that campus for so long, and it never dawned on you like, shit, this is stolen land. It's beautiful, but this land does not belong to these white people. And they've never paid. They have never indemnified the people whose land they stole from. Like, shit, we stole your land. Even if we're not going to give you money, at least your kids can come to school here for free, because that's the least we owe you. We can at least do that for you. That your children will be those who have great jobs and can take care of the family. No, they carry on like nothing happened. But all white people have ever done is take advantage of people. And somehow, because white men come to you, and because white men come to you under the guise of romance, you know, oh my gosh, he's okay, he's perfect, he's perfect, he's white. And even if intentionally he doesn't mean to hurt you, he was raised to be white. And there are a lot of things that he does not have self-awareness about. So when you also go in there as a black woman, fully blind, oh yeah, you're going to put yourself in harm's risk. Because if you're going to love a white man, you got to be aware that he's white. He might not mean to hurt you, but he will hurt you, because he's never been black. He's never been oppressed. He's never been a minority. He doesn't know what oppression is. He has inconveniences in his life. He doesn't get oppressed. White men don't get oppressed. They get inconvenienced, right? And on top of that, you're also a woman. So that's also something he doesn't understand well. So most likely, the vast majority of the love he has for you is going to be performative, because he doesn't know you. He doesn't really know you. He doesn't know your culture. And that's why usually when they get around your family, they're uncomfortable, because one black person they can do. A lot of black people, they get overwhelmed because they're scared. Right? They're scared. They can love you, I guess, love you, but they can tolerate one black person at a time. But you and your whole family, They're like, oh shit, okay, this is a lot. It's a lot of black people, right? And you will never know if for real, he's comfortable with your blackness, right? And when your kids are born, is he going to understand that these children are biracial? And that even if they're super light, like he is, or at least close to his complexion, they're going to have a different reality. And is he open to learning? Is he humble enough to learn? Is he humble enough to be able to learn that he can teach his kids, like, yeah, I'm white, you're not. Okay, you're biracial, but some people will have to will make you choose and identify as black. And so here's what you'll need to navigate this world successfully. But what you see with a lot of white people who marry black people, when they have biracial children who are ultimately going to have to choose, and they will be forced to choose black. They train these kids to say, oh, color doesn't matter. Color doesn't matter. Yeah, it says a white person. Because you have no idea what it is to be black. They don't know shit about black history. They don't know shit about black culture. The most they know about black culture is what they see on TV, right? A lot of these white people also do not have a profound appreciation for the dedication of black people, the resilience of black people, the creativity of black people. No, exploitation, exploitation, exploitation. The vast majority of white people, especially in America, live on what I call the periphery. The perimeter, right? They live on the periphery of blackness, mainstream media blackness. They don't truly know black people. So in any argument or anything, they get scared because they think, oh, since you're black, you're going to do something crazy. I had a conversation like that with the girl that owns the gym, right? So eventually she ended up apologizing. It's okay. But I understand, right? Because many of them don't know black people. They know black people in passing, or they know the black people they see on TV. But many whites are afraid of black people. And also many whites don't really see value in black people. And they don't even see black people as like people who have been great contributors to American history, American culture, and even building America as a superpower. So because of that, they don't see the need to learn black history. They don't see the need to learn about great black luminaries because for them, we're all a bunch of N-words. We're not capable of high thinking. We're not capable of having PhDs unless we get affirmative action, unless we get DEI. And that's why I hate DEI. I hate it. I despise affirmative action. I despise DEI because it reinforces in the minds of most white Americans that the only way a black person can do a thing is if the federal government passes a law. We don't need that. Okay? I'm not paraplegic. I'm not disabled. I'm not. Okay, there has always been black students at the most prestigious American universities, and there probably would have been more if it was not for racism. Nobody needs the government to pass any laws. Nobody needs DEI. No one needs it, and that's why it grinds my soul when I see black people crying about DEI. Oh, bring it back, bring it back. You don't need shit. Because anytime you let these white liberals write laws for you, you are reinforcing the stereotype or the paradigm that the white man is your savior. Because if a white man don't write the law, there's no way I can make it. They're not your God. If the Lord be for you, who shall be against you? When Julian Piercy went to Harvard to study chemistry as an undergrad, there was no DEI, there was no affirmative action. When W. Du Bois went to Harvard, there was no affirmative action. He got into Harvard. White people are not the smartest people in the world, okay? They're not the most intelligent. They're not the most creative and none of that, right? It's just that they were allowed to pursue their interests. They were allowed to pursue education while white people wrote laws to hold black people back from competing against the very best of white people. You see, and because they could do that, they didn't have laws they could pass in China to stop the Chinese from reading books. We see today that they cannot compete with the Chinese. They're scared of the Chinese. So it shows they're not the smartest people. They're not the smartest people in the world. But if you write laws where you're the only one that can do something, I can see how you can fool yourself into believing, oh, I'm so smart. Yeah, because you're the only one. You're competing against yourself. Because you have laws barring everybody else from competing. That's not fair. And what's happened was a lot of Black people who could have competed and would have probably excelled, they were banned. They were not allowed. So we don't need laws from white folks about DEI or affirmative action. No, white people need to stay out the way and just let the game be fair. And if you lose graciously, which is something I personally feel as though they struggle with. I feel like most white people struggle with being gracious losers. They don't know how to lose. So therefore, they're always cheating. It's as simple as that. Therefore, they're always cheating. They cheat all the time, right? So what can we do? What are we going to do, right? That's it. That's that. But I repeat, I'm going to say it again. And if you want to believe it, that's fine. But Marlene, I do not believe that any man from any ethnic group wakes up in the morning desiring to be with a woman from a different ethnic group. I never seen that. If you want to leave your ethnic group to go marry someone somewhere, maybe something must have happened. Something must have happened, right? Or you don't know how to be desired by the woman within your ethnic group. So now you want to go to a different community where you know that all you have to do is bring the bare minimum, right? Now, even you, Ninja, I don't want to be mean or whatever because I don't want you to be mad at me again. But I even feel like in your current relationship, you're not applying enough pressure. You see what I'm saying? And I'm saying, like, if it was a Black, if you were engaged to a Black guy that had a PhD and he told you he wants to be a professor, I don't think you would have been okay with that. I do not think you would have been okay with that. Because why do you want to be a professor? For what reason? You're young. You have a PhD. You should try to make as much freaking money as possible. And then when you get older, once you retire, yeah, go be a professor. But right now, why would you be a professor? Why? You see, but you're making his life very easy. And you're letting him know, oh, I'm gonna be okay with I'm gonna make my own money. But I'm like, if it was a Black man, would you be doing that? So my thing is also, especially as a Nigerian, where did you learn to make life easy for a white man? Where? Right? Jimmy is not a professor. He would never even be, I can't say he would never, but in his prime, he's not gonna be a professor. For what reason? So my thing is, why would you say, when he said, well, I want to be a professor, oh, yeah, that's fine. Why is that fine? What kind of life is this? And even like when you sit down and you study the track it takes to even have tenure at a university is hard. It's really hard. And you might have to jump from one school to another school. You might have to move into some weird ass state just so you can have tenure. Do you really want to go through that? So why would you be okay with that? Why would you be okay with that? But I'm sure because he's white. Because I'm like, that's crazy. Because to me, you have a PhD in math, you're going to give me a soft life. You're going to go work for Credit Suisse. You're going to go work for Morgan and Stanley. You're going to go work for Chase. You're going to go work for McKinley. Well, listen, I don't know. Because, girl, what you wrote, I looked at you sideways. Because I'm like, professor what? Even a Nigerian wedding, can you afford that with a professor salary? Let's be so for real. Right? But my thing is, if he was Black and he told you he wanted to be a professor, would you? Self-awareness, child. Self-awareness. But one thing I have noticed is that the white boys, especially the ones who are not really wanted over there, they know that they can come to the Black community with the very least amount of work, least amount of resume, least amount of achievements, least amount of money, least amount of credit. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes even a criminal record. And they will be put on a pedestal. All they have to bring is the whiteness. Right? And sometimes also, if we care to be honest, I'm going to go there. You know, I'm sure. Well, sometimes the sex is not even that great. The kissing is not even that impressive. I don't know. The lips are kind of tiny, so I don't know, right? It's not even that great because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Because he's white. And that to me is white supremacy. And that to me, you have internalized something about yourself and your Blackness, and you have to reckon with that. It can be a noble job, but it's not good enough for me. She went to Cornell. She's not just, she went to an Ivy League. So you can't be a Black girl that went to an Ivy League and marry somebody with a noble job. No, he needs to make money. He's doing a PhD. Is it math, right? He's doing a PhD in math. He's up there in the North, like he's up there in New York City, Massachusetts, Connecticut. He can work for Boston. He can work for Credit Suisse. He can work for those people. He can work for Morgan and Stanley. He can work for Chase. He can work for them people. Okay, he can do machine learning for them people. He can write financial models for those people and make a shitload of money. Yes, he can. Because she went to an Ivy League. She didn't go to a regular school. She didn't go to a community college. Okay, she went to an Ivy League. Right? So that's what I'm saying. If a white woman went to an Ivy League, would we expect her to marry a professor? Right? Hillary Clinton went to an Ivy League. She married a man that became governor, and then he became president of the U.S. Okay? There you go. Right? Michelle Obama went to an Ivy League. Her husband became the first black president. There you go. There you go. You are a brand or you're not a brand. It is what it is. You are a brand or you're not a brand. Right? But to me, if I go to an Ivy League, you gonna give me Ivy League life. Point blank, period. Because like I said, the track to become a tenured professor is really hard. It's really hard. And sometimes you have to move to a whole different state. You might even have to move to the Midwest because that's the only school that is willing to make you tenured professor. It's hard. It's really hard. And you have to write a lot of papers. When you're a professor, you have to at least, you got to publish at least an article, maybe 2 articles a year, but you have to always, you got to do the research. You got to write the papers. You got to teach your courses, right? It's not what it's cracked up to be. They can get somebody from India to do it. Right? But he should try to work in finance so he can make a shitload of money. And I told her that. But my point is, the point I'm trying to make, if he was black and he had a PhD in math and he told her he wanted to be a professor, would she be okay with that? And I think the answer will be no. It will be no. I ain't going to marry somebody who wants to be a professor. For what reason? Why is he choosing poverty? Why is he choosing poverty? Right? And what kind of financial pressure is that going to put on her? We're asking questions, right? We were asking questions. Let me go over here too, right? What was I? Let me get rid of these people. I'm tired. Let me go back. Y'all, hold on. Because I said so many things. Okay. Same thing with this one too, right? So Halle Berry too, another one with the white man. Like I said, the standards, black women, their standards for white men are very low. Their expectations for white men are very low. These 2 men right here have taken about $50 million from her. Almost $50 million. This one right here, this guy took $20 million. Olivier, he took $20 million. This guy, I don't know how much he took, but this guy, his payoff, his divorce settlement was straight up $20 million, right? And on top of the $20 million, anytime she makes over $2 million, she has to give him 4.2%. Of whatever money she makes. She still has to pay for the school, private school, extracurricular activities, health insurance, anything insurance related out of pocket. I mean, the $20 million, he doesn't have to spend a dime on that child. So pretty much she's a slave, right? The other man too. She used to pay, the other guy right there with the hat. The first one, I think he's also French. He's French. The other one is Spanish, right? She had to pay him $16,000 in child support. Recently, it got brought down to $8,000, if I'm not mistaken, right? And so when the black ladies were doing their commentary, they were laughing at her first husband, right? They were laughing like, oh, how dare he gonna ask her to cook? And I'm like, you see, this is a big problem we have. This is what I call cognitive dissonance, right? If you marry a man, put the color aside, right? You have one man who has 40 million. He doesn't need your money. He says, wife, I'm going to marry you. I'll pay for everything. I'll cover everything and anything, right? Do your little acting. But 2 things I need from you. You got to cook. You got to clean. That's it. You don't want your money. Even when they divorced, she's the one who asked them for money. He didn't ask her for money because he doesn't need her money because he's not a bum. You marry a woman. I pay for everything. He says the thing that he needs is that he wants food and he wants a clean house. I think that's reasonable. Now, Halle decides to go like, oh, you crazy. I'm not going to cook. I ain't going to clean. No problem. Halle decides to go for the white man, 2 white men, right? Right here, she's going to lose 50 million. Okay? Off the rip, she's going to lose $50 million. This is insanity, right? So I'm sure these white dudes right there, the French dude, I don't know his name, I forgot, right? The Spanish one, Olivier, right? My thing is, these guys, I'm sure, didn't care whether she cooked or cleaned. That was the problem. because they're not providers of damn self. They're princesses, right? They have no money. The French guy, he was a struggling actor, model in LA, right? So she took him in, right? Gave a place to stay. She had him accustomed to luxury. She introduced him to luxury. She introduced him to probably the best zip code in Los Angeles. Made his life super easy, right? He didn't have a job, but he got her pregnant, right? He's a bum. He got her pregnant, right? But I'm sure he didn't care about cooking and cleaning. But I'm saying, ultimately, she gets pregnant. I think that's where she has her daughter, Nala, right? She has to share custody. I think he has more custody than she does. But ultimately, she has a baby. She has to share custody. She ends up paying him $16,000 a month for child support. Compare and contrast. If you had to compare this white boy to the black guy who's saying, I'm worth $40 million. I'll take care of everything, cook and clean, and be a mother to my kids. You guys, which one do you pick? Right? That's why I think, to me, this aversion to cooking and cleaning is kind of weird. It's really weird. Because Marlene, I would rather be married to a man that's worth $40 million, does not need my money, is never going to ask me for money, does not ask me to pay the mortgage, that I don't have to do shit. The only thing I have to do, cook and clean. That's no problem. That is not cooking the most, even cooking one meal. The most it can take you is maybe an hour. If you clean the dishes as you go, maybe like 2 hours, you're done. Right? Cleaning, you might have to do one deep cleaning, maybe like once every 2 weeks. But in between that, all you got to do is maintain it. And because he's worth $40 million, I don't think he's going to care if I call the maids. Do the math. Which man would you pick? I'm picking David. Right? But no, she wanted something different. Once again, like I said, when you see a lot of black people who fuck their lives over, trying to be non-traditional, trying to be liberal, once again, because they spend too much fucking time with white people. Right? Anytime a black person decides to live like a white person, it never goes well. It never ends well. Right? Oh, I'm a feminist. Okay, I'm a feminist. I'm a whatever. I'm free through sex. I have sexual liberation. No problem. Pay that man $16,000. You want to be non-traditional? No problem. You're going to pay like a man. Right? Whereas if it had been David, if she had been pregnant by David and she wanted to leave, David would have paid her the $16,000 or the $20,000. Matter of fact, maybe David would have had to give her $20 million. But you see, one of the biggest lies, one of the biggest deceit out here that white people have worked on black women is to convince them that, oh, off the rip, a black man is shit. Black men ain't got money. Black men is a bum. Wumpty wump wump. So because you go in there so brainwashed, you're not even pulling out your calculators. Right? Some of y'all not good with numbers in the shows. Not a black woman, you're not good with numbers. Because you will sit your ass down and you will say to yourself, David, $40 million. I don't pay for shit. Man got her a fancy house. They had a fancy house in LA. You don't pay for the water. You don't pay for the power bill. You don't pay for shit. The man is only saying, cook for me. That's it. Baby, what do you want to eat? What do you want to eat? Matter of fact, and also, mind you, I'm going to eat the food as well. So it's no problem. Right? I'm going to eat the food as well. Right? So why would I mind? Keep the house clean. I live here too. Why wouldn't I want my house to be clean? Right? But this is a man that was never going to ask you for a penny. And also, he looks good as fuck. Okay? Very attractive man, very attractive black man. And he also got the body. Okay? Body, yaddy, yaddy. The body is teeth. Okay? So not only imagine what the sex must be like. What do I know? Right? But I'm only saying, you married David, $40 million. You wanted to marry him. You proposed. And mind you, even with Halle, the thing that really pissed me off, but I got to do another live for her ass. The thing that really pissed me off with Halle is that she proposed to him. So I'm assuming if you as a woman decide to be non-traditional and propose to a man, you must really, really like this guy, right? So if you really, really like this guy and you know he wants you to cook, then cook for him. What's the big deal? You really like him. You did something very untraditional, and as a woman, you proposed to a man. So now you're married to the man that you wanted to be married to. Take care of this man. It's called customer service. I will never stop saying it, right? It's called customer service. No, you don't cook, you don't clean. Okay, no problem. So then he leaves, y'all leave, divorce, you want some money, whatever. But then what happens to you after that? You go for men who allow you to be a feminist. There you go. You go for men who allow you to be non-traditional. You go for men who allow you to live without structure. Child, exactly. Child, this is a small. I was listening to these commentaries. I'm like, these girls are so damn stupid. They are so stupid. And the sad thing is, all these black women who think like that, they are encouraging other black women to be dumb and stupid like that. Because when you are a critical thinker, you say, hold on, wait a minute. I live in California. I live in a mega mansion. I don't pay for shit. I can have whatever I want. All he's asking for is food and keep the house clean. Y'all, that's an easy job. Do you know what people have? Do you know? Because I don't work, but I've got my own business, but I don't work right now. Jimmy works, right? Even Jimmy, he makes good money. He makes rent money. Do you know what he has to go through? He can work from like 9 o'clock until 7:30. Okay? So I'm like, people who make 100,000 and more, do you know how they toil for that money? You got to be up. You got to answer emails. You got to go on the Zoom, the Slack, the this, the that. I'm like, Halle Berry, whatever your name is, right? Do you know how much work people have to put in for 100,000? You are married to a $40 million man. 40 million. The man is saying cook and clean and maybe have sex. Child, that's what I got to do. And I can live a life of luxury. Sign my ass up. Sign me up. Okay? My husband, Jimmy doesn't even make he doesn't even make, let's say $500,000. Okay? He doesn't even make $500,000. And I cook and I clean. And I take care of Maverick. All right? I gotta go to the gym. He doesn't even make that. Now imagine if James made $40 million. What? Breakfast in bed, bitch. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Sis, you don't have any, I don't pay for shit? No. I can have whatever I want? Yes. Hey, Lonnie, you can have an American, you are going to have an American Express Platinum. Wherever you go, oh, that's David so-and-so's wife. Oh, she's married to David. She's married to David. You pull up at these baseball games, they're going to put the camera on you. That's David's wife, and you smile for the camera. Right? Because there's nothing like being married to a man whose name is recognized. And that brother looks good. Say what the fuck you want. And that's how you know these sisters out here, they miserable. David is now he's not as attractive because he's older. But stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. If we were all young or whatever, and someone like David walked up to you, man, please, shut up. And he's also worth 40 million. Does he smell like 40 million? Please stop playing. And y'all, people need to stop playing on my dome. Stop playing with me. Let's not act like the vast majority of black men are not by far more attractive than white men. Stop playing. Especially black athletes. Them people got muscle, man. It's the trap. It's the this. It's the that. It's the chest. It's the whatever. Imagine David just picking your ass up. Oh, what the fuck? What just happened here? Right? What just happened? Hold on. Right? Look at this. Here's David. Here's Oliver. Seriously, what is this? Even Eric Benet. Look how skinny he is. You see? Non-conventional man. Because he ain't going to be shit. You see? But the woman always think that, oh, I'm unsafe. Oh, the patriarchy. This man trying to oppress me. Shut up. Oppress you where? Okay? That's a big ass dude. Hold on. Let me see if I can find him, Jack. Hold on. Let me see if I can go and find, his chest. Hold on. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find him. Hold on. Because who knows what kind of picture he had out there, Chad. Let's see what kind of pictures he had out there back in the day. Okay, this is a good one. Y'all, please. And he tall too? Shit. Stop playing with me. Okay? And he has dimples. Stop playing with me. These women they're such liars, Elena. It drives me insane. Okay? Because you going to see who she's currently dating, or you going to see her ex. She could never get a black man that looks like this. Stop playing with me. And the brother got dimples too. Stop playing with me. What? If David walked, y'all, people are so full of shit. They just lie. These women are so miserable. Why are people so dishonest? If David had walked up to you, when we were back in our days, in our 20s, 20, 25, David, Marley, what's up? David, don't look at me, bitch. What? This this man has dimples too? Oh, damn, you cute as hell. Oh, you fine as fuck. You fine as fuck. Who remembers Derek Jeter? Do you remember Derek Jeter back in the day when he was playing baseball? What the fuck? What in the glorious fuck? What are we even talking about? What are we? Hold on. What? Even Alex Rodriguez. Okay? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Derek Jeter was so cute. Even Alex Rodriguez. Hold on. Hey, Ron, come here. Hold on. What are we talking about? These people were cute AF. They were so damn cute. I had a professor, my Spanish professor. She was a black woman. Oh, she was obsessed. She was obsessed with Aaron. Woo! That man is so cute. That man is so cute. Hey, papi. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Or imagine you meet Derek Jeter or you meet Alex Rodriguez. And you say, mami. He's like, sí, papi. ¿Cómo está? Esto bien. Okay? And then you have Alex Rodriguez. Okay, I'm going to marry you. I'll pay for everything. Cocinar and limpia la casa. Baby, that's not a problem. Okay? That is not a problem. What? You ain't got to pay for shit. Okay? You don't pay for shit. You don't have to do shit. All you got to do is cook and clean. And not just that, because they're very handsome and you're also very pretty. You're going to have some beautiful kids. You're going to have some beautiful. These people got good DNA. Okay? Like I said, I fear I might have to get into baseball now. I'm like, what? You got to put stuff in perspective. David never would have asked her for money. He doesn't need her money. And the thing about, I'm taking Spanish classes. And the thing is also, because he's a baseball player, because baseball players to me are like your traditional alpha males, right? What does he look like dragging a woman to court and asking her for money in like an alimony? It was never going to happen. Right? But you see, I don't want to be traditional. I don't want to cook. I don't want to clean. I want to go for a man that's not traditional. No problem, sis. And now what does your sex like? What does your dating life look like? Right? How many times have you been married? So you could have kept one marriage had you cooked and cleaned. You're like, nope, I don't want that. Right? Nope, I don't want it. Hold on, let's see. Hold on. You see this? What kind of chaos is this? So she dated all of these men. This is madness. One woman in one lifetime? She dated all these people? Girl, you are a hot ass mess. She is a mess. You could have been married to this one and it would have been it. No, I want to be a feminist. I don't want to be traditional. I don't want to cook for no man. So then you have to go and hold on. What the fuck? 3, 6, 8. 8 times 3, 16, 24. She's had 24 relationships. I guess some people are repeats. So about 20 different dudes. 20 dudes because you didn't want to cook and clean. I told you these girls don't know how to think critically. They don't know how to think critically, and they're not good with numbers. So you had all these different penises inside of you. You slept with all these men because you don't want to be with one man. You don't pay for shit. All you gotta do is cook and clean. No, they're insane. They are truly. This is crazy because she didn't want to cook and clean. Girl, you are batshit crazy. You are truly crazy. I was like this. I'm like, nah, this thing is not, it don't make no sense to me. So she goes with Eric Benet. I'm not a traditional man. Do whatever you want. Yeah, girl, I support you, girl. Yeah, because he ain't shit. So what happened? He started cheating all over the place. And also, Eric Benet, he had not no damn money. You see? But that's the problem with women who have an issue with gender roles. They really do. And you're going to play yourself. Because I'd rather go with a traditional man who wants to be a man, who wants to lead his household, who wants to work like a man, is doing man shit, got a whole bunch of money, and he wants me to do woman shit. Yes. I'd rather cook and clean than to lose a great man and sleep with a whole bunch of dudes, and they're a bunch of losers. Everybody after him was a loser. Eric Benet was broke. We all remember. What's that song he had? Kiss them girls. What, George? What did kiss them girls and make them cry? We all knew he was a bum. And who else has a Caucasian mom too? Melissa Ford. And it was her mom who told, oh, religion is bad, marriage is bad. Now her daughter's out here 45 working with Joe Budden doing a podcast, right? Melissa Ford, her mom is white. Okay, you get me, right? Now, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to body shame her, none of that. But I'm just saying, like, to me, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy because it would have made more sense to stay with David. You know, he doesn't need your money. He was never going to, even when she became the big Halle Berry, he was never going to ask her for a dime. So she left David. She goes with Wesley Snipes. The man out there beating her ass. Between cooking and a safe, I'd rather cook for a man and be safe. Then, oh, I don't want to cook. I don't want to clean. I'm going to be Wesley Snipes. Then I get my ass whooped. Where are those pans again? Where's your seasoning cart? What do you want to eat? You see? But this is what they've done to these women. That anything traditional, anything stable, you know, a man that has parameters for you he's oppressing you, he's abusing you. But now look at what's happened now. Look at the consequences of wanting to be a feminist, wanting to be non-traditional, wanting to not cook for a man, clean. That's fine. And I'm sure every other man after that did not ask to cook and clean. But then what happened? What happens for a woman when she, you know, a lot of women, especially a lot of black women, because they're crazy. A lot of black, and this is exactly what Mother Shiraza Ali was saying. She said a lot of things that black people do, they think it's their culture. She's like, you don't even have a culture because you were enslaved. And a lot of things that you do or that you believe in is what the white woman told you. Because it's not even stuff that you came up on your own. So because the white woman has an issue with her white man, you say, oh, well, I guess I have an issue with my black man too. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. She can fight her man if she wants to. Why are you fighting? Why are you mad? Why are you upset? Why are you making his life difficult? That's exactly what she was saying. That's why I said, like, even for me, like me, I will not apologize for being black. I'm black. I'm conservative black. I'm West African black. I'm black in tradition. Y'all, I'm a black ass person. I am not a white woman. I will never see a white woman bring up her grievance. And, oh, yeah, you know what? Maybe Jimmy's doing that to me. He ain't doing shit to me. I'm not oppressed. He doesn't even bother me. I can do a live for 12 hours. I'm not oppressed. I'm not abused. I'm not sitting here looking for problems. Okay? No, I am fine. This is ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. And you have so many black girls who allow these deranged white women to make an impression on them. And then they go in their black ass relationships. Now you want to create problems for this black man. What the heck? Leave people alone and stop listening to people who are not part of your community. White people have their own issues. I don't know. Let them figure that shit out. Right? Oh, the white woman is not conventional, so I'm also not going to be conventional. And I'm sure because she was in Hollywood, she was trying to keep up with Madonna. She was trying to keep up with wherever black girl was out, whatever white woman was out there. But these women are batshit crazy. And if you follow these batshit crazy white women, your life, your romantic life, your sex life is going to look insane. Because they're chaotic. Okay? The whole Disney thing. So she leaves David. Safe house, safe relationship. The only thing was cook and clean and be motherly. She's like, no, I don't do that. So every man after that, every man, she wants a non-traditional man. And then what happens? Non-traditional stuff. And is she safe? No, she's actually putting herself in harm's way. All these relationships they brought, besides David, everybody else brought her harm. Go back to fucking David. Cook and clean, girl. It's not that. I'm like, yo, it is not that deep. Not yesterday, the day before, I made lasagna, right? It lasted 2 days. Yesterday, I took out some chicken wings and then some short rib, like some pork ribs, things, whatever, right? So last night, I can't remember, but whatever. But last night, I went downstairs like midnight or something. I just seasoned everything and I put that in the fridge so that when James is ready today, he'll just grill it. Like, you know what I'm saying? It is not that deep. It might last like 2 days. Like, the food lasts. You don't have to cook every single day. Right? And that's why I said, compare her, right? Compare Halle Berry to Angela Bassett, right? And Angela Bassett and her, because she married David in 93 and they divorced in 97, right? So our auntie here, our beautiful Auntie Angela, she got married in 97, right? So in 2 years, it's how many, like what, 40 years? Hold on. Yeah, hold on. 27. Yeah. Oh, wow. Right? 97, 27. I can't, like 40 years of marriage, right? Or 30 years of marriage. No, 30 years of marriage, right? Yeah, 30 years. Okay, cool. Yeah, 30 years. Sorry. Right? So in 2027, her and her husband, by God's grace, right? They're going to be celebrating 30 years of marriage. But do you see how Auntie Angela is a smart Black woman? Well, she's a smart woman first. It's not about being Black, but she's a smart woman that happens to be Black. Do you know how she knows how to pull out her calculator, okay, and do the math, right? Do you know how, you see how she knows how to think? One husband. You have one husband. You have all your kids with that one husband. And yes, you can have an amazing career, kill it out there. But when you're home, be a traditional woman. Like, be nice, be friendly, work in unison with your husband, and have partnership. Do you see her? You think you can go type her name and see her attached to 20 men or 24 men that she slept with? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You're not going to do that. You're not going to find it. So who's smarter? Right? You see, the Black woman who chose the traditional route, where is she today? Right? Where is she today? Type her name and see how many people she slept with. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Because that's just the men. They got married in 97, so they were dating before that. So it could be that for the past like 30 years or 35 years, she's only been with one man. Look at her career, y'all. Let's do this, right? Let's do this. When it comes to Angela Bassett, right, look at her career because she chose to be traditional. Look at her finances because she chose to be traditional. She's not out here paying $20 million selling into a man, paying $16,000 to another man for child support, paying for this. No, because she's traditional, right? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because she is traditional, because she's highly educated and traditional, she kept her money. She's not paying divorce attorneys. Do you know how many divorce attorneys Halle Bailey, what's the name, Halle Berry has had to pay for? Eric Benet, the other guy who's light-skinned like that with the curly hair. Olivier, she had to pay for that. For her daughter Nala, she had to pay for that. So already 4 divorce attorneys. So like now she does her own divorces because she said she's been through it. She's been through the process so much that she just knows the process now. She no longer needs an attorney. How sad is that? How tragic is that? So I'm sure even if Halle Berry made more money in her career than Angela Bassett, ultimately, who got to keep most of her money? You see, like they say, it's not how much money you make, it's how much money you keep. So who's the smartest woman? Who is the smartest woman? Who is the smart business woman? Who is the smart woman when it comes to her punani? Angela Bassett. Angela Bassett. There you go. And when anybody who wants to tell you that, oh, being traditional is not going to keep you safe, they're lying to you. Here we are. Here we are. She sleeps with her kids. Everybody's under the same roof. She sees her kids whenever she wants to. She don't have to pay child support. She don't have to have a custody agreement. None of that crap because she's a traditional woman. She knows how to handle her business outside of the house. You're like, yeah, be a businesswoman because she is a businesswoman. Right? And nobody is going to come to Angela Bassett. And first of all, the way you look at her, does it ever give that you can walk up to Angela Bassett and disrespect her? I want you to do it. I would love to see it. I would love to see it. It's not going to happen. Anybody who talks about her, they have the utmost respect for her. Now, the fact that she's married and she's been married for 30 years to the same man, it does add more. It adds more. Yeah, it makes her more magnificent. I don't know how to say it. Like, yeah, she's more classy because of that. She's going to be more respected because of that. She's going to be seen as more honorable because of that. Because 30 years of marriage is hard work. It's hard work. 30 years of being with the same person. Marlene, I think even you guys and most people, we're going to have more respect for somebody who can commit to 30 years of being with one person than in 30 years you don't slept with 24 people. That's too many people. So in 30 years, you slept with like 24, 30 people. That's almost a new person every year. That's a lot of people. Exactly. Halle Berry right now, she's promoting condoms. She's promoting orgasms. She's promoting lubricants. Have you seen it? Right? She has to tell us that, oh, she had herpes. She's like batshit crazy. Ciao. right? You see? So now she's out here promoting sex toys. Do you see this? I mean, it's so disgusting. Right? She's out here promoting sex toys. She's in bed promoting sex toys. She's promoting vibrators. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Do you get my point? If she was married to David, none of this shit would have happened. And her brand would have been so much better. And she would not need the shit. Yeah, Halle, she's on the red carpet. She's showing her private part of the Met Gala. Hold on, I got a picture. I'm like, why are you dressed like this? You know, her private is out. Everybody was shocked. Like, what is this? Like, you don't have to dress like this. Like, why are you doing this to yourself? Right? All of this because she didn't want to cook. This is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. This is crazy. It's like these women, they don't want an easy life. God forbid. Hold on, where's she at? Control, what's it called? Control F. Minute, right? This image is small. Yeah. Like, why are you dressed like that? Everybody was shocked. Like, we are seeing her lady part. We are seeing her lady part. Like, she is putting her lady part on camera. Why? Because she doesn't want to be traditional. She doesn't want to be traditional, right? I don't know, y'all. It's sad. It really is sad, you guys. It really is sad. I'm trying to be funny. Because I'm like, your first husband, super tall. He's definitely like 6'3" or 6'4". He's really tall. Really tall. He's super fit, super handsome. He has dimples, and he comes with a $40 million net worth. You ain't got to pay for shit. And he's a very traditional man. He's not going to take you to court. He's not going to ask you for alimony, but he wants something traditional. You cook and clean. I'm like, yo, that ain't that bad, right? Oh, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. I got to be a feminist. I got to be a boss bitch. I got to be this woman. I got to be this modern woman. And now here are the consequences. But I'm like, look at her life and look at Angela Bassett's life. And I would hope people will take this as a warning call. Like, you know what? I might not want that for myself. Yeah, she talked about her dry vagina. She talked about how she has herpes. I mean, I'm like, this is insanity. This is real insanity to me. It's crazy to me. But if you can marry someone, or if you're actually married to someone who is traditional, who is a traditional man, who's a provider man, who's a protector man, and the man says, I need you to cook and clean. Ladies, put it in perspective. For the life you're going to have, the stress-free life you're going to have, and the fact that he's traditional, so he's not going to ask you for money, take you to court, take your kids away from you. He's not going to do drugs and all that kind of weird shit. He doesn't put his hands on you. You left that man because he asked you to cook and clean, to go be with Wesley Snipes, to get your ass whooped. He beat you so hard, you lost hearing in your ear. Are you kidding me? Because you don't want to cook. So you left a traditional marriage because you don't want to cook and clean, to go be in an abusive relationship with a man who was never going to marry you. When I tell you, I'm defeated. I am absolutely defeated. This is insanity. This is insanity. This is crazy. This is crazy. And I'm like, some people really don't want peace. You see, this guy also divorced. She divorced this guy, right? Wesley was out here beating on her. I'm like, this is insanity. Maybe he's gay. I think men who beat women might be gay. Okay? Eric Benet, once again, Eric Benet, non-traditional, right? Probably, you see? She want to be with a white man, right? Because she's like, oh, he doesn't care if I cook and clean. Yeah, but he definitely cares that you run him this money. He wants you to run this money. So my thing is, would you rather go for a man who has his own money, he works, he's also respected by other men, he competes, he makes his own bread, versus, oh, he's non-conventional, oh, he's non-traditional, oh, he doesn't care if I cook, he doesn't care if I clean, doesn't care if I'm messy, doesn't care, yeah, because he ain't shit. And most likely he gonna ask you for money. And not even just Halle, it's not even just Halle too, huh? Even Alex Cooper, the white girl, Alice Cooper too, because she lived this life of promiscuity. The girl who does Call Me Daddy, right? Hold on, let me show you. right? This guy right here, right? Because because she makes a lot of money, right? But she makes a lot of money because she's telling people the kind of hoe she used to be, right? But this man, she takes care of him. He ain't got no money. That's why he puts up with everything. That's why he didn't mind marrying her. Because, listen, that Gold Daddy, what's it gonna call her daddy podcast is very nasty. Very, very nasty. Now, remember when she first started, she was talking about all the guys in New York City that play football that she was giving BJs to. Y'all, this girl is crazy. Lonnie knows, she has said some crazy things on that podcast, right? But once again, I want to be free. I don't want to be traditional. And usually also it's out of trauma. Because I guess something happened with her parents' marriage and stuff like that. Instead of going to therapy, no, they operate out of fear. They think, oh, well, my mom and dad went through, so that's not going to be me. And instead of it's not going to be me in a healthy way, it's in a very toxic way. She has divulged some very, very shocking things about herself and her sexual life on that podcast. So the only man that was going to marry her is a man with no money. But like I said, this dude also going to take the money. He's going to sue her because it's not going to last. Like highly promiscuous women would have a lot of sex and a lot of sexual trauma. It's hard for them to stay long in these marriages. They can't do it because they want more penis. That's why I told you. I said, even Cassie, Alex Fon is going to take her money too. I've already told you this. You know what I mean? But it's like, you know what I mean? But I'm like, for me, when I put things in perspective, I would rather stay. Marlene, yes, me right here. Okay. Over here, right? Marlene, I would rather stay with David, be a traditional wife in the home, and be a businesswoman on the outside. I rather do, right? Even the Kardashians. The Kardashians would have, do you know how much Kim Kardashian would have cried to marry David? Let me tell you this. Y'all don't want to have these conversations, huh? Okay. Y'all don't want to have these conversations. Do you think that if David had walked up to Kim Kardashian, she would let that man go? You see how she was crying for Reggie Bush? Do you remember how Kim was crying for Reggie Bush? Do you remember how Kim was crying for Kanye? Let's talk about Khloe and Tristan. She out here begging this man for sperm. Okay? The Kardashians will beg a man. They will beg a man for marriage. They will do everything to make sure a man stays. You hear me? Right? But yet, like I said, it is natural. I repeat, it is very, very natural for a man to be attracted to a woman in his community. Right? Y'all, listen. I'm going to say a thing and you might be offended, but that's okay. But I need to say it. I think sometimes also as Black women, as a collective, we kind of have to make peace that maybe there's a certain kind of praise that white girls give to Black boys that Black women need to start doing. Because I'm telling you this, if this was Kim Kardashian, she would have let this man slide. When I tell you, Kris Jenner would have found a way to make this man stay in that marriage. Like they would have found a way to feed this man. When I tell you, Kim Kardashian would have started a cooking line. She would have started a cooking show. Kim changed her whole life for Kanye. What are we talking about? We saw Kim Kardashian throw away over $1 million worth of clothes because of Kanye. The day Kanye went in that house and he took everything, he left one white blouse. I was like, what the fuck? Even Khloe walked in there and she saw all the Louboutin shoes in the foyer. She was like, Kim, what's going on? That is how bad Kim wanted to be with Kanye. And I told y'all this, even if Kanye comes back, she won't go back. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Oh, what are we talking about? Exactly? Who remembers this, right? Kanye was out here throwing this girl's clothes away.
With his stylist, and he's giving me a full clothing makeover.
Okay, and that's, you know what, you guys, y'all, let me tell you something, right? She said Kanye is coming over today with his, she was excited for her man to change her look. You have Keisha over here. Yes, Cash Doll. I call her Keisha. I'm not doing these rapper names, right? You have Keisha over here. Keisha broke her relationship up. You guys, I swear. Sometimes when I tell you, I don't know if I want to scream at the TV, grab my TV, break my TV, run and do a YouTube. Black women just get on my fucking nerves. The man said to Keisha, right? You guys, these black men are evil. They're so fucking evil. They're telling Keisha, oh, a man who doesn't want you to wear makeup is oppressing you. I'm like, no, you bitches is ugly. Keisha is naturally beautiful. Have you ever seen a blemish on Cash Doll's face? They're so full of shit. Makeup is for some of y'all. Some of y'all need makeup. Like you need it real bad. Okay? Because you don't take care of your skin. You don't know the child. Let me not even go there. But my point is, hold on. Y'all, I'm all over the place. It's okay. It's okay. Okay? Listen. Look at this real quick, right? Look at this. Let me find a good picture. Right? But if you ever see Keisha's face, because I don't call her Cash Doll, but if you ever see her face, she doesn't need makeup. Everybody does not need makeup. I don't know since when it became offensive for a man to say to a woman, especially a woman who doesn't need makeup, to wear makeup. Oh, if he doesn't want you to wear makeup, he's oppressing you. Girl, you need makeup. Like for some girls, makeup is a must. Keisha doesn't need makeup. Then he told Keisha to stop wearing wigs. I'm like, because she doesn't need the wigs. Her hair is down to her ass. You see that picture right there? Do you see this picture? That is her hair. This is her hair. Like her hair is down to her ass. She doesn't need makeup. She doesn't need wigs. She doesn't need weaves. Like the day I saw her real hair, I was like, what the fuck? That's your hair? Why are you wearing wigs? Why do you wear wigs? These wigs are not nice. They're not pretty. They're not beautiful. They're aging her. They're ugly. Her hair is down to like right there, like the middle of her back. That's all her natural hair. That girl has so much hair on her head. She has so much hair. Naturally, I have never seen this girl with a blemish on her face. So I'm like, she doesn't need makeup. Now, maybe a BB cream or something like that. But Keisha is not one of these girls that actually needs to wear makeup. Like, she just doesn't need to wear makeup. I'm sorry. But I think some people, because they actually need makeup, they want everybody else to feel like they need makeup. No, you need makeup. Some of us, we just live with good skincare. That's it. Because not everybody needs makeup, right? And also, not everybody needs to wear a wig or a weave. You have black girls out here who have long ass hair, and Keisha is one of those people. Her hair is crazy long, and her skin is super beautiful. She's very pretty. She doesn't need makeup, and I'm like, to me, I don't know, that's just me. To me, it's a natural flex to just wake up in the morning and go like this. Okay, you can just go like this is all your hair. You can do what these white girls do and just grab a clip like this, just bow. And that's like, and you go like this, okay? That's a flex. To wake up in the morning and you don't need makeup. Don't need no fake hair because it's all you. That is beautiful. They're like, exactly. They're so obsessed with this trans woman look. It's so bizarre. So now the black man is evil because he's telling a black woman, you don't need makeup and you don't need fake hair. So that makes him evil. But if he told her to wear a wig, he will also be evil. You see, black men don't want to see natural hair. Which one is it with these people? They're batshit crazy, right? But if your man says to you, I love the way you look without makeup on, that means that you're very beautiful. No, but a girl like that, she gonna go listen to them ugly ones. Like, oh, girl, you and her don't have the same level of beauty. We gotta stop. Everybody's on the same level of beauty. It's okay, right? But if you can wear your natural skin, you can wear your bare face, and you got a bunch of hair, you are beautiful indeed. Because what more do you need? And then you got pretty teeth, like you're good to go. But she has a beautiful complexion. She's very pretty, right? Like the first time I saw her natural hair, I'm like, why is this woman wearing, like, why are you wearing wigs? Wigs are for people that ain't got no hair, okay? But if you have long natural hair down to your ass, you should wear your natural hair. That is a fucking flex. Because how many people can actually do that? So I'm like, no, he's not being oppressive. But the problem is, the problem with Keisha, right? The problem with Keisha, right? Hold on. I really feel as though, right? I really do believe that Keisha has never really dated a grown man. I think she's accustomed to dating little boys. She's accustomed to childish energy, right? I don't even think I really don't even believe that she even knows how to love herself. I really don't. I really don't believe that she knows how to love herself. And I think when you don't know how to love yourself and you're not ready to love yourself, when someone loves you for you, you're uncomfortable because you're used to relationships where you have to be somebody else. Right? I think because her baby daddy, to me, he seems very immature. He seems very immature. I felt like he was a child. He looks like a teenager. What do I know? Right? But he has a very juvenile energy about him. And I feel like with this football player, with this brother here, I think he's a bit more, he's a big dude, right? He's a big ass dude. Like her baby daddy, he's small, he's tiny. He's a tiny little man, right? But this dude right here, that's a big ass dude. Okay. So I feel like she's never really been around that energy, right? It's them goofy ass rappers, it's them goofy ass hustlers, it's them goofy ass little people, right? But like a serious grown ass man who doesn't need anything from her, who actually demands things from her, who has like rules. And I think it was hard for her because she's not used to structure. And this is how some people out here, some Black women out here, they're out here sabotaging relationships because to me, honestly, there's nothing more beautiful and there's nothing more validating for a man to say, babe, you got beautiful hair. Why are you hiding it? And she actually does. Her hair is down to her ass. Now, we're not saying don't ever wear wigs or weaves, whatever, because sometimes it's fun, right? And you don't always want to put heat on your hair. But my thing is, if your hair is down to your ass, you should wear your hair more than you wear the wigs. You don't need that shit. Right? Make sense? And also, if you have a natural face, just like Hailey Bieber with Rose, right? Rose is like skincare makeup. Like she wears makeup, but it's very clean face makeup. You can transition into that because you have a pretty skin, you have a pretty face, and you don't have any blemishes. So you should, like someone like Keisha, she should be wearing like Rose, like the no makeup look. That's more her speed. You know, because maybe he's saying like no makeup, but like maybe he means like lighter makeup, but he calls it no makeup because men don't know that there's different levels of foundation, right? You can wear a BB cream, right? Or you can wear even a skin tint and things like that, right? But there are ways to maybe like add more life, more color to your flesh without wearing so much makeup. You know, it's that too. But I really feel like her dating history has been with a bunch of knuckleheads. You know, so now that she's met a man, and also I'm sure he's rich. So it's not fake. He's not pretending. And I'm sure his jewelry is not fake also. So I feel like when you step into that kind of, you know, when you step into that zone, it's a different game. It's a different league. And she's not used to that league of men. She's used to clowns. But that's for another live, right? But my point is what I want to, the points, because it's a few points, right? The few points I'm trying to bring home is that many times, Black women will complain that the Black man wants to be with a white woman and he likes the white woman more. Marlene, I disagree. I really do disagree because I believe that it's natural for any man to want to be with the woman from his ethnic group. I think Black men want to be with Black women, white men want to be with white women, right? I really do believe that. However, there are certain behaviors out here that are making it difficult. Okay, there are certain behaviors that Black women are doing that are making this communion thing difficult, and they need to stop, right? Because look at Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian is Armenian. She is not Black, but yet she saw the value in Kanye. Oh, he's a designer. He's a visionary. He's a genius. Oh yeah, okay. Do you want to dress me up? Okay, she didn't complain, right? But yet we have this brother here. He had no bro Dusty. He's not a Dusty. He's not the one who got her pregnant with 2 kids out of wedlock, right? And for as long as they've been together, he didn't get her pregnant, right? This man plays in the NFL. He's not some broke-ass rapper, lying, scamming, doing Navy Federal scams with him 500, right? He doesn't have to listen to Earn Your Leisure. What is this? Okay, this is a bona fide, wealthy-ass Black man. So I do believe that when you date Black men of a certain caliber, you have to honor that. You have to honor that, right? So my thing is, for you being a Black woman, you should understand how serious and how prestigious it is for a Black man to be in the NFL and to make NFL money, right? So therefore, if I'm going to be in his life, yeah, I'm going to change up too. Shit, I'm going to fit into his tradition. Like, you don't want to make up, that's fine. You want my real hair, hey? Because guess what? These white girls, for the vast majority, many of these white girls, when they go out to the game to see their man, they're wearing their natural hair. So it's a flex also for your black girlfriend to show up with her natural hair. Like, yeah, bitch, we got hair too, bitch. Right? Like, that's what I'm saying. But I'm like, to me, I'm like, the fact that you're not honoring who he is and what he has accomplished, it triggers me. Because he's not a basic ass. Look at your baby daddy and look at this man. It's not the same energy, sis. It's not the same league of men. You out here playing with them clowns and them bozos. Her baby daddy is a clown. Nobody even knows this man, right? This guy right here, this brother right here, people who, I don't know him like that because I don't watch football like that, but I'm like, people who play football, people who watch football, and it's millions of people, they know who he is. So his name carries weight, and he did that for himself. He didn't build himself on the back of a woman. He's not out here impregnating people, right? So I feel like when you date a certain caliber of men and they're high achievers, I feel like as a black woman, you have to honor that in the black man. Like, you know what, Black King, good job, because damn, you rich, huh? You rich. Damn, congratulations. Because it's not easy to get up here, right? But you dated this man and you still have the mindset of a hood rat. You got to stop. And that's why I say so many black women, they sabotage themselves because they don't know when it's time to be serious. They don't know when it really is time for you to stop playing them childish ass stupid games and start being a wife. You got to change your mindset. But they're not going to be able to because many black women don't know how to leave their goofy ass girlfriends in the back somewhere. You got to grow up and you got to leave people behind because you got to make sure that your family life is straight. You know what I'm saying? But with a man like that, you won't even have to rap anymore. You won't have to rap. You don't have to work. You don't have to go on tour. You ain't got to go damn TikTok. He can take care of everything. Do you not want to have financial stability? Do you not want to have peace? Do you not want to have a steady life? No, they want problems because I believe these girls have low self-esteem. They really have low self-esteem. So even when good things happen to them, they have to see it as, oh, something is wrong. Something is wrong. He's trying to control me. Who control you how? By telling you to love your natural self. It's really sad. Even on my other channel, my video I did about the wig stuff, the fact that so many black women felt attacked because I said that you don't have to wear these wigs, wear your natural hair. But today, telling a black woman to embrace her natural self is a form of insult. It's you putting her down. It's like, no, you have a problem. You don't love yourself. Don't love yourself. And you feel as though if you don't have makeup on, you don't have lashes on, you don't have a wig on, you're not beautiful. That's a serious problem. And like Malcolm X said, where did you learn to hate yourself? Right? Why do you feel more beautiful with a wig on from somebody else's hair, from a whole different world, from a whole different community than you feel with your own hair? Your own hair should make you feel beautiful, right? You should see yourself beautiful in your own skin. Now, the makeup is a plus, but makeup should never be a must. If you only like yourself when you have makeup on, something is sad. Something is wrong. Because makeup was never meant to replace your natural beauty. Makeup was meant to enhance your beauty. But first and foremost, you have to find yourself beautiful, right? You can't hide behind makeup. Right? But I think it's really sad. I think it's really sad that if you tell a black woman today that she's more beautiful in her natural aura, the way God made her, she gets offended. That is crazy. So we should only compliment you when you have fake hair. We should only compliment you when you're wearing pounds of makeup. That is insanity. We have to tell you you're beautiful when you show up in your natural self. Like, this is, I don't know, it's crazy to me. But honestly, I'm glad he told her that because even Marlene, I would have said the same thing to Keisha because I was really confused. Because I'm like, if your hair is down your ass, why are you wearing wigs nonstop? Wear your natural hair. Now, for some occasion, sometimes if you need lots of heat or it's a color style, whatever, and you don't want to bleach your hair, I understand why you're using the wig though. But we should see you more in your natural hair. But the problem is, I think a lot of black women feel as though their natural hair is not suitable for public consumption. Oh, it's not dressy enough. It's not polished enough, right? Oh, but the hair of other people on your head, that's polished. Like the natural hair look is only for the house. It's only when I'm cleaning. It's only when I'm like, that's crazy to me. It is your hair. It's your hair, right? Because I'm like, it's not okay. He's not wrong. I'm like, she had as long as I've known Keisha, I have never seen her with a blemish on her face. She has great skin. You don't need makeup. Her hair is down her butt crack. She doesn't need a weave. And now, I could see people saying that he's controlling if her hair was severely damaged. Like, let's say she had cancer and she felt insecure about her being bald, and then he was forcing her to not wear a wig. Yeah, that's kind of, I could be like, yeah, that's a little toxic, okay? If her hair was severely damaged, bleaching, coloring, not taking good care of it, and then he was forcing her to come out with dry, busted, damaged hair, I'm like, okay, that's like, it's giving a shaming ritual, right? But in this instance, we're looking at a Black woman that has hair down her butt crack, y'all. Her hair is down her ass. You can go find it for yourself. Keisha has hair like Cardi. Like, her and Cardi have about the same amount of hair. She has that much hair. So if she takes the wig off, she's not going to be shamed. People are going to be in awe. Like, what the fuck? You have all this hair. She has so much hair. Like I said, if a woman is bald because of cancer and you tell her not to wear the wig, that is completely different. Now we can say, yeah, that's kind of toxic, but that's giving controlling because she's not comfortable. Because let's say she had a bunch of hair and because of the cancer, she lost all her hair. We can understand why she's still struggling with the bald look, because not everybody looks like Amber Rose bald. So I get that part, right? Number two, if she also has severely damaged hair because she did not take care of her hair and she's a public figure and you're asking her to come outside with damaged, dried, all kinds of crusty hair, yes, that's also toxic because she's not, the hair's not looking good. But when you're talking about a dark-skinned Black woman that has hair down her ass, I don't see how it's controlling to ask her to wear her natural hair. She's like a Black Pocahontas. Yeah, exactly. Like, Keisha's hair is down her ass. So I'm like, no. And that's why sometimes it's really bad to talk about your relationship shit with Black women, because many of these Black girls who don't take care of their hair, they're going to project into your relationship and automatically say that your man is toxic. Like, no, he's not toxic. Because even me, when I first saw her hair, because she was going to go get her hair done, and I'm like, but why are you wearing a wig? You got more hair than the hair. You got more inches than the actual inches on the wig. If you're about to go wear a 36-inch wig, but your hair is 40 inches, I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't get it. You have more hair than the wig. Wear your natural hair. Wear it curly, wear it straight. Do whatever you want. You have so much hair. So to me, that's not shaming. Also, for as long as I've known Keisha, I repeat, even in pregnancy, some people break out really bad during pregnancy. That didn't happen for her. But as long as I've known Keisha, I have never seen her with a single blemish on her face. So therefore, she doesn't need makeup. At most, a BB cream, a skin tint, or just like maybe like little dabs of concealer under the eyes like that. But not everybody needs makeup, right? Hailey Bieber built a whole skincare makeup line where you wear the least amount of makeup possible, and she sold her company for $3 billion to freaking Elf Cosmetics. $3 billion for a brand that really promotes wearing the least amount of makeup. But yet, if the Black man says to the Black woman, I don't want you to wear all this makeup, oh, he's controlling. How exactly is he controlling? Hold on, you guys. How exactly is he controlling? What are we even talking about? Right? But I'm like, if what's her name? If Hailey had worn so much makeup, I don't care. I don't care. You talk too much. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Hold on. Let me show you something, right? You see? Okay. You see this? So this is what he's asking. Hold on. Child, sorry, y'all. My thing is slow, huh? My computer stuff is really slow. I need to get a faster computer. Of course, I lost my connection. Where was I? Stop sharing. Let me share again. I need to give me a faster computer. Okay. But do you see Hailey though? Her brand is like skin makeup, right? And look at her views. Look at her views.
You're an extremely odd individual.
Right? Her brand is like makeup that looks like your skin, that feels like your skin. And you see, in 3 years, she was able to sell the company for $3 billion. So now a black woman says to a black woman, wife or boo, whatever, you're beautiful. You don't need to wear makeup. He's controlling you. He's controlling you. How is he controlling her? How is he controlling her? How do you know that if Keisha starts wearing less makeup, she too might become the black Hailey Bieber and start a no makeup line, like it's like kind of like skincare, skin tint, and she might make all kinds of money. Because many girls might be like, you know what, Keisha, you're right. You don't need all this makeup. It's too damn heavy. And also, it's freaking hot. It's hot. It's the summertime, right? But I'm like, this is pretty much what Hailey's brand is. It's like she doesn't wear a lot of makeup. She doesn't wear a lot of makeup, right? And then she also wears her natural hair. But my thing is, there's nothing Hailey does, right? There is nothing Hailey is doing, or there's nothing that Hailey has that Keisha doesn't have. Keisha has more hair than her. Yes. Okay. Keisha's also very pretty. Like Keisha has great skin. Keisha also has millions of followers, right? But you see, Hailey, by creating her own style, which is like, I wear the least amount of makeup possible, she was able to build a $3 billion brand. So my thing is, if Keisha starts putting herself out there with more of her natural hair, more of her natural skin, you know, a little skin tint, a little BB cream, just like dabs of concealer, right? A nice lip liner, a nice lip gloss. How do we know that she's not going to build a crazy ass makeup skincare line, right? And that's why I say many times when it comes to your relationship, you should not talk about your relationship issues with many black women because they're too damaged by trauma. There's too much trauma. They don't know how to move on. They don't have a good perspective on things. They don't like to think critically. It's too damn much. Every black man is evil. And anything a black man says is diabolical. Oh, he means you harm. Oh, he wants to control you. They're projecting onto you. They need to go to therapy and sort that shit out. Okay. But I'm like, it would be really nice to see women like Cash Doll of that caliber promote black women being more natural, like the way it used to be. Because let's be so for real, in the 90s, many black women were living the no makeup look. But whatever Hailey is doing here, it's nothing new. It really is nothing new, right? But somehow, once again, I repeat, the RuPaul Drag Race, the black gays, the drag queens, whatever, black women have started picking up on this heavy makeup look to the point that now many of them look trans. It's not pretty. It's just not pretty. It's just not. And it's okay. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And even JT also, like JT and her look, right? Look at who she's dating, right? I'm not trying to be funny, bud. I'm not trying to be funny, right? But it's like she's dating Uzi Vert. Once again, he's a clown. That is a child. This is not a real man. We don't even know if he's gay, bisexual. We don't even know what the heck he's on, right? But it's like, because she dates a rapper, which I said low-hanging fruits, right? She wears the wigs, this, and that. Can you truly compare Uzi to this black man right here? They're not the same. They're not the same caliber of men. So do you see how, and I've come to realize that too, when you date a certain caliber of men, you're going to have to be more natural. Right? I'm serious. When you date a certain caliber of men, you don't wear all this wig and lashes. You don't do that. Like, it just doesn't happen. Right? But the thing about JT is dating a confused rapper. Like, I don't know what the heck he's on. Right? But Uzi Vert, you cannot compare Uzi Vert to this black man right here. They're not the same level of, it's not the same caliber of men. Right? And I think, and that's why, and I'm going to say this too, right? And you can be offended, that's fine. But I also feel as though, because a lot of black women, black girls are used to dating ninjas, because they date ninjas, when they actually meet a black man, they don't know how to operate. Because all you know are ninjas. You've never really dated a man. Right? You've dated males, because YNs are males, but they're not men. They're YNs, right? They're emotional, they're feminine, they're sassy, they're argumentative, they'll go back and forth with your ass, they're violent, they have no self-control because, yes, they were raised by a woman, okay? There you go, right? But when you actually meet a black man, it's not the same. It's not the same. And I think the problem is because some girls, and even your sisterhood, because they have an extensive relationship or experience with YNs, when a black woman dates a black man, they want to treat the black man like he's a YN. They're not the same. These are two different species, right? A man is a man, a YN is a YN, right? They're not the same people, right? But you'll realize that the more you date a man that has a lot of money, that's a high achiever, you have to look more natural. Right? That's usually how it goes. It's less makeup, it's more natural hair, it's less fillers. Even that girl, what's her name? Stokes, the model girl. Hold on. Jasmine. Okay. Oh, that's her name, right? Okay. Right? Look at Jasmine here too, right? Look at her. Right? Like girls who date a certain caliber of men, y'all, they don't do all this. I mean, she has makeup on, but it's like a glowy goddess thing. You see? There you go. She has makeup on, but it looks more like her skin, right? No lashes even, right? But these girls, they do a makeup look. Hold on, sorry guys. They do a makeup look that is more natural. Like it looks like their skin. It looks like their skin. Hold on, sorry, my bad. What am I doing? You see this, right? This is what I mean. So I think maybe in his head, when he said no makeup, he meant this kind of look. Like, he doesn't want to know that you have makeup on, right? And I'm like, yeah. And I think she's married to like a billionaire also, right? But there's a certain look, right? There's a certain look to women who are married to wealthy men. And they don't usually wear lace fronts, right? They usually don't wear lace fronts. Like even Michelle Obama too, when she cared about being Michelle Obama, right? It's not heavy makeup. You see? Let me try to find a good picture. You see? And she didn't even start wearing the wigs and stuff until they kept frying her hair because she had to style her hair so much. She started wearing like the wigs and stuff, right? But Michelle Obama too, y'all. You see? The makeup was tastefully done. Look at her. Look at her. This is crazy, right? Y'all remember those days? You remember those days, okay? But I'm telling you, women that are married to high caliber men, they present a certain way. They're usually very fit. Their tummies are very flat. They wear their natural hair. Right? Even if they do extensions, it's like it's natural looking. Their makeup is very light, right? It's not heavy. It's not kicked on. And because Keisha is accustomed to being a female rapper, I think she struggles with like, yo, like this is a different level. Like, yeah, we're black, we're all black. But this man, he's in a different league. And you're gonna have to step up. And I think that scared her. I really do think she ran for her life because she's more comfortable with her hood rat friends. Right. And I feel like that's the thing that really holds a lot of black people back is the guilt of like leveling up. You know, a lot of black people, they feel bad about being successful, survivor's remorse, you know, so they do things to sabotage themselves because, oh, I got to go back to the hood. I got to go back to my ratchet friends. I got to go back to my single friends. You've graduated. You got to leave them people behind, right? But I'm like, to me, they look like a real beautiful couple to me. But I'm like, I understand he's a grown-ass man. So he's going to want his woman to look a certain way. And I also do believe that if you meet a better man and he's not asking you to become a better woman, he don't love you, right? Because that's what love is. People who care for you and people who love you, they need to challenge you to be a better version of yourself. Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding behind all this makeup? Why are you hiding behind these wigs? What was this? You know, and also Keisha's of a certain age. At this point, she's not going to be the next female rapper. Those days are gone. Right? Because if it's not Cardi, it's going to be Meg Thee Stallion or somebody. It's for the younger people. You're not old, but you're older. You're more mature. You're now a mother, right? So those rap days, you got to say goodbye to that. You have to know when to move on, right? Even Eve knew when the fuck to move on. And that's why we love her, because she knew when to move the fuck on, okay? And it makes her more respectful and more respectable because Eve knew when to move on. But if Eve was still out here trying to compete with JT, with Saweetie and all them people, you would not have any respect for her because it's embarrassing. right? You have to know how to evolve. And I think a lot of ladies, not just Black women, but a lot of ladies too, they have a problem with aging. It scares them. They want to always be the vixen and be this and that and that. No, you got to know when to move on. You got to leave childish things behind, right? Oh, I'm in my 40s, but I still want to be praised on my body. I mean, to some extent, yes, but you're not going to act like a 22-year-old. But when I feel like a lot of ladies, when they get in their 40s and 50s, it's like they struggle with getting older. It's like, no, you have to embrace it. And you have to leave certain things for the young girls because those days are gone for you, right? You can't be 40 or in your 50s try to compete with a 22-year-old. You are insane. So it's time to do more mature things. But in this case, I personally do not believe that this man was trying to control her. He was trying to demean her because Marlene, I personally find Keisha more beautiful with her natural hair and with her makeup. She's one of those Black women who doesn't need makeup. She doesn't need makeup and she doesn't need fake hair. I'm not saying you should never wear the fake hair or never wear makeup, but she's not a woman who needs it. She doesn't need it, right? And I do hope, I really do hope and pray that she gets to a point where she can see where he's coming from and she can see where I'm coming from and realize that there are women out here who don't need that. And she's very lucky and she's very privileged to be one of those women in the world who can say, I don't need a wig. My hair is longer than the wig. How many people can say that? How many people can say, I naturally have a 40-inch bust down? How many? Okay. How many people can say, I don't need makeup? Flawless skin. When you go outside, everybody's asking, oh my gosh, what's your skincare? Oh my gosh, what do you put on your face? Oh my gosh, your skin. How many people have that? And I'm sure if she was actually living in her natural self, she would get way more compliments, right? And this is why it's so sad, because when many young ladies start in their dating life or whatever, and they start dating low vibrational men, it will mess you up. It will mess you up. And I think too many young Black girls start off, because of the culture, they start off pursuing broken men, low vibrational men. Many of them are being YNs, right? So YNs, they want the fake ass. They want the fake lashes. Like, it's almost like they want you to look transsexual. And when you are accustomed to dealing with men like that, after a while, it becomes your normal. I got to wear a wig. I got to wear lashes. I got to wear the tight pants and this and that, because these are the kind of men that you dated for a very long time. So now when you date men that have taste, when you date men of class, when you date men of means, when you date men of status, and they're not so into the hypersexual nature of you, right? And they want to see you in your natural self in these beautiful flowy dresses where everything is not always showing like that. You think he's controlling you. No, but he's teaching you how to restore your self-respect. Because when you out here dating all these YN people, them broken people, these people are teaching you that low self-esteem, always devaluing yourself, always hypersexualizing yourself is cute. It's not. It's not, right? And that's why you got to stay away from broken people, right? Because like look at all the Muslim sisters, whether they Arab, they Black, whatever, all the other Muslim sisters who are doing modesty. Many of them are very beautiful. They're very classy and they do modesty very well. And they have so many followers. They have so many views because a woman does not have to be fully naked to be beautiful. Every outfit doesn't have to be super, super tight. You know, people don't have to see your all your shapes, and there's no need for that. Right? And I think it's very beautiful to know that you have a man who doesn't always want you to be super, everything is super tight, super revealing. Like, no, sis, like dress beautifully, dress with taste, right? And having taste doesn't mean everything is super tight. A lot of these Fashion Nova jeans, we got to put them away. Okay? We have to put them away because it's just too much. It really is too much. But my thing is, you want to date men of a certain caliber, you have to understand that at that level, the ladies, they have to present a certain way. They dress a certain way, right? And I feel like if you really love somebody, you should agree to change. Change is good. Like certain change is not good, but part of being an adult, like part of being a human being is that we have to understand that we have to evolve and we have to leave certain things behind. You know, a lot of people have to redo their image. They've had to redo their fashion, their clothes and things like that. You have to rebrand yourself. And I think Keisha is really afraid to rebrand herself, but you have to rebrand yourself. Eve had to rebrand herself. Right? She doesn't look like the Eve that we met with Stevie J because she's dating a certain level. She's married to a certain caliber of men. So she has to look like that man in his life and you know who he is in his circle of friends, whatever, right? But you see, you got to level up. You have to. You know what I'm saying? You have to. So I'm praying for her. But if we go back to Kim over here, right? My point is Kim was really happy for Kanye, even though I felt like it was extreme because these things are very expensive, right? I'm like, you can at least sell them. But even though I felt like it was extreme, but I do appreciate the fact that, you know, she wanted to do with Kanye. She wanted to be married to Kanye, you know, so she respected his opinion, right? She wanted to dress in a way that was complimentary to him. So I'm like, for an Armenian to do that for a black man, right? I think black women also, maybe we need to work on that as well. Like, you know what? You can't say, I don't care what you say. I don't care about what you think. I don't care. But your girlfriends can tell you how to dress. Strangers on the internet can tell you how to dress. Gay men can tell you how to dress. Alonzo Arnold can tell you how to dress and how to do your hair. But the man that you're in a relationship with, like, why is he not able to influence your taste and your choices when it comes to how you dress and how you carry yourself? I don't think that's fair, because what he thinks should matter more than the rest of us. Because I'm not going to marry you. Okay? I'm not going to do that. Okay? You have to care. Especially if he's a good man. You have to care. Right? Because do you not want the relationship to last? There's nothing out here. Like, for real, for real. So if you find a good man, a great man, and he's really a good person, and he's saying like, sis, this outfit's a little too tight. You know, you should also look like, is it really too tight though? If the answer is yes, then stop wearing that shit. Right? Because you have to also ask yourself, why do you have to wear all them tight ass clothes? What validation are you looking for? What are you looking for? Right? These women out here who walk around with this vixen spirit, who always want their clothes to be super tight, super revealing, who want men to lust after them. Who broke you down like this? Because obviously you're broken. Because it's not normal. It's not normal to walk around wanting to be a dick tease. It's just not normal. A woman gotta have some level of modesty. And I would feel as though if you really have found your person, there are maybe certain things that you might want to keep just for your person. It don't always gotta be broadcasted to the world, right? You gotta have a certain amount of balance with things, right? But let's look at this episode with Kim quickly, and then I can move on.
How are you? Hi. I'm so nervous. Did you look through my stuff? No, not yet. You haven't even seen my file.
Okay. And also, ladies, yes, you can be mad because I know some of you black girls, you don't like to be compared to white women, but I will compare y'all to black women. It's okay, right? But also look at her excitement. Oh my gosh, have you looked in my closet? Oh, okay. Oh, I'm so nervous, right? Whereas I do feel like if it was one of us, what you mean I got to change? Who is she? Why is she here? You see this? Even the attitude, like, you know what? And let me say this too, right? I can also see how if somebody has lived a life for a very long time, somebody asking you to change can make you uncomfortable, right? I get that part. But at the same time too, though, there are many things that have made you uncomfortable. But when you actually decided to do those things, you realize, oh, it wasn't that bad, right? Even me, I'm going to tell you this, right? There was a point in time. It's not that I didn't like my natural hair. I really believe that taking care of my natural hair will be too much work. And it is too, it's a lot of work, ain't a lot, right? But then I started to see a lot of black girls, like I'm talking like Pocahontas, like hair down the ass. So much hair. And I would ask these ladies, like, how often do you wash your hair? And they would say once a week, once a week, once a week. So then I had to confront myself and be like, well, my hair is not even that long, right? So how can I complain about my hair? Because I would love for my hair to be down my butt crack. But if I'm already overwhelmed with the amount of hair I currently have, well, then I guess maybe I don't deserve to have hair this long, right? But if you see a black girl and a black woman and her hair is down her butt, and she's telling you that she washed her hair every week for 5 years, well then, right? So I had to confront myself and to realize that I was just full of shit. Because if she can do it, I can do it too. Just because it seems daunting, just because it seems overwhelming or it sounds overwhelming, it doesn't mean that it's impossible. Like the first few times when I started washing my hair weekly, it was like, this is a lot. But then I write down all the steps. So step one that I know how to do from start to finish. So now it goes like this because I know what to do. But initially, I was not down for it. At first, it was every 2 weeks. And I'm like, even that felt like a lot. Then I said, okay, if it was almost like 10 different black girls, like I'm telling you, hair down their asses. And everybody said they wash their hair once a week. Well, I would love for my hair to be down my butt. But I'm like, if right now, to me, washing my hair is overwhelming, even though I don't have that much hair, do I really deserve to have hair like that? Because maybe I should just be okay with this. I'm like, no, I want that kind of hair. So I said, okay, I'm going to wash my hair once a week. At first, the first few weeks were slightly overwhelming. But now I've got to a point where it's like, it's not a big deal because I know what to do because I have written down all my steps, right? So I get that part. When you're used to doing things a certain way, you're used to living a certain way, you're used to thinking a certain way and things like that. Somebody asking you to change could be like, what the fuck? Ain't nothing wrong with me, right? But we also have to understand, not even a romantic relationship. Any relationship should challenge us to try something new, should challenge us to be at our very best. If your friends are not challenging you or calling you out on your bullshit, they're not your friends, they're your enablers. Okay. If you meet a man and he's not encouraging you to work on your temper, to work on how you talk to people, to work on your mindset, to work on your reluctance to try new things, why is he here? Because it's not just money and going out to eat. We also got to want to be better people. You know, iron sharpens iron, right? If you live life a certain way and you meet a man and he's not trying to help you with your fitness, he's not trying to help you with your diet, he's not encouraging you to eat differently, why is he here? But if you meet a man and you're overweight and you stay with the man, now you're even bigger. I don't know. It's a problem to me. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, you also have to see that just because right now something feels offensive or just because right now you feel attacked, you're probably not being attacked. You're being encouraged to look at something a different way, right? And that's not an attack. Today, because of the way social media culture is, and because America too runs on encouraging everybody to see themselves as a victim, even when you have friends and family offering you suggestions, you automatically think you're being attacked. Everybody thinks they're being attacked. It's like, who is attacking you, right? If people love you and if you decide to be in any relationship, right, then people should have permission to come up to you and say, you know what, you might want to reconsider doing this because I don't think it's good for you, right? That's it. That's that. Now, you also have to be mature, especially if this relationship means a lot to you, and say, you know what, for as much as this is not what I wanted to do, for as much as I don't really care for that, for as much as I believe that there's nothing wrong with how I dress, but if it means a lot to you, I am willing to try. Show me what you got. Like, let's meet halfway. Like, show me what you got. The man might say, okay, I got this dress, that dress. Certain dresses for right now you might not like. But you might say, oh, you know what? This dress is not bad. Okay, that's actually cute. I can see myself wearing that, right? Little by little. Just like when you want to change your diet. You can't change your diet overnight because it's very hard. If you like sweets and you like salts and things like that, like snacks and stuff, it's really hard. But what we can do is eat less of the snacks and also replace some of your really bad snacks with healthier snacks, right? Be more open-minded. You don't have to change your outfits completely 100% like Kim did. But maybe you can concede to, you know what? I can see how I don't have to wear this outfit, huh? There you go. Yes. And it's easier when you cut off all, and the hair was damaged because of the knotless braids. Like when you cut them, because your cuticles are just damaged. So when you wash the hair, it gets even more, it gets so tangled. So I would say when you cut off all the damaged ends, like it's easier to wash your hair. It's easier to detangle your hair and things like that. But there are many things, I think most of us can say that. There are many things that I never thought I would do. Like, this is too much work. This is crazy. This is that. And today I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad I started doing this, right? Just because something makes you scared, just because something makes you uncomfortable, or just because you feel attacked, it doesn't mean you're being attacked. Okay? You're just being asked to look at things differently. So I'm saying, can we meet halfway? Let the man say, okay, you say, okay, fine. I don't want to change, but if you were to actually be my stylist, entertain me, show me how you would dress me up. I want to see it. Right? And you might see that, you know what, certain things you actually like. Certain things might be a no-no for now, right? But you can say, you know what, I don't like this outfit. I can see myself wearing this outfit, maybe this one I really love. You see, and I feel like to me, that's an indicator. That kind of mindset, or being the kind of person who thinks like that and who looks at problems like that, you're going to be more suitable for healthy relationships because you understand that, okay, I don't want to do it, but it means a lot to you. I'm not going to completely shut you down. Hey, Queen, let's see how we can meet halfway, right? And even if you don't wear everything, I don't think he's going to be upset. He's like, you know what? She usually doesn't dress like this, but at least she listened to me and she accepted some of my propositions, and it makes people feel good. And that's how you know that these are people here who are suitable for a relationship, right? But if you're with a man and he tells you things he doesn't like, I don't care what you say, I don't care what you say, but you'll take advice from anybody on social media, you're not ready for a relationship. Like you're very immature. You're truly immature, right? In life, like I said, customer service, business skills, negotiation skills, it's all business, right? You have to know how to meet people halfway. Make them feel like, okay, I'm not fully ready to change, but I also don't want to shut you down because you could be right. What do I know? You could be right. Right now, I'm just not comfortable changing my outfits 100%. But go ahead, show me what you have. And if I do like some outfits, I will make an effort to start wearing some of these clothes. Boom, 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 boom. Very mature. Just like if he dressed a certain way and you didn't like it, right? You would say, oh, I don't like when you wear this and that. I don't like these kinds of shoes, right? You'd be okay, I like my shoes, but let me see what you have. What kind of shoes would you like me to wear? And I feel like that's how people in a relationship, especially mature, healthy people who have healed in a relationship, this is how they should talk to people. I don't see myself changing my outfit. However, since it means a lot to you, show me what you got. If you were to be my stylist, how would you dress me? Oh, I don't want to change my shoes. I really love my shoes. They mean a lot to me. However, since you think I can do better, show me what kind of shoes you would want me to wear. Let me see what you got, right? But show me 5 different shoes now, because just in case, I don't know. Let me see, right? This is how people should talk to each other in a relationship. Don't just shut each other down, because you might realize, like, you know what? Hey, this is not that bad. Even with food, right? You might be like, oh, I don't eat sushi. Like, okay. Like me, I never thought I could eat sushi, but Jimmy introduced me to sushi. For me, it was raw fish. I'm like, raw fish? Why would I ever do that? Right? But then it's like, oh, there's tempura. So I started off with the tempura, and then I slowly crawled away. Like I slowly crawled my way into like the raw fish business, right? But it was crazy at first. Like, who eats this stuff? Like, this is insane, right? But you can always start off with tempura, then you can graduate to something more daring, I guess, right? So I feel like people should talk like that. But notice her demeanor, notice her reaction. She's not defensive. She's not clapping back. She's not argumentative. She's actually excited. Yes. Because you will hold more moisture because you cut off your dead cuticles. Because when your cuticles are damaged, it's like a door that's open, so moisture leaves your hair, right? When you cut off the damaged cuticles, then the door is shut. So then you're more likely that you're going to keep more moisture in your hair, right? Makes sense, you guys? So sometimes I think we can all learn from other people, right? Even if they have a different complexion, we could all learn from different people. But you should try to have some level of excitement, especially if you want to stay with that person and you want the relationship with that person to work, right? Try to have some level of excitement when it comes to what they're suggesting that you do. Deep down inside, you might not like it. Like, what the fuck, right? But hey, it's a relationship. I chose to be here. I want to see where it goes. So let me try to be a good sport, right? And then we'll see where it goes. And you might see certain things you might not like, but certain things you might actually love. Like, oh, wow, I never would have thought of that. Right? I never would have looked here. I never would have looked at this brand. So now I know, you know what I'm saying? It's life. To each one, teach one. Okay, hold on.
Was it? Not yet.
Kanye's definitely inspired me to want to like be a little bit more of an individual. I think
he's inspired her. Okay, I feel inspired. Okay, so go ahead and inspire me. How would you like for me to dress, right? And then you'll see how you like it.
My style's just evolving and changing. And I think it should, because that's, you know, what life is about.
Is it so bad to keep things?
Yeah, you gotta like.
Okay, but you see, so he said, babe, you gotta really clean out everything. So if you remember this episode, she did just that. She kept one blouse. Right? But I don't think that the black guy that Keisha was dating was trying to do something as drastic as Kanye. But Kanye was very drastic. It was very, very drastic. And these are expensive things. These are really, really expensive. Like, this is a lot of money.
And you clean out everything.
He's a fashion designer and he loves clothes. So I'm excited to like collaborate with him to
You see how she said it? You see how she phrased it? You see how she phrased it? She said, he's a fashion designer and I'm excited to collaborate with him. You see? You have to learn, y'all. We got to learn. Okay? Learn. Now I'm going to say in quotation mark, learn from your competition. But there are certain things that are good. Like I said, you pick up what's good, you leave the rest, right? But it's, oh, you want me to change my clothes? Okay, let's collaborate. Let's see. Like, so that way it's like, okay, you give me your input and I'll see what I like and we can go from there, right? Collaboration, right? Oh yeah, okay, you have great taste, right? And I also will say this too. This is one thing I've noticed as well. Yes, you can be mad, but that's fine. You're always mad at me. It's okay. I will also say this, right? It's the fact that if you, because I mostly give like black on black relationship, but it applies for anybody. But if you are you with the black man and the black man says, "Oh, wife, I would love for you to, maybe like wear these kinds of dresses or whatever," instead of saying, "You're crazy, boy, you're crazy. I ain't gonna do that. Why would I do that?" Right? You start off with a compliment. You guys, I'm telling you, it's customer service. It is customer service, right? You gotta have great customer service. And you gotta be a great businesswoman. And you be like, "Oh, well, you've always had great taste." Yeah, you have great taste. Okay, what do you have in mind? Right? You see how that avoids confrontation. It avoids conflict. It avoids confrontation. It avoids you putting somebody down. And also because most men do need their egos to be stroked, right? You're like, "Oh, you have such great taste. What do you have in mind? Let me see. Oh yeah, that's nice. That's nice." Because sometimes even if you're going to say no, it's not the saying no part, it's the how you say the no part. Which is really funny because a lot of black women love to do tone police on people. But somehow when they talk to other people, they don't tone police themselves, right? But it's like, "Oh yeah, you have great taste. So let me see. What do you have? Okay, that's cute. Oh, this is nice." And you can even take a little screenshot. "Oh, let me take a screenshot. Okay, that's cute. Okay, what else? Okay, that's really nice. Okay, well, maybe I can try that. Okay, let me see if I can order that. Okay, I'm gonna try it. Let me see. I'll tell you if I like it." Right? Boom, 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 we're done. Right? You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, relationships equals customer service. You want to make sure that people are having a good time. All right? Customer service. Hold on.
see what his take on fashion is.
Okay, there's a little explaining to do.
Okay, cool.
Like, I know these are ridiculous.
Yeah, that was
I know.
What about this joint right here?
It's a dog bag now.
The shearling, the shearling.
I feel like it's so ironic that I'm the one that's always giving my friends like their closet makeovers.
Okay. Well, you see, I do feel like a lot of pieces that he was snatching, I mean, she has them, so I feel like she really loved her pieces. She really, really loves her pieces. He was like, "Girl, this is ugly." He's like, okay. But eventually he got her what she wanted. She wanted to be on the cover of Vogue. She wanted to be at the Met Gala, you know, and Kanye made that happen for her. So go ahead, Gemini, your crazy ass.
So for the roles to be reversed, it's like, oh my God.
These can go, for sure.
Okay. Okay, do we not like these? No. I need these. Oh, yes. But shouldn't I just keep this for like my daughter one day?
All right, you guys. So hopefully you learn from this, right? Ha! Let it go. Let it go. Where was I? Hold on. Yo, I lost my train of thought. But yeah. So let's get back to this lady. So for me, maybe one day I'll do a separate live. But for me, honestly, once again, not discounting the opinion or the opinion, right? Taste, preferences of, she listened. She went, "Oh, I love the way I dress," but I'm gonna go back to Halle and I will say this, right? Me, honestly, because I really thought about it, I was like, it would have been so much wiser for her to have stayed with David and for her to have cooked and cleaned. To me, I don't know. I really do believe that when you are a traditional woman, you're more likely to be protected. You're more likely to avoid a lot of foolishness. You're more likely to avoid lots of pain. You're less likely to have to pay men all kinds of money. You're less likely to have your life in shambles. But it's really sad because Halle Berry, for as pretty as she is, her life is sad. Her life is sad. And the sisterhood can lie to her all they want because, you know, they want to protect her ego. But to me, it's very tragic because this was really a beautiful couple. It was a very, very beautiful couple, right? He had a bunch of money. He had his own career. And when it comes to all the men, the other men that she dated, like none of them had, they didn't have anything they don't have money. Okay. They didn't have real careers. This guy, the new guy, I don't even know what he does. Eric Benet, he was a struggling artist, you know. Shamar Moore, some of us think he's gay. You know, it's this guy took 20 million. This other guy took all kinds of millions, right? But I'm like, this thing almost bankrupted this lady. You know, trying to be non-traditional, trying to be a feminist, trying to be a boss bitch, trying to be sexually liberated, trying to pursue Hollywood success. But it's like, at what cost? At what cost? But ultimately, she pretty much is working for white men. She works just so she can put money in these white men's bank accounts. That is slavery. That is slavery. So it's like, as long as she makes money, Olivier gets paid. Yeah. Right, exactly. I'm like, exactly. Like, just finesse the game. Right? And also, even if you hire a chef, you can cook alongside the chef. He'll teach you how to do stuff. But she would have had such a better life. And she would have had her kids with one man. Right? Even if she had left, he would have been the one paying her child support. She would have had a house out of this. But instead, she lost about $30 million messing with these white boys. That is a lot of money. That is a lot of money. Right? So the black man, you date the black man, all he asked from you was food. But you go and date these non-traditional white men who don't mind that you're half naked in movies, who don't mind that you're having a train rain on you in the movies. They don't mind that you're out here half naked. They don't care if you cook and clean, because they are the prize of the relationship. So they let you work like a man. And then they leave because the Olivier, she was with him for 3 years. And 3 years, she paid him $20 million. And when the sisterhood, when they do their commentary, they never bring that up. That these relationships with these white men cost this woman, this black woman, almost $50 million. For what reason? And these white dudes came with nothing. They came with nothing. They had no name, no recognition, no money, no career, nothing. Right? And she allowed these white dusties to get her pregnant. And then she had to pay these men. This is insanity. But then they want to ridicule the black man because he said, well, I wanted her to cook and clean. Yeah, for everything he's providing, absolutely. That's the least you could do. Okay? That is the least you could do. Okay? Where am I? So let's get back to this one. Right? So here you have, so let's keep on with Rose over here, right? With her husband, because he's also a dusty white boy, and she came on social media. And even this is to me also, like, this is a level, well, this is a certain level kind of sick, because to be a black woman and to know that you're an influencer and the vast majority of your followers are black women, and to mislead them like this, like, because this is fraud. What this girl Rose did is absolute fraud. She convinced the black girls that her white man was a provider. He made money. He had 6 figures. When she knows damn well he lived in the hood, he lived in the ghetto, on the project, and he was sleeping on an air mattress. But then you're telling your sisters to, look for a white man. He gonna take care of you. He gonna take care of you. The whole time, the white man that you have is not even taking care of you. Make it make sense. Why would you do that? And that's why I say black women gotta be very careful trusting other black women when it comes to their relationships, relationship advice, because many of them are fraudulent. Many of them are lying. And that's how you know there's no real love. Because if you love your sisters and you feel like your sisters love you back, there's no need to be deceitful. But Rose she's deceitful. She's fraudulent. She is fraudulent. You can simply say, hey, you guys, my husband makes regular money. He didn't have enough. He didn't have all this stuff, but you know what? He's a good guy. I love him. And I felt like it was worth a try. That's it. You don't have to sell us a lie about this white man. And also what she's not realizing is he's white. So when he sees you lie to us black people and we're eating this shit up, he's laughing at all of us. Oh, look at these goofy ass N-words, right? Impressed by my white skin. You are making a fool out of all of us, including yourself. Because why do you feel like you have to lie to put a white man on a pedestal if he sleeps on an air mattress? Right? All you have to say is, hey, he's a good guy. He doesn't mind my kids. these whatever. So I decided to give us a try. We'll see where it goes, right? Boom, 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 boom. No, it couldn't be that. She had to sell this man as a high achiever, a high earner, a man that makes more than black men. He will do more than most black men. And in reality, he doesn't. He had no income. And who knows? Maybe he also has a criminal record. I think he also has children, right? So this dude right here has a lot. He has a lot of baggage. Exactly. And I'm like, this is insanity. So I'm like, why are you lying to people? Oh, yeah. If she had married Michael B. Jordan, yeah, it would have sold out. You know what I'm saying? Why are you doing this? Because if you, and I feel like that's why the baby sis in Chicago, wherever she's from, she got murdered by that white boy because all of her social media, because she was like 19 or whatever, the one who got cut into pieces, right? I'm like, when I heard of that story, I said, yep, lobster and pasta. And I knew it was TikTok because all these black women are on social media telling black girls, oh, get you a white man. The white man will treat you better. White people are crazy. You're just not accustomed to them. So because you don't really know white people, you fantasize about white people. They're crazy. Their entire history is excessively bloody. All they've done is go to war with each other and just kill and maim each other. They are insane. They are truly insane, right? But there's so many, there's so many older black women who are lying and they're misleading young black girls into believing that the white man is the answer. The white man has all this. The white man will love. He's a person like everybody else. And I said this to another little sis. I'm like, do not put Asian men on a pedestal. Every culture, every community has their wahala. Everybody has their trauma. Everybody has their toxicity. Right? And if a person is good, it's not because he's Asian or white or whatever. No. It's because he chose to be good, because he was raised to be good, because he comes from a great family. And you see, that's a personal choice. That is a personal choice. It has nothing to do with somebody's complexion. But there are many white men out here doing all kinds of trifling shit. And there are many black women who are married to white men. You would think she was married to a regular black man the way she works so damn much. So do not lie to yourself. Do not be delusional. You're going to be in your interracial relationship. That's fine. But understand, he's a person too. And in their white community, they have their set of trauma. And you need to know that before you agree to marry anybody. Do not lie to yourself. And you also have to know, and I need to say this, when it comes to parenting, because some of y'all, when you're in love, you think love is enough. No, shut the fuck up. Because once you have kids, love is not going to make peace on how to raise this baby. Okay? White people have a very particular parenting style. And a lot of white people, they believe in laissez-faire. Okay? No boundaries, no structure. They argue back and forth with the kid. The child yells at the parent. Okay? They have a way of parenting. That's how they parent, and that's how they've been parented. They yell at their parents. They scream at their parents. Have y'all seen the 14-year-old who shot his parents? He's biracial. I'm not getting, he got a white daddy. Okay? So white people parent a certain way. You have to know this. And you can think, oh, it's fine. No, it's not fine. You need to go take your behind to premarital counseling. And you need to know his culture. You as a black person, you most likely you're going to parent a certain way. And you have to understand that. Because when the child comes, it's not the moment to be like, oh, well, do you believe in this? Do you not believe in this? Nah, y'all should have figured that shit out a long time ago. Right? Because we're different people and we have different cultures. We're not the same. Okay? Why do people have their culture? Black people have their culture. Okay? We don't have the same culture. And when it comes down to raising children, you will see it. Exactly. White people are big on this gentle parenting bullshit. And it always ends up in kids killing people. And usually the kids, they kill their parents or they go to school and kill their friends. You decide. So you need to go into this interracial relationship being fully equipped. Do not sell yourself a dream. Oh, he's better than a black man in some regards. And in other regards, he'll be worse than the black man because there's no perfect man. And I think the problem also with so many black women in their goofy ass panels, you are looking for perfect men. They don't exist. They do not exist. I told you I have an interval from 60 to 80%, because even being at 90%, that takes years of child, that's years, okay? Maybe like a 50, 40, whatever, 40, 50, 60, 70, You know, a man might be like in his 90%, but most young people out here, 60 to 80. Okay, right? So in some regards, the white man might have certain things figured out. Good for him. And in some regards, too, the black men might have certain things figured out, right? You got to weigh the pros and the cons for everybody. But the way white men are being sold out here to black women out here, it's like he has no flaws. He has no mistakes. He does more than the black man. He's going to love you more than the black man. The fuck no. If he's all of that, why didn't a white woman marry him? If he's so perfect, why did his white sisters let him escape from the white community to come over here and be with a black woman? Man, please. You don't think that white women also know a good thing? You don't think that white women also know what a good man is and what a bad man is? You don't think they know? They sure do know. So how exactly did you escape from your community, right? And that's why I say many, many times it's the unwanted people who come over here. But what do I know? Okay, what do I know? So I'm like, this to me was very fraudulent.
It's not a Dusty. He does make six figures.
If you want to do your own just like quick research, then you'll find out that my husband owns the home that he purchased for us, $500,000 house. And if you are aware with the home buying process, you know, the underwriter do not play about having that money, 2 years at least of that money shown on paper. That's why I am not on the home loan, because I didn't qualify.
Do you see how unprovoked she's coming here and lying to her own sisters and putting this white man on a pedestal? The stuff that she did, she got the money for the house, but she is willing to diminish herself. She is willing to erase her contribution. She is willing to erase her achievement so that he can get the credit. But ask her to do that for a black man, she'll lose her shit. And I'm gonna tell you, even the man who got her pregnant, the black man who got her pregnant, I'm sure he probably watches her content and be like, damn, she can do all that for a man, because he got the right complexion. But do you think she would have done that for her baby daddy? I don't think so. But for the white man, she will, right? Because she's in competition. I'm like, listen, she's in competition with other black women. She wants you to believe that she's better than you. And this is why I've come to realize with the divester movement, the swirlers, the vast majority of these black girls who are dating these white men, marry these white men, they really want black women to be, oh, look, she's so much better than me. Oh, she has a white man. Oh, she was able to get a white man. She got the better brand. What brand? What brand? Who are those people? Okay. And let her not get a white man from West Virginia. Child, they practice incest. Okay, I'm just saying. You understand me, right? Go sit down somewhere. A white man, me, Marlene, I will never. And trust me, Ivory Coast, it wasn't that bad. But when we moved to Burkina Faso, because it's really poor out there, the vast majority of women from Burkina Faso, everybody had a white husband. Y'all, that man could have been paraplegic. Because it was like a savior thing to marry a white man. These white boys were mean. These French guys were mean, y'all. Mean. I told you about my auntie, but she's from the Ivory Coast, but she also lived in Burkina Faso. But one time, because they moved back to the Ivory Coast, and my mom went to see her one night, and I told y'all, she was like, oh, Leo, I would love to invite you to eat with us, but I don't have enough steaks. So they left my mom in the living room, and she was eating because she only made 2 steaks. Because that white man made her count the food. And I told her I don't know if he's still alive, but he was rich because his family had so much money. So he would always vacation in Monaco. He would fly helicopters in Monaco. Y'all, the man lived life. But when he came down to her, everything was counted. The food, the grains of rice, the slices of steak. The mom was like, what the heck is this? And she told her, let's say her name is like Anna. She said, Anna, when you come to my house, you can eat whatever. But when I come to your house, I can't eat because you didn't make enough steak. Like, what is this? Married to a white man. Okay. You should one day, hopefully y'all get to travel, you get to see it. You can go to France. You can go to the Burkina Faso. You can go to Cameroon. Cameroon also is really bad. Ooh, Cameroon, they will line up to marry a white man, even if he's paraplegic. They will line up to marry a white man, even if he's almost deceased. All right. But listen, of all the aunties I have that are married to white men, many of them, they struggled. They really struggled. They struggle bad. Even that one time I showed you the documentary, the girl, she got upset because remember, she's from Gabon. And I think because the guy was a soldier, she thought that by going to France, he was going to give her a luxury life. And then he's a truck driver. You see? And so it didn't fit the image that she had of a white man, right? Because she didn't think that, oh, we're going to live in this house, a government house, and he drives the truck for 5-6 days. Because a lot of Black girls do believe that marrying a white man means you will never suffer in your life. You'll have all this money. It's like, no, a lot of white dudes are broke. A lot of white dudes are uneducated. A lot of white dudes drop out of college. A lot of white guys go to jail. A lot of white guys go to prison. A lot of white guys have addiction. A lot of white dudes also grew up in the trailers. They have a lot of family drama. The only thing is they don't do what Black people do, where we come on social media and we completely expose ourselves. We talk today much. That's the problem. We fully expose ourselves on social media, right? White people keep their shame to themselves. They don't talk about their trailer trash foolishness. They don't talk about their trailer trash hood rats. They have a lot of bullshit. They have a lot of deadbeat ass white people, right? But they keep it to themselves. You see, we publicly talk about everything and everybody, right? There you go, right? But it's a lot of them, they don't come from much. They don't come from much. Look at J.D. Vance himself. Okay, look at J.D. Vance. Look at the vice president. Mama was a crackhead for 10 years. Married, divorced, in the streets. He changed his name 3 different times. It's a lot of poor white people. So stop telling Black women that as long as a white man is white, it automatically means life of success, life of ease, great father, great provider. He's going to have a great vision for the kids. But no, many of these people are failures. Many white people, they have alcoholic parents. You think your life is bad? Wait until you hear some of their bullshit. That's why many of them go in the military, because they don't have stability at home, right? A lot of them, their mama's on meds, they're on pills, medication, drugs, you name it. Like people swear Black people are the worst. No, it's just that it's a thing here to talk about Black people negatively because that's how you get the views, right? But if you expose white people, you don't get views because white people don't like it when you talk about them the way you talk about Black people. Right? So a lot of people don't know their tea. Their tea is is scorching hot, right? But do not delude yourself. People are people. And understand, I'm not saying every white man is bad, right? I'm not saying every white boyfriend is evil, not at all, right? But I'm also saying even if he's a great white boyfriend, he's a great white husband, there are certain things he's not going to know about you and your culture. There are certain things where he's going to lack self-awareness. There are certain things where he's going to not be culturally sensitive. You know what I'm saying? And you have to understand that, and you have to help him with that too. But do not lie. If he hasn't done something, don't lie. If he doesn't make a certain amount of money, do not lie. If he hasn't had certain achievements, do not lie. You're helping to perpetuate white supremacy, right? He's an average white man who accepted you and your kids. That's it. And maybe that's what makes him redeemable. And that's good enough. You don't have to lie. But I'm like, she paid for everything. And she's sitting here lying. I'm like, this is crazy. Hold on.
Actually, at the time. And I am on the title. My husband bought me a house. So I know some of you guys are unfamiliar with the home buying process, but if he was broke, then he would not be able to buy a house. That's why, again, I am not on a home loan, but I am on the title. The title is the owner of the house, and the home loan is who is responsible for making payments because the underwriter sees that they're able to do so. So my husband is on the loan, and both of us, my husband and I, are on the title. So again, he bought me a house. So just stop with like your husband's broke stuff and you're taking care of him. Me and my husband were in an argument, and I was drinking and emotional, and I said whatever I felt like saying to make him upset. Was it right? No. Should I have not done it publicly? Absolutely. But like just dead like your husband's broke stuff. I got so many Black men in my inbox right now talking about your husband's.
Ultimately, your husband is broke, right? Because if your man was wealthy, if he was seriously wealthy, if he was seriously affluent, if he was seriously respected by other successful men, you would not be the type of woman to just, I just said what I wanted to say because I was mad. No, because when a man has a lot of money, you're not going to talk to him like you're crazy. Women are not crazy. Women understand hypergamy very, very well. And they know how to behave when they see a lot of money. If your man really was that kind of man with lots of money, like you say, you wouldn't even turn your phone on and disrespect him for the fun of it because, well, I was just mad. Because you would know how to check yourself. right? So obviously he don't have shit. So because he doesn't have money, you felt comfortable talking to him this way. And not just that, you felt comfortable doing it online. Because you could have had an argument, you could have cussed him out, you could have shamed him and degraded, because it was very degrading. But it could have happened between y'all. But you wanted to make a show out of you degrading him because most likely you resent him because you have to take care of him and you have to lie to your followers to position this man as something he is not. He don't have the money, okay? But I'm like, if your man was that successful, never, ever, ever would you just turn on your camera and cuss his ass out. Melinda Gates is never going to turn on her camera, go live and cuss out Bill Gates because he's a very, very wealthy man. Even that new Sanchez lady and her fake ass boobs, because we all know she married Jeff Bezos with the money, right? She's not about to turn her camera on and go live and cuss out Jeff Bezos because he's very wealthy, right? Georgina, the one who's with Chris Ronaldo, she's never going to turn on her phone, go live and cuss him out. She would never see him again, right? But you felt comfortable disrespecting him, emasculating him, degrading him, and doing it on Instagram Live for your millions of followers to see you castrating this man because he doesn't have anything and he relies on you financially. So you knew, I will do it. I will cuss him out. I will shame him. I will cut his balls on in front of people, and he's still going to stay. So you had nothing to fear because you knew there were not going to be any consequences, at least from him, for treating him this way. Because if you felt like he could leave you after your goofy ass rent, you wouldn't have done it. You would have done it. So we know he ain't got no money.
Broken, he was taking care of a white man. We both make six figures. So try again, my love. Again, I love all men, but it's just the amount of a certain group of people that's in my inbox right now talking about, whatever the case, it's like, okay, a woman gets emotional and she argues with her husband and you take that and run with it. Okay, you could go off. But I guess this is public records. You should just do your own research. I am not on the home loan. Why? Because I could not afford it at all whatsoever. My husband is. As far as my Range Rover go, I made a payment on my Range Rover. He put down the down payment and I made a payment and I was pissed that I made a payment. So I brought it up. So what? Small shit. So married people know it's so really minuscule, but
this response is giving gaslight because we wouldn't be in your business if you didn't put your business out there to begin with. Even if you were drunk during this argument, which by the way does not excuse your poor behavior or choice of words, this never should have been recorded on live. It's giving that you wanted attention and cannot handle the criticism that comes with it. So now she's trying to backtrack, but now the damage has already been done. Like they say, a drunk mind does speak sober thought. So who's to say that Rose and Brett, like many other social media couples, don't be putting on for the camera to hide what's really going on behind closed doors?
Mm-hmm. And then make black people feel like, oh, you should go marry a white man. No, do your research, right? And find a great person. Okay, do your research. And it's not easy to find a good person, but do your research and then find a good person. Hold on, let me show you what I saw. Oh, this one. Let me show you this part. Hold on.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Impressive channel. The comedian and radio host Jess Hilarious does not seem to be too fond of Nicolandria from Love Island. She made a cynical comment about their relationship, and a lot of people didn't like it. I didn't agree with what she said either, but I do kind of understand why she said what.
Impressive is so fake. Impressive, when she wants to say a thing, she won't say it herself. She'll go find a comment or somebody else who said it. Oh, this is what they said. I don't really agree, but I can kind of see why they said it. She does this all the time. But let me tell you this, right? This one right here, that's my fellow Aquarius. So I'm like, oh, I saw this last night. I said, Aquarius, shut your mouth. Okay, because the way these black women out here want to believe that a white man really wakes up in the morning to be with a black woman, listen, this is what they want to believe. This is really, and to me, it's so crazy, right? Let me tell you this. To me, it's so crazy because I do believe, right? I would rather do the hard work. This is me personally. I would rather do the hard work and get along with my own people than to trek into a whole different community and trying to be liked over there, right? listen, sometimes it's better. I don't know why, but I feel like a lot of people are really quick to give up on other Black people. But to me, it would make more sense. It would make more sense to do the hard work, because Black men, Black women, we all come from a Black man and a Black woman. So it's all in us, right? It's all in us. And we have more in common than we have that separates us. A lot of times it's just confusion and also the lack of respect. You understand? But I'm like, I'm not going to try to fix it with my own people, but I'm going to get my ass up, walk into a whole different community that historically has been conspiring to kill me and my people. It's very gore. It's very diabolical. So I can be liked over there. No, I'd rather fix it with a Black person. Because we can fight, but I'm like, one day we're going to be like, you know what? I'm doing too much. You're doing too much. Let's calm down. Right? You understand? Because I repeat, not saying it's impossible, but I truly do not believe that white men wake up in the morning and say, wow, I find Black women so beautiful. And even if they can, but it's like, as far as like, oh, I want to marry her or I want to provide for her, I see myself having a life for her. Like for me, I'll say this, like, I think Matthew McConaughey is very attractive. I think Brad Pitt is very attractive. There are many white men out there that I do find attractive. George Clooney also. I think George Clooney is attractive. I think young Tom Cruise was also really sexy, right? There are some really cute, attractive white men out there. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. However, did I ever see myself being married to a white man? No. So I think you can find somebody pretty or attractive, but then be like, I'm still not gonna build a family with you though, but you are attractive. So I do believe that, yes, you have some white men who do find certain Black women attractive and beautiful, but if they really had to build a family and provide, I think for the most part, most white men would rather provide and protect and, you know, work hard and die for their white wife and their white children, which makes sense. It doesn't make you racist. It makes a lot of sense to me, right? But it seems to me that in this current times we're living, a lot of Black girls truly want to do something very, very, it's a dangerous game. It's a very, very dangerous game to deceive yourself, or because to me the problem is when you lie to yourself like this, you're going to intentionally be blind to the red flags because you want to believe in this thing so desperately. You truly want to believe that this white man loves me and he finds me beautiful. He wants to marry me. He wants to have children with me. Like, you really want to believe that it's so natural. Yeah, you want to, it's so natural for a white man to want to live and die and fight for a Black woman. I will say maybe if he got to know you really, really well, but then again, Love Island is scripted. It's not real life. It's a scripted, goofy ass, divisive ass, dangerous ass TV show that is really selling women on very, very dangerous concepts of love, kind of like what Disney's doing. Very, very dangerous, right? But I'm like, this boy, Nick, low-key, high-key, I even think he's gay. What do I know? I kind of feel like he might be gay. But I feel like Olandria, that's her name, right? Olandria, her sexual energy, because she's hypersexual, her sexual energy, I even feel like it's too much for this white boy. I think it's too much for him. I'm like, yeah, she is just too much for him, right? And I think even she knew that. From what I saw, it seems like she didn't really check for him during the show. It's like he lost his person. The Black boy left her for Clark or whatever it was. So they both wanted to stay on the show. So, okay, sure, whatever. Right? But I'm like, to me, I don't think Jess is being cynical. I think she sees what most people see. And because she's an Aquarius, she's going to speak her mind. But I'm like, Aquarius, just be quiet. Because they don't want to hear it. Okay, they really want to believe that this white man is so in love with this Black girl and this and this and that. What does he even know about her? And even let's say he actually likes her, it will be more sexual. That house, Love Island, is a very sexual, lustful TV show. People go there just to hook up with people, right? You're not volunteering. You're not going to work. You're not serving. You're not doing anything to really see the beauty of somebody's character. It's all about the way someone looks. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't believe in this. So I agree with Jess, but I just wouldn't have said it because I'm like, especially Jess, because she has millions of followers.
She said, and I'm going to kind of explain in a minute, but just to give a backstory, Nick and Olandria met on season 7 of Love Island US, and initially they were linked up with other people. Nick had a connection with Sierra, and Olandria had a connection with Taylor. Because they had
No, I feel like you can marry who you want to marry, but my thing is, do not be deluded, because even the black man too who marries the white woman, he also needs to understand her culture, right? He needs to understand their culture, and he also needs to know if her mother has ever been on meds, because sometimes, you know, yeah, he needs to know that, because most likely she's going to age like her mother. Right? So you can marry who you want to marry. My thing is, you need to be sober. You got to be sober-minded. Don't put anybody on a pedestal, right? But if you marry a white woman, you might want to ask her, has your mom ever been on med? Has your mom ever been on psychiatric medication? Because it's a real thing. Because most likely she'll have the same neuroticism as her mother, right? Now, when it comes to white men also, given that a high majority of white men are responsible for sexual assault, rape, and things like that too, I think a black woman needs to do her due diligence. You know, because could there be a risk that he might assault you sexually or your kid sexually, right? It could be in the bloodline. So my point is, be sober-minded. Do not put these people on a pedestal. Right? Because I feel like sometimes when you don't really know a people, you can romanticize the people because you don't know them. Oh, they're better. Oh, they don't have this. They don't have, yeah, but they have something else and they hide it. White people hide their flaws very, very well. That's why they always talk about everybody else's flaws, who's committing other crimes, right? They love to talk about the black homicidal rate, but they never talk about their sexual assault numbers. Okay, their rape conviction numbers, right? Because they do a good job of deflecting. So my thing is, do your due diligence, right? Do not fantasize or glamorize or embellish these people, right? So if you marry a white woman, you need to know if her mom is not on medication, because most likely she too will be on medication. Okay, it's a real thing, right? If you marry a white man also, you might want to ask about his bloodline. How many of his people went to prison for sexual assault? Rape? Touching a kid? You know? Might want to find that out. Just like now, too, we see a lot of white woman teachers are raping boys in school. They become school teachers just to have sex with little boys, right? So, like I said, do not put anybody on a pedestal, right? Realize that white or not, that is still a human being. And you need to do your due diligence and don't go in there like, oh, they're white, there's nothing can go wrong. Oh, they're white, nothing can go wrong. No, many things could go wrong. And you need to be prepared for what those things could be, right? Because every culture has their flavor of crazy. Black people have their flavor of crazy, right? Black women have their flavor of crazy. White women have their flavor of crazy. Latinas have their flavor of crazy. Arab women have their flavor of crazy. West Indian, you know, everybody has their flavor of crazy. Don't you ever and never, ever, ever deceive yourself, right? That's what I'm saying. Don't put anybody on a pedestal. Be sober-minded and understand who you're marrying, what kind of family you're marrying into, what kind of culture you're marrying into, and also what kind of mental illness you're marrying into. Because if there's a mental illness in that bloodline, most likely one of your children will inherit that genetic trait. Just know that, right? Schizophrenia, dementia, Alzheimer's, there are things like that, right? You need to know that. But many times people just look and say, oh, I'm in love. Oh, he treats me well. Oh, yeah, whatever. Okay. What I'm saying is, do your due diligence. And even like certain kind of DNA traits also should matter to you, right? That's all I'm saying. Don't put anybody on a pedestal. Do not put anybody on a pedestal. Even a black man who marries a white woman too, be very careful, because one day she can wake up and say, I want a divorce. Right? I'm no longer happy now. My therapist said, my therapist, right? Hey, that is her culture. Right? If her mom was divorced, most likely one day she'll wake up and divorce your ass as well. You're not exceptional. Don't lie to yourself. If her mama did it, her matriarch most likely is going to encourage her. Oh, daughter, he's stressing you out. You know, mommy did it, so you should do it too. And look, you turned out just fine. She'll go file for divorce. So what I'm saying is, if you decide to go into white culture, you got to be a student of white culture, right? Don't be a tourist. Ooh, picture. Let me take a picture. Oh my gosh, they're so impressive. Oh, look. Picture. No, do not be a tourist. Be a student of white culture and take notes and be very diligent. And if you want to do it, then you'll know what you're getting. You know what you're getting yourself involved with. You understand? Yeah. But even that too, right? I'm just saying, like me, I told y'all, I personally, Marlene, I do not like Love Island. It is fake. It is scripted. These people are not even living under like normal circumstances. So the stuff they think they feel, it's not even real. It's just because they're in that house, right? You're in that house. You have a limited pool of people you can choose from. So I'm like, this is bullshit. So that's why when people start fighting like this over this goofy ass show, I'm like the producers win, the editors win, whoever owns the show is winning. The network also is making lots of money, but it's not a real show. I think I really do believe if you could take all the Love Island people and have them out here in the real life and you could actually record that, you would see that a lot of these relationships would not even take place in the real world. They just did it because they were on that show. They were trapped in that house. They were sequestered, low-key being kidnapped, right? People go on that show to be famous. They know it's going to help their YouTube social media careers. So my thing is, when you watch the show, don't see, oh, this is a microcosm of society. No, it's a goofy-ass TV show. Leave it where it's at. You watch it, you laugh, you're entertained, go about your business. But what I'm seeing is that people are truly, truly internalizing what they see on these scripted TV shows. I'm like, for what? It's not real life. It's not real. It's fake. It's like wrestling. It's fake. It's all fake. It's really fake.
Had their own connections. They really didn't pursue each other outright, but Nick would always pursue Olandria during the challenges. He said he was attracted to her. He would drop hints that he was kind of into her, but he didn't know if Olandria was into him, and Olandria didn't know if he was into her. She just didn't read the signs. But he had his own connection, and Olandria had her connection, and she wasn't leaving Taylor, but Taylor unfortunately left her for Clark. So Olandria was vulnerable. She didn't have a connection. But what ended up happening is Nick's connection, Sierra, actually was kicked off the show because she made insensitive marks about Asian people. So
you see, that's what I'm trying to say. You see, so when he came there, he gravitated towards someone that had his complexion and his hair texture. But if that girl Sierra had stayed, most likely Olandria got kicked off. So it could really be that even now on the low, he's talking to Sierra. You see what I'm saying? It could be that on the low, he's talking to Sierra. So that's why I said Love Island, I feel like the vast majority of the contestants, they go there because they know if you make it far, you can have a lot of followers and that can really help you brand deals, making money, start your career and things like that, right? So that's why I say anybody who goes on that show, don't go there looking for love. You're like an actor. You're like an influencer, right? You play the game, you go through the vicissitudes, whatever, but it's really business. Like you're there to build a social media career. So don't take this love stuff seriously. That's why I was upset at the other Black girl who took the Dominican guy seriously. Because I'm like, why would you think this was real love? It's business. So y'all gonna stay together for a year or two, right? And then one day you'll write these little notes on your page, his page, and tell people that you're breaking up and it's over. But the other Black girl with the Dominican guy, she thought it was real love. I'm like, girl, this is scripted TV. It is not real. Why would you ever think a Dominican, I know Black, is attracted to a dark-skinned woman? Are you crazy? Like it's business. Yes, business. Your job is to sell this love story to your followers, like to the viewers, right? And then when you get out the house, you have the brand deals waiting for you. You have the sponsorship waiting for you. I think Clark was Black too, huh? Jen is the one who dated the Dominican guy, right? Because to me, the girl who dated the Dominican guy, I really do believe that she really believed it was real. I'm like, it is not. Oh my gosh, girl. It's a TV show. You're like a paid actress. You're not allowed to get your feelings involved in this thing. It's business. You're acting. You need to make the viewers believe that this is a real connection. But you should know better. Like, girl, come on. Okay. Like, come on. Yeah. So like that's what I'm saying. Like, so Alondra, I hope she understands that this is transactional, right? Because this white boy also, for him, it's transactional. It's so easy to see. But hey, people want to believe it, let them believe it. You know, who cares, right? But I just hope that Alondra understands that this is not something that is going to lead to marriage, right? It's to build your following. You get your sponsorships. You sign with a great agency. And hopefully that can take you to, you know, the next level of your career, whatever that is, right? But I wish her all the best. But I just hope that she's not like the other black girl who really thought, it's not like the other girl who really thought that, oh yeah, the Dominican guy is in love with me. In love with what? He's here to be successful. Most people go on these TV shows to be successful. Even AD, I'm worried for her. I hope that guy is serious, but I don't think he's serious, right? Because I'm like, I don't believe in these shows. Nobody goes on these shows to look for love. People want to promote their businesses. People want to build their brands. People want to grow their social media following. People want to be famous. They want to be posted on the blogs. Like, people go on these shows for very, very selfish reasons, right? If you really want love, you can find love where you live. Who goes looking for love on TV? Like, that's just weird. So it's fake. It's very fake.
Nick had no connection, and the producers were like, well, Nick and Olandria, y'all need to get together because clearly there's something there and the whole world sees it too. So y'all need to get together. And so that's what happened. And
these producers are very messy because I also do believe the other black girl who had the Dominican guy, because the Dominican guy, he was not part of the main cast, right? He was sitting on the sideline. And they said that there was a seat, there was a time where the girl said, oh, I want a Dominican man. He got to be 6 something. So they felt like because the producers heard her through the hot mic, they intentionally went and got that boy to come on the show to make it seem like it was serendipity. It was manifestation. No, it was the producers orchestrating that. So I'm like, it's also very possible that the producers could have told Nick or told Alondria, okay, y'all got to make this happen because it's good for the show. So then they did it, right? So I'm like, you got to see this as a business. Don't see this as a reflection of society, okay? Exactly, like, Yeah, exactly. See, the only reason why the black girls were finding partners on the show is because they don't want the race. Yeah, like guys like Nick. Yes, there you go. Guys like Nick. These white boys do not want to be called racist. So they act like, oh, I like the black girl, right? Because they don't want the backlash. Because today, you're not allowed to have a preference, right? If a black man says he wants to be with a skinny woman, a skinny black woman, it's a problem. If a man says he doesn't want to date a trans woman, it's a problem, right? If a white man says my preference is not black women, automatically he's a racist. People today are not allowed to have their preference. So people bow, like they bow, they bend the knee to the woke mob, okay? But I can see that too, Brittany. I really can. Because I'm like, maybe, you know, but I also feel like first and foremost, I really do feel as though he didn't want to leave the show. Because the longer you stay on Love Island, like if you make it to the end, you're more likely to make it. You guys, it's a lot of money. You can get like 30,000 for one TikTok, 50,000 for one TikTok. Yo, who not gonna stay? There is so much money involved. Even me, I'll be in there for that thing, okay? Because you can make someone's yearly salary by posting one TikTok, you know? So that's crazy. Yeah, they take the show way too seriously. They take it too seriously and they don't realize it is scripted. And many times, just like Real Housewives of Potomac, Real Housewives of Atlanta, the producers are so damn messy. They come and tell me something, then they go tell Sunshine something, then they have the cameras ready for us to fight on camera. We should know this by now, okay? These producers will instigate a fight because they want the views. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, so I can also see that. You see? So that's where I agree with impressive, because it could be, because when they're in the house, they don't have their phones, right? They're in the house, they have no contact with the outside world. But the producers, they're keeping up with the show. Like every time it goes live, every time an episode goes live, they look at the comments, they watch the views, they look at the commentaries and things like that. So I can believe that the producers, they see what the people are saying, and then they go through the house and they try to, play God in a way, right? Because they want to make it interesting and they want to give people what they want. Because this is show business, y'all. Love Island is entertainment, it's TV, it's Hollywood. It is not real. Watch the show, have fun with it, but don't internalize it. And especially don't get involved in these racial wars over Love Island. It is not real. It's not real. It's a business. Yeah, it's fake. It's really, really fake. I mean, I hope so. But only the fact that he goes from TV shows to TV shows and like he had one girl at the altar and now he got AD pregnant. Child. I mean, I hope for the best, right? I hope for the best. But I'm like, it is not real. So for me, Jenna, I feel like she really thought it was real. I'm like, why would you think it's real? It's business, Jenna. It is not real. Y'all can play. You're going to keep up this farce for 2 to 3 years, make as much money as you can, and you're going to issue a statement on your Instagram. He's going to issue a statement on his Instagram, and it's over. Just like the girl Whitney in London with that guy. It's over. These things do not last because it's not real. It's business. It's a TV show, y'all. Come on. Like, it's not that deep. It really is not that deep.
They've been inseparable ever since. Yeah. And just recently, Olandria was praising Nick on Watch What Happens Live. And this is what she said.
I'm so happy that I was blessed with this guy who allows me to bask in my femininity. You know what I mean? Allows me to be soft. You know what? He takes the wheel. Usually I'm a control freak. I let him do everything. I said I want to go to Europe. We was in Europe. I want to be a model. I was in 2 shoots. You know what I mean? Like the support that I have from this guy is unreal. So it allows me to be the soft woman that I've always wanted to be.
I mean, that statement was kind of weird to me. He allows me. He needs to give you permission to be soft. That was so damn stupid. But you see, she's also, Olandria is pandering to the Black woman base, right? Why do you need permission to be soft? You're either soft or you're not. You need permission from a man to be soft. Girl, what? You're either soft or you're not. You're doing shoots in whatever in Europe. Why would you not? You're getting paid for that. The more money you make, you don't have to ask them for money. Why would you not support that? But once again, putting the white man on a pedestal, trying to glamorize this white man, embellish this white man. This is really crazy. Like I said, no, AD and Ollie, I hope it works out. Yeah, exactly. He is confused. Like, what? But why does anybody, I don't care who you are, why does anybody need permission to be soft, permission to be kind, permission to be sweet? You are either those things or you're not. If you're a sweet person, you're always going to be sweet. If you're soft, you're always going to be soft. What else would you going to be? Why would you not be soft? Girl, what are we doing? Like, I'm like, what? Like, what? But she wants to embellish this white boy and have people see him as a savior. Oh, gosh, here we go again. Right? You can just say Nick is really nice. He's really sweet. And, yeah, we're having a good time getting to know each other. That's it. That's that. Right? Oh, Lord. It's so draining.
I thought this was very sweet. And the Shade Room posted this on their page. And Just Hilarious left a comment that had a lot of Nick Olandria fans a little upset. She said this. This is so laughable that everybody's going along with this phony stuff. This girl will one day be with the real love of her life, someone who actually looks into her effing eyes when she's acknowledging him the way she does here. Someone who's going to speak about her the way she's speaking about Nick's self. This is all for the show. So Jess is not buying this at all. And some people were upset with her comment, but you know what? Even though I felt like it was negative, I do understand.
It was not negative. Jess is no query. She's going to tell you exactly like it is. The problem is, Jess, you got to read the room, okay? You got to read the room. On social media, the sisterhood, they really want to believe that, hey, white men are out here just desiring Black women and, because it's a competition of the genders, right? It's a competition of the genders, right? But my thing is, like I said, this is a TV show. It is very scripted, right? Do not internalize this. And also, don't say, well, it worked for Olandria, so it's going to work for me. No. If you find a good white man, it's because you made the effort and he also made the effort, right? And ultimately, I will say this. When people find the person, honestly, your color doesn't even matter anymore because you're this person, let's say you're Marlene and that's David. That's it, that's that, right? And you like, I have flaws, he has flaws, because the color thing is not even going to matter for you, just like me and James. Like, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? right? Because you're just two people. And that's really what it comes down to, like two people who are together, and people have to be mature. People have to be respectful. People have to learn how to compromise. People have to learn how to forgive. People like y'all, it's real work. And then you realize that complexion ain't gonna do it. If good relationships, successful relationships came down to complexion, listen, that would be just too damn easy, right? But we know life ain't easy. So anything worth having is going to require work. But I think like me, my issue is selling fairy tales to people. Like, oh, if you find a white man, the relationship is just smooth sailing, no problem, no drama. He's going to always look into your eyes and go, oh, I love you so much. Child. Even if he loves you that much, listen, he's going to have to go to work. So he's not going to be here all day. Like, oh, I love you so much. No, the man got to go to work. The man got to sleep. Okay? He has things he has to do. So he can't just all day look at you like, oh, black goddess, black queen. This is toxic. It is really toxic. He can't text you every 5 minutes. People got things to do. Okay? And also, I'm going to say this too, right? A lot of black women also, if you want to date white men and be with white men, especially the good white men, the good ones, not the trailer park ones, but the good white men too, these people usually tend to be into health and fitness. Yes, right? So they usually wake up at like 5:30. They go running for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 miles. He's not going to call you while he's running. Okay, the serious high caliber white boys, I didn't say rich now. You ain't got to be rich to be a high caliber white boys, but the really ethical, kind, loving Christian, like some white people are really Christians. Like it's not all of them, but some real white people are really Christians. Them kind of people, they really enjoy fitness. They enjoy an active lifestyle. They usually have a fitness routine. So they have to run. They run a lot. They lift weights a lot. So there's certain hours he has to focus on himself. He's not going to call you every 2 minutes. Like, y'all know I love Nick Bayer. But Nick, he wakes up at like 4 something. He poops at like 4:45. He does a cold ice bath at 5:30. He runs 6 to 7 miles. Then he comes home, takes a shower, kisses his wife, makes breakfast, and then he goes to work. Okay? So he can't be like, oh, let me deliver my life. Hey, black queen. Because some of y'all, you live in a fairy tale. So if you do happen to find them good, high quality, high caliber white boys, most of those white boys are really big into health and fitness. So their run time is a non-negotiable. Their recovery time is a non-negotiable. Their weightlifting sessions are non-negotiable. And during those times, they ain't texting, calling nobody. Go entertain yourself. Now, you're welcome to come on the run, but you need to run. You can't come on the run and start talking and do, okay? So, because that's also their culture. Okay? That's also their culture. And I think that's the reason why sometimes also, even black women who want to date white men, they don't find the good white man because they don't want to do physical activities. They don't want to run. Running and jogging and weightlifting, like they love that shit. No, it's true, Sunshine. It's really true. It's not a joke. If you ever meet, because it's not, you do have some good white guys out there. You really do. And you do have some great white guys that I do believe will be great husbands. But what I'm saying is, whenever you meet a high quality white man, he's really big into fitness. It's like it always goes that way, right? They're big into fitness. They're very organized. They're really into like time management. How do you call this? Like time management. They have all these tools. They're big into tech. Them kinds of people, their lives are very structured. And also high quality white man. That's why I know Rose, her man, is Dusty. High quality white guys do not argue. You raise your voice, he's gone. Because that's not his culture. It's very scary for them. Like, what the heck? Like, what is that? Okay. They talk, they reason, they converse. They're very, very mature. And that's why I think it's also really hard for a lot of black girls to have access to those kinds of white boys, because many black women do not have the emotional maturity to peacefully argue. Everything is yelling, screaming, degrade, turn my phone on. They don't live like that. So I'm not saying it's impossible, right? I am not saying let me say it again. What I am saying is it's not natural for a man from one community to wake up and aspire to marry a woman from a different community. I don't care what she is, right? Or I'm going to live for her, die for her, protect, provide. Usually men want to do that for women of their own community, but it doesn't mean it can't happen, right? Right? Yeah, exactly. They're very structured people. And I'm sure he runs every morning. They have their routine. But what I do say is if you are a black woman too, this is where you got to have self-awareness, and you got to realize that there's certain things that we do that are toxic. You can't bring that over there. Because if you meet a high quality, high caliber, high vibrational white man, these people are big into health and fitness. They are really big into podcasts, like the podcast about nutrition, podcasts about your sleep, podcasts about how to be a leader and things like. They work really hard on being those people. So people like that don't prioritize their emotion. They prioritize reason, right? And where I do feel like Black people lack emotional intelligence sometimes is that we are too emotional. It's the culture. Like, we're just excessively emotional, always offended. Okay. But I'm saying, if you want to date those kinds of white men, you're going to have to be able to reason. You cannot be, well, I'm mad. Why are you mad? Well, I'm just mad. That's immature. He's going to break up the relationship. It's not going to last, right? You're going to have to be able to explain how you feel. So let's say his name is, like, give me a name, Brett, right? Hey, Brett, when you did this yesterday, it really made me upset because I thought that you and I were on the same, on one common accord when it came to this, and that. This is how they receive information. But, oh, what the fuck you mean? They don't receive information like that. They're going to shut down, right? That's not how they receive information. So when you meet high caliber white people, you have to lead with your reasoning skills. You have to lead with your logic. And also, you have to know how to express yourself without feeling attacked and without also attacking people. And also, when you deal with high quality white people, you also have to know how to apologize. Well, you know what? When, looking back, I can see how I was wrong. And for that, I want to apologize. Many Black women don't like to apologize, but you want to date them kind of white people. That's how they function. It's not a joke. Yeah, I'm serious. And I'm sure your friend doesn't scream. I am sure she doesn't scream. She's not going to be like, what you mean, cracker? And that's why the vast majority of Black women who are with white men, date white men, marry white men, she would never say, what you mean, cracker? Right? They don't use racial slurs. But you'll date a Black man and call him all kinds of ninja. Why is that okay? You see, it's an inherent lack of respect because you think a white man is better, right? But if you wouldn't call this white man a cracker, why are you calling a Black man a nigga? Like, for what reason, right? But when you're around high quality Black people, these are not lady portions. Y'all look at the food that Jimmy brought me. This is too much food for a woman, James.
Okay, give it back.
Yeah, I do need to give it back.
Your arm's moving this way.
How am I gonna give it back to you though? Because there's stuff here. This is a lot. Exactly. You cannot do stuff like that. But over here in the culture, it is perfectly acceptable to call a Black man out of his name. You can't do stuff like that. When you're over there, you're not going to call this white man a cracker because you're mad. So do the same thing. If I'm not going to call a white man that I'm dating a cracker, you should not call a Black man a nigga. Like, you shouldn't do that. Like, why are you doing that? Right? But I'm saying, when you are dating high quality white people, fitness is a big deal. Exercise and fitness, meditation, listening. Sure, exactly. This is like, I'm like, what the heck is this? These are not lady portion. Okay. So I'm saying, do the same thing. Right? And I'm saying fitness is a big, big deal for these people. And running, like, you see, he loves to run. Yeah. They really love physical activity. Like, wealthy, successful white people love to be physically active. They love to be out in nature. Everything is not about shopping for them. They want to be out in nature. They like discovering new places, like new museums, new art galleries, new bookstores, new coffee shops, right? They're very chill, but they have lots of money. But the thing about rich people, whether even Black people, like any person that's rich actually, but the thing about rich people are all about the experiences, right? And experience is not going shopping for them, right? It's the fake ass, the nouveau riche, the ones who are pretending to be rich. They're the ones that are obsessed with fashion. There are a bunch of wealthy people out here who look regular, but the way you can spot a wealthy man sometimes is the watch. So they can dress very basic, but they have very, very expensive watches. That's how you usually know, right? Very expensive watches and lots of tech, fancy tech, expensive tech, right? But they really enjoy like physical activity, being outside, being outdoors. They love coffee shops. They love discovering new coffee shops. They love finding new book clubs, bookstores. They like going to an art gallery. They also love like the small comedy club thingies. They're really about like experiences, right? Whereas people who are money hungry and who ain't got money, they always want to go shopping because they want to know what it feels to be like rich people. Whereas like rich people, I feel like they work so hard to be rich that they are longing for what it feels like to be normal again. You know what I mean? Like people want the complete opposite, huh? Yeah, I'm sure she's very calm because she can't. He's a neurosurgeon. She can't do that Wahala stuff because he needs his peace. You know, because to be a neurosurgeon, you have to be really patient. You gotta be very calm. Gotta be very controlled. Gotta be very stoic. Because working on the brain, you can have a surgery. A surgery can last you 13 hours. You know, a surgery can last you 8 hours. You know, so a man like that, he needs a woman who can take care of herself, who's independent, who knows that she's not always going to be a priority. But just because I'm not calling you every 5 minutes doesn't mean I'm not thinking about you, right? You can't come and start arguing and yelling because he needs his peace. You know, because these surgeries are real and you are operating on somebody's brain. So you cannot marry a woman that is just chaotic. You gotta be calm, like calm your ass down. Oh yeah, these are big. Yeah. So you see, and so my thing, she's Haitian. So my thing is, right? So my thing is, she had to fit into his life. So because fitness is big to him, fitness also has to be big to her. That's why I said last about Auntie Monique, the advice that she gave to Uncle Shay Shay, even though it makes sense though, she's not the right messenger because she's not even a woman that he's attracted to. Because Auntie Mo told Uncle Shay Shay to marry a woman who food is everything to her. And Uncle Shay Shay, food is not everything to him. You know what I mean? Food is not everything to him. She said, oh, find your woman who can cook for you. I'm like, food is not a big deal for Uncle Shay Shay. He doesn't need food. I don't think he even likes food that much. But he worked really, really hard to have the body he has. So if you think you're going to marry somebody who all she wants to do is just cook all kinds of demonic food, he doesn't want to eat that kind of stuff, right? So no, you don't know what kind of man he is. But most of the time, the woman is the one that fits into the man's lifestyle because he already has a schedule, right? But I'm like, high quality white men, they love to run. Running is a big deal for them. They have the shoes, the hookah shoes, the whatever shoes. They have the Garmin watch. They have the Oura ring thingy. They have they have so much fitness stuff. They're part of a local running club. Like running is a big, big, big part of the lifestyle of a wealthy, very high, like, you know, high functioning, like really successful white man. They run a lot. They enjoy running. They enjoy swimming. They like being outdoors. They like playing golf. They like also weight training and stuff like that. But they're really, really big on their health. It means a lot to them. Being healthy means a lot to those people. Their nutrition also means a lot to them too, because they listen to a lot of these podcasts. Yeah, but the yelling and screaming and racial slur stuff, like it just turns people off, you know? So you really have to learn that, because I'm like, it's not gonna work.
Understand why she said what she said, because there is this idea that a lot of these couples on these reality shows are faking it. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, after seeing what happened to the Love Island couples, Janae and Kenny, and Whitney and Locken, people are going to grow more skeptical. They're particularly skeptical of Black women being in interracial relationships on these dating shows because they don't know if these women are being used or not. Because when you look at Kenny and Janae's situation, Kenny used Janae. For a whole year, he had Janae believing that he wanted her, but come to find out, this man was texting his friends and saying racial slurs about her, and also saying that he's only with her for business opportunities. He's not really into Black girls. I mean, what he did was diabolical. And also what happened with Whitney and Locken. Whitney exposed Locken and his mother for making racial comments about her too. She said that he made a comment about her skin being dirty in jest, I guess, and he would be pocket watching her. He would also belittle her appearance. So it was kind of obvious that he wasn't attracted to her, but it seemed like he was really with her for the business opportunities as well. Yeah. And unfortunately, this happens a lot on these reality shows. A lot of people get into these fake relationships just to use a person so that they could get the brand deals and the following and the opportunities and the money. This happens a lot. And this is probably why Jess said what she said about Nick and Olandria's relationship. She doesn't believe that Nick is truly into Olandria. Now, I will say this. I do think Nick is very aware of Olandria's popularity, and he sees the benefit of being in a relationship with her. She, along with Shelly, were the it girls of Love Island. So he knows that being next to her does give him some points. But also, I do think Nick is genuinely into Olandria. He was attracted to her from the beginning.
When I walked in, like, you were one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen.
And from the way Olandria talks about him and how he goes above and beyond to cater to her and do things for her and taking the lead, I mean, he's displaying a lot of green flags so far. So I don't know if it's fair to really put him in that whole Kenny and Locking category. I don't think it's fair, but I do understand why some people might be a bit skeptical. But from what I hear about their relationship so far, I can say I'm pretty optimistic about Nick Olandria.
Okay. Most romantic thing Nick has done for you since leaving the show?
It is so insane how much I just spoke over my life in the past few years and how everything is coming to fruition now. Wow. So like I always said, like, oh, I wanted to go to Disneyland and all these things, like made that happen immediately. Never been to Europe. He made sure I was a part of his campaign trips where it's paid for and I was able to go to Europe for the first time and went to Greece. Like, he's so intentional. It is insane.
That's amazing.
He listens and he acts immediately. Mind you, we've only been coupled up for like 2 or 3 weeks. And he's marked off so many things on my list already.
Oh my God.
The first few weeks of dating each other. So I'm like, oh my goodness, no man has ever in my 27 years has shown me this much.
Oh, please. No man. Girl, bye. Man, the man you met, and also like he invited you to Greece. He probably made the company pay for it. Did he pay for it out of pocket? Like, girl, please. Okay, I'm sure there are people that you met that would have loved to take you to Disney. They just didn't have the money. Let's also be so for real. If you come from a working class family, Disney is not y'all. Disney ain't cheap. Okay, even like soda at Disney, it might be like $50. There are a lot of people who want to take their kids, their friends to Disney, but Disney ain't cheap. Okay, so today Nick, he's not a regular person anymore. He's somebody who made it on Love Island and he chose the black girl. So he's gonna have way more money, way more opportunities. So this is not a regular Nick that's taking you to Greece. It's most likely it's the Nick from Love Island who most likely have the brand pay for it. Y'all get me right? He's not like his life has changed, just like her life has changed. But if he was a regular Nick, would he have been able to afford going to Greece? Was he going to Greece before then? No. He's going to Greece because now brands are flying him to go to Greece. So you have to be reasonable. Like Disney is expensive. Like even the little Minnie Mouse thingy, it's $150. Like if you want the Minnie Mouse headband, it's $150. Like Disney is just it's a scam. It's extortion. So I'm like, it's really, really expensive. Yeah, it's very expensive. The Minnie Mouse ears are $150 or like $175. I'm like, for what? A churro is like $20. A smoothie is $75. So I'm like, yo, sis, like, be so for real. A lot of people haven't gone to Disney because it's expensive. There are people even live in Orlando haven't gone to Disney because, like, you need a lot of money because everything is a cash grab, right? But I'm like, once again, trying to put this white man on a pedestal. Oh, in my 27 years of life, no man has ever done this. Girl, he's only able to do this because of the TV show. Okay? If he had not been on the show, probably get you a little burger or get you something off of DoorDash. Like, it's not fair to compare him to a regular 27-year-old that's not been on TV and that doesn't have like $30,000, $50,000 brand deals awaiting him in his inbox. Yeah, it's so expensive now. Disney is outrageous. It's even Lacey lives there too. It's outrageous. It is so outrageous.
Like consistency and, you know, just seeing that I just feel so seen with him, you know?
It's amazing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He knew I wanted to be a model. So the first 2 campaigns we shot was people that he's worked with in the past. He made sure I was part of those campaigns to start to get my foot in the door as far as modeling.
Okay,
and
this
those
guy's a
pictures
keeper.
blew up so much to where like so many people was reaching out to me and like noticing me. We got like 2 Vogue shout outs and like Teen Vogue.
Oh my gosh.
It's become so big. And like I wouldn't have been in this position if it wasn't for this guy that was able to like put me in this position. You know what I mean?
Totally.
I love it.
Totally.
Intrigued. Instead of being intimidated, he's like intrigued.
It's amazing.
Like you're such a mystery to me. I want to find out, like figure out who you are.
Yeah.
Then you see how she wants to give him credit. So she would not be in this position if it wasn't for him. Girl, you were on that show. You worked on the show, you did your part on the show, and you had your own fans. So even if you didn't pick Nick and he didn't pick you, whatever, you would have still had those opportunities because a lot of people liked you on that show. And because you have people who like you, you would have had your own opportunities. But I'm like, trying to give this man all the credit. Like, girl, don't give that man all the credit. Like you did nothing. He just came and picked you up and just put you in front of a photo shoot. Like you were also on the show.
He's definitely into her for sure. Now, I want to talk about some music. I want to give a shout out to Chloe Bailey. Recently, she was featured on the remix to this Trinidadian artist.
Oh, you guys, hold on. Let me find another video. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know where I'm going to find this girl, though. Oh, crap. Shout out Cardi B. Cardi was getting canceled. Yo, this little boy killed his parents. Shot his parents. Shot his mom and his dad. Oh, let's watch this one.
He wants reciprocity.
Let's watch this one.
Let me, well,
So when you say chase, what can you give me an example?
I've had men within the first conversation, telling me, well, you need to call me back, at this time, or if you don't call me, or you're not texting me on a consistent basis. I'm like, I just met you. I don't have any obligations or anything. We're just getting to know each other.
I think there's another aspect to when you are entertaining a person, it's very important for you to be mindful of what you want. Because essentially what he told you is what he wants. And then how you responded was what you want doesn't work for me. So now I've ripped. That's not a person that is meant to share space with you. And what's happening is you spend all of this mental energy doing mental gymnastics for a person that is not in alignment with what you desire. And what we cannot do is demonize a person for having the autonomy to use their words and use their voice and vocalize that they expect reciprocity. So the issue is when you go into talking to someone, you really don't know what you want. And now you met somebody that knows what they want. And what they've just done is reflected a mirror back to you and showed you that you don't even know why you want a relationship. Ooh. You don't even know what you want out of the relationship. And when you meet a person that does, it triggers you. Because you haven't done the work. Relationships are vehicles to take you to your next phase of evolution and growth. They are only there to help you fulfill your soul's purpose. But if you're entering these relationships and you're not intentional, you'll get lost in the relationship. You'll lose yourself in the relationship. So it's very important when you're meeting somebody, set your intentions. Start having very intentional conversations. That way you'll know, oh, this is why this person requires this from me, because you're getting to know them on a soul level, not just based on aesthetics.
Shout out to that sister there. That was tonight's conversation. And it's funny, I just did a video on this yesterday about this therapist in Atlanta. He was talking about how a lot of his clients are females, and the women are just basically saying that guys are not really wanting to be with them, or guys aren't really dedicated or showing concern, and they're intentional. But when it comes to these things, it's not ever really about what the guy wants. That's how women look at dating. They don't care about what the guy wants. They just care about showing up, being pretty. So this is exactly what I said on that video in reference to what he said. My thoughts are women aren't really intentional with dating. They say that because other women, it's one of those words, right? It's one of those type of words, right? I'm intentional with dating. But the intention for dating is not really there. Your intention is just to show up and have him entertain you. You don't care about what he has going on. You don't care about if he had a good date. You only care about yourself and talking about yourself. As she said, the fact that the guy had the autonomy. Now we can get into being controlling, possessive, asking for too much. I get it. But this is what he wants. He's speaking it. He's not hiding anything. Like, yo, if I'm in a relationship, this is what I expect of you. Like I said this before, and if she's watching, she'll see what I'm talking about here. She said she wanted to be in a relationship, right? So I'm like, okay, let's be in a relationship. But she would have these different, I don't know why, I just feel this way. And I just go periods where I just don't like talking, or I just don't feel like being bothered, or I'll just go out and I need to clear my mind. Maybe I'm in my head. Bro, I don't have time for that shit in life. Either we're in a relationship or we're not. You can't just keep going, well, I feel like this today and I don't know how long it's gonna last and all that. Man, fuck all that shit. You know what I'm saying? If you are expecting things from me, my love, my affection, my time, my assets, all these different things, then the least you can do is not shut down. And if I tell you, hey, this is a problem for me, this is what I desire, this is what I expect, because I'm doing the same thing. And a lot of times that's not returned. It's looked at as a man is being sassy or he's controlling or you need to call me at such and such time. I don't know if those were his exact words, because that sounds kind of weird for a man to say, okay, when I text you, you need to call me back and all this stuff. It's implied.
I found my video. Are y'all still here? I found my video. Hold on. Because y'all see what this is from. Hold on. I don't know where this video is from, but hold on. Let me see. Hold on.
Want to be soft in their home.
Mm-hmm.
And I just say, and I'm gonna speak for me and probably you too a little bit, Tasia, that I'm gonna keep it a buck. Okay. What men are not thinking about when you are upset about a woman that you're choosing is that we ultimately want to submit to the leadership of our partner. Most women want to be soft in their homes. Most women want to be led by their partner, especially feminine women. Let me not say most women. Feminine women want to be led. So that's who I'm speaking to right now. Masculine men want to lead. Well, this is the thing. If I'm making all the decisions for the household, because I don't question where my rent is going to come from. I have a call, like all the things you just said. I'm like, oh, I did that 15 years ago. You know, so the conversations are a little bit different. And I feel like if you have to juggle between how am I going to put food in my fridge, gas in my car, and also pay my rent on time, because at a time when I first moved to America from Canada at 20 years old, that was my story. That was a long time ago, and that's no longer my story. So if that's your story, great. Go be with somebody that has that similar story. Go be with somebody else.
That's the extreme example, though.
That's the extreme.
Because the conversations that we have, and women are literally saying, I make $300,000 a year. If he makes $100K, he's not viable.
But wait, Doc, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying the leadership. It's about leadership. So for me,
but money doesn't equate to leadership at all.
Let me finish. This is what I'm saying.
That is true. Money don't equate to leadership. Maybe she can make this work. Don't worry, Sarah. I'm on your side. Maybe you can make this work. I don't think she can.
I'm saying if you are going to lead me in the ways, that means you need to have the mindset. That means you need to have the mentality, the emotions, the spirit, the energy, the physical. And that's why I said in the beginning, rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. You cannot use 7, because that's how I measure success. It's not just about the money. If all you have is money, you're broke. And to a woman, if all you have is your body, you're broke too. Y'all deserve each other. That's the modern day woman I'm talking about. And the men, they deserve each other. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to lead this household, I don't want to have to slow down to let you pass me up.
So let's speak about the women who are not feeling, because it's so extreme that the average woman doesn't make that much money.
That's true.
Right? So when we're speaking about extremes, we're speaking about your specific situation, right? And we are not accounting for the actual listener.
Okay.
The actual listener is making 50, 70, maybe 80, right? So what happens to the man that only makes 50, 70, 80? Is he now completely disqualified? Because we've completely changed the conversation. We said average. Now we're talking about men that make $300,000 a year. We can't even keep the conversation to the same topic of the average man. He's still being bypassed in the conversation. So if he's being bypassed in the conversation, well, we can't even stay on topic and talk about the man. Imagine the women that's listening to the conversation. Their mind is still going to the $300,000 man.
Can I just say one thing? Let me just add this context, because I missed the landing the first time I talked, so I just want to say this part. Even if you are that 50, 60, 70,000 earning man, there is still a desire for you at some point to make enough to where your wife doesn't have to work.
Yes. Are people not able to make a living and provide a beautiful life with $50,000? That's crazy. That is exactly what he said. That's what he said. That's exactly what he said.
That's true. She got you right there, my buddy. She got you. You just see it. Somebody making $60,000 can't have a comfortable living. The average person makes $40,000. The average person. So a person can definitely be comfortable at 60. Hey, Drew, I already know this thing. I've been battling this for a minute now. Y'all know how much $50,000 is, right? $50,000? That's like $4,000.
Because you only speak towards your experience, and that's not fair to the average listener.
I agree with that. But I also feel like, in a minute in the comment section, gonna tell me if I'm wrong. I believe if you're making $50,000, $60,000 right now, I believe you still have a desire. Even if your family is happy with you, your wife is happy with you, there's a desire in you to make enough to where she may not have to go to work one day.
You're changing the conversation right now. It's not about that. It's about the fact that y'all are pretending that somebody who makes $50,000 to $60,000 is like a bum. That's what the conversation is. Now what you're saying is just completely different. If a guy who make 50 to 60, do they want to make more? Sure, they want to make more, but they're not a bum. They're disqualifying men who make $50,000 to $60,000. Do not move the conversation past that. That's where you need to stay at until y'all figure this thing out.
To make enough to where your kids ain't got to worry about whether they can pay for college or not.
But you valid before you even get there.
But I'm saying there's a desire for that to happen.
The desire is there.
The desire is there. And here's the thing. The desire is there. A lot of times, a lot of men, they're more concerned about making that finances and that security because they want to give it to somebody. They want to provide it to somebody. So it's that innate thing that we have. So that's why I'm saying on the flip side, I can understand why a woman would be attracted to a man's desire to do that.
But also there's a component of this that we are missing. And that is that men that are not happy with where they are financially are fucking mean. They treat you terribly, okay?
You're projecting.
And I feel like there's a space for that. And this is why I'm saying that it's not that you're not valuable to me, but there's a room and a lane for everybody that I feel like makes it safe and equitable for all the parties involved.
Okay, let's stop right there. I know what you're saying. You're so crazy, computer. They're not ready for you. $60,000 is not enough to support a family with multiple kids in American City. But I feel like I like the sis with the short hair because I feel like she's more sensible. She's more sensible, she's more real, and she's more pragmatic, right? Because one thing I don't like on social media is that you have these women who claim to make all this money and they want to give the rules on what dating should be, who you should date, who you should not entertain. You understand? We have sisters out here who make $40,000. We have sisters out here who make maybe $50,000, $60,000. They will never meet a man that makes $300,000. They might meet him in passing, but say like romantic dates, most likely it won't happen. This life is not a movie, right? So in those circumstances, I feel like, especially when you give advice, you need to give advice that relates to the vast majority of the population, which is that a lot of people don't make $100,000, right? If we look at the data, I think like it's average like what $55,000 to $60,000 is the median income for most Black people, right? So we need to stop with this $300,000 talk, the $200,000 talk, the $400,000. We need to start being practical people, right? And I feel like when we give advice, we have to give practical advice. Marlene, yes, I would love to see all Black women be married to a wealthy man. Now, does that mean he's going to be wealthy off the rip? The answer is no. If I have a sister, for example, who makes like $50,000, $60,000, I'm not going to say to her, oh, he makes 70. Oh, he's beneath you. You need to aspire for a man that makes 100,000. Money, she might not meet that man. You know, sometimes you can always say, oh yeah, there's better out there. There's better out there. But there comes a time too, the way I look at it, secure what you can have. Secure what you can have. If you have a man, let's say you make 50, from 30 to 50, even 60,000, and a woman meets a man that makes 70,000. If that brother is coming correct, he has great intentions, he wants to marry, he's a serious man, he goes to work, you don't have no drug issues, no criminal issues, whatever, and he falls within my 60 to 80%, I'm going to recommend that she takes him seriously. Because why are we going to bypass this brother right here at 70 because we're hoping that we're going to find someone that makes 100,000? Okay, now let's say it takes 5 years to meet the man that's 100,000. But in 5 years too, the brother that used to make 70, now he's making 120. Because where else is he going to go? Unless he does drugs, he goes and kills somebody, he steals from his workplace. Like, he would have to really want to destroy his career, right? But within the next 5 years or so, he's not going to stay at 70,000. And sometimes when we have these conversations, like, I feel like people make it seem like what you make today, you're cursed to make that for the rest of your life. It's not reasonable. This is crazy. If you make 70,000 now within the next 5 years, whether it's with your company or whether you you switch jobs, whatever, within 5 years, you can probably make 90 to 100,000. So if he's a serious man, instead of just like Halle Berry, right? Instead of being mad because a man is asking you to cook, oh, well, I don't want to cook, so I'm going to go find another man that don't want me to cook. Okay, sure. But then when you find the man who don't care about the cooking, now you got to deal with the cheating. Eric Benet. When you find a man who don't care about your cooking and cleaning, now you got to worry about him taking your child because he wants custody. When you find a man who don't care about your cooking and cleaning, now you got to pay $20 million in divorce settlement. Right? But we have a lot of ladies. We have a lot of ladies who do not make even 70,000. But because they feel like, well, as a Black woman, I need to, because they see, let's say you have a hierarchy of Black women, right? A lot of Black women who are everyday regular Black women, they look to the 1% or the 2% of Black women, and they see how they talk about dating and what they want in a man. She's like, well, I'm gonna ask for the same thing too because I'm Black too. It's like, no, you gotta be a realist, right? You gotta be a realist, Lonnie. But I'm saying, like, for the most part, right? Assuming somebody is serious, they go to work and they're committed to their job, right? Within 5 years, are they going to still make 70,000? The answer is no. They're most likely going to be like anywhere from 85,000 to 100,000. If they stay with the same company within 5 years, they might make 85 to 90,000. If they transfer, like sometimes when you switch jobs, like when you get hired by another company, you get more money that way. So if they go somewhere else within 5 years, they might make 100,000. But my thing is, look at what I'm saying, right? Hold on, give me a second. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Because this needs a picture. Because that's why I tell you, like, you always got to bring out your calculators, right? Let me get a marker. Hold on. We got a Sharpie. Okay. Look at what I'm saying. Because I guess if I draw a picture, it's gonna make more sense, right? Because I had the same issue too. Like 1 year I had the same issue with Lane Lashes. Like I didn't have the right perspective and it fucked me over. Okay, look at this, right? Look at this picture, right? Here is the man. Hold on. Let me do this. Okay. All right. So let's say this right here, right? This is 100K, right? This is $0. Y'all see this, right? So what I'm saying is, a man that is at 70,000, right? If he's at 70,000, it's a lot closer to 100, right? He's not that far off. So what I'm saying, how much time do you think it might take him to get to 100,000? And what I'm saying is, I think within 5 years he can get there, right? Now, hold on, I need more pens, huh? Give me a second. I need more markers. I have markers. Do you have a marker? Do you have a marker? I thought I gave you like a big box of markers. Okay, what color? Do you have a bunch of markers though? What color is that? Sure, I'll take it. All right. Listen to me, right? Because it gonna make sense, right? Listen. So let me put let me do this. 100K in red. Okay, that's 100. Now, right now, he's making 70,000. Right? So he's here. This is 2025, right? And then here at the bottom, you have $0, right? What I'm saying is he is not, right? You see this, right? To go from 0 to 100, look how hard that is, right? When you've made it to 70,000, you only need 30% more. You're almost there. It's a lot easier to go from 70 to 100 than to start all the way here and go to 100. So what I'm saying is, if I have a sister that's talking to me, she's like, "Oh, Marlene, I want to make a man that has 100,000. I met this guy. He's really awesome." Like, let's say, like, not all her foolishness, because these lists, a lot of these lists is full of foolishness. But the core that actually do matter, if this young man has the core of what matters, like what the core that is needed to be a great husband, and right now in 2025, he's at 70, and she's looking for $100,000 man, I will say to her, you found this man. Because you can bypass this man, right? And say, oh, I want a man that makes 100. Okay, it might take you 5 years. However, by the time we get to 2030, right, this young man now, instead of being worth 100, he might actually be worth 120. Right? So the 5 years that you're wasting looking for a man that has a hard 100,000, I am saying, why not be patient with this guy, since he has the core values that you need for a great husband, and build with this man? Because within 5 years, little do you know, he's not just going to make 100, he might make 120, because he is this close to 100,000. Unless he does something really, really crazy to ruin his career, right? But he's only going up. He's not coming down. Right? But if you walk away from him, you walk away, even though he has the core and he has 70,000, right? And he's only like 30% of the way there. And you say, oh, no, I'm going to go look again. What you're really doing is you're starting at zero. Right? And only God knows how many years it might take, because it's not that easy to find quality people. Let's also be for real. It is not that easy to find quality people. So what I'm saying is, in 5 years, given that he has the core, y'all might get married, good things might happen, and before you know, because 5 years goes by so fast. I'm telling you, like, look at how quick Maverick turned 1. Look at how quickly I was pregnant, and then look at how quickly now he's 14 months. Do you see how time flies? So what I'm saying is, instead of going on multiple dates, dating multiple people, sometimes even lacking sexual discipline, then you have sex with multiple people because you're chasing the six-figure man. This $70,000 man is a six-figure man in the making. He might even get there before 5 years. What do I know? But I'm just saying, within 5 years, he's going to get to 100. If not, he might even get to 120. Right? So be patient and see that this is the one. The problem is, we have these social media women who are not married. Like Sarah's not married. This one is not married. Ace Metaphor is not married. And that's one thing I've also noticed. It's a lot of unmarried people, full of trauma, full of scars, full of fear, who want to give dating advice to Black people, especially Black women. Like, no, you're not qualified because you're not married. You're not qualified. You're just talking all kinds of hypotheses, but blah, blah, blah. And what you're doing is causing people, you're giving people fear. And also, you're talking for this upper echelon Black women, like top 1% or whatever, because a lot of these girls too, I don't even believe they have the money they claim they make. Because if they had the money, just like Candace Owens, if they had the money, they would not be here. This is beneath you. Like, this is so beneath. Like, it's even with Ashley, I feel the same way. If Ashley even knew where to find these men, she ain't wasting time answering y'all goofy ass questions on TikTok, because she's going to be busy trying to secure one of those men for herself. But I'm like, a lot of these Black girls, they want to give, oh, well, you should do this and you should do that, and don't talk to a man. When most of them, their phones are dry. Most of them have no way how to win. Okay? They're all a bunch of single people. They get giving advice to people, right? But I'm like, yeah, if you're in your 20s, like your mid-20s, early 30s, and you meet a great young man or a great young woman, and I'm like, the person is at 70, but you want 100, you already found the person. Because the hardest thing in relationships, right? That's why I say people have to stop listening to people who are not successful in relationships. And I mean, to me, a successful relationship is one that leads to marriage, right? Because listen to me, the hardest thing to find is a good person. Money is not hard to find. You can find people with money. The thing is, everybody that has money, you're not going to like. Once again, because people romanticize people with money. A lot of people with money are awful people. They're not good people. So you can meet a man that has the money, but you might not be able to stand his attitude. Yeah, you might not even be able to stand his breath. Okay? The hardest part in human relationships is finding a person that vibes with who you are. That is the hardest part. Being compatible with the actual human being. That is the hardest part. So I'm like, if you're able to find the hardest part, which is a compatible human being with traits, quality, character, family, culture, and things like that you agree with, right? Does that make sense? That is the hardest part. The money is a bonus. Now, I'm not going to say go with someone that has nothing, but what I'm saying is if he has a college degree or master's, he works a career, right now he's at 70, within the next 5 years, he's going to have 100. You have no reason to be scared. Because if you stay with this man and you marry this man, you are going to one day be married to a six-figure man. It's not a problem, right? But it's like these girls have turned this whole six-figure thing into something that causes them to have anxiety. Because right now, he's not making six figures. Girl, in his life, he's going to make more than six figures. Like, be so for real, right? And that's what I'm saying. That's what Haley did. It's like Halle Berry, that's what she did, right? Oh, the man has $40 million, but he wants you to cook and clean. She's like, oh, no, that's too much. I can't cook, I can't clean. I want to be with a man that's non-traditional. But you see, whereas when it comes to Angela Bassett, she found a man. I guess he had the good core values, right? She still wanted to have a great career in Hollywood, but she also was committed to being a wife, right? So in 30 years, look at everything she's accomplished without the headaches, without the long list of men that she slept with, without having to split custody with her children, without having to pay all this money for, I'm telling you, she's lost like over 30 million. And this is the horrible monkey math that so many of these women are making. Well, he has everything I want, but he doesn't have the money number. So I'm just going to walk away and start all over. Girl, but do you not realize that by the time you actually find the one that actually makes 100, the one that you just left, now he's making 120. Or he might even make 150. What do I know? But it's only up from here. You know, I'm gonna give you an example, right? Like 1 year when I had my bad, because that also it happened to me because I have bad perspective, right? When I had a bad production batch, right? Because my goal, I forgot what year it was, 2023? No, it was 20 something. But my goal was to make $1 million, right? Millennial Lashes, okay? 1 million. Lonnie, guess what? I got to 874,000. Okay, I got right here. And this is where the bad production batch happened. It hit my heart. Child, the way that thing hit my system, like I shut down. You know what I'm saying? I was this close, but at that time I didn't see it. I was so sad. Oh my gosh, I don't know I should have focused like Marlene. Do you know how hard it is to go from 0 to 800? You're almost there. Yes, it sucks that you had a bad production batch, right? But the game is not over, sis. You got to keep fighting. Instead, I became sad. All I did was think about my bad production. So then my sales started going like this, down and down. The following year, I was like at 400,000. You see this? That's why I tell you guys all the time, the power of the mind, the power of perspective. Like they say, you can see the glass half full or you can see the glass half empty. What I'm saying is if he's at 70 and he has the core, like y'all, I'm telling you, if anybody, we love to talk about money, but the reality of it is what? If anybody, we will all rather be with good people, right? Even me, I don't pay y'all to watch my videos, right? I don't pay you to watch my lives, but why do you come back? Because you enjoy my company. Like, do you see how great human relationships, like feeling love, feeling appreciated with Kiki, we laugh. Do you see how that means more to you than money? That is my point. It is better to be with someone you truly like, you truly love, that really makes you happy, makes you smile, than to go out here and pursue money. So what I'm saying is, right, when you right here, your mind has to be like, yo, it's so much easier to make 126. It's hard to make 874. I did the hardest part. But right there, when that production thing went left, I wasn't built for the game. Like I was really weak. And it got to me. And I shut down. And I let my depression get the best of me. Right? So that's why I say, like, you gotta have a better attitude. Like you gotta have better perspective. Would it be nice to meet a man that makes 100,000 right now? Yes. But also he can make 100,000 right now and then lose his job tomorrow. What do I know? Right? But the hardest part in relationships is finding someone that you actually like and that likes you back. Finding someone respectful and you're also respectful. Finding someone that has great culture and you have great culture. Finding someone that comes from a great family and you also come from a great family. Like, finding good people is hard. Even companies, they struggle with that. That's why they do so many interviews, they do so many screening, right? Because it's kind of like a marriage when you hire someone. You don't want to hire someone and they quit tomorrow, or you hire someone they quit within a year, right? And they talk about the HR, human capital, human retention, right? But a lot of companies, they struggle with employee turnover, right? So finding good people, even for businesses, it's a hard task because there are so many people out there and a lot of people are basura. But what I'm trying to say is money is not the most, it matters, right? But it's not the most important thing because we have seen people use their money for evil. We see people use their money to harm each other, right? How would you trigger me, right? So maybe do your best, right? We have seen a lot of people, it's like, but I'm like me, I'm 40 now, but what I've come to realize is that the most important things in relationships is to find. No, I didn't give you the opposite advice. You don't understand what I said, right? He has to listen to me carefully. Listen to me carefully. Where he is, this young man who makes 70, he probably makes 70 because he has a certain kind of degree. You hear me, right? The person that you're has a PhD in math. Most people don't have PhDs. Listen to me, if you have a PhD, you're making 70, it's by choice, right? It is by choice. Your fiance has a PhD in mathematics. It's not a joke. This is not something you just walk outside and you just see a bunch of random people walking around with a PhD in mathematics. That doesn't happen. You understand, right? It does not happen. So and then the other things you had said, but we're not going to go into all that stuff, right? Right? But what I'm saying is because he is part of I guess the 1% of education, like he's a rare breed in academia, right? So now he has the possibility because he has a PhD. He can become a quant. He can work for He can work for Credit Suisse. He can work for all these. He can work for Morgan & Stanley. He can work for JP Morgan and Chase. He can work for McKinley because he is rare. This man right here who makes 70, maybe he has a regular bachelor's degree. It's not fair to compare a regular person to your person. Do you get me? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's not done yet, but once he's done, exactly, there you go. Because what's available for him? He's intentionally choosing poverty by wanting to be a professor. That's what I'm saying. This man right here, he might just have a bachelor's degree and maybe 5 years of career experience, like 6 years, right? So he's right there. But your fiance with his PhD, I think he does applied math, right? With his PhD in mathematics, he can apply to work for Credit Suisse, right? He might get 300,000. Signing bonus 100,000. So these are not the same kind of people. Let's be so for real. Not on the side. He needs to work in the industry, has his full-time job. This is not a joke. Even right now, he needs to be every summer. He needs to intern with these people so that when he's done, he can make the money. I even saw recently, do you guys know Mark Zuckerberg is looking for software engineers and he's offering people $300 million salary, $100 million salary? For those of us who have done STEM, right? There are certain numbers out here that, we were a little different. But what I'm saying is there's no degree higher than a PhD, right? Okay. Then if you have a PhD in mathematics, my thing is, why not go and make the money? Especially in the age of AI, algorithms, the quant stuff, the Bitcoin stuff, right? It's a waste of his potential. But that's what I'm trying to tell you, right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. He's passionate about it, right? There you go. But he should be passionate about providing for his family, right? You understand me, right? Because that's not fair. And that's why I said to you, if he was not Black, would you be okay with that? Because me, if I have a wife and I can make 400,000, I think it's evil to go make 70,000. This is not the same conversation. Because you could marry a man who, if you really wanted to, in the next 5 years, could make 500 or 600,000, even 800,000. But he said, "Oh no, I'm just passionate about teaching." Okay, since you're passionate, right? That's what I'm saying. If he was Black, would you be okay with that? I'll give you a good example too, right? Take my situation. Because Jimmy, he graduated before me. Okay. And he said, oh, he's gonna go get a job. And then he's gonna wait for a company to hire, a company's gonna hire him, and then they're gonna pay for his master's. And I said, but why would anybody do that? If you yourself are not willing to get up, sign up for the engineering school and believe that you can do a master, why would somebody invest in you? And I gave him the story of Nehemiah. I said, Nehemiah, he left because he was a slave kind of thing, but he asked for permission from his master so he could go back to Jerusalem and he could build the wall, because he kept thinking about the wall. The wall was damaged. And he was like, somebody has to rebuild the wall, because he didn't feel like it was right for God to not have a proper temple. Right. But so Nehemiah goes there. And because Nehemiah started rebuilding, I hope so, because Nehemiah started rebuilding the wall of Jerusalem, right? More and more people came to help him. So what I said is, you got to be a builder. And when you build, then people are more likely to believe in you because you were believing in yourself before anybody showed up, right? So Jimmy didn't have a choice. I didn't give Jimmy a choice. Oh, well, go to school first and then see how you like it. Go get a job and see how you. I said, no. I said, you're going to enjoy the summer, and in the fall, you're starting your master's degree. There was no ifs, there was no buts, there was no this. He didn't have a choice. What I'm saying is, you're giving this white man a choice. And today you think it's cute. You think it's cute today, but you will resent him later. Just remember I told you that, right? There's no choice here. Because you, and I said this early too, because once again, it's not to be elitist, whatever. But I do feel like the fact that you're a Black girl who went to Cornell, that you're an Ivy League educated woman, a man who wants to marry you should know off the rip, especially if he has the ability and the intellect to do so, that he needs to put you in a certain level of life. Point blank, period. You think girls just walk out here, oh, I went to Cornell. It's not common. So I don't know how you, I really don't know how you cater to this white man, but you got him feeling way too comfortable, right? He can teach on the side. Why can he not teach on the side and work in the industry full time, right? Because if you guys have children, he's gonna do what? Do you even know what kind of insurance he's gonna get working for a school? Do you know anything about teaching as a professor? I don't think you do. So you think it's cute. But you should ask him, like, how long does it, even to become an adjunct professor? Go ask this man how long it takes to get your tenure. Ask him how long it takes to have tenure and how many papers you have to write. Are you kidding me? Right? That's why I said, because he's white. Because if he was not white, that doesn't make no sense to me. Right? That's it. But I think you can kind of tell, right? I don't want that for you. I don't want that for you. You understand me? If he has a PhD, exactly, he can do research for Morgan and Stanley, right? He can do research for a private equity firm and get paid $500,000. No, he is white. He's mixed white. He's half Hawaiian. He's half whatever. But ultimately, he's white, right? And also, even the part that, exactly, he's white and he's Asian. But his Asian side, too, is Hawaii, the people that gave up for the white people. Girl, it's a long story. But ultimately, I don't want that for you, right? And if I knew him, I would talk to him. You got to change your mindset, or you cannot marry my little sister because she will not struggle. This is a non-issue. It's a non-issue. You have in your head, in our family, she needs to live like that. You either want to do it or you go somewhere else. That's not a problem. He can be passionate about being poor. He can do it by himself. But to me, especially when the stuff you said about his mom, and like you say, his dad is dead, his mom needs money, his mom is working. So he's very selfish, right? But I said you are catering to him because he's white. Because otherwise you would have a strong conversation with this man. Your father is dead. Your mom is in her 60s and she has to work a job. You're about to have a PhD in mathematics. You can go work and make $400,000, $500,000. You can save everybody from poverty, but you want to play a game about, oh, I'm passionate about teaching. Child, as a man, there are priorities. And I don't think he has his priorities straight. And if he doesn't have his priorities straight, because somewhere you are enabling this white boy, right? That don't make no sense to me. Because even him as a man, the moment, even if you wanted to put you to the side, you go sit down somewhere. Put you to the side. The moment his dad is no longer alive and his mom is here, as a man, he is responsible for his mother. So if he has the brain, God gave him such a powerful brain that he can do a PhD in mathematics, right? His goal should be, my mama can't work. But for him to be a young man and to see his 60-year-old mother go to work and it does nothing to him, that he doesn't even say, you know what, if I have to change my plans for a season just so I can take care of my mother, And you see that shit and it don't trigger you. That's why I said because he's white. Because he's white. Because it's not normal. Even most black men, even black men that ain't shit, even black men that sell drugs, they're going to take care of their mom with the drug money. Right? And that's one thing I would say about black boys. They love their mothers. You're not going to see a black man who got all kinds of money out here or who can make all kinds of money and he going to let his mama suffer. The reason why so many black dudes kill themselves to make it to the NBA, make it to baseball, make it into God knows what, so my mama can have a house. Because for us as black people, it's part of our culture. You take pride in taking care of your parents, right? That's why I say because he's white, right? Because he's white. Because otherwise this is weird. Like, what the heck? Why would you want to see your mom in her 60s work so hard like this? When you have a PhD, if you apply to Credit Suisse Boston, they're going to hire you. You apply to JP Morgan, they're going to hire you. And matter of fact, his signing bonus might be like $100,000. Do you know how much they pay people? Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea? This dude can make $500,000 coming out of grad school. He can make $500,000. You might even quit your job if you wanted to. Oh, he's passionate. He can go be passionate by his damn self. If he wants to be poor and he wants to watch his mother struggle and die working, then that's weird as fuck. That is weird. It's very weird. So I said you cater to this white boy and you placate this white boy because he's white. Because even a white girl who went to Cornell, she's never going to accept this bullshit. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What you gonna do? What? You can teach on the weekend. He can find a community college, and if you want. No, he doesn't feel guilty. Because if he felt guilty, he would change his mind. He's not serious. He's not serious. If he felt guilty, he would change his mind. Like, you know what? This PhD, it can open some crazy ass doors. And you're more than welcome. You can type it up for yourself. Type quant jobs in New York City. New York City, Connecticut, Massachusetts, right? Shit, he can even go to Geneva. He can go to Switzerland. Y'all don't gotta live here. Even in California. You can look it up for yourself. But if you have a PhD in math, because I used to want to be a quant. If you have a PhD in mathematics, there are quant jobs that would take you straight out of school at $800,000. $800,000. So he said, "Oh no, I don't want to make $800. I'm so passionate. I am so passionate for what? For what? He has his whole life ahead of him. He can be a professor when he retires. He can make a shitload of money, make a bunch of millions, and he can be a professor all he wants. But in the meantime, this is war season. So your mom, your dad is gone. Your mom is by herself. She's in her 60s. She's working hard like this. As her son, you should say, you know what, mommy, I got you. I wanted to be a teacher, but it is what it is. Right? That's what family's all about. Sometimes you have your personal dreams. You got your personal aspiration, but there's a time where you can't say, no, there's a time where you have to say, you know what? I got to put that to the side. Everybody has to sacrifice. So who is he not to sacrifice? What doesn't he sacrifice? And nobody is saying he can never be a professor. What we are saying is right now, there's a real need for money. And given that you have a PhD in math, right? Just go make the money. If you even do it for 5 years, right? Do it for 5 years, do it for 10 years, and then go be a professor. But I'm like, even you know how much professors make? He's going to have a PhD and make $70,000 because he wants that. Not because he has to have that. The man that I'm talking about over here, this guy with a bachelor's degree, he has 70 because that's all he can make. You don't have to be a professor. And there are men, even at Harvard. Harvard has a lot of people that used to work in the private sector. And when they retire, then they become professors at Harvard, right? Cool. You understand? Sometimes, and even maybe the fact that he works in the industry, when he does decide to be a professor, he can actually apply at an Ivy League and be a professor there because he's going to have industry experience. But I do not like the fact that you are tolerating this mess. I don't like it. But you're not who we're talking about. You're not who we're talking about. The average black girl does not go to an Ivy League. So I truly, I can't even lie. I don't like it. And the fact that he even has, you are even told, I don't like that shit also. Right? And Jimmy, he's downstairs about, he will come up and tell you. Jimmy didn't have a choice. Because I'm like, what you going to do with a bachelor's degree? Like, what the heck? You're going to start your master's. And yes, I did his application. And I went from one professor to the next for them to write the recommendation letters. There you go. And he did the master's. And then when he did the master's, that's when the job thing came, right? And I guess we've been up since there, but you see me today. I don't have to work. And I'm like, and I want that for you. But if I had given James, oh, you know, yeah, sure, maybe. Who's to say he would have gone and gotten his master later on? Just do it and be done with it. Right? But today, because Jimmy has a master's, you know, I'm a woman of leisure to some extent, right? And that's what I want for you. But I'm like, I cannot understand. Like, you, child, I don't like it. Let me just stop there. I just don't like it. I do not like it. Because if you have the intelligence and you have the gold ticket to be able to work for these huge ass financial institutions and make a 300, 400, 500,000 signing bonus, 100,000, you gonna leave that money on the table because you want to be a purist? The fuck? The fuck? Like, the fuck? And do you want to work forever? I'm like, no, you cannot give this man a choice. You can't give him a choice. And you say it politely. I mean, I don't know him personally, but find a way that talks to him and also pray about it. But you need to tell him that this is the life that I want. And my concern with you, Ninja, is like, it's a good thing to want love, but I also need you to know what is the life that you want to live. Like 5 years from now, where do you want to be? Right? Does motherhood mean a lot to you? Do you want to raise your kids? How do you want to raise your kids? Where do you want to go? Where do you want your kids to go to school? Because I think maybe if you do a whole budget, you're going to see how much money it costs. And then you'll be like, hold up. Bless his mom also that you guys have to help. Put all that into an Excel spreadsheet and see how much you need every month. And then you'll see, oh, yeah, you can be a professor. Right? Eggs out here, you buy an 18-pack of eggs, it's $8. Right? Like, life is really expensive. So we're no longer living in like the 2010s. We are in 2025, and God knows how much life is going to cost. Most houses, even like around here, most townhouses around here go for like $800,000 to $1 million. I don't know where you live, but we are getting to a point where even townhouses are costing $1 million. Right? So it's not a joke. So once again, if you have the brain power, if you have the PhD, and there are companies there are recruiters out here that will give you 300,000, signing bonus 75,000, signing bonus 100,000, 1. You have a duty to take that. You got to go take those jobs. It's not about your passion. It is about your duty. And if you're going to be somebody's husband and you know, you're like your mom's only son, whatever, you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. And that's part of being a man. That's part of being a man. But I'm like, to me, this right here, I don't know. I just don't like it. Like, you don't have a choice. Like, that's the way I would say it. Right? Because I don't want to have to work all the time. Because a professor's salary is not that much money compared to how much he could be making. Right? But you can always teach later on. But in the meantime, you need to make it. But I'm like, this guy here that I'm talking about, I specifically said, a lady that makes, if she makes like 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, these people need to go with each other. Right? But you're not in that. You are obviously not who I'm talking about. So don't put yourself over here. This has nothing to do with you. Okay? That's that. But like I said, if a woman is making 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 60,000, this man is, if he has the core, right? This man is good for her because in 5 years, he's going to make 6 figures. He's going to make 6 figures. But in your case, you're dating someone, you are, I guess, engaged, dating somebody who really has the potential within 5 to 10 years, if he goes into the business side of things, where he can make $1 million a year. This is not the same thing, right? Not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Just like if you have a doctor, if you marry somebody or you're engaged to somebody who is going to school for med school, and he could say, you know what, he wants to travel and do medical treatments for the poor and things like that. It's very honorable, and God bless him for that. But in the meantime, you got to work so you can save the money so that later on you can do your charitable stuff. But you need money to do charity. If you don't have money, you can't do charity. Who wants to be with a broke doctor? So yeah, for a season, you're going to have to work hard as a doctor, as a surgeon. But when you are really successful and you have lots of network and you have lots of things, then you can call other doctors and other people, right? And then y'all can travel and go to third world countries and help people. But the most important thing is you have to make the money. A man cannot be a purist. Oh, money. No, you have to care about money. And I really think he should want to give you an easy life. because he can. He has the intelligence to give you an easy life. He can even go work in San Francisco. He gonna get paid all kinds of money. He can work for Google, get all kinds of money. There are software engineers at Google who make $700,000 a year. $700,000. So he's not a regular person. He's very smart. He's very, very smart. But he has to know he doesn't get to be a purist. He needs to be a capitalist. We need money. Okay? We need money. So this is what I was trying to say, you guys. Well, just saying, you shouldn't accept that. I'm not saying be mean or go crazy, but I'm like, you need to do your own research and you can see for yourself, because I'm not lying. You can see for yourself how much people with a PhD in math who do quant stuff, how much they make. And that's not even the bonuses. That's not the signing bonus. That's not the end of the year bonus. These people make a shitload of money. Y'all, I don't think you know. I don't think you know. So that's what I'm saying. He needs to go work. Make the moolah. There you go. Right? But we got to stop.
If you meet somebody and they're a 300K woman, that may not be quite the lane for you. It doesn't mean that I value you less. It doesn't mean, but you're going to perform better. You're going to be a better person. You're going to have a better mindset. You're going to be in a clearer space when you feel valued, safe, at peace with where you are. And it's no harm, no foul in that. Stay there in that lane with the women that are in alignment with you and leave the women. And don't be mad at us calling us broke, gold diggers, dirty, bald head, scallywags on the internet, because we are in this lane. And again, it doesn't make me feel like.
So nobody gonna address the fact that she just said that the guys who don't make the certain amount of money that they're talking about right now are mean. Oh, so we just completely forgot about that thing where everybody say that men who make a lot of money, they're douches. Ain't that a thing when women be saying that the men who make a lot of money, they sleep with multiple women, like they're not faithful? Ain't that a thing that if you make money, it doesn't make you a better person? It makes whoever you are like more potent now? That's about anything else. Nothing else is just money, which is why you're a gold digging scallywag. You don't care about nothing else. It's just the money part. If he don't hit this number, but he has everything else, that's not gonna work.
I'm gonna push back just a little bit.
I love you push back.
I love you, sis. The way that you just spoke was like there was no issue with the men who made a certain amount of money. That's less than what you desire. In your last tonight's conversation episode, you said that man would have never even met me, which you ate when you said it. I do how you said it. But it wouldn't even looked my way. They wouldn't even been in the same room as me. The way that you said it, it lacked compassion. And so how you said it now gave validity and value to them, and acknowledging that where they are is valuable where they are. Don't work for me, but there's still value in them. But when you say that man would have never even met me, when women hear that and when men hear that, there's no compassion in that. So it instantly devalues them. It devalues their purpose, and it devalues how they have the ability to show up.
But
I like her. I really do like her. Short hair, I like her a lot. Okay. Yeah, she's gonna talk to him. I like her a lot. Right. My thing is, you have the right, because listen, you have the right to say, I don't want to be with this person, with that person. But people should try not to devalue, demean, degrade people because they just not happen to be your cup of tea. They might be good people, just like you require certain things. But I also want a lot of women to understand, right? You can be, what do you need? Oh, you can be, you're welcome. You can be a woman also that's in a certain lane. Let's say you have a woman that makes $300,000, right? And she can say, hey, I'm in the $300,000 lane, so I think I deserve to marry a millionaire. That's fine. But a millionaire also might not want you, because men who have money do not pursue women because they have money. You see what I'm saying? So you can be in the lane that technically this is where a millionaire would look for a wife. But then you have millionaires, even billionaires, like what's his name again, Tiger Woods, who went and married a nanny. You see, because most men who have lots of money are not looking for a woman to also have money. They're looking for something completely different, right? So we have to understand that. You said you need the man to make a certain amount of money for him to talk to you because you're looking for a man that makes X amount of money. But what I want you to understand also is you can make the money that technically should qualify you for a wealthy man, and he can be like, that's also not what I want. Yeah, Because he might also not want you. Because a lot of men that are rich, most of their wives can't even compete financially. Look at the one, like when they went and fetched the black lady who's married to that Jewish man, the guy from San Francisco, the billionaire. You think she can compete with that man? He married her because he wanted to. I think he met her at Columbia or something like that. She worked at a bar. You see? Worked at a bar. You see? So I'm like, rich men will pick a wife at random. Right? Why is Jeff Bezos even marrying the Sanchez lady? Like, what the hell? Right? So you also have to understand that. We can meet the requirements and still not be chosen. Because I want that to be really clear too. Because listen, taste, color, preference, attraction, it's all crazy, right? But you can have the money, you can have the great career, and the man can be like, technically, I should go for a woman like you, but I want a girl that's 10 years younger. What you gonna do? You can't force him. So that's why I think both sides, like both genders, people have to be very mindful of the whole like degrading talk and stuff. There's no need for that. You can just say, you know what, I'm not interested or it's not for me, but I wish you all the best. You're really awesome. We don't have to put anybody down, right? Because listen, everybody's looking for love, right? So some days they might knock at the wrong door. You might knock at the wrong door. But I feel like as Black people, we ain't got to be so mean and so demeaning like that, right? But if you are, let's say you honestly are a wealthy Black woman, you got to understand also that is a position of privilege. Most Black women make regular money. So you got to give advice that fits their lifestyle so that they can be very successful in the dating world and not be excessively delusional, right? But also you can say all of that and then, yeah, you know, but also because I'm like me, you see like her, the young lady here and Sarah also who talk about these rich men. Me personally, I don't think they're going to marry one. But the sis with the short hair, the silver hair, I can see her finding one. Because you know this thing about life, you guys, I don't know if you guys noticed it. It's like a pair of clippers or like your nail clippers, your scissors, sometimes your phone. The more you look for a thing, you can't find it. And then when you don't care about it, it just shows up. Has that ever happened to you? You look for your scissors, you can't find them. But the day you're not looking, they just show up. You look for your nail clippers. You're like, I know I put them down somewhere, but you can't remember where. And then the day you no longer need your nail clippers, they just show up. Like, you know, I just feel like in this life, the more you want something so bad, the more it runs away from you. And then I feel like sometimes when I want it, but I'm not obsessed with it, and you just live your best life, the more it finds you. Life is crazy, huh? So I'm like, if you want a man that makes great money as a great provider, just ask for that to live your life. You know, don't stress about it because the more you I gotta have, and you're not even enjoying the process, it's not gonna work. You know, it's the same thing even with social media. Oh, I gotta go viral. You're not gonna go viral. You work so hard, and the day you post a video and you're not even thinking about it, that's the one that goes viral. Because maybe in that video, because you were not so strategic, you were not so calculating, you were just having fun, and that truly resonated with people. Right? I see it all the time on TikTok. Oh, tell me how to go viral. Why do you want to go viral? For what reason? Just make good content. And sometimes you can even go viral and sad for you, you're not even attracting the people that you like because when you go viral, you happen to be on everybody's FYP page. Right? Like see I have a fitness page on TikTok. I have a hair page on TikTok. I don't try to go viral on my hair page because I intentionally want to attract people that care about Black hair. That's it. You don't need to go viral. You just have to slowly attract the right kind of people, right? The same thing in business. Oh, I got to make money by tomorrow. I got to make $1 million by tomorrow. And if you're not careful, because you're so desperate to make $1 million, you might make some really, really bad decisions. And instead of helping the business, you're going to hurt the business. I've been through that too. And one thing I had to learn was you have to pace yourself, right? That's why I say usually if you have a big goal, if you have a big goal, you should usually wait like 5 years. Give yourself 5 years. Don't stress yourself out. Work on your pacing, right? But I do feel like in this dating game also, even though I'm not in it, but in life in general, anything you want, you have to lead with faith. You know, but when you keep saying, I got to be with a rich man, it's given that you don't even believe it's going to happen for you. Like, you don't even believe it. You have anxiety about it. It stresses you out. You're being mean to other people. And this is not how you're going to attract what you want. Have faith. If it's really meant for you, it's going to happen. You got to worry about it. And when you're not thinking about it, you're going to find the person because it was meant for you. right? What is meant for you is truly meant for you. You don't have to have anxiety about it. You don't have to lose sleep about it. You don't have to like, The more you stress, the more you panic, the more you keep talking, it's going to be hard for you to get it, right? That's just how life goes. The less you chase after something, the more it chases after you. The more you chase after a thing, the more it runs away from you. So calm down, right? Go into this whole dating game and have lots of faith, and also enjoy the process. Enjoy meeting people, right? And as you get to know people, hopefully you get to know yourself, right? But ultimately, if it's meant to be, it's going to happen, and you have no reason to be scared. But whether it's this young lady or it's Sarah, I think they're really anxious about it. So they keep talking and talking. I got to go to Rich. Even the girls who call Ashley, the girls who call Kendra or Shira, you're wasting your time. If it's meant to be, it will be. A lot of the ladies who are married to multimillionaires, multi-billionaires, they had no idea the man was going to be a multimillionaire. They had no idea that one day he was going to be a billionaire. They didn't go looking for a billionaire. They found one. They didn't go looking for a multimillionaire. They found one. I think Mark Zuckerberg, he was dating his wife since Harvard, right? They were in college together. How did she know that this goofy ass social media platform was going to turn into all of this? Right? So, it's just like, even Michelle Obama, like when she hired, I guess like he came working for her firm, but when she had to be Barack Obama's like, I guess hiring manager or whatever, right? And they went for ice cream. Did she ever know he was going to be the president? You just don't know these things, but they're written in the stars, right? What will be, will be. And I need a lot of people to have a bit more faith and less anxiety. Stop having all this anxiety. Stop having all this fear. Right? Because otherwise you're not going to get what you want. You're going to get everything but what you're asking for because you're moving out of fear. Okay? Don't do that.
I stand 10 toes on what I said, and also my delivery, on my delivery as well. And I hear you, and I'm glad that this is a space where you can acknowledge like, that may not have been, it lacked empathy, it lacked understanding. But I truly, truly mean that. And this has come from somebody who built a tech startup, who has moved through spaces, who has been 22 in a C-suite, dealing with white men and all type of misogyny, sexism, and double standards, right? Killed the white man. And the truth of the matter is that there are spaces that I am in, and there are men that live a lifestyle, whether you want to drink on the weekend, whether you got Don Julio pouring up, whether you're not getting up and going to the gym.
Come again?
There are men that live a lifestyle that I don't meet them. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that we are not in alignment. It's not that you a bum, that you a terrible person or nothing like that. But there are lanes that I have lived that my lifestyle reflects a crop and an abundance that men that are not cropping or not sharing, they're not there. Right. And
okay. Even this also extremely masculine. I'm gonna tell her this, right? Baby girl, you have met men in the C-suite, but none of them ever looked at you and said, yeah, that's something y'all gonna be my wife, right? Because men choose. So you've met the men that have the money you want. They have the money you want, they have the career you want, and they said no. They didn't want you. So instead of, like I said, and I'm gonna say it again, but I think a lot of women don't realize what the role of a woman is in a relationship and what the role of a man is in a relationship, especially if you are going after very wealthy people. Customer service. Exactly. Customer service, right? Because even Sarah too, Sarah, they've met these wealthy men. And it's not even that they've met the wealthy men, you guys. When they do these like conversation stuff, those panel stuff, do you know how many impressions these things get? Like these, the clips and stuff, millions and millions and millions of impression. So at this point in the game, whoever you wanted to marry, he's already seen you. He has already seen you. So if he hasn't come into your DMs, he doesn't like your energy, right? Because a lot of women, once again, do not understand their role in relationships. Customer service. Customer service. I repeat, customer service, like Dr. Umar, customer service, right? So you went in these boardrooms, these C-suites, you met all these affluent men, and nobody married you. Something was off. Your attitude, your disposition, your demeanor, the way that you talk. But once again, it requires self-awareness, right? Got to have self-awareness. And I feel like because she felt sexually rejected, like intimately rejected by these men, That's why she talks like that about a man that makes 70,000. Because usually when you don't feel good about yourself, you say things to make another person feel bad about themselves. That's usually how it goes, right? The same thing with Sarah. Sarah did a podcast with Shaq, did a podcast with Cam, did a podcast with, what's his name? Mariah's husband, Nick Cannon. Like, she's done a lot of podcasts, right? I'm like, you've met a lot of multimillionaires. Cam is worth 75 million. Nick Cannon is worth 75 million. Shaq is worth like 300, 400 million, right? You sat down with some of the wealthiest black men in America. So even they don't have to be attracted to you, but they know people. They know the man that you're looking for. And yet none of their male friends have said, hey, hook me up with Sarah. I want to talk to Sarah. One. So at what point do you say, at this point in the game, it's not that the people that I want haven't met me. Oh, they've met you, all right. They don't like what they see. They don't like what they see, and they don't like what they hear. So at what point do you also say, if I really want this, maybe there's something about me that needs to change. And also, there's something about you being on these goofy-ass panels that needs to change, right? Because customer service. But what man do you know gonna make all kinds of money? Once it, like I said, with the whole Candace thing, makes all kinds of money, and he wants his wife to sit next to Ace Metaphor. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Right? So this is why also when these girls say they make all this money, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Because even I, Marlene, if I made $300,000 a year, I am not sitting next to Ace Metaphor. For what? For what? What for? What can he do for me? Okay, this man hustles and panders to black women. He started making money because he came up with a grift. He just took the baton from Derrick Jackson. He is a protege of Derrick Jackson. Everything he knows, he learned from Derrick Jackson. This man is not honorable. Why would I be there? Right? Me, if I make $300,000 and I aspire to marry a wealthy man, I'm going to do the things that are going to prepare me to be the wife of a very wealthy man and sit next to Ace Metaphor and one of them. Like, seriously, you think wealthy women are just lining up to sit next to Ace Metaphor? No. You think Michelle Obama is going to sit next to Ace Metaphor? No. You think Melania Trump is going to sit next to Ace Metaphor? No. You think Laura Bush is going to sit next to Ace Metaphor? The answer is no. You think Oprah Winfrey? No. Gail? No. Right? So if you make $300,000, you should know how to use your money to do things or to pay for things and services that are going to help you and teach you how to be the wife of a high-value man. And many of these women, they say these things, but they're wasting their time on these panels instead of going into these workshops, whatever it is, to learn how to be the wife of the man you say you desire. But instead, you want to be a media personality. You want to be a panel personality. You want to be a relationship personality. You don't want to be a wife. So that's why I say they're not going to marry these men. Somebody needs to be honest with these people, right? There's a reason why Kendra is not married to the man that she claims she can help you find. There's a reason why also Ashley, I don't even know, Sunshine. I have no clue. But my thing is, if you really, I said the same thing about Shadur. When you want to be successful, you got to have singular focus, right? Because marriage is not a joke. If there's really that man out there, then you know there's a lot of competition, because if he's really the one, right? Then you know there are other girls who want to be with him as well. Why am I going to waste my time on the Ace Metaphor show talking foolishness when there's probably another girl who's taking a class or she's doing this right now and she's increasing her likelihood of being with him? No, I need to go compete. So I'm like, you don't want marriage bad enough. You don't want marriage bad enough. That's number one. Number two, you don't really want to be badly married to the man you say you want to be married to, because I don't have time for this. I'll be out here perfecting my cooking. I'll be out here, a book club, starting a non-for-profit, being part of some kind of gala for foster children. You know, I'm going to be living a life that resembles what the wife of a wealthy man does. But though you are never going to see the wife of a wealthy man sit next to Ace Metaphor and do this goofy ass, whatever this is. You are crazy. Even me, I won't even go on there. Because these people, none of y'all married. Now, the sister with the short hair, I really do like her. She sounded the most sensible in there. But Ace Metaphor, he's a clown. When Keita was upset, she told us that he was smashing everybody. This dude is a mess. He's a mess. But he panders and he's a grifter. So no. So I'm like, you're not serious enough about your goals. Because marrying wealthy people, there are not that many men who are wealthy like that. So there's not a lot of them. So therefore, it's a lot of competition. So my thing is, you should focus your time when you're not working. Yeah, you should focus your time when you're done with work and things like that. The rest of your time should really go to, okay, thinking about just like a business plan. What do I need to be marriage material for a man of this caliber? How do men of this caliber want to be talked to? Like Sunshine said, right? Her friend who's married to a neurosurgeon. A lot of neurosurgeons, they can make like $800 to maybe $3 million a year, depending on if they're a specialist, sometimes even more. But you see the Haitian lady, the black woman, right? The man loves to run, so she's running too. Okay, the man wants to be talked to in a very soft-spoken manner, so she's soft and spoken, soft and mild and meek. Okay, do you see that, right? You get my point? Because when you really want something, you make it your business to learn that thing, right? If you really want a husband of a certain caliber, everything you do, not everything, but most of the things that you do are going to be things that are helping you to be a wife of a high caliber man. So if that man loves to run, you have to get into running. You don't have time to be out here doing the panel with Ace Metaphor. For what reason? What is this? Exactly. Like it's just like a business plan, because you're not just going to walk into a rich man. Ladies, that makes no sense to me, right? If things like, even when you look at a jewelry store, they have security guard. Everything that is expensive or that is hard to get is always under high security. It's really hard to get because it's rare. Wealthy men are not common. Wealthy, good, kind, loving, faithful. Yeah, right. These people are not so common. Yeah. You see, right? You like, this is, I'm like, it's customer service. I will never stop saying it. It's customer service. Because yes, he's a prize. Because if you meet this man and you marry this man, everything goes good. You will never need for anything. And yes, so that's what it is. Just like people work hard to get into Harvard, because once you have that school behind your name, doors just open up. So it's a big sacrifice to get in there, right? I think a lot of our ladies, they talk a good game when it comes to marriage, but a lot of our Black women do not want to accept that to marry the very best, you're going to have to sacrifice. But once you have the very best, he's also going to sacrifice for you because he's going to give you the very best. That's how it goes, right? But when it comes to marriage, women do not have the upper hand, especially when you want to marry a wealthy man. You don't have the upper hand because you're not the wealthy person. He's the wealthy person, right? He's the wealthy person. And any woman he marries, for the most part, he can change her life. So you also got to be serious. Like, you know, it's true. Like, it's real, right? And you see, even Halle Berry, like Halle Berry, she left David, right? Like, listen to what I'm saying. Halle Berry, she left David. Okay, no problem. You left David. Who did you find? She never found a man that made as much money as him. She never did. In every relationship, Halle Berry is the wealthiest one. You see, so even David, it was not easy to replace David. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy, right? So I'm like, people out here, people talk a good game. People love to talk a good game, right? But listen, when she divorced David and his $40 million, did she go on to find a man that had just as much money and then he married her? No. No, I'm serious, Sunshine. It is the real. People think I'm trying to be mean or I'm trying to like put women down. No, I want you to win, but you need to look at this as a business thing. Like it's business. Like life is just business. You know, even Wesley, I don't even think he was making 40 million, because when he's the vampire, what's that thing again? I forgot. I feel like playing the vampire was his biggest role. So I don't even think he had 40 million. I don't even think he had 40 million in the 90s. Blade, right? You see, Blade was in 98, you see? So I don't even think in the 90s he had 40 million, because she got divorced in 97, right? So he probably just started making money. But Blade, it really picked up like in around 2002-ish, right? But how much is he worth now? Let me see. And then he went to jail for the taxes. Yeah. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. You see? You see? And he's not even good with money. Do you see my point? So Wesley, at one point, he was worth 160 million. Now he's only worth 10 million. David is worth 40 in 2025. Do you understand my point? She never should have divorced that man. She never. That's what people have. Oh my gosh. People have to learn to do math. People have to learn to start adding these numbers up. It is not about your field. The numbers have to make sense. I even said the same thing about filing for divorce. You see these girls out here, oh, I'm mad, I'm going to go file for divorce. Oh, I'm upset, I'm going to go file for divorce. Do you have money? No, they file for divorce on a whim. She has no money. She has no credit. She has no resume. Even if you want to divorce this man, give it 5 years. You have to learn to suffer. Like, you have to learn to take your pain in stride. You got to have a plan. Got to have a plan. You can't just do stuff because you're upset. They file for divorce. Now they're sleeping in their cars. They go file for divorce. They've never applied for an apartment. They don't even have the credit to get an apartment. I'm all, oh, shit. Right? Because women are out here giving people bad advice. Oh, you're a mad girl. Just leave a girl. No, girl. Run the numbers first. You always run the numbers. And you like, but Marlene, he's cheating, girl. Maybe he was cheating the whole marriage. You didn't know before. Don't act like you don't know. Who cares? You have to learn to suffer in silence. Like you really do. What choice do you have? Right? But if you know you want to go, give it 5 years. Fix your credit. Go back to school. Work on your resume. You got to make sure all your ducks are in a row. And then if you want to file for divorce after that. But they just, oh, I got a divorce now. I got to go divorce now. Why? You're going to sleep in your car. Even your divorce settlement. It could take 2 years before you see a penny from this man. These women are crazy. They are really crazy. They think, oh, when you file for divorce, it's like, oh, it happens in 2 days. It happens in 3 months. And then you get a check. And this is not how it works. Even Monique Samuels, when she divorced Chris, she stayed in the house. She didn't have no plan. Just an idiot. Then she had to wait for Chris to give her money for her to go buy a house in Potomac. Then why are you divorcing Chris? Even her house, the house where she lives, Chris paid for that house. Dumb shit. They're stupid as hell. They're really stupid, you know? They're very stupid. You should always run the numbers. If the numbers don't add up, you can't afford to divorce right now because you don't got the number. And also, you should look at your credit. Right? If you want, before you file for divorce, find an apartment complex where you want to live. Go apply for the apartment and see if you'll get approved. If you can't even get approved for an apartment, you can't divorce this man. Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down and work on a plan. And it might take you 5 years. But what's the rush? Divorcing this man just to prove, well, I'm going to go file for divorce to be homeless? Everybody's going to make fun of you. Even the people who are encouraging you to divorce this man, when you and your baby sleep in your car, they're not going to come help you out. People ain't shit. People will encourage you to go fuck up your life. And then when you're out there in the streets, nobody's going to come rescue you. Listen to me. Listen to me carefully. It never fails, Shanta. It never fails. I know what I'm talking about. That's why I always say you don't make life altering decisions when you're upset. You gotta calm your ass down. Oh, but Marlene, he's cheating. Oh, who gives a fuck? Who really? I'm being so serious. Who gives a fuck? He's cheating. Okay. I mean, it would have been nice if he didn't cheat, though. It would have been nice. Okay, he's cheating. Not what? Not what? Explain to me what goes down. You gonna go to the courthouse? Okay. You file for divorce? Okay. Do you even have money for an attorney? Because what if you go to the courthouse and because for him to pay your court fees, the judge has to order him to pay your court fees. What if the judge says, man, pay your own court fees? You got court money? Now you are at a big disadvantage because he's the one who's been working. Life is real, y'all. People out here treat life like it's a game. This is America. You need to know the laws. You need to know how shit works out here. And you need to learn to cry in your pillow and get up, wash your face, and be a grown-ass woman. Okay? You gotta know how to fight this war, but you gotta be smart. You gotta be smart. You can't be emotional. That's for the birds. Leave that emotional shit in college. Okay? When you're a grown-ass woman, you gotta have to have grown-ass woman intelligence. Like you have a choice. And it is, you don't even think, even war, do you know how long Russia's been waiting for America to fuck up? Do you know how long China's been waiting for America to fuck up? People wait on their enemies. You got to be a sniper. Gotta wait. Sometimes it takes you years. It might take you 2 years to get your leg back. It might take you 5 years. But what I'm saying is you can't be so upset that in you trying to hurt him, you hurt yourself more. So I say, if you want to divorce this man, before you even go file for divorce, go apply for an apartment and see if they'll accept you. But if you think divorce is so easy, you file for divorce and then in 1 week, you get alimony, you get this, man, girl, back. There are people who are still waiting 2-3 years for their first alimony check. Play with these people. Play with these people. Play with these people. Play with some of these men out here. They will hide their money. They will put their money into a trust. You have dudes out here that will even quit a job. Do you know how dumb people are? I'm like, people are so silly. People are really silly. Right? So do not count on this man being obedient. Because if he doesn't, child, my thing is be smart about it. If it's not my thing, let me tell you this too. If it's physical, it's a bit different. If it's physical, like physical violence, that's a bit different. But if it's like, oh, the cheating stuff, like, but nobody's being physical, be smart. Be very smart. Make sure you have all your ducks in a row. But the most important thing is fix your resume, fix your credit, right? And also go apply for an apartment to make sure you get approved. You have to be strategic. When everything is aligned, then you give the divorce papers, right? But you can't be emotional. Exactly. Well, I'm not happy anymore. Exactly. I'm like, you got to run the numbers, right? You got to run the numbers. But if the numbers don't make sense, you cannot divorce. Where are you going? Where are you going to stay? Where are you going to stay? You know what I'm saying? Who's going to take care of you? You got to be smart. Otherwise, this people is crazy. Yeah, exactly. Melinda waited. And guess what? People love to forget that. The mistress was always there. Do you remember the girl who, Bill Gates was dating a girl, right? Who didn't like his work schedule because it was too intense. So that's the girl he really loved and she broke up with him. Melinda, she worked with him. So she didn't mind him staying in the office and all the eccentric autistic stuff he was doing. She didn't really care, right? But in their marriage, the lady came back. The lady that didn't like his work schedule, the lady came back. Their entire marriage, they had an agreement. He would spend the summers with the lady who walked away. Melinda never made a fuss about that. Can you imagine? I'm like, all these years, the other lady was always there. She never left. She left for a season, but then when she realized, right? Yeah, when she realized that he was Bill Gates, the Microsoft Bill Gates, she came back. And him and Melinda had an understanding that he spends the summers with this other woman. You see? But think of how long Melinda waited to be like deuces. She secured a lot of things. Right? You see, it's not that she wasn't hurting. I'm sure she was. But the lady was smart as hell, though. She sure was. She sure was. And she made sure the other lady never showed her face. I know that's right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she had a lot of emotions because they don't want to be strategic. I had another friend like that. She was trying to leave her place and go to Canada because her best friend, I'm like, girl, back. You're going to take your daughter out of this castle to put your daughter in a 1-bedroom apartment? Are you crazy? Sit your ass down somewhere, sis. Sit down. Y'all do too damn much because you don't know how to suffer in stride. Yes, he never left the lady. They had an open marriage. But the thing is, they did it in a very classy way. But Melinda, she was always the face of the marriage. Like she was always the wife. And the other girl, I guess she kept it respectful. But they got to a point she got tired. But by that time, she's like the Melinda Gates, like she's the brand. Exactly. But Melinda is the act. When you think of Bill Gates, you think of Melinda Gates. Like, yeah. But the lady she left and she came back. But he would spend the summers with her because I guess that's like his first love, whatever. And Melinda knew, like it's a real thing. But I'm like, imagine a lady that's married to a multi-billionaire and even she's not filing for divorce. Yeah, like it's crazy. And you would never think he's such a nerd. Like he looks like such a nerd. You don't even think he would care about sex. Oh, he probably really, really does. Okay, imagine that. Right? It's a real thing, y'all. Even Mackenzie, imagine how long Mackenzie had to wait before she filed for divorce. Because she had to make sure that certain things work, especially because she also has the Amazon stocks, right? So she can't just dump stocks like that. It's bad for business. You know, she has a lot of stocks. She has a lot of Amazon stocks, right? So that also, you have to wait to divorce at the right time. Otherwise, you could scare investors. You could scare people that own the stocks. Like, it's a lot. It really is a lot. But I'm like, rich women are very strategic at how they go about divorce because it's a lot you have to consider, right? But once again, people run the numbers. When is the most suitable time for me to file for divorce? Whereas like regular people, like the rest of us, oh, I'm mad, I'm divorcing. Oh, he cheated, I'm divorcing. Like, when was the last time you had a job? On your resume, there's a whole 5-year gap. There's like 6 years you haven't worked, right? So maybe slowly start to get a job, try to apply for an apartment, see if it goes. Like, just know where you are right now with your credit, things like that. See if you can actually get a job, see if you can qualify for an apartment, right? But do not just out of straight emotions, just go file for divorce. That is bad. It's bad business. Just bad business. Right? It's really bad business. But my point is, like, going back to Halle Berry, right? David, he played baseball in the 90s and he still managed not to lose his money. So he's good with money. Meanwhile, Wesley Snipes, he made upwards of 160 million. And today he's only worth 10 million. So he's not even good at managing money. He was not going to marry you. He beat your ass. He's bad with money. Is going to end up going to jail for not paying taxes. David never went to jail for not paying his taxes. He doesn't beat on women. There was never infidelity. The man just said he wants you to be a bit more traditional. Just do it. Just do it. No. Well, okay, no problem. You go ahead then. Do whatever you do. And then she's like, oh, it made me so depressed. I was so depressed. Me breaking up with David made me so depressed. Then call David and say, you know what, David, I love you so much. I guess I'll cook for your ass. And it is what it is. You don't have to be depressed. He never said he didn't love you. Like, I'm like, exactly. I'm like, what are we even doing? He's definitely way more handsome than Wesley Snipes. Like, what the heck? And also, he doesn't hit women. He does not put his hands on women. Exactly. You see? That's unlike people. These women think they're so protected when they decide to go the non-traditional route. You're going to get yourself hurt. Because a non-traditional man is a threat to your safety. Because why is he not traditional? Okay, a non-traditional man is a threat to your safety. But you see, David, traditional. $40 million. He doesn't want your money. He's not going to ask you for money. You don't have to pay no bills. The man said cook and clean. That's it. He doesn't cheat. He didn't cheat on her. She never said cheat on her, huh? He didn't cheat on her. He didn't beat her. He didn't abuse her. There was nothing. He just said he wants something more traditional because he wanted to have kids. So he wanted to see that out of her to make sure that if they have kids, she's going to be okay with the children. That's all the man said. I don't know how she heard that. Fuck this shit. Okay, sure, whatever. Sure. Go on to Wesley. Go over here. Go over there. Go over here. Exactly. Like Son should say, I think David is still married to the same lady. So he's a marriage type of man. He's very traditional. He's a man who likes marriage. He just wanted to make sure, like, okay, like cook and clean. And maybe it wasn't even for him. It was just to make sure that she would do that with the kids. Because it's good for kids to also see their mom cook and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Tradition and stuff. But I'm like, he was not asking for anything crazy. I could see if he came he went on the podcast and he said, oh, you need to have sex with me 5 times a day. I need to have sex with you 5 times a day, every day of the week. Okay, like, sir, I got things to do. But I'm saying when it comes to cooking, y'all, you don't have to cook every day. You can, and also you can, when you cook, you can make multiple meals, right? You can make at least 2. Like you see, I did like the chicken and then I did the ribs, right? But you can make multiple things. Once you know how to cook, you can move really, really fast, right? But you can make, or sometimes you can make a main meal and the other ones you just season it and leave it in the fridge so that it sits in the marinade and stuff, right? And then you cook that like maybe 2 days from now. But you don't have to cook every day. Or you can say, okay, since you want me to cook, I'm only going to cook on Sundays, but I'll make enough food for the rest of the week. I don't know why these women are making cooking to be something it's really not. It's not that bad. It really is not that bad. You can make some of your proteins on Sundays, and then throughout the week, all you have to do is make your sides. It's not that bad. Now, the cleaning stuff, I would say get the maids because he got money. Get the maids, have the maids come once a week or every 2 weeks, whatever. And then in between that, you just maintain the house. And it's just the 2 of y'all. So I don't know how bad can cleaning actually be. But I really feel like she made a big deal out of nothing. And she ruined a good relationship. And then she just went from evil to evil to evil to predator to predator to scammer to scammer to swindler. But after David, she has not met any good man. And she hasn't met anybody that has David's money. She hasn't. If anything, she's made those men rich. You know? And I looked like me, it really makes me sad. $20 million she gave to that white man. $20 million? For what reason? Right? But imagine, has David ever asked her for money? No, nobody's cussing him out. People would have cussed his ass out. But the white man took her $20 million. People are quiet. Why is that okay? But I do think if a man is coming in with 40 million or more, you guys have 2 houses, he pays for everything, you don't have anything to worry about. He's fine as fuck, but he doesn't cheat, he doesn't beat your ass. And all he's saying is, can you cook sometimes? Can you clean sometimes? Y'all, I think it's very reasonable. Okay, we have to stop, because whether you live with this man or not, you will have to clean anyways. Like, we have to clean. We're human beings, so we have to clean where we live. You would still have to do your laundry. You would still have to clean your clothes. Yes, she is. And she's also paying it to Oliver. She has 2 kids. So with the French guy, she has a daughter, Nala. And then with Oliver, the Spanish guy, she has a son. So she pays child support for both of her kids. With the French guy, it was $16,000. Now it's down to $8,000. The Spanish guy, she had to pay him $20 million off the rip. Anytime she makes $2 million and above, he gets 4.3%. Okay. For the child, she pays for the school, private school. She pays for health insurance, any cost out of pocket, vacation, school supplies, clothes. She's like a slave. All her money pretty much goes to that man. It's insane. It is insane. And they're sitting here trying to make the black guy be out to be the evil man for being the man who paid for everything and just asking for food. He just asked for food and a clean plate. These white boys came in there and it's a heist. It really is a heist. And Lana said, willing to bet. Yeah, well, Halle's career would have been soared even higher with David on her arm, getting the baseball fans into her movies. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? They're a beautiful couple. But I'm like, he's not a bad person. A man saying, I want my wife to cook for me, or I want my wife to keep a house clean, that does not make a man toxic. These girls will call anything a red flag. But my thing is, these white boys came in here, and in 3 years, this man left with 20 million plus. This dude left with 5 million plus. They're the ones who should be getting cussed out. But I'm like, David is not a bad person. And to this day, like Sunshine said, if he was such an awful, trifling man, he would have had multiple divorces. He would have had multiple kids by different women. Like, he would have been a hot-ass man and out of prison. None of that. He didn't go to jail. The woman he married after Haley, he's still married to her. He has all his kids by one woman. So I have to say this. I don't think he was the toxic one. And I do believe he was reasonable in what he was asking, because he pays for everything. You can do whatever you want. But I'm saying, you can say, I cook on Wednesdays and I cook on Sundays. It's not a big deal. But I'm like, a proper meal should not take you more than an hour. It's like a Pilates class. Wumpty womp womp. Like, it's not a big deal. And she would have kept all her money for all the movies that she made. But instead, now she has to sell dildos. She has to sell lubricants. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You look at Angela Bassett also. Angela Bassett married in 97. In 2 years, 30 years of marriage. She has all her kids by one man. You can't Google and see how many men she slept with. You're not going to find anybody, right? It's all about her career and her family. And she's also very wealthy. She's not paying anybody child support. She's not paying anybody alimony. She's not like, what? No. Like, no. So I'm like, you should have stayed with David. She should have stayed with David. She should have stayed with David. And she would have been protected with David. You know, it's sad. It's really sad. And I hope a lot of ladies see Halle Berry as a cautionary tale of what not to do. Because this is insane. This is really insane. Don't do this.
That's just, and I stand on it.
I think exactly what you're saying is valid, and you should stand on it because that's what you deserve and that's your standard. My point is, I
want everybody to know, if she's not with the guy right now, what she's saying means nothing. If you're saying all this stuff and you don't have a person, it's wolf tickets.
But no, Lonnie, you missed it. No, wait a minute. No, before she had her intellectual breakthrough, she tried that shit. Kerry Washington tried that shit. Kerry Washington was out here trying to put a white man on a pedestal. what's his name? Myers, the guy who plays the guitar. He was out here sleeping with Katy Perry. He was out here breaking hearts. That man is such an asshole. What's his name? Hold on. No. John Mayer. There you go. Oh, she tried that shit. No. Oh, no. She didn't have a breakthrough moment off the rip. She did not have a breakthrough moment off the rip. She was out here dating John Mayer. This little white F boy. Okay. Hold on. There's another they have dated, but I really thought they had dated though. Look what he said. He said in 2010 Playboy interview, in the interview, Mayer stated he was not sexually attracted to Black women, with the exception of actress Kerry Washington, Holly Robinson Peete, and Karen Parson. I don't know who that is. Okay. I thought they had dated. Okay, I thought they had dated. Okay, I thought they had dated, so maybe I'm making a mistake. I thought she had dated him and then something bad happened. Oh, yes, he's a hot mess, and he's really evil. Very rude, very evil. He messed up Katy Perry. He's just a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. Oh, child. Oh, okay. Oh, I was like, I thought they had dated. Okay, good. Okay, my bad. I take that back. I thought she had dated him. I'm like, oh, child. Good for her. No, he's evil. Katy Perry, he had Katy Perry all kinds of messed up. He's an ass. He's such an asshole. He's not a good person.
When we have the conversation, but it also X's out. But also, if this is where you are, you still hold value. You just cannot serve purpose. In my world, that's where the conversation becomes lopsided. And when women are listening to these conversations, because they do look up to us and they do look up to what we're saying, a lot of people, Candace Love, I can't believe I just met you. They holding on to every word that I say. So there's a responsibility to how I say things and what I say. And I can stand on what I say as you.
Yeah, because let me tell you all this, right? For as much as I do believe that everybody's going to be married, but me, Marlene, I really do believe that women do need marriage. I think marriage provides a lot of security. Life is only going to get more expensive. It's real. Healthcare is expensive. Like, you know, it's a lot out here, y'all. It's a lot. And also, I don't believe that the current, like, modern society, the stress, the financial stress, the stress overall of modern society, I don't think women were built for that shit. I really don't think we're built for that. It's too much. It really is too much. I think we might not mind doing this shit, but when you become a mother and you have kids, there's a natural urge to want to be at home with your kids, to nest with your children, to take care of your children, at least maybe until they start like first grade or something, you know. But I think most women want to play an active role in their children's life. You know, you'll see a lot of videos where moms have to drop the baby at daycare to go back to work. They're crying, they're having nervous breakdowns, it's a lot. It really is a lot, you know. I've been privileged that most of my kids did not go to daycare. Like Trish Ray didn't really go to daycare. Stefan, a little bit, not that much. Maverick is here, where I've been very fortunate like that. But I do believe that most women, especially when they have children, they want to stay home with their kids. They want to see their kids grow. They want to be at home with their children. They want to make food for their kids. They want to play with their babies, right? They don't want to go back to work. They don't want to do it. Right. And it makes perfect sense, because we were not even built for such an intense society like this, like chase money. I think men are better suited for that. I think stress is better suited for men. Okay. And plus stress, it ages a woman. It can even, you know, throw you into perimenopause early. It can make you go bald. Like, you know, I'm like, it's too much. It really is too much. Right. So I think most women, maybe they can work part-time. They might want to work part-time or things like that, or they might want to work from home or start their own business from home. But I think most women, when they have kids, they want to stay home with their children. And that's a great place for them to be. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing demeaning, or there's nothing inherently wrong with being at home with your kids. Most women want to be with their children, right? So for that, I think marriage provides that kind of security where most women can be at home with their children. And they can watch their kids, see how they eat, see how they grow, develop, how they study and go to schools, talk to the teachers. they can be more involved, right? So that's why I do believe like marriage is a good thing, because but by themselves, a woman being by herself, working, paying all the bills for years, back to back to back. I don't want that for most women. But the thing is, the sad thing is the brainwashing of the feminism, patriarchy is bad, men are evil. You know, a lot of women have been so brainwashed. Like if you say anything different, they think you're trying to be mean. You know, but it's not about today. You got to think about your retirement. You got to think about this. You got to think about that. And are most women really prepared to retire by themselves and to pay for their medical bills by themselves? Like it really is a lot. So I feel like when you give advice, you got to give practical advice, because not to rush, right? I'm not saying like you should rush, but the sooner young people can find their person and start building their families and start saving their money, right? They're going to be okay when it comes time to retirement. They might have a few millions, because 2 is better than 1, y'all. 2 is better than 1. So one person can work, one takes care of the family, together they invest the money. But by the time they get to their 60s or 70s, they should have enough. They should have a pretty good amount of money. It's better to split bills, or it's better to do things as 2 people than just 1 person, right? But every day you come on YouTube, you see a lot of women are in their cars. They sleep in their cars. They're living in their cars. They're getting fired from their job. They have nothing to fall back on, right? And I'm like, you see, at least if you had a husband, it wouldn't be so bad. Because while you don't work, he's going to pay the rent anyways. He's going to pay the mortgage anyways, right? And if you can rest, you can recover, you can get back up when you're ready, right? So that's my prayer for a lot of people. Yeah. You know, it's like, and a lot of women are missing out on precious years with their children because they have to work, either because they're single and because they buy into all this crap, right? But kids, they grow up so fast. And I think that's going to be a big regret for a lot of people, is that I didn't get to spend as much time as I should have with my children. Does that make sense? So for that reason, I feel like we have to give people like reasonable, practical advice. All this delusion about, oh, he got to make 300,000, he got to make, and maybe he will make it. But if he's not making it right now, it's not a deal breaker. Because do you even need 300,000? If you had a man that made 300,000, do you even know how to help this man budget the money? Do you even know what to do with that kind of money? You just want the money because it sounds good. That's you leading out of ego, right? Yeah, it's a real thing. And I think it's going to get worse. You know, there's one lady here, Miss Shayla, she used to work at Amazon in her 60s. I guess she left her first husband, and she had another man who wanted her, but she didn't want to stop camping by herself, and she felt like he was controlling. I'm like, what are you doing? So because of that, she had to work at Amazon. And she opened her first 401k in her 60s. And she only put money in there for 5 years. Now she quit Amazon. She took the money and she's like, oh, she wants to go buy herself a bike, whatever she's saying. I'm like, what the heck? What is this? Okay. So it's really crazy, right? But I'm like, I feel like we're going to see more and more women living in their cars because they think this marriage stuff is a joke. Like, oh, I don't need help. You do need help. Life in America is very expensive. Medical bills, it's real, right? I went to the dentist one time. It was like $6,000. No, she's Black American. She's 65. She's a mom. She's a grandma. So she just left the man. She left her first husband. She left the other relationship because she wants to be free. But because of that, she's broke. And she talked about how she was working at Amazon. She had to pick up dog food, and it's so heavy. You got to make 90 boxes in 1 hour. I'm like, you're 65. This is not a way to live. You know, because I really do think like a lot of Black women are not preparing themselves for what aging looks like and how much money they're going to need. At least if you have a husband, and if he dies, you know, you get his pension, you get this, so you should have enough money to be okay. But if it's just you, I don't know. I'm kind of scared. I'm really scared.
It should as well. But also is it necessary for it to also lack so much compassion with the other people who are viable options to the average woman and the average man? They still hold space in the world too.
I've only been here maybe 40 years. But I swear I've felt, you know, my whole time here. And I have never emotionally felt such a distance between the average Black woman and the average Black man. I might only be able to speak of like Northeastern America, Okay. But as far as the average, as I sit amongst people that aren't average, reporting live from the trap, it's bad out here.
Yeah, bro.
Every day, women are walking past Clark Kent looking for Superman.
I was one of them.
You know, and we're programmed to do that because we were tricked out of our spot in believing that as long as she's a bad one, who cares what else? And then on the other side of that is I'm ready to get turned up, put up, and wanting to shut up, when those are all things that only the elite can do. But that's not even the dangerous part. The dangerous part is that when you fall for this, there's a lot of successful men that crash.
The households that go 50-50 is, I think, 70.
Hold on, let me see.
Point of black women.
This dude.
This guy, I don't.
You talked about the elite, and y'all represent a growing, probably majority at this point of black women that are doing a damn thing, getting money. A lot of y'all are in that elite class. I think I saw a percentage as far as the households that go 50-50 is, I think, 70% at this point, right? So you got a lot of couples that are together that may be in the average bracket, but as far as black women, y'all are ascending at an extremely rapid rate. And let me ask y'all this. I can't ask you because you already got me, but let me ask y'all, if a man came along, whatever, let's say y'all both make $500K a year. A man comes along, he's making $70K. He got a business plan. He got a vision. He's working towards that day in and day out. And you would have to look up at him on all the intangibles. You may be looking down financially, but he got all the other intangibles in place. Does he get a chance?
No. Sometimes people just like to give people extremes. A woman makes $500,000. You make $70,000, but you have a business plan. She's not a bank. She's not a loan officer. What does she care about your business plan? Why would you even go there? You cannot afford her. And I said the same thing about Keon. I don't even know why Keon chose to go marry Shawnee O'Neal. You got Shaq money. There's a reason why Shaq was so happy for her to get married. Like, oh, good, thank God. I ain't got to pay her alimony no more. Okay. But you see, now that Keon has decided to marry Shawnee, it's a lot of financial pressure. It's a lot of financial pressure because what's her name? Shawnee is accustomed to a certain lifestyle, but she was married to a big ass, prominent ass basketball player. Like Shaq is worth almost $600 million, right? You're a regular pastor. Hold on. You are a regular pastor. You went to college on a full ride, chose not to pay attention to your school. You chose not to show up for practice because you could have also been a man that made it to the NBA, but you wanted to go and do ministry instead of going to school and going to practice, right? So now you want to marry Shawnee. You want to marry Shawnee because you want to feel like you're on par with Shaq. You are not on par with Shaq. You ask for donations. He doesn't. Oh, in the next 21 days, can y'all give me money so I can have $2 million? Do you think Shaq is out here raising money, asking for money from people? No. But Shawnee is used to a certain lifestyle because her husband, not even her baby dad, that's her former husband. The man is worth $600 million. You should have left this lady alone. She needs to go find somebody that's worth $600 million, and that is not you. But see, Keon had a regular wife who was impressed by the kind of money he made. That's where he should have stayed. Because whatever you give her, she's going to be happy with that. But with Shawnee, he has to give security. They have to have luxury cars. They got to go live in a multi-million-dollar home. They're always traveling. You can only wear designer clothes. Child, it's too much money. It's too much money. When he had the stuff, when the thing happened in Texas and his church got damaged and he had to go rent the church. He was renting the church from Joel Osteen. I'm like, well, you notice how Joel Osteen didn't divorce Vanessa, right? He didn't divorce Vanessa. So unlike you, he has like Joel Osteen is way more successful in his ministry because he did not divorce Vanessa. And he's never going to divorce Vanessa. Okay? How you spell the name? Okay. Joe is never going to divorce Vanessa. Vanessa ain't going nowhere. All right. Vanessa is not going anywhere. Right. And I'm also so when you don't divorce, you tend to keep your money. But every time you divorce, you go remarry someone, you got to pay alimony, you got to pay child support. So you're going to lose a lot of money. Right. So I'm like, for Keon had no business wanting to marry, wanting to marry Shawnee O'Neal. He cannot afford this lady. Right. Because she's used to a certain standard of life. She was married to Shaq. You're a regular pastor, but you want to go marry that man's wife. Are you dumb? Sit your ass down somewhere. He cheated on his wife. He left his wife because he wanted to go marry Shawnee. And now he's stressed out financially because being married to Shawnee is expensive. So for me, if you're a man and you make 70,000 and the woman makes 500,000, you're not the one for her. And she'll never respect you also. So there's no point in doing that. Like, hey, you're very beautiful. It was nice to know you, but girl, I can't afford you. And you got to accept that. Got to have self-awareness. But, I have a business plan. She's not a bank. She's not a loan officer. So no one cares what business plan you have. That's not her. This is really stupid. Very, very stupid. You got to be reasonable. You can say, maybe he makes like $450 or he makes $475 or he makes $525. But if a woman is making $500,000 and you're making 70, and do you even think that's fair? As a man, you feel comfortable because she's not going to move. You're going to have to go live in her place. How that going to make you feel? Right? When you meet her friends, you meet her coworkers. What do you do? What do you do? You're going to be embarrassed. Because they're like, he poor. You don't fit in her social circle. It's going to really get to you. And then you go, like Janet said, you're going to have resentment. You might start being violent, physically, verbally. Right? A man needs to go with a woman that looks up at him, that praises him, that is impressed by him. That's, wow, I didn't know that. Right? But if she's making 500,000 and you make 70, she knows way more than you. You know what I'm saying? And like her friends, their conversations, they'll talk about, we went to Lake Como, we're doing this. You had never been nowhere. They even have a passport. You got to ask for PTO. It's going to be embarrassing for you. So I think as a man, your pride alone, she'll be like, fam, sit down. She's above your league. She's out of your league. Maybe y'all can be friends. I don't know. But like even that, man and woman can't really be friends. So what do I know? But I'm just saying like, bad business. Yeah, exactly. Where y'all going to meet? But it's not just about dating her. She has a family. She has friends. She has coworkers, right? And you're going to have to meet all these people. And even if she's comfortable, even if she loves you as a man, you're going to feel like you're less than. And it's going to be a lot for you. And you are going to do something stupid. You're either going to get physically violent. You're going to get verbally violent. You might even become financially abusive, right? You might start competing with her and get jealous of her. It's just, we wouldn't recommend that. A man needs to go where he is the big dog in the relationship, right? Not the little dog. Because it's not good for your ego. Because men have ego, But no, we're not doing that. That's really dumb. We're not doing that. That's crazy. No. Hold on. What did he say? Oh, I hate how my stuff just dies. Hold on. Stop sharing. I'm like, no. Why would you want that? You can't afford this lady. You can't even afford her manicure, her pedicure. Like, you can't even afford her rent. No. Leave her alone.
Down financially, but he got all the other intangibles in place. Does he get a chance?
Sarah, you're crazy, yo. That don't even make no sense. Everything else but one thing. No. Crack came back and it's fentanyl.
Okay. He's saying, he has everything but this one thing. But that one thing is not small. It's a big thing. It's not an afterthought thing. It's a big thing because men judge themselves by their ability to provide. And if he only has 70, that's 70 before taxes. So how much does he bring home? 55, right? If she's making, oh shit, if she's making $500, that's almost $40,000 a month. So she makes his take home for the whole year is what she makes in a month. As a man, how's that gonna make him feel? Right? So you should also you should be mindful of your mental health. And the answer is no, because what you call one thing is a major thing. It's how a man assesses himself as a man, and he's going to feel emasculated. And if she's not doing it intentionally, you're okay. But I'm like, this is not a small thing, because we have seen when men don't have money and the woman has more money, they say, oh, I'm going to be okay with that. But they're never okay with that. We have Wendy Williams. Who else do we have? We have Gabby Union and her ex-husband. Who else do we have? There's a lot of people, child. Right now, you can talk about Oprah and Stedman, but the thing is, Stedman also, he's worth millions of dollars. And also being a billionaire is kind of like out there, right? Most people are not billionaires, right? But at least he's a millionaire. He can afford luxuries. He can afford expensive vacations. He can afford to have an American Express Platinum. He can afford to travel in a private jet, right? But when a man like child 70 to 500,000, there is almost a 430,000 wage. No, that's not safe. Yeah, that's just not safe. That is just not safe, and it's going to get violent. Okay, it's not safe.
This nigga moved to America just to cause destruction to herself.
Do you put him on?
No.
I can
Do
put
you
him on.
invest in?
That was extreme. 570 is that's
200 and 100.
All it is
It's not extreme. It actually proves a point.
No, it doesn't prove a point. It's extreme, and it also shows like you don't understand that money matters, because you need to work on your manhood. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But I'm like, now if a man makes 100,000 and the wife makes 200,000, case by case basis. But off the top of the dome, I would say nah. I would say no, because that also can be problematic unless they've known each other for a very long time. And so maybe what he does, he can only make 100 right now. And what she does, she makes 200,000. Like, for example, let's say they met in college, right? Let's say they met in college and then what would he be? Let's say he's an engineer, right? They met in college. He's an engineer. You got to know their age. That's why I say it's a case by case basis. But if they met in college, and maybe he has a grad degree, but she went to med school, right? So maybe he'll make less and she'll make more because she's a doctor, depending on what kind of doctor she is. So I can see that. But it's not like they dated and the discrepancy was during the dating. Like, oh, you go on a date and then you find out, oh, she makes 200, I make 100,000. Are we compatible? I don't know. I'll be scared. Okay, I would be scared. Now, if they met in college, like they were both broke, they were both Dusty's college students going through life, but he chose, like he majored in engineering, she was pre-med and whatever, and then she went to med school, or she did biology, she went to med school, right? Now, he might be making like 120 something thousand, and because she's a medical doctor, she might be making 250. So it's not because he's not ambitious, it's just that doctors make a shitload of money. But they met when they both didn't have shit. Make sense? So I think those two people, it's not going to be jealousy. Like they're actually going to be happy for each other. You're doing what you love and you make great money. I'm doing what I love and I make great money. But it's very different. And to already make 200,000, go out there and date somebody that makes 100,000 less than you. And the man is making such 100,000. I would be scared. I wouldn't recommend that. Yeah, I don't like that. Me, I'm like, because I'm like, we have seen things. I wouldn't recommend that to anybody. Yeah, exactly. Lonnie said it's also different if they make the same amount of money at the start, but the woman ends up popping off on social media and then she makes more because the brand deals and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know, that's why I say it's a case by case basis. But if the woman is already making 200 and this is a man that she met while she's dating and now she's considering, should I start a relationship with this man? I'd be a little bit scared. Because I'm like, yeesh. But if y'all met in college, y'all were both broke. You know, but you went to med school. He chose to be an engineer. Like he's making 120. You're making 225. I feel like y'all pretty much grew up together. So I don't think there'll be any jealousy. I think you're both likely to be really supportive of each other. Like, oh, I'm happy to see you win. I'm happy to see you win. So that's a bit different. But a stranger, I would recommend that. I'm scared.
Who's a point? My big need friend over there. $500,000. If you still care about how much money a man is making when you got $500,000, as long as he's not homeless, as long as he got something to prove that he works, you're crazy. What's the money part? Why is that? He works, he provides, he protects, he does all.
That's how you know he doesn't have 500,000. He doesn't have it. Because if he had it, he wouldn't be saying this. No, that's extremely dangerous. Because if there's ever a divorce, she's on the line because she makes more money. That's a real thing. So no, it doesn't. It's like it's just one thing, but it's a big thing. Because if there's ever a divorce or if there's a child and there's custody, she's on the hook because she makes more money. So no, no. So that's how we know you don't have 500,000. Okay, you don't have it.
All these other things, he just don't hit the number you want. And you say that's a big thing. Your value is with money. That's it. And the crazy part,
my values is not with just money. I believe in asset protection. Yeah, I believe in asset protection because look at Halle Berry. She didn't care about the money. And guess what? She the one ended up paying big money because yeah, he might say, oh, I don't care about money right now. But once he's close to you or he gives you a baby, then he's going to care about your damn money. Right. And that's how the first one got $16,000 a month out of Halle. The white man, he got 20 million and more. So no, it's not a small thing. Money is never a small thing. It's not everything, but it's not a small thing. Yeah, he's like, because he doesn't have the money. Forgive him. He doesn't have it. The day he makes 500,000, you'll see he'll change. Watch. The day he makes 500,000, he's going to change. When people don't have money, it's very easy to say, oh, but it's not a big deal. Well, money doesn't really matter. No, because you don't have it. The day he makes $500,000, he's going to be like, hold up, wait a minute. Because at least, even if you say to the lady, even if you say, hey, my love, right? Hey, Pearl, even if we say, let's really say he's like, let's say, even though it might be very rare, but it's not impossible, you guys. It's not impossible. But let's say this man is making 70,000. Let's say he's really hot, like he's really handsome, really awesome, God-fearing. He's a sweetheart. Like it could happen. It's rare, but it could happen. In this case, we will have to tell her you need a prenup, right? So we can't say, oh no, he has no. If he has everything and money's not a problem, will he sign a prenup? Because I would say like, no, you have to protect your assets. I believe in asset protection because there's one, when people are not close to your money, they act normal. As soon as they know, oh, now I have legal claims to your money, there's a demon that overcomes people. Okay. There is a demon that overcomes people. And for a woman, it's a lot harder for a woman to make 500,000 than a man to make 500,000. Right. So I will also say, if let's say she really, really loves him and he's just amazing, it's rare, but it's possible. We're going to have to say, we need you to sign the prenup. And the prenup is going to say every year of marriage, this is how much you make. So it could be, hey, if you stay married for 1 year, maybe you get 20,000. You get married for 2 years, you get 30,000, right? And then it just goes up in increments like that. If he's really is awesome, he doesn't care about money, he's very confident and things of the sorts. Okay, sign the prenup. If it's not a big deal, you need to sign a prenup because I don't play them games. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's not making that kind of money. Because if he himself had 500,000, even to date somebody, she most likely would have to sign an NDA. When you've never made a certain amount of money, it's very easy to tell other people who have money how they feel about the money that they've worked hard to make. No. I think it's very rare, but it's not impossible. You can really have a man who makes 70,000, who's really nice, really sweet. He's not attached to money. He doesn't mind, it's possible. It's not impossible. It's rare. It's not impossible, but he will have to sign a prenup. Exactly. He will have to sign a prenup. And then we'll really know what he's after. That's it. You're going to have to sign a prenup. As simple as that. Okay. And off the rip, you're not entitled to anything but what happens in the marriage. And she's going to give you this, that. Every year you're married, you get $10,000. It's up to you. So, okay, cool. And if you say, oh, I don't even want any money. Okay, sure. No problem. It's up to you. And we also put a cheating clause in there also in the prenup. Okay. So if you cheat, you just waive, you lose all the benefits of the prenup. It's up to you. You decide how you want to do this. Because I don't play. You really have to protect your assets. Everybody should protect their assets because you just never know, Yeah, because you just don't know. Because Todd also, the thing about Todd that made Todd the bitch shiesty, Todd was part of production. So because he's part of production, he's around Kandi, he sees her house, he knows how much she's worth, because production, they're behind the scenes. So he knows a lot about Kandi. So how do we know that you didn't prey on this woman? You know what I'm saying? We don't know, because Kandi's like what, 35 million, $40 million. Like Kandi's worth like that. She's worth that much, right? But because he worked on the show, because he's part of production, he is privy to a lot of stuff. He has seen a lot of stuff. He knows a lot about Kandi. So how do we know it's not a romance scam? You just never know. So you got to sign the prenup. The only thing I didn't like about Mama Joy, she didn't have to be this disrespectful. You know, she took it too far. Insulting Todd, insulting his mom, saying that she was a crackhead, and the way that Todd was conceived is that his mom went and had sex with a drug dealer. I'm like, what? Then the lady died. Like, it was just excessive, right? You said, hey, Todd, my daughter's wealthy. You worked on the show. You were behind the scenes. You know, she's a single mom. She takes care of all of us. So we just want to make sure that you're here for the right reason. It's a bit uncomfortable to tell you to sign a prenup, but, you know, you also have to see where we come from. It never, ever, ever had to get disrespectful. There was no need for that. But you do have to sign the prenup. Exactly. But it's like, and also I think as a man, you should also know that you have an ego as a man, you have pride as a man, and you're never going to feel good living in a woman's house unless you're a fuckboy, right? Living in a woman's house, having a woman pay the mortgage, having a woman pay for that. Right? You're not going to be okay with that. And it's going to be really hard for her to respect you. So out of your own self-respect and out of your own self-awareness, you're not even going to try to pursue a woman like that. You know what I mean? Like when her and her friends go out to eat, it's almost $1,000. And people just put their cards without looking. You can't be around these people. You know, like people who make money, they live a certain way. They go to fancy restaurants. They order expensive shit. Nobody looks at the price. They order expensive bottles. Like, okay, here's the card. It's not a big deal. You still trying to say, so how's that? It's not even, she could be I'm serious, like she could really be a sweetheart. Like, hey, I don't care how much money you make. But you as a man, you're going to care because you're going to go to the restaurant. They're inviting people. They order this crazy expensive. You're like, damn, that's $800. Ooh, that's $300. Ooh, that's, you're counting their pockets. You're going to feel so uncomfortable. You're not going to feel comfortable. You know, they're in there buying bottles at $5,000. Like, damn, I make this much in 2 weeks. This is my whole monthly salary. You don't belong there. The bill comes $5,000, $3,000, $6,000. Everybody just puts their American Express. You got a regular Visa. How that gonna make you feel? You know, like you don't. It's gonna hurt your feelings. And that this is how she lives her life. It's not even intentional, but your feelings are going to get hurt because you didn't even know people were living like that. Like, damn, what? So I will say, get your money up, right? And maybe she'll be here when you get your money up. If she's not, wish her all the best, but at least she'll be in a better financial position for the next lady, right? We don't always get what we want. But you also have to be, you got to have self-awareness, y'all. It's very different for a woman. You know, a woman can be a plus one. It's not, because it's tradition, right? People pay for women. They open doors for women. They buy drinks for women because women are meant to be taken care of. It's just that when it comes to the marriage phase, women just have to compete to find the very best. I feel like that's pretty much the only time they have to compete is to get the very best. But once they get the very best, it's done. All she has to do now is sustain. You know, because once you're married, you're not competing. It's over, right? When a woman is married, all she's doing is sustaining, right? But in human culture at large, it's acceptable for a woman to be a plus one. A woman shouldn't have to race to put her credit card on the table. Are you crazy? But you as a man, you got to do that. But you're like, damn, you don't even have the credit card limit for that. You don't have it. So she's not the one for you. You need to go find a young lady who's going to be impressed by whatever you bring to the table. Because you as a man, your job is to impress the woman. It's like a peacock, right? You got to impress the ladies. But she will never be impressed by you. Her friends won't be impressed by you. Her dad's not going to be. It's a lot. It really is a lot. So I'm just saying, like, it's just not worth it. She's just not the lady for you. But she could be awesome, right? But just let it go. She's not the one. It's too much. Even I wouldn't do it. It's embarrassing.
Or your value is with money when you don't need it no more. You're like an alcoholic. Even when you have alcohol.
You sound crazy. Everybody always needs more money. That's why I say he doesn't have it. And also, I feel like he's not very ambitious. That's why he's just happy making YouTube videos. Okay? You're not very ambitious, my love, right? Everybody always needs more money. Bill Gates is out here trying to do more things to our food. Okay? Jeff Bezos is doing something else. Bill, what's it called? Meta, what's his name? Zuckerberg, he's trying to poach all these people. Everybody always needs more money. Even you, if you had more money, you probably could do more videos. You could hire more editors, right? So 500,000, it's a great amount. I don't have it, but it's a great amount. If a woman or a man has that in their savings account, it's pretty amazing. Congratulations to you. I don't have it. However, that's just the start. You think somebody who has 500,000 is trying to stop at 500? This is not the kind of money you can retire on, right? So 500 is a great start, but I'm sure she wants to make more. If a man also has 500,000 in his bank account, I'm sure he also wants to make more. Why not? The sky's the limit. But I think most people probably they probably feel good if you have 10 million, 15 million, 20 million. So when you have 500, you're looking for someone, even whether it's a man or it's a woman, you're looking for someone who's going to come in and multiply. So a woman, she can look for a man that can multiply. She should definitely do that. A man, he might not so much expect the lady to multiply, but he might expect the woman to make his life easier so that he can make more money. Right? Does that make sense? You guys take care of the house, cook, clean, the stuff that he doesn't have to do. So that way he can focus on even making more money. Right? But a woman, she needs to look for a multiplier. I think a man needs to look for a woman that makes his life easier, that he can make more money. Okay, hopefully you get me, right? But I'm like, 500,000, it's good money, but it's not the kind of money you can retire on, right? So she has the right to want somebody where she can make more. So he doesn't have it. And also, I don't think he even has friends that makes that kind of money. The day he starts making friends that have that kind of money, he's going to change his mindset. So have mercy on his soul.
You need to find some way to get some more just in case you run out.
One opportunity away.
But because a lot of y'all are pricing yourselves out of good men.
I say, no, I would rather be single.
Buy a dog and die alone.
Yeah, exactly. Very expensive.
Wow. This is
crack.
The thing.
Wow. That's crack right there.
Let me tell you why. Because I don't think, for me, let me speak for me. And this is why it goes back to the beginning. Rank yourself. I have gotten to a certain point because I've built to a certain point. Mm-hmm. I am disciplined in everything. I'm disciplined in relationship with God, in my emotions, in my mentality.
I don't know why people think that's appropriate to do. Stop bringing God up in these conversations when you're not speaking.
If God matters to her, she has to bring him up. She can readjust how she thinks, but God matters to her. She got to bring it up. Why would she not bring it up? I think you struggle with. I think him. I feel like he's triggered. I think this content triggers him because most likely the ladies that he likes, he doesn't make enough for them. He doesn't make enough, and maybe that's why he started his channel as a coping mechanism. I really do. I really, really do. Because a lot of people take rejection really bad. They take it really, really bad, and then they start engaging in shaming content to shame people, shame the opposite sex. I think many Black men are frustrated because there are certain Black women that they like and they don't like them back. So to cope with that, they make the content to position Black women like they're crazy. Now, sometimes they are crazy, but I do believe to be a great content creator and to be a responsible one, you have to see both sides. You can say, okay, sis, right there, you're a bit delusional. But when she's right, it's okay to say she's right. It really is okay because you're a man. How would you feel if you dated a woman that made 500,000 and you make 200,000? You're going to go broke because you cannot come into a woman's life and say, oh, can you cut back on your spending? And mind you, it's her own money, right? Yeah, he's passive aggressive because maybe somebody he wanted turned him down. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what happened. And instead of maybe finding a coach, or also sometimes, not to put white people on a pedestal, but maybe sometimes not every white man is bad, but there are certain white men out here who have really good podcasts about motivation, being organized, wealth building, being a stoic. They need to tap into that. Because sometimes you got to step out the Black community and be exposed to something else, right? Asian businessman, white businessman, Arab businessman, talk to other people. And some Black guys are going to see, maybe I'm not pushing myself enough. I have a very limiting mindset. I have a lot of limiting beliefs, and I see that a lot of limiting beliefs, right? But just accept what I give you. For how long, right? Because you yourself should be triggered. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, I just feel like, yeah, it's very silly. Because $500,000, even though it's a lot of money, it is not the kind of money you can retire on. And who knows if she wants to buy a house in a certain neighborhood because they have a certain school district and she wants her kids to go over here and this and that. So it's great money, but it's not life changing. I mean, it changes your life, but it's not the kind of money you can retire on. Like if I had 500,000, which I kind of did at one point, but if I have 500,000, I want to make more. Why not? Why would I not? And it's not even for me, right? My needs can be met with 100,000, but I could be like, hey, there's a non-for-profit I want to do. There's non-for-profits I want to give money to. There's charities I want to give money to. There are businesses I might want to start, right? There are things to do. So why not make the money, right? Which is where I think a lot of Black guys here, they really do need to work on leadership and not being afraid of money. I think they're really scared of money. You'll sit here and you'll watch someone, not to put them on a pedestal, but you'll watch some white people and they talk, oh, my business made 100 million. My business made 200 million. My business just made 50 million. Y'all got to see yourselves like those people too, huh? Be a little bit more ambitious. Yeah, be a bit more ambitious. Do you know how many videos I see? Like, what's his name? Alex Hormozy. Y'all need to tap into him. Okay. But I'm like, you can have multiple businesses. Like even here on YouTube, like you can sell merch. You can do all kinds of stuff. Yeah, get your money up, Playboy. Like, yeah, get your money up. Okay. But I'm like, this is really insane. But 500,000, if you can make 500,000, you should make more. Yeah, Dave Ramsey, there are a lot of great people who give great financial advice and they truly help you to not be afraid of making more money. But I'm like, why would you as a man want to be with a woman who can do things financially that you have to financially budget? It's going to hurt your feelings. She can go on vacation. She can book first class flights. You have to save your points. You're not equally yoked. And we're saying because you're a man and because you're physically strong, we are scared that if you have resentment, it might turn physical. And that's not fair to her. Right? Because we know what a bitter man looks like. We know what a resentful man looks like. It's not safe. So why would you even want to put yourself in a predicament where you could be tempted into being physically violent against her for something she can't help? So it's not worth that. Like, it's not worth it. If you're a man and you make 200,000, you make 100,000, go maybe get a girl that makes like 50, 60, 70, because she's going to be impressed. Because now you're helping her to level up in life. And so she'll have more respect for you because you're introducing her to things that she had never seen before. Make sense? But you ain't got no business making 100,000 or 70,000 and you want to be with a lady that makes $500,000. Are you kidding me? No, respect yourself. Yeah, you gotta respect yourself. You gotta respect yourself.
Think about God. Because now I need to know, are you like you worshiping your own God right now? Like you just made them up? If you're following the Abrahamic religion, I need you to explain to me where in there does it say that the guy that you get with have to hit a certain number of money?
That shows you didn't read the Bible. He didn't read the Bible, did he? Right? They were all rich. Abraham had lots of cattle. So did Isaac. Ishmael was blessed. That's why we have the Middle East. Okay. Joseph was rich AF. Most of these patriarchs in the Bible are wealthy. They're wealthy people. Jacob was blessed. Jacob had money, right? They had a bunch of money. Isaac had money. A lot of them have money, right? Especially in the Old Testament. A lot of these patriarchs had money. They were not broke people. And their wives didn't work. They took care of the home. That was their job. Like they worked those kinds of jobs, right? But Rachel didn't work. Rachel did not make more than Rachel didn't make more than Jacob. Rebecca did not make more than Isaac. Sarah did not make more than Abraham. Exactly. So I'm like, you don't read the Bible. So we got to stop doing. I hate people who don't read the Bible who want to tell us about the Bible. You don't read the Bible. Okay. But the vast majority of the patriarchs are rich in the Bible. They're rich in cattle. That's how they measured how wealthy they were, right? They had a lot of cattle. They had a lot of livestock. They had lots of workers and things like that, right? I guess low-key, high-key slaves, whatever. But these are not poor people. Abraham is not poor. Okay, Abraham was not poor. Isaac wasn't poor. Ishmael was not poor. Esau, even though Jacob stole his blessing, but Esau also got something. He built something for himself. Jacob was in the little hiatus of a slave for a little bit, but he came out. He was rich, right? Joseph goes into slavery, but he becomes second in chief of Egypt, right? So you don't read the Bible. You don't read the Bible. Yeah, you don't read the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like even most black men who are really like, I feel that's just what I've noticed. Like most serious black men who are really into the Bible and their careers, they tend to be very successful. You know, there are a lot of very, very successful Christian black men. They have a lot of money, y'all. And their wives, they don't work, Chad. Uncle Junior before he died, but you know, he was a devout Christian. He was really committed to his faith, right? Now he's dead, but you know, you see, married to the same woman. He's gone now, right? But his daughter's not in this picture, but same wife, only one wife. He has two sons and he has a daughter, but he's passed away. But he was worth like 300 to 400 million. You know, but you usually notice that men who are married, who are Christian, who are honest, like truly, they're not just Christian, performative Christians, but they truly honor God and they lead the house according to God's will. I have come to find that those men are incredibly successful. They don't have multiple divorces. They don't have these chaotic ass lives. But he was not even one of the highest paid NBA players. I think he was making like 300,000. Okay, but then he took his money. And he got the Wendy's and even worked there, right? You see, he was worth 600 million. Yeah. Well, then. Well, there you go. 1.5. My bad. Okay. So he was worth $1.4 billion. All right. So in his career, so from 70, oh my gosh, almost 12 years. So in 12 years, he made almost 3 million. And he never made more than $350,000 in a single season. His business success placed him in a select group of NBA players with billionaire status, alongside Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and LeBron James. So in 2025, his net worth was $1.4 billion. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Never divorced his wife, didn't cheat on his wife, got the same wife, okay? Died, married to the same wife. Had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Like his daughter is, I think she's the CEO of Ebony magazine or something like, or Jet. He bought Jet or he bought Ebony magazine before he passed away. But yeah, that's his family. Where's his daughter? Okay, see, that's him and his wife. You see? And okay, and one thing what I tell you, she's wearing her natural hair. Did I not tell you that most? I told you, right? I said most women who are married to very wealthy, affluent men do not wear wigs. Did I not tell you that? Natural hair, right? Not too much makeup. These are rich people, man. You see? You see? Natural hair. That is her hairline, right? Natural hair. There you go. 1.4 billion. But that's her daughter right there. Yeah, that's her daughter. You see, that's mom. That's the daughter. Eden, yeah. Okay. See, natural hair, a little bit of makeup, big ass diamonds, probably $500,000 on her ears right now. Okay, big ass diamonds. There you go. Right? Oh yes. Oh, Uncle Junior ain't the one. He's not the one to play with. It's very Ralph Lauren. It's very Ralph Lauren coded. Yeah, very rich. But unfortunately, he passed. And it's always good people who die first, anyways. Right? But Christian. Very patient. He built his entire Wendy's franchise carefully, very patiently. He started working at the Wendy's. He worked there so he could understand how it actually works. Then another Wendy's. He got to be so good with Wendy's that I guess he got a bottling contract with Coca-Cola and Pepsi or something like that to be like the #1 distributor in Canada. This man had money, y'all. Right, but when he left the league, he only had 3 million in his lifetime. That 3 million went to $1.4 billion. Jesus Christ! I need to start working harder. Shit, I need to commit. All right, So that's a beautiful family. Very beautiful family. They're very beautiful. Very, very beautiful family. It's a beautiful couple. Let me see. Let me show you this picture. Yeah, you see? That's his wife. Then divorce her. It's like, you see. And these are the kind of black men and black marriages that people want to talk about, right? Because it doesn't fit the narrative, right? It's not toxic. Yeah. She went from being the wife of a basketball player to being the wife of a billionaire. This is, oh my Lord. Jesus Christ. This is just beautiful. My goodness. Okay. Yeah. So to me, honestly, that's what I've noticed. There's enough. Oh, when I read Dennis Kimbro's book, also, you guys, there are a bunch of black men who are black men, Christians, businessmen. They're very quiet. They're very low key. They got money. They're in the book. Like Dennis Kimbro had a lot of them in his book. They're very chill, very quiet. They have a lot of money, y'all. And they're married to black women, but everybody's very calm. And I think the thing about these very classy, wealthy black people, but I guess it's money too, as they say, money doesn't like noise. So I feel like the wealthier you get, the more peaceful you are, the more peace you want in your life. But social media is full of broke people making lots of noise. Okay, they're all broke. They're just stupid. The vast majority of money they're making is recent money because of AdSense, because of sponsorship, right? They're insane. So all that money is just getting the money, the attention is getting to their heads. So that's why they're not wise. They're very, very divisive. They're very disgusting. And they love to demean each other because they're not mature. But if you ever meet very rich, very successful, very wealthy black people, most of them do happen to be Christians. They're Christians. They support the church. They give a lot of money to the church. They're very laid back. Their kids are laid back. They're not pompous. They're not arrogant. And also they're not nasty. Very nice, very friendly. It's a lot of them, but they want their peace. They want their peace.
Where did this come from? You just remixing shit right now. That's all I just heard. A lady wanting a guy to provide is not a problem. A lady coming in with a number amount is the problem. She's not caring how this guy works. She says she'd rather be single. Let her stay single. She ain't lie to me. Say she got a guy. So she gonna prove that.
In my energy, in my body, and how I eat. I am very disciplined. And so I would expect that a man is the same thing. Because when you're disciplined, whatever you do the most is what compounds in your life. I can see it. I could tell. There's a lot of things you could tell by looking at a person, talking with a person, getting to know a person. Why would I not give a shot to a person that makes $70,000 a year? I could put you on. Hell, I could even hire you. Come on, let's work together. We could do all of that. But as far as my man, because this is the thing, I refuse to give into a life where I start to feel like I can't have it all.
You can't. And once again, this is why if someone speak of God, just speaking of God,
you need to be quiet. I'm only playing him because I don't know where he got this video from. I don't know if it's behind a paywall. I don't know. But I will say this, right? I think what the ladies have to do, especially girls like Sarah, stop even saying, oh, a man has to make this amount. Because when you say that, everybody starts obsessing over the amount. At the end of the day, a woman is, I think not even just a woman, even a man should know that it's going to be very hard for a woman to respect you if she does not see you in a certain way. And part of her seeing you in a certain way has everything to do with how much money you make, right? You see, in this life out here, what makes a woman beautiful is her physical attraction. What makes a man handsome is his pocket, okay? So if your pocketbook, if your bank account don't have nothing in there, you're going to be ugly, right? Most women cannot respect the man if he's not making a certain amount of money. If she's not impressed by you, she's not going to be able to respect you. And then this marriage is going to be, this relationship is going to be so chaotic. And I think most men should know that, right? And it's really, really dishonest. And it's also pretty much reckless to say, well, let's try it anyways. We already know how it's going to turn out. And then when you get emasculated, you're going to want to go red pill and go batshit crazy. You know what I'm saying? So it's not even worth doing it, right? A woman needs to respect the man that she's with. A woman needs to be impressed by the man that she's with. A woman needs to feel like, well, damn, like this man is a catch. This man is a prize. And if she feels like you're dead weight, you're holding her back, you're embarrassing, there's a man out there that makes more, or her ex was making more than you, right? It's going to show in the relationship. So it's not, it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? So I do feel like, Sarah, just say as a woman, I would be able to respect the man if he could not provide the lifestyle that I aspire to have. And it's no dig on anybody, right? But when I run my numbers, I'm not going to share the number, but I know what kind of number I need every month to be able to live a life where I am comfortable, I feel safe, this, and that, right? And it's no dig to anybody. It's just a preference. That's it. And people have the right to their preference, right? That's that. And you can't also say to somebody, well, how come $5,000 a month is not good for you? She has the right to say it's not good for her. She has the right to say that, right? But I do feel like if you know how much you need, hey, that's what it is. Some people need a certain amount every month. Like I said, DDG, his rent in LA is like $20,000 a month, right? There are people like that. They need a certain amount of money to live comfortably. You know, they live in certain neighborhoods. They like to do certain things. They have certain activities, right? So, exactly. I feel like that's how she should say it. Don't say 70,000. Don't say 50,000. You should keep that number to yourself. Just keep the number to yourself, because when you talk about the number, people will zero in on the number, call you a gold digger. It never ends, right? Just say, I personally, knowing who I am, for me to be able to respect a man and honor a man, I do require a certain amount of provision, right? I require a certain lifestyle. And if he does give me that, it is going to be a whole lot easier for me to be submissive. But if that money is not there, or if the life I'm expecting is not there, I just wouldn't want to risk it, because I don't think I can. And I think that's understandable, right? Because even Gabby told us that on her first marriage, she was having an affair because she felt like she could have an affair because she was the one paying all the bills. So if I pay all the bills, I'm the man, I can do what I want. And that's exactly what she did. And she's not alone in that. She probably one of the few that can be honest and say, you know what, I can't respect the man that cannot give me the lifestyle that I want. And it's not even just the lifestyle, also the status, the last name, the network, and this and that. It's a real thing, right? Exactly, because that's who a man has to be. But if she can't even count on you financially, like, child, it's not going to work. Yeah, it's not going to work. You know, it's just
you cannot have it all. He'll give you what you need, not what you want. Doing that, saying, I can't live in this idea that I can't get everything I want. You chose your desires to be your God. That's what you just said. Your desires is your God. You worship your desires. Because when you say you're disciplined in all these things, you're supposed to be, my dear. You did what you were supposed to do. You did these things, you'll have a beneficial or a good life. Nobody said you'll get a perfect life. There's no such thing as perfect, my dear. Unless you talk about my looks. There's no such thing as perfect, Sarah. You're chasing that, and that's your God.
That's where the insatiableness and the gluttony, because if you already have it all, why do you need a man to give you more? Like, that's the part of the conversation that I just cannot fully understand.
Okay.
But I think, okay, like I said, I think it also depends about what we want in life. You know, and I feel like sometimes we want to argue because I feel like this is where things get lost in translation, because we want to project our standards onto other people. The sis, I like her a lot, so I would be nice to her. Sis with the short hair, she's like, okay, if you make $500,000, why would you want a man to give you more? And I understand that socialist perspective, because to a lot of people, you guys, and we have to be fair, I really do like her. $500,000, it sounds like a lot of money. Heck, we have people killing people for $5,000, right? We have people who kill people for $20,000. Remy shot somebody for $10,000, right? So I can see how if you were never exposed to a lot of money, 500,000, it probably sounds like 500 million, right? You know, and that's where she is. Our sis with the silver hairs, I really do like her. This is where she is right now in her journey. In her journey, where she is, 500,000 probably sounds like 5 million. So you have to see, it's like, for her, damn, that's 500,000. We Gucci, right? But she's not understanding that. For some people, 500,000 is just scratching the surface. No, I don't think she's a pick me. I just feel like she's a socialist, because I can see how money is what, because some people have never even had $1,000 on their checking account. Like at one time, just 1,000 just not moving, right? Because usually the money comes and the money's already gone. It comes in, it's gone. It's coming in, it's gone. The money doesn't stay, right? There's a lot of people who don't have $1,000 saved. It's a lot of people who don't even have $5,000 in their savings, right? So when you say 500,000, you also have to hear how that sounds to her. It's like, it sounds like 50 million. You know, when I was younger, even me, I can take myself, right? When I was younger too, when I would hear 100,000, Lonnie, I was like, damn, 100,000. I thought 100,000 was like $10 million, right? Like when I first decided to start Lincoln Lashes, and I went to the bank because I wanted to get a bank loan, and the banker said to me, I need to make 100,000 in sales. I said, 100,000? What? To me, it sounded outrageous. What do you mean 100,000? Where am I gonna get this money from? Who am I gonna sell this stuff to? Because it sounded impossible. You know, that's why I say I can't have empathy for her. Because if you've never seen a certain kind of money, it sounds crazy. It sounds really crazy. Right? But then I went to Columbus. I was going through it. I kept listening to Uncle Les Brown. He's like, you got to be hungry. You got to be hungry. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to make 100,000. And my goal was to make 100,000 for the year. I made it in one day. I said, huh? I should have recorded myself. I was like, what? What is this? Okay. What the heck is this? Right? It's even like, imagine telling somebody you have to make $1 million in sales. A lot of people, Lonnie, if you say that, they're going to be discouraged. $1 million? What? How am I going to do that? Sounds impossible. I don't know how to do that. I've never done that before. People get scared. Money scares a lot of people. You know, and that's why I feel like Black people who have made lots of money or who are accustomed to seeing a lot of money, I'll put myself in there too, but we have to be very gentle with Black people who haven't seen a lot of money. Because in their heads, it sounds crazy. And I can say for me, there was a point in time where 100, oh yes, Uncle Leslie, you gotta be hungry. Okay, I'm Mammy's son. You gotta be hungry. I'm like, yes, I'm hungry. I want the money too. I read the book by Dennis Kimbrough, all these rich ass Black people. I said back down, I said, I guess it's possible. And also, these are eyelashes. I was like, I used to look at my Sophia lashes like, you gonna make me all this money? If you would have told me that you could make this kind of money selling lashes, I'd be like, girl, shut up. Because honey, it's true. When you've never seen something, it sounds so crazy. Because these sisters here, even though they're two Black sisters, they don't live the same life. And I feel like outside of this show, they don't really talk to each other. They don't see each other. So Sarah she doesn't get to go into her life. She doesn't get to go into Sarah's life, right? So my good sis, I think she means well. And currently where she is in her journey, 500,000 sounds like a lot. And I pray to God that she makes 500,000. And then she'll be like, wow, I used to think it was so much money. And she'll realize it's not that much money, especially after you pay taxes, right? So I have empathy for her. You understand? So I understand if you've never seen that money, if you've never even been able to have $500 in your bank account, you know, it's always overdraft fees. It's always a little bit of money. Somebody telling you, oh, well, you have 500,000. You're like, well, we're good then. We should be okay. Should we be okay? Right? Because you're looking at your current situation, and then you are assessing what 500,000 can do for you long term. And it's like it's not the kind of money you can retire on, right? It's not the kind of money you can retire on. But the day she makes 500,000, she'll see it's not that much money. And if she wants to get a nice house, the down payment on the house, the furniture for the house, if she wants to change her cars, she wants to put her kids into good school, so she got to go to a certain zip code. She's like, oh shit, the money going. Told you, it's not that much money, right? But once upon a time, 100,000, you guys, just hearing 100,000 or saying I have to make 100, I felt like I was losing oxygen. I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna get this money from? But the first time you make it, you're like, damn, can I do it again? And you do it again, and you do it again, and you're like, oh, then you get to a point of, please. Exactly. You see? I get it. Because we all have to. That's another thing I don't like with many Black women who create content. Oh, this is nothing to me. No, it's okay to be relatable. It's okay to be honest, and it's okay to be truthful. There were things at one point that you had no clue also. Like there were things I had no clue about. You understand? Even the first time when I got my American Express, when I got the platinum card, I said, but damn, y'all, me and this platinum card. Y'all, I have stories to tell. I need like I'm gonna go on my other channel and tell all my business stuff. Like it's too funny. But I was like, what, like less than 30? But like 30 years old with a platinum from American Express? I'm like, that's the kind of shit the rappers get. You guys, I saw money, y'all. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. But I'll tell you this. There are numbers like when you never heard, even now, me right now, if you say, oh, Marlene, like make $1 million, like that doesn't scare me because I did it. But there was a point in time, if you said, oh, you got to go make $1 million, which I'm like, oh, $1 million. Now, one thing I've never done is make $1 million in a day. You know, some people make $1 million a day. You even have people who make $1 million an hour. But even to get to like Nick Baird, he'll do a sale, like a Thanksgiving sale, and he'll make $1 million in like 15 minutes. Yeah. But even at Walmart, my love, I don't think it can go that long of a way at Walmart. Because you'd be surprised. You'll be surprised. Between food, clothes, utilities, pans, pots, you can eat. I can see somebody spending $100,000 in Walmart. Seriously, I really can. You know what I'm saying? But child, right? Child. Oh, y'all, you guys, I have stories to tell. Jimmy was like, is this woman crazy? Yo, I lived a life. A life was lived. Why do you think I had to sit my ass down and contemplate my life? Okay, right? Walmart today is expensive, my love. Walmart today is expensive, right? But you have to, you gotta, sometimes we gotta do that. We gotta have a bit more empathy and we gotta put ourselves in somebody's shoes. But for her, when she hears 500,000, she's thinking like, we're good. Like we're gonna be okay. We're gonna have a family. I get that because she hasn't run the numbers. If she runs the numbers after she pays Uncle Sam, how much you left with? Right now, if you don't want to work and he doesn't want to work, whatever he wants to do, how long do you think this money gonna hold y'all? She hasn't run the numbers. She just hears the number and it sounds crazy. Like, damn, that's 500,000. Okay, what about taxes? Okay, now where do you want to live? Right, your student loans, your this, and that. Right? She hasn't ran the numbers because even a lot of people never sat down and said, what's all my debt? Then also like, where do I want to live? How much is my mortgage going to cost? Where do my clothes budget, my food budget, my vacation budget, right? A lot of people haven't ran their numbers. And the reason why people don't run their numbers because they think they'll never make that money. So if I'm never going to make this money, what's the point of writing those numbers? I'm just going to have anxiety. You know, some people probably even need 600,000, but they don't want to write the numbers down, which I understand, right? And so her and Sarah, they don't live the same lifestyle. Sarah, she sees a lot of rich people. So when you're around the rich people, what's 500,000? That's their shopping allowance for their clothes. And even that might be just their shoes. You know, there are some rich ass people. There are some rich ass Black people out here, y'all. They got money. It's not a joke. 500,000. That's like a few chains. So, well, whatever. Not a big deal. That's a car. For some people, that's a car. That's a brand new Rolls Royce. That's a brand new Lambo. Okay, big deal. Not big deal. They'll pay for the car 500,000. Then they'll take it to Mansory, whatever it's called, and have it and pay more money, like an extra 200 to have it custom made. What are we talking about? You see what I'm saying, you guys? And this is where I think like this is why I kind of hope that people would have more respectful conversations instead of always trying to down each other, shame, embarrass, mock, insult. It's excessive. What we have to do is open everybody's minds up to what is possible, right? What is possible? Because a lot of people don't believe it's possible. So when they hear certain numbers, they internalize that as, oh, I make that much, so therefore I'm not good enough. No, you make that much, but you're not cursed to make this money for the rest of your life now. Come on now. It's transient. How much you make today is not how much you'll make 5 years from now. So it's up to you to have a really good plan, right? Give yourself a 5-year vision. But look at this baby brother right here. Look at what's his name? Hold on. Let me show you. Siobhan, right? Siobhan, he's like 25. Attends, que je te montre. Look. Siobhan is 25. Huh, baby. You guys, I'm sitting here. Do you know what car this baby went and bought? Do you know what car he went and he got? I told you I was going to have to show you all this video. Hold on. Where's the video? Look at what he did.
Just get the bread. Now it's time to see the whip, man. But
yeah, not
a song.
sounds like
Incredible.
mate.
Yeah.
Not crazy, but
Because I know, like, because of the hybrid, it probably like
yeah, quieted down a
Yeah,
bit,
quiet
but
down.
still sounds nice. But the RS6 I feel is more nimble.
Nah, you just love it.
Yeah, maybe designers my own.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, wait, do I drive this out now? What's going on?
This is like a real slow motion.
Hey, it's tonight, but to be a movie.
This is so much motivation for everyone watching this too.
Y'all need to see this car.
Finally, I get to experience this lifestyle, man. The back on the back.
25. He's 25 years old. He went and bought himself a Maybach. Car is $250,000. That's what I'm saying. I think sometimes instead of like being mad, we just got to understand that some of our people, they don't understand what's possible. You know, they haven't been encouraged to dream. Like they need help. We got to stop being mean. And we got to hold people's hands and be like, I get it. Right now you're scared. Like 100,000 got you scared, huh? But wait until you make your first 100,000. You're like, what the heck? That's it? Right? Don't let money scare you. Right? Siobhan, he went and he bought himself a $250,000 Maybach. That boy is 25 years old. I said, you did what? Yo, when I saw this car, look at the car. Hold on, let me get out of the way. He called his mom in Jamaica. Look at the car.
When you see it in a person, yeah, you have fridge, champagne glass. Look how it bounce. All right, so give YouTube a rating. What you rate you out of 10?
100.
100. All right, mommy say 100. So I don't want to hear it from nobody else. Your rating, I don't care about your rating.
I'ma pull up. I pull up. Hey, got black minks all on.
This is their music. So it's the GLS 600. I think it's a 2023 model. He's 25. 25 years old. He's like 25. He's a baby. He's like 25, 26. He drives a $250,000 car. What are we talking about? Siobhan, he does the tech YouTube. And he's not even one of the biggest ones. I'm like, the big ones, how much they make? Huh? Y'all, that car is beautiful. You need to put this on your big TV. This is a baby. He went and bought himself a $250,000 car. You understand? So to me, it's like, if we're even sitting here discussing 100,000 and this and that, some of us, you know, I don't know. I think some of us got to be mentors and some people got to be mentees, right? But I really do hope that I can help. I mean, at least I can help to get a lot of Black people to see that. Don't be afraid of money. Don't be afraid of money. You have no idea how much money you can really make. Get off the matrix. Don't limit yourself. That's why I tell you guys all the time, create content. He is no different than DDG. But even DDG has more money than him because Daryl's worth like 11 million. DDG has a Rolls Royce. Like, this stuff is real. We saw, remember when he bought Haley the watch, right? He bought her some limited edition Rolex. It's like, what, $50,000 for a watch? You saw how she was even panicking, like, oh my God, what? Because even with her Beyonce money, she can't afford that shit. Right? And that's the beauty of content creation. Like, you don't make that today, but you can make that in 5 years. It's not a big deal. It really is not a big deal. Right? But that car is so beautiful, you guys. I'm like, this is a beautiful car. You are 25 pushing a Maybach.
Kind of depreciate a lot, right? So I didn't want to get like a 2024, 2025 spec one, like a brand new spec one. It just doesn't make any sense financially. So I waited, and finally I found the white interior. Now, this white interior, I feel like the reason why it's so rare is because it's a $20,000 option, and every single Maybach that was on the market in Canada, Ontario, all had the cream and burgundy or the black interior, which to me, it just doesn't pop like this. So we got the white interior, as you guys can see right here. So clean, man. There's so much features on this car. Like, if you go to comfort, here you have your massage. Could do like a different bunch of massages. The ambient lighting is crazy. You already know the Mercedes, bro. You could choose a bunch of different color options. Like, it just doesn't end. You know, glove compartment right here. And one thing I really like, it has its own scent. So I think you could buy new scents, but that's pretty sick that it has its own scent built in. I was supposed to get the headphones. When I first looked at the car, it had the headphones in there, like Mercedes headphones. but now I don't see it. So I'm gonna have to call back the dealership and make sure I get those. All right, future Chevy out here right now. And I just want to show you guys that we did actually get the headphones. So shout out to the dealership for sending these out. So I've got 2 pairs. And this is actually way more advanced than I thought. Like it has touchpad controls, Bluetooth, NFC. So we'll get 2. One's in here. And this is what it looks like. The Maybach headphones.
Yes, Lonnie.
Or Mercedes headphones. Comes with all these cables that I could use to connect to the rear entertainment. So it's pretty sick, not gonna lie. But like, yeah, quickly, another Maybach emblem right here. Got a little trackpad to control if you don't want to use the touch screen. Another Maybach emblem right here. And even on the dash, bro. So if you look on the dash, you can see it's like a different emblem. We have more compartment in here, USB-C storage, 2 other USB-C storage up there. And another thing I really like, y'all, is that it has heated and cool. So when it's hot, it's red. And when if you want cool cup holders, that's actually a tongue twister. You could do that too. And bro, like piano, trim, it's insane. You got heated massage, insane spec, y'all. And then taking a look at the back seats real quick. This is where you thrive. A lot of people saying like, yo, this is a car you could only be driven in, but it's actually pretty fun to drive too. So we have the rear entertainment package. So yeah, we could control the media from here, turn on the music. You have massage seats in the back too. So we could activate our massage right here, all of that. Heart relaxing massage, everything. Wireless charger for your phone, you know what I'm saying? And then another compartment. So this is where you store the Champlain foods, heating and cool cup holders right here. And we have this pop-out iPad. So you press this button, it just pops out. And again, you could just control whatever you're doing in the car, like music, comfort, the same thing that you could do on this screen. I know it sounds redundant, but you could just do it on.
You see, and so to me, this, you know, we have a saying in French, right? It kind of goes like, taste and colors. You don't argue taste and colors, right? Because it is what it is, right? It is what it is, right? That's why you shouldn't waste your time discussing money with people. Oh, is 70,000 too much? Is 70,000 enough? You know, I feel like, especially Sarah, if Sarah claims to have all this money, I think she also needs to have, she has to move a bit more with wisdom. Oh, we're talking about 70,000. Okay. Then adjust to the conversation in the room. Like, oh yeah, you know, we're very proud of the man who makes 70,000, right? And I think there's a great woman out there for him, you know, because he's worked really hard. And, you know, I do believe that he will be a great fit for a woman who needs a provider of his caliber, you know, because within the next 5 years, he'll definitely make 6 figures. Don't even talk about yourself. Don't even talk about yourself. You understand? You know what I mean? It's like, imagine you go to the village. You go to the village, people don't have running water. People are out here struggling. You're like, oh yeah, you know, when I go to the restaurant, I ordered lamb. They're gonna like, what the fuck is wrong with this girl? And they're not gonna like you. Because you're coming off like you come off like a show off, even though you don't mean to show off, but you also got to read the room, right? You guys get me, right? If we're somewhere and you are realizing that we're talking about $70,000 people, then accommodate the conversation. Let's just talk about that. Like even when I meet most people, they're like, oh yeah, I run my own business. I'm so happy for you. They're like, oh, I'm an engineer. I never talk about myself. Oh yeah, that's good. Because I'm sure a lot of people don't think much of you when they see me. I love it like that. You just see my car. Like, what the heck? I love it. It's just, it's humility. Like, oh, you know, I didn't pray your business does well. Oh, really? That's awesome. You know, I don't have to say shit. Oh, well, you know, I also have a math degree. I got to say shit. Because sometimes it's okay to let people hear themselves talk. I've learned that. It's okay to hear people say, you know, and some people are really proud of their 70,000. So when you say, well, I make 300,000, you're crushing how they feel. So, oh, wow, I'm so happy for you. It takes nothing away from you. And I feel like Sarah, that is her problem. When you hear that, we're not talking about people who make 70,000 and whatever. Be mindful. Like, you're okay. I gotta, you know, read the room and give advice for people who do make 70,000. So yeah, of course, right? A man who makes 70 is a great provider for any woman who makes 30, even 0. From 0 all the way up to even 70. I think it'll be really good. Because, you know, if you make 30, it's better to be with someone who makes 70, right? If you make 50, it makes sense for you to be with somebody that makes 70, because at least at this point, the household, y'all gross income is 120. So that's better than nothing. It's better than both of y'all paying bills by yourself. So yes. And hopefully, you know, with the right guidance and the right mentorship, you know, maybe within the next 5 years, you know, you can make 100,000, maybe 120, and in the next 5 years, maybe she can get closer to 100,000. So at that point, the household's going to have like 200 to 220. That's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. You know, you just affirm people. Sarah, she wants to argue with people, and it's like it's gauche because this is not the room for that. If you're around a bunch of millionaires, you can talk about 500,000 all you want because it's not a big deal because they have money. But when you're around people who work hard, you know, they really take pride in how much money they make. So be very mindful, right? You gotta listen. You gotta be mindful, man. You gotta read the room, right? That's the problem. But you can see that there are young Black men who are. Siobhan is 25, 26. He's a baby. He already drives a car that costs $250,000. You should have seen what even went car shopping. He went to the Lambo dealership. He went to the Porsche dealership. He went to the BMW dealership. He went to the Range Rover dealership and he settled on that. So imagine how much money he made. I'm like, damn, them tech videos pay that much money. So there is, and I do believe he's attracted to Black girls. I don't see why I wouldn't believe that. But I'm like, instead, like if I was young and I wanted someone like Siobhan with his fancy Maybach, right? I'm not wasting my time going on podcasts, fighting people, arguing people. I'm going to study his content. I'm going to see where he lives, where he goes to the gym, y'all. I will find a way to become his type because I want to be in that car. There are too many people wasting their time going back and forth with people. You're not attracted to him. She's not attracted to you. You don't make enough money for her. Da, 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 da. Why y'all wasting your time arguing with each other instead of focusing on the people that you want to get? That's why I'm saying you're wasting your time, right? Take your time, take your energy, go focus on what you want. So it's like, if you're 26, you're 27, Siobhan is like your age. Look at how he lives. But Siobhan also, he likes tech. He likes cars. He likes going on fancy vacations. He enjoys expensive restaurants. He likes them little nice restaurant, things like that. Like that's what he's into. So I feel like if you watch his content, even if you don't get with Siobhan, you will understand these young social media entrepreneurs, like how they think, how they move. And then you can start picking up. But I will definitely say you got to be fit. You can't imagine you being big with a big back in a Maybach. No, that don't make no sense, okay? That don't make no damn sense, okay? When you get in and you get out that Maybach, you better be T. Your body better be T, okay? So that's that. But there's someone out there that you want, but you just got to know how to make yourself their type. That's why I said customer service.
On this screen as well. We have to show them this. This is the star of the show, man. So we have our own built-in fridge. Insane champagne flutes, y'all.
Jesus.
Like this is, I don't know what this is, but it's another Maybach emblem right here. It doesn't end. And if you actually have your champagne, you just plop it onto here and you dive deeper. This guy really has his Powerade in there, bro. That's actually hilarious. But you could put your champagne in there, get it cool. So whenever you want to celebrate the wins, pop it out.
There you go.
And, you know, do a little toast. You know, like, I don't know if you guys can see this interior, bro. It is ridiculous. Like, it goes way back. You even have speakers up here, too. Speakers everywhere. White stitching everywhere. I'm going to show you guys how it looks in the nighttime as well. But, yeah, this interior is... One last secret feature I didn't show you guys is, boom, we got these tables, bro. Now,
damn plane.
You could use this if you want to get work done. There's another one on this side too for the next passenger, but this is so sick. So I could just be chilling on my road trip, you know what I'm saying? Relax, recline. I could be eating, or I could just be getting some work done with the table trays. So yeah, there's just so much things in here that's just designed for luxury, and I love it. So I know I said I wanted to get a car that has like a lot of storage, but bro, my M8 is more practical than this whip. I'm not gonna lie. It's not that much storage to be honest, but it definitely could do something. Look, another Maybach emblem. That's like a quick little walk around of the car. But one thing I wanted to know is what should I do? Should I wrap it to get this two-tone, or should I leave it black? Let me know down below in the comments. And yeah, we're gonna drive all the way back to Toronto because nobody else apart from them know that I have this whip. So we're gonna surprise the boys and see what they're saying. So yeah, let's go.
On the bright side,
you know,
we gotta try a
They're playing music. Should I get off of this? Hold on.
I chose the Maybach. So it was between Range Rover, the Maybach, Porsche Cayenne,
Turbo GT.
Turbo GT. The Turbo GT was really up there, but it just didn't go for, like, this is what I wanted. Something to stretch my legs.
Bro, like for you, honestly, like the Turbo GT would have just been OD with the M8.
Yeah.
You know what I
It's
mean?
just
Like
too
it would
much.
have made sense.
Yeah. But a turbo GT on its own is like an amazing car. The range, I honestly really like the range. But the thing is, it's like a Target in Toronto.
Yeah,
like people,
one of the most stolen cars.
Yeah, one of the most stolen cars. The insurance would have probably been crazy on that. And for me, honestly, at the start, the Maybach was just like, it's just me, bro.
I mean, guys,
like look at it,
guys. Like honestly, like this car just suits him like crazy. Like this is what we've been saying the whole day. Where like, I couldn't imagine him in the Porsche, in the Urus, in all those other models. Like,
I didn't even mention the Urus. Like
it's just not you, bro. Like. The way that like even the fit today just cozy vibes and you're just kicking it in here, like this is so you, bro.
It's crazy. Like I was saying, I wanted a car that's like more low key, has space, boom, boom, and like, bro, the amount of tension this car has gotten today is insane.
No space.
No space in the back.
Bare tension.
Bare.
And you see why I tell you, ladies, like especially my little baby sis out here, I told y'all do not use racial slurs. If you are accustomed to saying nigga, stop saying that. You need to dead that thing from you need to dead that word from your language. Like stop. It should no longer be in your vocabulary. It is no longer part of your lexicon. Speak properly. Speak well. Be like know how to reason. Even when you're upset, know how to talk when you're upset. Don't yell, scream, spaz out. Imagine spazzing out in a Maybach. Fuck. That's just so ratchet. Okay, who does that? You see what I'm saying? The black guy you're looking for, he does exist. But your behavior got to match that, right? The way you talk, it got to match. You can be upset, but there's a way. And I tell you guys all the time that there's a way of being upset. Because think about the life you could have. You want to ruin the life you could have because of your mouth? Are you insane? Are you crazy? Right? What you see these ratchet girls out here do, don't do that. Be a brand. I tell y'all this all the time. They got to be a brand. And a classy black woman, even from 20 and up, you have no business using the N-word. Oh, nigga, this nigga. Who talks like that? What is this? Okay, what is it? Okay, no, don't talk like that. Babe, there's boo, there's honey, there's this, there's that. Be calm. Behave like you've been around money. Money doesn't like noise. I'm telling you, when you have you not noticed that most rich spaces are very quiet? Even expensive restaurants are very quiet. You not notice that? Rich people, like they whisper. Money whispers, y'all. Money whispers. Okay? Right? Told you that. Right? Do not waste your time on these divisive, crazy podcasts. Think about the person that you want and say to yourself, customer service, right? What does it look like to behave like that person? And become that person. But I'm telling you, be calm. Like this calm thing, it always works. It makes you luxury. Be a calm woman. Because Siobhan is not the only one. It's a lot of them. These young tech entrepreneurs, they got money. Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. I tell you all this all the time. Don't use that word. And imagine somebody who drives a young man, he can buy himself a Maybach, $250,000. So how much does he have in his bank account? You gonna call this man the N-word? Are you insane? Like he's not a YN. You know, and people have to, there's a time and place for everything. And you can't talk to everybody crazy. And that's why before you meet your person, it's time to clean your speech. It's time to fix your speech. It's time to clean your vocabulary. You will have a lot of work to do. First impressions are everything. Okay? But I'm like, he was out here. And imagine even being 25 to 27. You know, I can get a Urus. I can get a Porsche. You get a Maybach. It's not a problem. Because it's not just the money. He must have great credit, huh? He must have great credit. His little goofy ass. Okay? You understand? Invest in these pretty like workout sets. Yeah, sometimes they have, oh my gosh. Invest in your pretty sets. Do your cleanse. You do not allow yourself to get distracted. And you see, there are different kinds of black guys on social media, right? There's guys like Siobhan, but the guys like Siobhan, they're mostly in tech reviews. Like they don't do podcasts and talk about women and talk about. It's usually the broke, frustrated ones who do that kind of stuff. He doesn't talk about women. Like it's just him. It's him, his tech, his iPad, his whatever tech he got for the day. Because he does a lot of sponsorship with Apple and Motorola. Like he works a lot with these big tech companies like Samsung. So there's definitely things he cannot do, right? Because he's a big brand, makes a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? And one time he talked about like 1 year he made $500,000 with his YouTube channel. That's why I said when you've never seen $500,000, when you never made $500,000, it sounds like $5 million until you make it. Yeah. But Kai Cenat, he's very much on some clownish YN energy. You know, so I would see like he could be around girls that use that racial slur. Siobhan is very calm, very, very calm. He's not hyper. He's not hyper. Like he's very calm. And also his mom is back in Jamaica. He takes care of her. He bought his mom an Audi, bought his mom a luxury car for her. Like he flew back for her birthday. It was her birthday. He got her an Audi, you know, but he's very responsible. He moved to Canada really early. I'll show you his videos because he started off on YouTube as a big, he's like a little baby. But now look at what his channel has done for him, right? So don't get lost in the sauce because there are a lot of distractors and distractions, right? Stay focused on what you want and become that person. And then sometime when you hear some foolishness, you're like, you know what? I have mercy on your soul. I need to have mercy on your soul because you're just ignorant. You don't know no better. And a lot of our people don't know any better. So you got to have mercy. And I do pray. I think sometimes people like that, we have to pray for them to at least experience this level of success at least once in their life so they can it's going to change their mindset. Like, oh, wow. You know, even me at one point also, I could say I had a lot of limiting beliefs in my head, you know, but child, social media will open your eyes. Like, you know what? Why do I say it's not possible? Why is it not possible?
Attention, complete opposite I was looking for, but the smile that's been on my face all day is is priceless.
Bro, I think everyone's cheeks hurt. Like my cheeks hurt, like everyone's cheeks hurt.
Just by smiling. Like, bro, at first when we just met up earlier this morning, these guys were like, bro's not looking too amped to be getting a Maybach. Yeah. Mark, you saw how happy I was.
Okay, let's see it. Oh no, he's playing music. Hold on. So the car also changes colors and stuff like that, like it's a nightclub and stuff. And and then when you get out, you see this? You see that on the ground, right? The logo. It's a beautiful car. Let me see. You see this? It's a beautiful car. That is a nice car. That is a nice car. Damn. I was like, what the freak? You know? And I also feel like, also, if you're a young lady too, and you try to attract people like that, be very mindful of your content, right? Have very nice, chill, lifestyle content, no drama, nothing divisive. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the brand, right? It's the brand, y'all. It's the brand.
600 Maybach. Hopefully you guys enjoyed today's video. There's a lot going on. I know it was, but we had so much fun making this video. Shout out to...
Okay, let me show you this channel. Okay. And he only has 500,000 subs, but he does lots of tech videos too, though. So that could be it. But let me show you his oldest videos. Like, he was a baby, 9 years ago. He was a little baby in Jamaica. Okay. A little baby. And now here we are. Is he? You see? There are people out here, child. So I'm like, listen, some people, you're just struggling. So this guy, you see, he's not on that level because the kind of content he makes, he's not making a lot of money. Because this kind of content, it doesn't pay people, y'all. It doesn't pay. It's just divisive. It's toxic. I don't know. It doesn't, but I just say with Sarah moving forward, I think Sarah needs to read the room. And if you start to hear a 70, 40, 50, bring the conversation to that level, take yourself out and just give advice to those people, right? Because this is not the time for you to talk about yourself. Exactly. Like, this is the kind of channel I would have. You know what I'm saying? Like, positioning myself that way and use your YouTube channel more as like a billboard to show what you're about, like what you're working with, right? Because to be quite honest, a woman doesn't need money. A woman just needs to be physically attractive. She needs to have a good attitude, a great demeanor, be very sweet, easy to work with, great for partnership, and she can marry anybody. A woman does not really need to make money. You don't have to make $300,000. Okay, Tiger Woods married a nanny, and he was a billionaire. He married a nanny. So, but what you do need to show is that you can provide great customer service. I keep telling you all this. Yeah, this content here is just foolishness. But like I said, Sarah, if she wants to do this stuff, when you hear certain numbers being spoken, keep the conversation there. So now we're talking about $70,000. Okay, yeah, no problem. Don't talk about $300,000, $400,000, because For them, it sounds crazy, right? So just celebrate their wins, go about your business, okay? That's it, that's that. Because it's not going to end well.
Because it's not
thoughts.
You can't understand it because it's not real.
And maybe
it's
it's
not
love
that they want.
Maybe
It's not.
That's true as
Why
well.
does money have to be null and void of love?
I think it's because y'all keep going to money. Like y'all don't really chime on like the other intangibles as much. It's mostly about
because
the
for
money.
me, but that's other tangibles. It's whole. It's all of it. If you're missing one, you can't rank one
It's
out
not
on a scale
missing
of 1 to 10. If you're making in my lifestyle, in people that I know, I don't really know any people that make $70,000 a year.
She just finds a microphone and just starts speaking. I don't know anybody who makes $70,000. You don't know no teachers at all. I guess you don't go out to clubs or like go out to functions because you think everybody who works in that function makes like.
And this is why I repeat, for as much as we're black, as black people, I do feel like if we get together, we got to know what to talk about and what not to talk about. But I think you guys have realized, right? Politics can divide people. Religion can divide people, and money, right? Because people who make a certain amount of money, when they hear how much other people are making, they can feel a certain type of way. So it's better not to even go there, okay? Like, it's better not to even go there, chair. And some people on the panel are socialists. Some people are capitalists. Shit, y'all never gonna get along. Okay, so it's just not worth it, right? So if we're gonna talk about money, I think people who want the same things financially, they should have a panel and talk about what they want. People who are in the 70, 100, whatever, they should have their own panel and talk about what they want. So that way nobody gets offended. But I'm like, otherwise, if you are making 300,000 and you're having a conversation with people who make 70,000, you are going to come off as if you're showing off and that you're being dismissive of how much money they make, which is where I think B. Simone made a big mistake. I don't think she meant harm, but the vast majority of people don't want to hear that shit because it's making them feel bad about themselves, right? Because they're not there yet. Just like, even like if you ever have customers too, like sometimes customers can be really harsh on you, right? But the day they open their own business, like, oh, be nice to me, be nice to me. This is hard. So when you've never been through a thing, you like that perspective. So when you have 300,000, it's like, let's say somebody makes 300,000, it's like the straight A student, right? And it's somebody who makes 70, they're like at a C. So when you talk, they think you're just showing off. Then I'll be like, oh, you're trying to help me. No, they see it like, oh, what you trying to say? Like, I don't make enough money. I'm less than you. Da, da, da. And it just goes left from there. So I'm like, Sarah, stop talking about yourself and just give advice to help those people get to their goals. That's it. Right. And then when you sit with your friends who make that kind of money and, live like that, then y'all can talk about what y'all do, because then it makes everybody gets it. But right now they're not getting it. So you do come off like a gold digger. You do come off like all you care about is money. And that's why a lot of people who are socialists do not like capitalists, because they talk too much about money. But socialists love to act as if money doesn't matter. But yet they always want free things, free healthcare, free food, free housing. How do you think we pay for the stuff? Right? How do you think we pay for the stuff? You know what I mean? So, but they're not there yet. I think sometimes also people don't know how exactly do I make more money. Like they don't want to ask, they're embarrassed to ask, whatever. So they feel as though, well, I might always make this money. So when you say to me, that's not good enough, well, I don't know when I'm going to change my situation. But it's like anybody can change their situation though, right? It might take 5 years altogether, but you can. Yes, you can. But if they don't see it, if you don't see yourself, like anybody, you can want the best for anybody, but if someone does not see themselves making 200,000, it doesn't matter what you say. And the more you even tell them about the 200,000, they're gonna get mad at your ass. Because it feels like you're pressuring me to do something I don't want to do. It has to come from them. But the day they see themselves making 200,000, they're not going to sleep until they make that 200,000, right? If somebody wants to make 300,000, if somebody wants to make $1 million, it has to come from that person. But if they don't see themselves there, or they, oh no, I have to wait until I'm 60. I got to wait until I'm 40. I got to wait until I'm 50. People put a lot of limiting beliefs in their heads, and they limit themselves. Right? They limit themselves. A lot of people do that. It's from a place of fear, because people are afraid of failure. People are afraid of rejection. People are afraid of not being good enough. So people just say, you know what, I'll just be content with that. It's like, why? Just ask for a little bit more, right? That's life, you know? So that's why, Sarah, you're not gonna win here. Like, they're not, it's a lot.
Multi, like millions of dollars, or like past $200,000-$300,000. That's what you're saying? You don't know nobody. That's like not like the most disingenuous thing I ever heard. You found a way to try to make yourself sound more important. You didn't have to, but you was gonna do it.
What about a high school teacher who loves the kids in his community, who's not on that money
Mike,
shit? He
that's
wants
not
to
what
serve.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people that I am around on a daily basis, the people that I call on my phone. It's different. So I will say my vantage point for what success looks like monetarily speaking is exponentially different than most people.
Exactly. Then why are you here? Why are you on this panel? You have friends that have nothing to do with these people. They have nothing in common with these people. The people that you hang around with, they understand you. So why are you on this panel? I don't know why people do that to themselves, right? You got to go on a different kind of panel, or you create your own panel with your like-minded friends who are not afraid of $500,000. Do y'all get me, right? Because what she's doing here, I'm like, I feel like she lacks cultural sensitivity. Okay? Exactly. But for those people, like, they're on par with the high school teacher. So for them, the high school teacher means a lot. So when you say things like that, you're hurting the high school teacher. So Sarah needs to have her own panel. She needs to have her own podcast with the people that she talks to on the phone, right? I think, because the problem is everybody wants to, oh, we're all Black, so let's do all this inclusivity crap. No, because we don't all want the same things. And some things that I want, or I might say, it could offend you, right? But I'm not even trying to offend you. I am not trying to offend you, but you're not there yet. And we have to respect that, right? You're still at a place, and me also, I'm not going to say it's not good money. It's great money for a lot of people, right? But we have to accept that we have some of our people who are extremely financially driven. And that, unless you do drugs, you become a prostitute, you do OnlyFans, you become a sex worker, to me, that's toxic, right? But we have people who want to have great businesses. They have great business ideas, and they want to be very successful. You know, they want to be successful. There are people who are like, hey, I want a vacation here. I want to live like this. I want to, you know, it's not, and they're not willing to break the rules and not willing to break the law, but they're just really, really ambitious, right? For them, time is really precious. So what can I do to make more money? Then we have some of our people. It's like, oh, I want to lay back. I want to chill. Even me, I took like almost 2-3 years to chill. I was like, oh, my brain hurts. You know, but recently I'm like, you know what? It's probably time for me to get back in the game. Okay? Because listen, I'm called to make a whole lot of money. But Sarah does not belong on this panel. It's not the audience for her. And it's going to lead to a clash. It's not going to end well. And I don't think she means harm. But you cannot mean harm and still cause harm. You might not mean to offend these Black people who make 70 and 50, whatever. But as long as you keep talking the way that you're talking, they're going to be offended. And it's not going to end well for you. So I'm like, leave it alone, right? So either you make your own podcast or you tell Ace to create your own podcast, right? For women that are like-minded, that 500,000 is not a big deal, because we do have Black women like that. Not even 500, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 6 million. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Been there, done that. Like, it's like, oh, because we're all at different levels, right? And sometimes I do wish that a lot of us, we wouldn't be upset or jealous. Like, you know what? Just accept that financially we're all on different levels, right? But I do pray that everybody aspires to go up, because the more of us go up, more people will have a different perspective about, oh, she wasn't trying to hurt me. Okay, I see what she means. Like, yeah, because after you pay taxes, how much are you left with, right? But for some people, they think if they hear 500,000, oh, it's gross, it's net 500. Some people got to pay taxes on that. Yeah, because to them it sounds crazy. It sounds really crazy. Like, what do you mean? Why is 500,000 not enough? So the best thing you can do is say, I pray that one day you make 500,000, and when you do, let's talk, right? Exactly. So if you have Martha's Vineyard Black people trying to talk money with Magic City Black people, it's going to be a cultural clash. And they going to think, oh, you are elitist, you're pompous, you think you're better than me. It's not. Yeah. It's like, exactly. Certain things is like, you know, be like, hey, you know, yeah, of course. Yeah, no, why not? And even Ebony, she should have lied. Like, yeah, why not? And then be done with that. Sure, if he's awesome. But what are the odds it's even going to happen? You don't have to sit here and just break that stuff down. Oh, whatever. Right? That's just how it goes, right? But it's a lot of money, you guys. People have money out here, man. You know, but a lot of us are really afraid of money. And you can never conquer what you fear. A lot of Black people fear money. And as long as you fear money, you can't conquer money. Right? It really is a stronghold, right? Or they think, like, oh, I can't make money. Only somebody else can make money. Only this person can make money. Why not? Why not you? You know, limiting beliefs because they tell themselves, I'm not good enough for that. Also, a lot of Black people too, subconsciously, they really have internalized that they're just meant to live paycheck to paycheck. And it's really sad. You know, they really believe that my job is to cheer for other people. You know, I've always lived like this. When I was a kid, we lived like this. I also lived like this, right? And so we really have to help those people be like, yeah, I understand you grew up this way and so far you've lived this way, but it don't have to keep going like this, right? You need to have a plan. And most people need to create content. Like, create the content.
People, I understand that.
So I guess your parents make millions of dollars too? They do. Good for you. I don't think they do, but good for you.
I'm not here to wrong or shame the person that makes 70,000 because the truth is every single person deserves love. But like Tasia said,
That's not true. Everybody don't deserve love. You don't deserve anything. Deserving something is not a thing. You don't deserve anything. You get what you get in life. You work for things, you get things. That's how that goes. Not everybody deserves love. Big knees over there beside you, I don't know if she deserves love either.
That's not going to happen with me because I live in a space where I want to follow the leadership of my man. I want my man.
Why are you here, Sarah? This is not the space. I'm like, this is not the space. The space you are looking for is next to that man. Leave this goofy ass podcast. This is just not the space for you.
To make the decisions inside of my household. It's not about a dollar amount. It's not, okay.
It's about a dollar amount. You are not, you can never respect a man that doesn't make a certain amount of money. It's okay to say it.
Because he can lead in other ways.
No,
and with finances,
you've got to lead the household. You can look. Money doesn't buy you happiness, but it buys you options.
Exactly.
This is the question.
Do she hear herself? Is not the dollar amount. And then you say, money don't buy you happiness, it buys you options. Let me make sure that's what she said exactly.
Lead in other ways.
No,
and with finances,
you've got to lead the household. You can look. Money doesn't buy you happiness, but it buys you options.
Money don't buy you happiness, it buys you options. I feel like she has like talking points or supposed things that like, oh, it sounds good, so I'm gonna say it.
Exactly. This is the question. The question I want to ask in fairness.
These people just got money.
Hold
They don't even,
Is
like,
there-
the people who think they got money don't even have no bread.
Let me ask you the
They don't have no bread.
I disagree with you because I know the people.
But Candace, you said that.
You knowing people don't mean you know how much money they got. You think people don't lie about how much money they got to people that they talk to? So unless you've seen their account, you don't know how much money they got.
You never talk about the other things. And I really wanted to touch on that because I think that, again, like, it's like if you talk about that you want a man that is, whether that's a provider, living a certain lifestyle, and that is in parallel to wherever you are at that moment, it's always an assumption that it's I'm lacking ethics and morals, right? Like that I don't value other things.
Mm-hmm.
And the reality of it is I think that there are women, as you mentioned, like you would never call me a gold digger, but there are women that, like you said, if you only got your body, then you broke as well, right? But there is a return that you get when you invest in life. And like we spoke about spirituality, all type of things I feel like that we have invested in. And you're right, I don't,
And this is
because the topic
I feel like if you're
have been about finances.
If you're going to be a social media person, like on these panels and stuff, you have to know who is actually your audience, right? We always say that your niche, your audience. And I think these girls, because they're Black, they think, oh, every Black conversation about relationships, I need to get involved. No. Like, I feel like relationship advice, it should be based on the tax bracket, the education level, and things like that. But I'm like, this audience is not your audience. You got to go for the wealthy Black audience because over there, they're not going to argue with that. But if you go with your wealthy Black mindset to a working class Black audience, do you see how she comes off extremely pretentious? She comes off out of touch, like you think you're a prima donna, like, girl, shut up. Like, you know what I mean? Because for working class people, many of them are living paycheck to paycheck. It's 500,000, one, like, yeah, girl, what? They'll just be happy making an extra $1,000. And that's where they are. And you have to respect that, right? Then you have a faction of Black women and Black men who are in the $500,000 bracket. That is your audience. You need to cater to those people. But that's not who Ace Metaphor caters to. So even if he's calling you and he's offering you money, every opportunity is not a good opportunity because it's not for you. I feel like her, like Sarah, it would be better for her to have a like dating panel with girls like Aaliyah's Face, right? Kira, give me another Black girl that's really hot and really young. I have a bunch of money. Okay, them kinds of people. Okay, that's your audience. So you should have panels with those kinds of ladies because they actually they live a certain lifestyle. So if you say, oh yeah, and I like vacationing, they get it because they live like that, right? And it's okay. Sometimes it's okay to separate a little bit, right? And then have those conversations where you need to have those conversations and with the people that you need to have the conversation. But if you make 300,000 and you want to talk money with people who make 70,000, I don't know how they're not going to feel slighted. And they're not going to receive, yeah, exactly. They're not going to feel that, they're not going to be receptive to the message because they think that you're trying to put them down. Exactly. Aaliyah J, Aaliyah's Face, Raven, like these kinds of girls, Kira, like you need to have a panel with those kinds of girls because they have that kind of money. Kelly Stamps, those kinds of people. There you go. Because that's how they live, right? That's how they live. You got to go find those kinds of people. But if you take working class Black people, I understand why they're upset. Like, girl, shut up. Because you're talking 500. They're trying to get to 100,000. You sound crazy. You got to crawl before you walk. And maybe once they get to 100,000, like, you know what? I've exhausted this space. Now it's time for me to graduate. I got to go somewhere else. Right? But right now, if they're making 50, 60, 70, 80, they have not exhausted the $100,000 space. So it's okay. That's why we have elementary school because the kids there are of a certain age, they have a certain maturity. But Jackie's married though, right? You know what I mean? Jackie's married. But I'm like, because the Kira's single, I believe, right? Aaliyah's still dating. Who else? I think Raven also is single, but Jackie's married too, right? You understand? But this is about single women, single Black women with money who are looking for a wealthy a wealthy partner. That's why I said that, right? But you have to allow these people to exhaust that space. They haven't completely squeezed all the juice out of this $100,000 space. But once they do, and don't get bored, like, oh, you know what? I wonder what's out there. Then they'll move to the 200,000 space, right? Then they're going to exhaust that space, right? It's incremental progress. But I can see how somebody's making 70,000, you start speaking 500,000. It's like, what the fuck? Because it sounds crazy. It sounds impossible. Sounds impossible. Because a lot of our people too, they're operating from an older model of wealth building, where the only time you work for a company for 20, 30, 60 years, and the only time you see the million is when you retire. A lot of people are thinking like that. They're not understanding that today with social media, you don't have to wait until you're 60. You don't have to wait until you're 50. What the heck? You don't have to wait until you're 30. But they don't believe it. They do not believe it. Yeah. Right? You see? So when she comes in there with her $500,000 talk, it's a turnoff. Because they feel defeated. Like, this is crazy. Imagine being super skinny and super fit, and you want to be a trainer to people who are morbidly obese. They're not going to listen to you. Like, what? No. Okay? Not going to do it.
You don't get to see that other part of me, but I also feel like that there are people that experience me, which is why I don't have to, you get what I'm saying? Like I don't have to really like elaborate on that because people know me. Like I'm the most humble, loyal, understanding, patient. I mean, anybody that I've dated, they'll tell you like, I have really poured into those people. Yeah. And I think that I hear you in terms of like a social responsibility for the platform and the messages that we put out. But the topics have been about finances. And I feel like there's room for both where I absolutely, like I said, I never hit the bad boy phase. Not somebody that's treating me poorly, but flying me out and giving me all this stuff. Like it's always about like your spirituality, the love that you give me, showing up, patience, kindness, consideration, compromise, all those things are always present. And I just want to make room that both can dually be there. Absolutely. And we can all have the same loving hearts as well. Yeah. Like it's like I'm
What the hell? You just did it again. Oh, that was retarded what you just did. Big screen. You're a humble person. You're humbled. You're loving, but
it's not the right place. So let's see. This is part 2 because Sarah was hurt because she felt like people were attacking her. I'm like, Sarah, you have no business being in that place.
You can provide. So everything is a dollar amount. So, sir, I understand what you're saying, but understand that's not what she's saying. She's not.
Well, let's see how it started.
Is that bad?
For a woman to want to be with a man that makes good money.
Why? Why would it be bad?
Like men that call women gold diggers. What do you think about that?
Do you think it's bad for men to want a beautiful woman? Is that bad?
I don't think it's bad.
That's not bad. Why would I not want something good?
I agree.
I'm not gonna be like, I can't see them like, I just want somebody, bro. I just want to struggle. I just want some poverty. What the hell's wrong with you, honey?
Right. What's going on?
Go for the money. I mean, I ain't gonna say go for the money. You still want to make sure that he's a great person because character is very important. Mm-hmm. But I think that women want a man that it ain't even about money. It's about a man that can provide. You want a provider. Because think about this.
Not Sarah. Let's get that straight right now. It's not about if you can provide. It's about how much you can provide. So everything is a dollar amount. So, sir, I understand what you're saying, but understand that's not what she's saying. She's not saying that same thing.
It ain't about the bags. I ain't talking about that stuff. I'm talking about like, if I have a child by this man, is my child going to be financially secure? Can they go to the good schools? Can they eat the healthy food? Can they, it's like, that's just common sense to me.
And is daddy showing up?
Daddy busy.
I know daddy's busy.
I know what you're saying.
But is daddy showing up? It's so I was just having this conversation that I feel like for me, when I think about, because when I'm dating with intention to marriage, I ask every question, right? Smart. Like, what does parenthood look like for you? Like, what does father look like for you? What does husband look like for you? And for me, one of the things that's very important, because I'm very family oriented, I come from a huge family. We have a lot of traditions in my family, and I desire to have that if God sees fit to make me a mother and a wife, right? Amen.
Very soon.
No, so she said things here. I didn't like that stuff. If God sees fit, sis, it's up to you to get married. God is trying to save the kids of Palestine. No, it's up for you you need to figure out how you're going to get married. It's not up to God. It's your life. You have free will. So let's fix that. Number 2, I will say this because it has to be said. If you want to be with a man that makes a lot of money, he's not going to be available like that. And I've said that before. So you're going to have to also fix that little fairy tale thing, right? You can't have it all. You cannot have a high achiever, a man who makes a lot of money and he has a lot of free time. No, it's one or the other. He has a lot of free time, so therefore he's not making as much money, or he's very busy, so he makes a lot of money. Because even Siobhan and all these people, their content takes hours. Between filming the content, editing the content, scripting the content, working with the brands, right? You can't have it all. But most wealthy men are extremely busy. They're extremely busy. And that's why they give you a lot of money, a nice house for you to distract yourself, right? But he's not going to be that accessible because these are very busy people. That's why they're so rich. Okay. So I'm like, Sarah, you'll have to fix that. Okay, you can't have it all. It's one or the other. Like, you think Michelle Obama had all this time with Barack Obama? No, she did not. He's extremely busy. Okay, most of these wealthy people, they're very busy. They miss a lot of birthdays. They miss a lot of anniversaries. They miss a lot of recitals. They miss a lot of school performances. They miss a whole lot of stuff because that's how they make the money. You can't have it all. Okay, even athletes, many times they're gone. Many times they have more away games then they have home games. Okay, so if you want a wealthy man, you're gonna have to also know how to keep yourself busy and not be the needy type of woman. Like, you can't be needy. Okay, I take care of yourself.
Received. And
with the stuff that she wants, I'm telling you, that number thing, they ain't got nothing to do with God. And I'm gonna always stick on that. Till you get rid of that number amount, I don't know what you're talking about, my dear.
One of the things that I realize is the big things for a child are so important for me to have my husband there with me. You know, like the landmark birthdays, the championships, the recitals, although it doesn't have to be every competition, but you're at the recital at the end of the year. Like, there are just certain things that are very important to me. But I understand that daddy's busy and mommy holds down the household. I understand that too.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but I feel like I sometimes do feel like sometimes men think that making good money is enough.
Well, I got it. We don't have to listen to him. I got it. It's right here. I got it.
Speaking of like scammers and money, well, not really scammers, but money. Do you think that it's wrong for a woman to want to be with a man that makes good money?
Why? Why would it be bad?
Like men that call women gold diggers. What do you think about that?
Do you think it's bad for men to want a beautiful woman?
They're not available like that.
Is that bad?
They're very busy.
I don't think it's bad.
That's not bad. Why would I not want something good?
I agree.
I'm not gonna be like, I can't see them be like, I just want somebody, bro. I just want to struggle. I just want some poverty. What the hell's wrong with you, honey?
Right. What's going on?
Go for the money. I mean, I ain't gonna say go for the money. You still want to make sure that he's a great person, because character is very important. But you know, I think that women want a man that, it ain't about money. It's about a man that can provide. You want a provider. Because think about this. It ain't about the bags. I ain't talking about that stuff. I'm talking about, like, if I have a child by this man, is my child going to be financially secure? Can they go to the good schools? Can they eat the healthy food? Can they, you know, it's like, that's just common sense to me.
And is daddy showing up?
Daddy busy.
I know daddy's busy.
I know what you're saying.
But is daddy showing up? You know, it's so, I was just having this conversation that I feel like for me, when I think about, because when I'm dating with intention to marriage, I ask every question, right?
Smart.
Like, what does parenthood look like for you? Like, what does father look like for you? What does husband look like for you? And for me, one of the things that's very important, because I'm very family oriented. I come from a huge family. We have a lot of traditions in my family, and I desire to have that if God sees fit to make me a mother and a wife, right? Amen.
Very soon.
Received. And one of the things that I realize is the big things for a child are so important for me to have my husband there with me. You know, like the landmark birthdays, the championships, the recitals, although it doesn't have to be every competition, but you're at the recital at the end of the year. Like, there are just certain things that are very important to me. But I understand that daddy's busy and mommy holds down the household. I understand that too.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but I feel like I sometimes do feel like sometimes men think that making good money is enough. I don't think it's enough.
I agree.
You do?
But I'll be honest. If daddy has to go do this thing that he gonna make this million, I ain't coming to the recital. You know, she'll understand when she's an adult. Or he will understand. Like, if I'm a kid,
circumstances, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying just miss everything,
right?
But there's certain things that, as a kid, when my dad didn't come, like, Dad didn't make it to my such and such basketball game. It's like, now I'm like, oh, that's why he didn't make it. Try to pay these damn bills. I get it. I wanted them Jordans. He had to go. So, but I know what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
He has to be there, not just not throwing money at the.
Yeah.
Don't throw money at the. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
There gotta be a balance.
And this is where also I wonder also if this is where I wonder also if Sarah really has a relationship with the people that she claims to have a relationship with. Because for some people, right? Because you said, oh, end of the school year, you're here for the recital. Many recitals for kids happen like at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Sometimes during the summer, people have a lot of because you know how, like, especially if you're talking to people who are like on Wall Street and stuff, they have their quarterly like earnings reports they have to do. They have shareholder meetings and stuff. And a lot of times that time of the year is busy for a lot of people. You know, like I know my dad, like when he was working, Like April and May, nah. My little brother Chris, he was never here for his birthday. Chris was born on April 21st. My dad was always busy. Always busy. That boy, 18 years, I don't even know how many birthdays he was here for because he just had to work. You know what I mean? My dad I think he felt, that's why he always used to buy us stuff like perfume and stuff. Like he always came home with something. But I'm like, I don't think you know the people that you're talking about. You don't think she knows those people. They're really busy. Like recitals at 9 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock. Unless he's a CEO or somebody, and even that, he might be on the phone while he's at that recital. Like, oh, hey, kid, hey. These are people that they're extremely busy. Right? And I think like that's where the mom has to make the children understand. Like it's not that daddy hates you, but daddy really has to work. You know, you make the kids feel better about that, right? But if you want to marry very wealthy people are extremely busy. They're extremely busy. So, and you got to be okay with that. And if that's going to hurt your feelings, then maybe you shouldn't go for those kinds of people, right? But you got to know what you're signing up for. Yeah, they had to work. It's nothing, but I'm like, and imagine somebody's like a CEO, and especially if you make a crap load of money the way you want him to make money, right? He might not be able to. Some people probably even have, if they're players, if they're athletes, it might be when they have to go out of state. So they can't come though, but you can record it, right? You record it for him, and then when he gets home, he can watch it. Oh, let's watch, or we can watch it as a family, right? But very wealthy people, man, their schedule really does not belong to them. Okay, so I would assume that if you claim to know all these rich people, you should know what the wife of a rich man looks like. And many times she's going to be by herself. That's why she needs to have a lot of activities so she doesn't miss that man and become very, very clingy. Right? Also, yeah, like, and let's say like Sunshine said, if you have a husband that's a neurosurgeon, certain surgeries are booked a year at a time. If somebody needs the surgery, I'm going to move your surgery because my child has a recital. It's somebody's life. Your concert is cute. Your little recital is cute, but daddy has to operate on this person before they die. There are priorities, right? And I think like the woman or those who are married and those who want to be married to very, very successful high achievers, you understand that you're kind of like the second wife. The first wife is the career. I think most people have to know that. Because if you are not fully cognizant of that setup, you're going to get in there and just ask for a divorce. It's like, but why? Nobody's tortured. But he's not here. Girl, who told you he was going to be here? That's why you have all this to entertain yourself. Right? But most men who are high achievers make a lot of money or very popular, very much in demand. The career is the wife. And then the wife, she's the second wife. But the career comes first. That's how it goes. And you can't feel slighted by that. It's nothing personal. It's business. Right? And then when he has time for you and the family, he has time for you and the family. That's why you have to know how to make your house into a home. Okay? Because he ain't going to be there. So, exactly. Like, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. I'm like, sir, you're being a little delusional.
I understand what you're saying because that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't expect my husband to be the soccer coach for the intermediate junior team, the Angels, right?
Johnny go. God,
right. I don't expect that at all. Like, I don't even almost see that. But the big things, that should be a priority where only something really pressing could take that priority.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For me, but that's just my desire. And I know there are a lot of women that are like, send me on this trip, get me these shoes, buy me these bags. I don't give a damn if you're here or not. I don't like them anyway, So there are a lot of those situations as well. And then everything in the middle. So I'm learning, the more that I learn myself, the more I'm like, it's just so easy to say no.
Yeah. The older I get, the more I get old.
She's very silly. A recital is not a priority. Now, a high school graduation, that could be a priority, right? But 5th grade recital, listen, I think as a mom, even before the recital, I think daddy should say, oh, my baby, do well on your recital tomorrow. Maybe you get the child a gift, get the child a card. Say, I'm not going to be there. Daddy has to work, but I love you. You're going to do great. Mommy's going to record it. I'm going to watch it, right? As soon as I can, I'll call you once I'm done with surgery, right? That's it. communicate, but the child has to know your daddy's very busy. It's not a lot of people who can be neurosurgeons, right? So daddy has to help people in need. Because somebody who needs brain surgery, that person comes before your 5th grade recital. Now, high school graduation, that's different. College graduation, that's different. Right. So she claims she knows these people, but I'm like, girl, do you really know these people? Because you want a man that can come to the recitals and not. So most likely you need to be with a man that makes about like 100, anywhere from like 150 to like 200, because he can probably make those recitals. But the way you were talking in the other podcast, the other panel, it was really giving you want a man that's a multi-millionaire. Yeah, he's not gonna be there, sis. He's not gonna be there. Okay, he ain't gonna be there. So, yeah, exactly. He's not gonna be there, and nobody can feel slighted. Like, listen, that's how we get this life, and then that's daddy's oath. Also, he's a doctor. He gotta go do surgery. You know what I mean? It has to. It's not like he wants. I mean, he wants to, but it's not like he really wants to not come to your recital. But most of those surgeries are planned 6 months in advance, a year in advance. It takes a lot of preparation also to do surgery, because you're about to open somebody's brain. It's real. So no distraction.
Man, the closer you get to being that man, just gotta just have money and buy stuff, and she don't like you. It's getting there.
You think so?
Of course.
I hate that. You
It's
think
part of the
most men have like believe that?
They better. You get old.
You're not old.
I'm not old. I'm just saying that I'm getting. I can, if I'm like 60, 65 with a bag, and I got a little young thing messing with me. Come on. She ain't there because my Mike's so funny. My jokes would be dated by that time. I'm like, Grandpa's so funny. My thing ain't even working no more. She ain't even had sex. She's just like, oh, you're tired again? Yes. Get your CPAP machine on.
Oh, let me help you. Here, put your head up.
Put that on. There you go. Or she texting the young boy Popeyes. I'll be here tomorrow.
Oh my God.
For the what she really need.
So I saw this quote that said, men that are wealthy, their women never really like them for them. Do you think that that's true?
Most of the time.
Yeah?
Yeah. Most of the time. Most of the time, yes. Come on. It's part of, like, a lot of men. Okay, think about this. First of all, money makes you more of who you really are.
Agreed. Definitely agree.
You have to do less of the other stuff that the guy, like when I worked at the mall, I had to do a lot more.
Yeah.
I had to really be nice. I'm nice, but I had to be really nice.
Right.
Like $500 every 2 weeks. Oh, you nice. You gonna be nice.
Right.
You gonna be woo.
You gotta do the most.
You get more. It's like I'm nice.
Yeah.
But then it's not gonna be as nice as the guy that work here at the food truck.
Dang.
It's just real. So now there's certain things that the woman is gonna tell the guy at the mall how she feel about everything. I'm not putting up with that. He got to adjust. Mm-hmm. But the guy that's right here with the bag, she be like, I don't really like that, but
he has money.
I'm gonna put up with it. And then what happens is a lot of times is like, because he's an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's just reality. It's part of it.
I hate that.
I don't hate it.
I hate it.
Because he's happy.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh.
Then
I don't hate it.
He don't know she don't want him to. He in his mind, because his ego make him like, yeah, man. My look, she like, man, she don't like that body, dog. She don't like that body. You bad built and you short. She's 6 feet tall and she hanging all over you like she's enjoying this. No, if you worked at Subway, she would not be with you.
Yeah.
So she's not there for him. Mm-hmm. But he's okay with that. It's an exchange. Life is an exchange. It's a trade.
So do you think that men ever really think that they're truly loved when they're successful?
By certain, I mean, like your family. Well, some of them.
Like by your partner. Like if you have a woman.
Like it depends. If you meet her before all of that.
No, if after. If you meet her after you've built success.
It depends on you. Like if you're a guy that you're successful, but you know, because I think we kind of know we know we ain't attractive. Like we know our real flaws because y'all gotta lie to us. We gotta lie to y'all. I be like, girl, what you think about your dress? But it looks. You can't say, man, you look fat. That thing. You could tell me that.
Oh, hold on, you guys. Hold on. Hold on. What happened here?
Oh my gosh.
That's the first time we ever prayed together. She prayed for me.
Oh my god.
Why is he itching like that? Why is he glitching in real time? What's wrong? Is this guilt? What is this? What's this itch? Why is he itching like this?
Ever prayed together? She prayed for me.
Oh my gosh.
That's crazy. I told her, this is what's going on in my life. It's bad. If once the world finds out, my life is over. My career's over. It's where I was at.
Because you're administration.
Yes. And my livelihood was attached to whether people thought I was a Christian or not, you know, or a superhuman Christian, by the way, like a super Christian. And what I shared with her was like embarrassing and painful and all that. And I expected her to go, see, all guys are the same.
To do that.
And she leaned across the table and she grabbed my hand and she just started praying for me. This is when we're still friends. Wow. And I sobbed at that little table. And she just basically said, God, please help this man know that he's not what he's done.
That's how I know moments like that are God. Because that's not my natural instinct. My natural instinct is not to be like, let me pray for you. My natural instinct would have been to be like,
oh no,
this is exactly.
By the way, I know this about you.
Yeah.
Your biggest fear used to be when you were dating.
Yeah.
You know what you used to always be afraid if you were dating, that somebody would cheat on you.
Oh, 100%. To be honest, it still is a very real thing for me. Like that to me would be the end. Like that to me is like,
game over.
Game over. Yeah. So to really believe that and know that, and I've preached that on the real, and to be that person and then marry someone who has been that, didn't make sense to me at all in my logical mind. But in that moment.
You guys hear what they said right here. This man is a cheater. So what's his name? Israel. Israel is a married man. He cheated on his wife. And yet he's sitting somewhere with you as a woman because you are his female friend. Adrian, if you were sleeping with this man during his marriage, just say that. Why are you friend with a married man? Where is his wife? So you met this man where? At the restaurant? Where did you meet him? And then somehow he's confiding in you. He's not confiding in his pastor. He's not confiding in the deacon. There are other men at the church. Why is he not confiding into other men? He's confiding in you, and then you just grabbed his hand and girl, were you sleeping with that man while he was married? Like, move around with this stuff. Like, just move around with this.
And I don't know. That's how I know it was God. Because in that moment, I literally reached over and was like praying for him.
The first time we ever prayed.
Why are you itching like this?
The first time we ever prayed together, she prayed for me.
Oh my gosh.
I told her, this is what's going on in my life. It's bad. If once the world finds out, my life is over. My career's over. My livelihood was attached to whether people thought I was a Christian or not. What I shared with her was like embarrassing and painful and all that. She leaned across the first time we ever prayed together, she prayed for me. The first time we ever prayed together, she prayed for me.
What is that?
I told her, this is what's going on in my life. It's bad. If once the world finds out, my life is over. My career's over. My livelihood was attached to whether people thought I was a Christian or not. What I shared with her was like embarrassing and painful and all that. She leaned across the table and she grabbed my hand and she just started praying for me. This is what we're still
table. Where are you guys? Where are you guys meeting? Because I'm like, if you know that you cheat with other women, why are you still entertaining female friendship as a man? But my thing is, because he's in the church, Israel he was leading the choir, I think, for Joel Osteen or something like that. So I'm thinking, if you need to confide in someone that you cheated on your wife, why are you doing it in a female friend? Why not tell either your wife or at least tell the other man at the church, your pastor, your deacons, your elders, right? But and he's grown, like he is old. Why are you confiding in Cheetah Girl? So I'm saying, well, y'all messing together while you were still married? Because I don't understand that. Why would Adrian have all this time? She's so busy. She made time for you. She met you up somewhere. She's listening to you confess about you cheating on your wife. She got time for all that? Then she's holding your hand. Now she's praying for you. You guys were already seeing each other. Stop playing with me. I got time for this. It sounds like absolute BS. That sounds like bullshit. That makes no sense. Of all people, why would he call her to confide in? Even his mama. He didn't call his mother. He didn't call his dad. Like, you confiding in Adrian? Yeah, right. Y'all was sleeping together.
I think people believe that if they've been happily married for 10, 15, 20 years, that it doesn't really matter how they got together. Because you're telling me this married man came to you while he was cheating on his wife, and you didn't pray for his marriage. You prayed for him. She goes on to talk about how her biggest fear is being cheated on. So you married the man who cheated on his wife? I just feel like people think it doesn't matter as long as they're happy now. We all could have gone our entire lives not knowing this is how they got together, but they insist on telling us. And these men insist on saying it like it's some kind of humiliation ritual. Look at all I put her through, but she's still here. There is a viral clip of her talking about how he had to show her his divorce papers.
Yo, you got me out here looking crazy. Like, let me see the paperwork.
So you wanted to verify that the man that you were comforting and counseling when he was cheating on his wife wasn't also cheating on you. And of course, they put God in it. And they talked about how the old her would have been like, I'm not messing with no man who cheated on his wife. But this version of her was able to comfort him and to pray with him. It's like the pastor who ironed her husband's clothes while he prepared to meet his mistress. They always act like God gave them the grace to do.
Y'all see how the vast majority of women that they have out here to influence other women really ain't shit? All these, they prop up these women out of nowhere. Oh, look up to her. Look at her house. Look at her aesthetic. Look at her YouTube channel. A lot of these girls are low down. Because honestly, you tell me you cheat on your wife, I'm calling your wife. And my thing is, why are you crying? I'm so confused. Why are you crying? Then you cheat? Your wife should be the one crying. Why are you my God, I can't even speak. Why are you comforting the cheater? You're a woman. Because I would think if you, like Angie said, oh, your biggest fear was always to get cheated on, right? Cool. So if a man confides in me about cheating on his wife, the first thing that's going to come to mind was like, damn, I feel so bad because when she finds out, how's she going to deal with that? I would think of her. Does she know? No, she's not worried about the wife. She just leans over and starts praying for him. So I said, were you fucking this man? Because from one woman to another woman, your main, like, you should have empathy for the wife. Does she know? How long has this been going on? And what are you going to tell her? I ain't praying for your ass. And my thing is, why are you crying? You're the one who's cheating. You're having sex, right? You're having fun, right? So why are you crying? Gaslighting. He's a narcissist. You harm people, and then you're the one who's crying. My career. Obviously, your career don't mean shit to you. You care more about busting nuts in your careers. Why are we even talking about this? Like, you don't care about your damn career. Yeah. So I'm like, most likely they were seeing each other. And like I said, a lot of these girls, them D-star, them D-list celebrity people, they need money because these girls spend a lot of money. Their looks, their clothes, their shoes, their hair. And at that time, Israel, his song had gone super viral, right? It's only the beginning when God is in it, all things are new. Remember that song? Yeah. So, so he was making a lot of money. And I'm like, she needed a provider because she tried to be with Rob Kardashian. That didn't work out. She's been trying to be with a man that has money. So that's that. She don't want a good man. She want a man with money. That's why she's over here married to Grandpa the cheater. Right? Like, what's the problem? Exactly. I'm like, he called you and you showed up for him and you sat across the table and you're like, oh yeah, tell me about how you cheat on your wife. Oh my gosh, let me pray for you. I'm like, ooh, you're a cheater. And my thing is, how did you get his number? Why do you have his number? How did you meet this man? Child, she's a side piece. She's a side piece. Many of these girls are just scandalous. Like, they're just, what the hell is this?
Adrian and Israel got married in November 2016.
Okay.
Israel got divorced in February of 2016 from his wife of 20 plus years. And this is why everybody's dragging Adrian, because this clip from the Angie Martinez show is like, let's watch the clip.
She leaned across the table and she grabbed my hand and she just started praying for me. This is when we're still friends.
So basically, what he's trying to say is him and Adrian were just friends, and he confided in her and said he cheated on his wife and he didn't know what to do. And she said, "Don't worry, I'll pray for you." And just a few short months after that, they got married. This is actually not the first time that they're trying to like justify their timeline. She actually addressed this on The Real. I used to watch The Real all the time, and she talked about it on the show. And she said with her own mouth that him and his wife were already separated before they got together, and that he had already filed for divorce. But that timeline is kind of close. Like it was literally within the same year. All of this been swirling around, and we have not heard one word from his ex-wife. Where you at, honey? We want to hear from you because we know there's always two sides to every story.
And also, I always felt like he was gay as well.
The first time we ever prayed together.
Adrian.
Did anybody else have the misfortune of seeing that interview with Adrian from the Cheetah Girls and her now husband, her current husband?
They need money, y'all. These girls need money. These girls need money. They need a lot. Living in LA is expensive. Living in LA is expensive. And no matter how much money these girls make, they spend way more than they make. And I'm not saying Adrian is, but I think LA is full of little sex workers. They brand themselves as influencers. They brand themselves as TV hosts, models, and actresses. Chill. It's getting prostitution coded, okay? Many of these girls are sex workers, y'all. They are sex workers. So they say, oh, I would never marry a man that cheats. I don't want to be with a cheater. But if the money right, she going to pray for the cheater and just sanctify the cheater. But like, it doesn't make any sense because for him to call you and confide in you about cheating, you guys must have had a nurturing relationship. Like you met him somewhere, somehow you guys exchanged numbers, so he was already married. And why are you talking to a married man? Yeah. So it's like it's really bizarre. You know? So I'm like, a lot of these girls, they're a bunch of little sex workers. I'm not saying she is though, but it's like, if any man has money, it doesn't matter how old he is. It doesn't. They use that God stuff to try to sanitize it. We're not going to fall for this, okay? But I'm like, you are comforting a married man that cheated on his wife, and he's part of the church, and he called you of all people.
Real quick, and I need them to know that y'all don't have a good love story. Okay,
Yeah.
that was actually cringe and embarrassing.
Yeah.
I cannot stand people who use religion
Mhm.
as a weapon, who use religion and God to dodge taking accountability for their actions. Israel Hoyton is a very, very famous gospel singer, okay? I was listening to him as a kid, and this man repeatedly cheated on his wife. Cheated on his wife, had children outside of the marriage, right? And then popped out with Adrian from the Cheetah Girls. While he was still married. And in this interview, you would think that he was the one who got cheated on. Like he is.
Why is he
talking as if
crying?
He is the victim for
Mhm.
one. And oh my gosh, like I just couldn't believe this happened to me, and I was so ashamed, and I was in a dark place. And I'm just like, you're the one who cheated, and he's also phrasing it as though God did this, so he could end up in the marriage that he's in now. Like that's that's what it gave, and it's just like you have a choice. God gives us a choice. You made a choice. God did not tell you to fornicate. God did not tell you to commit adultery.
Mhm.
Don't blame your sin
Mhm.
on my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, okay?
Exactly.
And it is so clear that Adrian was dealing with this man while he was married, and she knew he was
Yes.
married, and she didn't care.
Exactly.
She didn't care, okay? Because he's saying, when I was
And this is why I'm telling you guys, ladies, I'm being so for real. Do not believe these women on the internet. I don't care how many followers they have. I don't care how beautiful their makeup is. I don't care how nice their closets. These girls are fake AF. You understand? You need to make your own choices. You need to think for yourself, do your own research, create your own rules, do stuff that makes sense for you. Because a lot of these girls, if you knew their private affairs, you'll be so disgusted. You'll be so disgusted. You will truly be like, what the fuck? What in the glorious fuck is this? Yeah. Because a lot of people live filthy lives. Very, very filthy. They just know how to, social media has taught people how to create an aesthetic for themselves and an image and this and that. But the reality is the content of the character is trash. It really is trash. Social media, just have fun with social media, nothing more, nothing less. Don't put anybody on a pedestal, champ. You're like, oh, she's better than me, Marlene. She has a nice closet, Marlene. She drives a car. Child, please. You think a car makes somebody good? You think nice clothes make somebody good? You think dressing well makes somebody good? Please. It's all about an image, right? This right here, it got to match. You know? So I'm like, so I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean. But we already know this marriage is not going to end well. It's not going to end well. Because it didn't start honestly. They don't have integrity. She was dealing with him while he was married. This makes no sense. Why would a married man call Adrian of all people to confide in her? And why does she even have time to meet this man? Then she's holding his hand. Like, you had to have been talking to this man for a very long time for him to call you and you to show up. He has a wife. He should tell his wife what he did. Why are you calling me for? Not coming. You crazy. Yeah, they're not good people. These are not good people. They're not good people. And it's sad. It's really sad. You see? So is it because like his sperm is no longer working? Is that what it is? But somebody said that he had 2 kids on his wife. So he cheated on his wife and got somebody pregnant. So it's not like he did this one time. Why do you want this man? For what reason? Because they want money. They want the money. She didn't marry him for looks. We know that much. You know, she didn't marry this man for looks.
You were just friends at the time. Why are you a married man who has already been caught cheating multiple times, has had children outside of your marriage? Why are you even engaging in, you know, any type of friendship with a woman? You lack self-control.
Yeah.
You lack self-control. You don't need female friends. What do you need a female friend for? Your wife.
Exactly.
That is your friend. Okay. Yeah. And you know, when I told her everything that I did, she just prayed for me, and I just knew, Adrian, you were a pick me. Like, you met a man who was telling you that he's been cheating on his wife, blah blah blah, and you know, and she said, I just told him like that doesn't define who you are. And you know, I just really prayed for him. It was just very cringe, and it's just like, don't ever tell that story again. Don't ever tell that story again. You were sleeping with a married man. You didn't care that he was married.
Yeah.
You know, his marriage was on the last leg, so you got promoted because the wife left. Like, and the only reason why he probably won't cheat on you is because you're old, or because he's old. And I mean, you're a star, so it's gonna come out. You're more likely to leave, okay? But they need to shut the hell up and don't ever tell that story again. Like, stop acting like y'all, you know, God just placed y'all together. Y'all are disgusting.
Yeah. Why are you friends with a married man? This will never make sense.
Did anybody else have?
Guys, the big pow is the fact that I'm sweating so bad.
Why are you sweating? Can we? The air is because of the noise.
It's me announcing, hey guys, I'm in menopause. It's so bad. What is happening? Yes, and it's so bad. I did 6 years of IVF, and then like when you stop that, it triggers your body to believe that like.
Oh, I have some friends who have gone through that.
So it comes earlier than normal, and so I'm like, this woman was blow drying my hair. I cannot make this up. Woman was blow drying my hair, and literally while she's blow drying, she's like, it's not drying. Like, the makeup artist is doing my makeup. She keeps looking at my face, and I go on my phone and I'm like, what does a hot flash feel like, right? And I like Googled it on my phone, and I said, guys, I think I'm having a hot flash. When I turned around, this literal hairstylist starts crying. She was actually concerned because she kept drying a spot of hair, but I was sweating so bad that the piece of hair would get wet again. The makeup was running down my face. They were like, you looked like what a cartoon character would show menopause looking like. That was me. It was like, just faucet.
My gosh.
So bear with me, y'all.
Oh, so today's going to be fun.
So then she went with this old man and he aged her.
Watching Adrian and her husband.
Guys.
Watching Adrian and her husband's interview, I realized that men love to say, oh, I was born with sin. That's why I fuck up the way I fuck up. Instead of literally taking responsibility and owning up to it. That man said nothing and said everything at the same time. One thing I know for sure is the fact that, like, I don't think he thinks he did anything wrong. He thinks like this is the way life was supposed to play out, and he's just happy. When he literally, the only expectation was for him to keep his vows to his wife of 20 years. And for him to stand 10 toes down and be worried about his career and how the world will perceive him is wild. It's not wild. It's very man of him. That's how men think. They're worried about, oh, are we gonna have a great day if we're not good? They're worried about themselves than the person they actually hurt. And I also believe he manipulated it.
I don't think that's about being a man. I think that's just him being a narcissist. Because he's very consumed with his image. And that's a lot of people, men and women. They're very consumed with their image. But it's like, it's kind of sad that, like she said, you have a vow to your wife, your family, and you're not even scared of like, oh, what if my family finds out? What if the world find out? Because you work so hard to sell this image of this Christian man who makes gospel music. You see, that God's going to expose you every single time. God's going to expose you. Everything done in the dark will come.
Guys, the big watching Adrian and themselves than the person they actually hurt. And I also believe he manipulated Adrian into that marriage. I don't care what anyone says. I think he manipulated, because the way he was like, oh, you know, I told her what I had done, and you know, she prayed for me. Why are you not talking to your wife? And why didn't Adrian be like, you know, like, go sit with the Lord, figure that out. I'm gonna go find your wife and pray with her. I live in a small town, and there was a man who did that same exact thing. So this is not something new. Men do it all the time, where they're married, their marriage is on the rocks, they're talking to another woman, they're telling this woman, oh, my marriage is ending, my marriage is ending. Also, they were dating way before the marriage ended. They were not divorced. Also, separated is not divorce. You should never be dating anyone who's separated. They're still married. They're still married in body, soul, and paper. Watching that interview, I was like, ill. Performative at best. Gross, exactly. Ill. And for them to just like put Jesus over a Band-Aid. All that to say, all of that was ill. Mm-hmm. I love Adrian down bad forever because cheated girls, cheated sisters. But a girl, like, did you just want a title of a family and a husband?
Mm-hmm. And money.
Him?
Money.
And for this man to say, oh, like, you know, I was a super Christian, you know, like, I'm human. No one wanted you to be a super Christian. We wanted you to keep your vows. Did I already say that? I think I did. And for you to be married 9 months later, after being married 20, it's crazy. Mm-hmm. I don't trust men as far as I can. Well, I can't even throw them, so there's that. Also, he told secrets. He was like, oh, you know, I just knew when we got married that, you know, this is the person for me. No, baby, y'all were talking, y'all were being messy around. Because why is this girl, the first time you tell her she wants to pray for you instead of go to check on. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I feel like that man met her when she was so vulnerable, and he slid right in. And she was like, oh, this is what I have always wanted, you know.
No, she said, if you got the money. And the sad thing is, so he's only worth $8 million, and then she's worth $5 million. Like, what? Like, you're not ambitious, sis. You're not ambitious. If you're going to go for a granddad, you need to go for a really rich granddad. Like, this is not enough.
Adrian, Jared said, if you guys don't end up together, this will be the saddest love story of all time, because I liked him so much. And I still say this, like, I like you. Like, obviously I love you and I'm in love with you. But, you know, when you talk to people about marriage, the main thing they'll tell you is like, it's ebb and flow. I always like you, though. I like the person that you are. I like talking to you. Like, even if I'm mad at you, I still want to come tell you what's going on. I still want to be mad at other people with you.
She'll even preface like, I'm so mad at you, but I gotta tell you the coolest thing that happened.
And that is just the truth. Like, I really like you, but he's made me a better person.
Yeah, y'all, she might have daddy issues, y'all. She might have daddy issues because look at what AI said. Okay, AI said, yeah, her dad is in her life, but her parents divorced when she was young, and her mother Nilda raised her with her stepfather Joe Felix. Okay, so Balan shared how much she missed her father and celebrated his birthday, indicating ongoing but possibly complex relationship. So maybe she has daddy issues. So it's not even just the money. Like, she wanted an older father figure-ish kind of man that she could sleep with also, right? I'm like, she's missing her daddy because he's $8 million. Yeah, and then she has daddy issues. She has abandonment issues. I'm like, yeah, she has daddy issues, man. She has daddy issues. This is weird. She has daddy.
I liked him so much, and I still say this. Like, I like you. Like, obviously, I love you, and I'm in love with you. But you know, when you talk to people about marriage, the main thing they'll tell you is like, it's ebb and flow. It's ebb and flow. I always like you, though. I like the person that you are. I like talking to you. Like, even if I'm mad at you, I still want to come tell you what's going on. I still want to be mad at other people with you.
She will even preface like, I'm so mad at you, but I gotta tell you the coolest thing that happened.
And that is just the truth. Like, I really like you, but he's made me a better person.
Yeah, she has daddy issues. She missed her dad.
The first time we ever prayed together, she prayed for me.
Oh my gosh.
That's crazy. I told her, this is what's going on in my life. It's bad. If once the world finds out, my life is over. My career's over.
First things first, I am convinced, you cannot convince me otherwise, that Christian men are toxic as hell, and they weaponize that religion against women who really think that they're Christians and gonna be in this religion together and they're living this Christian lifestyle, when really you just have a husband who's using the book to manipulate you. But let's bring it back to Adrian, because Adrian, you sat your trifling ass up there and you prayed with a married man at the time. You two. Y'all prayed together, and he told you everything that was going on in his life, including the fact that he was cheating on his wife. And you prayed with him, and you prayed for him. And then that same man became your husband. Listen, you can't make it up. Then it comes out, earlier this year, that Adrian said that she put cameras all around this man's house to make sure she wasn't going to get served the same medicine that he served to his first wife before she would marry him. Is that right? You put cameras in this man's house because he's a known cheater. So before you would say I do to him, you wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to cheat on you, baby. I'm going to tell you now, and this shit ain't never missed. Karma. And the same way you obtain them is going to be the same way you lose them. And now she might not have been with him while he was married, although I feel like those two praying together and she praying for him while he was married, confessing that he has a cheating problem, that feels a little bit over the line to me. But that man already showed you his character when he sat down and decided to dump all of that on you under the guise of prayer, having y'all a little prayer circle. Mm-hmm. Pray for me and my sins. Mm-hmm. And for whatever reason, you feel like you got yourself a good holy man. Something really don't be clocking. Something really do not be clocking in your head.
Yeah,
seriously.
She needs her dad.
And the next prayer you and your husband going to be doing is the one that you have to pray over him again when he starts cheating on you.
Yeah, he will.
And this is
first time we ever prayed together, she prayed for me.
Oh my gosh.
Mine is best parenting advice you've ever gotten: to be happy. When you ask any parent, what do you want for your child? What do they say? Just want them to be happy. But rarely are we examples of that. Woo. Rarely are we examples of happy parents.
What's up, guys?
Mine is
You're like, what, girl? What?
People thought he was married. No, this is.
Someone told me yesterday in my DMs that was the case. So yes, they still
and
think
that was a lie. So this is the thing. Real, like, you want to talk to the man, and you're like, yo, you got me out here looking crazy. Like, let me see the paperwork. Crazy thing is, him and his ex-wife actually filed under their initials and not under their names. So when Page Six and a lot of these other news outlets went to go look for divorce documents, they couldn't find them because they were under their initials for their privacy. But it was true. And no, but then you got me stepping to this man like, yo, did you lie to me? Did you have me out here looking crazy? Like, that's a real conversation to have.
Yeah. I see the New York coming out.
Yo, I was, of course, I was like, no, we need to do some investigating.
You're about to get punched
So
in the throat.
my publicist, who was me and Jeannie's publicist at the time, called me and was like, hey, there is nothing there. I looked over, I said, they said there's nothing there. Where's the, and it was that they were under their initials, and when they found them, I was like, and they had been filed so long back, and he just chose to disclose that the marriage was over.
Do you see how these women lie with so much ease and conviction? Her publicist had to call her for her to say, so where are the papers? Why didn't you know that before you agreed to be with this man? You yourself can go to the courthouse. Why do you need your just a bunch of bullshit? She just made this shit up on the fly. She just practiced this lie. She is lying. She is lying. Absolutely lying. If you really wanted to know he was divorced, it's not because your publicist is calling you. He can show you divorce papers. You can go to the courthouse yourself. Matter of fact, you and him can go to the courthouse. Ultimately, you didn't care, right? You didn't care. You did not care, right? Because also, you don't even have to be with a man that has so much baggage. He's so old. He barely has any money. $8 million of my money. It's not worth all this trauma. If at least it was $100 million, well, girl, I get it, right? $8 million, you're worth $5 million. It's not that excessive. He's old. He's not attractive, right? So my thing is, like, you could have gone to the courthouse. You could have had him bring you the papers himself, right? And also, you could talk to his wife. What's the problem? If you're not sleeping with this man's wife, why don't you talk to his ex-wife? Like, they have kids together. They've had a life together. You can be cool with her. What's the problem? Because like I said, most likely you were messing with this man while he was married. Because why aren't you talking to his ex-wife? Because if you haven't slept with him, you were not entertaining him while he was married, she's not going to have any smoke for you. Right? Unless, okay? Unless. So I'm like, girl, just lying.
Way later, once children and everybody was like settled in, months and months later.
Look at what's her name? Lonnie, huh? Look at her face. She's like, girl, you know you lying. Look at her face. Okay, look at her face. Says
I heard that.
Hey, what's up? I'm Adrian.
Okay, Adrian Hogan is here today.
Look at her face. Look at Lonnie.
People thought he was married. No,
Someone told me yesterday in my DMs that was the case. So yes, they still.
And that was
Look at Lonnie's face.
So this is the thing. If you're being real, like you want to talk to the man and you're like, yo, you got me out here looking crazy. Like, let me see the paperwork. Crazy thing is, him and his ex-wife actually filed under their initials and not under their names. So when Page Six and a lot of these other news outlets went to go look for divorce documents, they couldn't find them because they were under their initials for their privacy. But it was true. And no, but then you got me stepping to this man like, yo, did you lie to me? Did you have me out here looking crazy? Like, that's a real conversation to have.
I see the New York coming out.
Yo, I was, of course, I was like, no, we need to do some investigating.
You're about to get punched in the throat.
My publicist, who was me and Jeannie's publicist at the time, called me and was like, hey, there is nothing there.
Look at Lonnie.
I said, they said there's nothing there. Where's the, and it was that they were under their initials, and when they found them, I was like, and they had been filed so long back.
Look at Lonnie's body
disclose that the marriage was over way later, once children and everybody was like settled in, months and months later.
She's lying.
Hello, investigation come through. People thought he was married. No, this is.
Someone told me yesterday in my DMs that was the case. So yes, they still.
He's doing a lot of things. There's the tissue right here. There's the deep breathing. Lonnie is giving it away. Lonnie knows.
One thing about you,
no. Like I
know.
You know, all parents in the entire world think that.
Lonnie knows she's lying.
I had heard that
people thought he was married. No, this is.
Someone told me yesterday in my DMs that was the case. So yes, they still.
And that was a lie. So this is the thing. If you're being real, like you want to talk to the man and you're like, yo, you got me out here looking crazy. Like, let me see the paperwork. Crazy thing is, him and his ex-wife actually filed under their
Oh,
initials
look at Lonnie.
and not
You know,
under their
look,
names.
look. Oh,
So
yo,
when
she's
Page Six and a lot of these other news outlets went to go look for divorce documents, they couldn't find them because they were under their initials for their
You
privacy.
see what this person says? You see, D'Amber said, Lonnie, thanks for being honest while saying nothing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Lonnie's like, she is lying, yo. Oh my God. Kimba said, Lonnie knows too much. Her face says it all. Somebody said, clearly Lonnie knows the truth, LOL. Ooh, Lonnie knows it's a bold-faced lie. Oh my God. Lonnie was never into these girls. If she could have done the show, just her, she would have done it. Woo, you see, everybody, I didn't even see these comments. Lonnie got the real tea. What? Lonnie is hilarious. Everybody sees it. Oh my gosh. Wow, Lonnie. You guys, no, she's doing a lot. She is doing a lot.
But it was true. And no, but then you got me step into this man like, yo, did you lie to me? Did you have me out here looking crazy? Like, that's a real conversation to have.
I see the New York coming out.
Yo, I was, of course, I was like, no, we need to do some investigating.
You're about to get punched
So
in the throat.
my publicist, who was me and Jeannie's publicist at the time, called me and was like, hey, there is nothing there. I looked over, I said, they said there's nothing there. Where's the... And
Look at how she started breathing right here. Look right here. Look how she started breathing like Lasai, like girl. Look at that. She's like, oh, gosh. She's like, Lonnie's like, Lordy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Lonnie's like, this girl is lying. This girl is lying. Oh my goodness.
there is nothing there. I looked over.
Yeah, she's like, there was nothing weird, girl. Look at Lonnie again one more time. She's like, oh, Lordy.
There is nothing there.
Oh, she said, oh. Lonnie knows it all.
I had heard that we might.
Lonnie knows this girl is
People thought he was married.
I see the New York coming out.
Yo, I was, of course, I was like, no, we need to do some investigating.
You're about to get punched
So
in the throat.
my publicist, who was me and Jeannie's publicist at the time, called me and was like, hey, there is nothing there. I looked over, I said, they said there's nothing there. Where's the, and it was that they were under their initials, and when they found them, I was like, and they had been filed so long back, and he just chose to disclose that the marriage was over way later once children and everybody was like settled in months and months later. But hello, investigation come through. People thought he was married. No, this is
Someone told me yesterday in my DMs that was the case. So yes, they still
and
think
that was a lie. So this is the thing. If you're being real, like you want to talk to the man and you're like, yo, you got me out here looking crazy. Like, let me see the paperwork. Crazy thing is, him and his ex-wife actually filed under their initials and not under their names. So when Page Six and a lot of these other news outlets went to go look for divorce documents, they couldn't find them because they were under their initials for their privacy. But it was true. And no, but then you got me step into this man like, yo, did you lie to me? Did you have me out here looking crazy? Like, that's a real conversation to have.
I see the New York coming out.
Yo, I was, of course, I was like, no, we need to do some investigating.
You're about to get punched
So
in the throat.
my publicist, who was me and Jeannie's publicist at the time, called me and was like, hey, there is nothing there. I looked over, I said, they said there's nothing there. Where's the, and it was that they were under their initials, and when they found them, I was like, and they had been filed so long back, and he just chose to disclose that the marriage was over way later once children and everybody was like settled in months and months later. But hello, investigate.
I had.
Hey, what's up?
You know what? Never, never, ever, ever, ever tell Lonnie your business because she can't keep a lie. Yeah, she not. Do not go commit a crime with Lonnie. Don't go stealing with Lonnie. Don't break the law. She gonna tell. Okay, this is hilarious. Like she knows she's lying. She was like, everybody's like Lonnie. Lonnie knows the real tea. Adrian. Adrian is too funny. Adrian a hot mess. She is a mess. Yeah, she was entertaining this man while he was still married.
You look so beautiful. You look.
You also should. I always got in
I don't
trouble.
know, Lonnie.
Where's this video?
You look so beautiful.
I hate when it does that. Where is it?
Y'all have my boy Pep. I am so messy. I just feel with this reunion.
Where am I? I hate when it does that.
Adrian. I was someone that was obsessed with The Real because I loved watching the show. I loved watching the ladies, and it's something that I always wanted to do myself. And while I didn't necessarily agree with Adrian's points all the time, I thought she was really solid. She's been married to Israel for some time now, and I think that they feel comfortable sharing different details about the things that they, got going on. But I remember her trying to clear up the fact that he wasn't really married when they got together. Now we can only take her word for it. Lonnie is very expressive. If you watch the show, Lonnie's very expressive. And during that time, Lonnie was silent. Now, again, I can't say that I do want to say that I think Lonnie knew the truth and everybody's kind of like, okay, girl. But Adrian does strike me as the type of person that says stuff and then she just expects you to believe it. Like she just, they filed under their initials. Whatever. You like it. I love it. She was always very big on like no cheating. And so it was interesting when she got with Israel because I'm like, yo, like this
is a cheater.
This man cheated on his wife. Multiple baby mamas. It just felt like, I don't know. And I think she knew the wife. The wife is keeping it very classy. She's never really come out and said anything against Adrian. I don't even think the kids have said anything against Adrian. She's probably a lovely woman, but every time people see them, there is a side eye. Just because of that history, it's just tainted. And then it's really hard to trust a couple, especially if he just got divorced and then y'all are just getting married or just getting together. There always seems to be some sort of overlapping.
Yeah.
So it's not hard to believe that people feel like if you just cheat on your wife, it's not going to be hard to put two and two together to feel like, okay, well, he cheated on his wife and then got with you immediately. I don't know. It's just something where it rubs people weird. But now seeing that you pray for this man, I don't know, man. I'm not against prayer. I'm not against church. I'm not against any of that type of stuff. But something about these church couples, whenever besides Kev on stage and his wife, but a lot of these church couples, man, it just, everything seems so performative, and again, who am I? I'm just somebody that watches them and just seen from a distance and afar, but praying over this man, like not the wife. I mean, not the woman that was actually traumatized is a choice, but hey, Adrian. I was someone that was obsessed with
now that I'm listening to this, it could be that she was the one he was having the affair with. So maybe they were both scared. What if it comes out, we're both going to be damaged, which is why she had a vested interest in praying for him. Does that make sense? Because I'm like, maybe that's why she was not afraid that he was a cheater, because he was the one that he was cheating with. Because I really find it hard to believe that he wasn't cheating with her. He was cheating with another woman. He confided in her. She's like, oh yeah, this is it. This is good for me. No, I think she was the mistress. Okay. This is insanity. What is this?
Who would you give your flowers to?
But my question is,
If you know up front, then you have the option to be like, yes, I can do this. No, I can't do this. And I feel like also I'm older. Like I feel like it's rare you're gonna find a man in their 40s that doesn't have kids. So I kind of have my mind open to the idea of that, and I think I'm okay with it as long as
I've never been like a big fan of oral. A lot of times I thought this was like so pointless. And like, when you're younger, you're like, let me act like this is doing something. I'm gonna be Taylor Swift at the piano. It's me throwing my head back. Okay. I've never been like a big fan of oral. A lot of times I thought this was like so pointless. And like, when you're,
do you see what I'm saying?
I watched the Adrian and Israel interview and I have some thoughts. First of all, it started coming up in my For You.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I watched the Adrian and Israel interview and I have some thoughts. First of all, it started coming up in my For You page because everyone was here upset because Adrienne kept talking highly about her husband. And, you know, how could she pray for him as he had just told him he was a cheater, and she took a cheater, and she was so desperate that she went ahead and married him even though he was a cheater. And quite honestly, I am extremely disappointed because a lot of these people call themselves Christians. And my whole thing is this: how can we sit here as Christians and judge a person for a mistake they made and not think that they are capable of being redeemed and given grace by God? I mean, at some point, all of us have told a lie. If you tell me you've never told a lie, but my question is,
girl, you're a bird. You are really a bird. You don't read your Bible. You're not a Christian. Go sit down somewhere. Like you think a lie is the same thing as breaking a covenant. In the Bible, when you used to break a covenant, you would die. Okay, marriage is a covenant. It's not even a contract. It is a covenant. When one which is actually not meant to be broken unless somebody dies. Right? So it's not, oh, he just told a lie. No. He cheated on his wife, not once, many times. Because if he has side babies, it's not the first time he had sex with them people, he got them pregnant. So he's an habitual cheater, and he cheats on his wife without any protection. Right? So go sit down somewhere. And people have to stop also acting like, oh, when you're a Christian, the Bible says do not judge. The Bible says you judge. But in the same manner that you judge, you are also going to be judged, right? But the Bible is not telling us to accept foolishness. No, we have the right to judge. We have the right to make judgment calls. It's not okay to cheat on your wife. It's not okay to cheat on your husband. It's not okay. It's not even okay to lie. Okay? It's not okay. So stop acting like being a Christian means that you have no standard. Oh, you're a forgiving, go-lucky person. No. And for even you to forgive someone, somebody also has to ask for forgiveness. People have to walk in a way that shows that they're remorseful and they actually want to repent for what they've done. And it's like, no, instead of telling his wife what he did, he goes and tell it to Adrienne. But like, it doesn't make any sense, right? And no, he's not a good example. He's not a good example. So yes, we have the right to judge. There's nowhere in the Bible that says don't judge. It says do not judge unless ye be judged. For in the same manner that you judge, you're going to be judged also. And that's fine. Because we all need to hold each other accountable, right? But we have to call bad behavior. You can't do stuff like this. Yeah, because nobody wants that at their church. And also, I'm sure they covered for him before, because if he has 2 babies on her, he wasn't fired right away. They gave him another chance to do better. But when you keep doing something over and over, that's who you want to be. And even the Bible does say, if you talk to someone, you bring the pastor, the deacon, the apostle, the whatever, and that person does not want to change, the Bible says you have the right to wash your hands clean of that person because you did your very best. And it seems as though at this point, this person wants to go straight to hell. So whatever. So this is crazy. Yeah, it definitely could be. Definitely could be. You gotta do things the right way. You have to do things the right way. You gotta do things the right way. You know, you have to do things the right way. But I'm like, this is crazy.
Threesome's complicated is.
What's up, guys? It's Amina Lee. So in this video,
yes,
but then
Oh my God.
I donated my plasma, but it was too fatty and thick. What's up, guys? It's Amina Lee.
Threesome's. I believe in marrying for love, and I feel like if anybody knows me, they know my favorite song is Danny's song. And even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with Johnny. Like, I really want to find somebody that I would marry and be broke with and still be happy. Like that to me is goals. But for somebody else,
you say that, but you didn't marry somebody who has financial strife or is making you struggle in any financial way. I'm just saying that, like, it's hard to say that while you're in a comfortable situation because he's independent with finances and so are you. I actually agree now that I heard you deeper. I actually super agree with what you said because you're right. When you marry just for love, marriage cannot just be based on love. No. Love will not carry you out. You need to be able to have sustainability. You need to have purpose. You need to have vision. You need to have a backdrop of something so that both y'all can buy a house. Maybe if you're living in LA, you already know what that is. So you're absolutely right.
Well,
No, because you know what? You have to
I really
prioritize what's
disagree.
important to
Even
you.
specifically in my case, while that's nice to have financial stability, I don't have financial stability in him. Does that make sense?
That's
There's
what I'm
a
saying.
difference
You take
between
care of yourself.
I take care of me.
You take
and
care
he
of
takes
yourself.
care of
Yes,
him.
yes.
And if that's the case, then you can marry for love because y'all only got to worry about money.
Correct.
That's the whole point.
Yes.
Look, I
Right.
know.
I believe in marrying for love, and I feel like if anybody knows me, they know my favorite song is Danny's song. And
Girl, shut up.
yes.
But then the other picture.
What's up, guys? Threesomes. I believe in marrying. You pick up where I live off.
You know what? Where you live off?
Right.
Where do you live? I live off, bro.
You pick up where I live off in LES.
Okay.
And most importantly, laugh. One of the hardest conversations I think this is such a random thing to get jealous about, but my husband was working and producing music for someone, and the person told my husband that they had a crush on me. It was a girl.
Oh.
A girl told my husband, I have a girl crush on your wife. I think she's really hot and sexy, but like something to that effect, but like don't tell her. And he wrote back to her like, well, I tell my wife everything. So she's standing right here and she knows. And the girl put those, the monkey with the hands over the eyes.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's inappropriate. Am I bugging?
Why is that inappropriate?
Oh, so now it's inappropriate to send your husband a monkey emoji, but you could meet
It took
somebody.
2 weeks to get this package from
This is such a random thing.
Meet somebody's husband and hold his hand, and he cries on your lap. That's okay. These girls are fake as hell. These girls are fake as hell.
To get jealous about, but my husband was working and producing music for someone, and the person told my husband that they had a crush on me. It was a girl.
Oh.
A girl told my husband, I have a girl crush on your wife. I think she's really hot and sexy, but like something to that effect, but like don't tell her. And he wrote back to her like, well, I tell my wife everything. So she's standing right here and she knows. And the girl put those, the monkey with the hands over the eyes.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's inappropriate. Am I bugging?
Why is that inappropriate?
Don't try me. Put in the comments below on Instagram. You know she trying me. You don't think that's trying?
You know what she was trying to do.
I know exactly what she was like. Oh
A
my
truffle,
God, I
a
think
truffle,
that your
a
wife
truffle.
is so hot. She's gorgeous. Like, oh, she's
that's what she was.
My girl crush.
You know what she was crying. You
why would
know
you
what
send
she
that
was
to a married
crying.
man that you're interested in his wife?
Because you know why.
I know why, and that's why I had a problem with it.
Because you ain't want to.
So suspect.
You not like that?
No, do not do that. Do not try my husband, and don't try making my husband have these kinds of thoughts. Like, why would you even, like, I would never, like, I'm thinking of someone who I find attractive and I think their wife is attractive. I would never, Boris Kodjoe was on this show as one of our guests. I would never be like, oh, what's Nicole Ari like? Like,
Oh, shut up. Show scandalous ass. Well, she's just, to me, she's always been a wannabe. But yeah, her ex-boyfriend was quite old. Here he is. Yeah. So she wanted to be with an old man. It's like, you know who she reminds me of? She reminds me of Usher. Usher is only attracted to older women. And she's attracted to older men. I'm like, she has daddy's issues. I think her parents' divorce really messed her up. Her mom should have put her ass in therapy. Because I feel like now, instead of dating for, like, actually looking for someone suitable for her, she's looking for her dad in these men. That's extremely unhealthy. I'm like, that is crazy. That is really crazy. Wow. All right, you guys. I'm going to have to go to bed now. Because
being in a relationship where I was spending a lot of time alone, and when they would come around, I actually felt lonelier.
How about that?
Like, your presence made me feel that much more alone, and it made me feel less like me. You know what I mean? Like, when I'm with you, I don't feel like myself. I'm walking on eggshells. I'm people pleasing. I'm trying to be something or someone that I'm not. So that moment when I realized, wow, yeah, I'm spending a lot of time alone, but when you come around, it makes me feel. We talked about loneliness right now, and that really made me think about being in a relationship where I was spending.
I know. So you think like maybe when her mom got divorced and her mom got remarried, her mom didn't have time for her? Like maybe her mom had more kids? But she definitely has trauma though. She has a lot of trauma. She has a lot of trauma because she's looking for her dad. She's looking for her dad. And these old ass dudes, like they're old. They're very old. Like, go make peace with your dad, you know? Because that's really, really sad. All right? All right, my peoples. I'll give you a long live. So hopefully you have enough content for the whole week. Okay? So I hope you enjoyed today's video, you guys. I love you very much. I'm going to go get some sleep. I need some water. I need some sleep. Okay? So I gave you a long live. So that should be enough content to hold you, okay? Until you see me again. But I do need to tell you guys, you know, I think I'm thinking of relaunching the Bee palette, but you know, I think I want to go into fragrances. I think I want to make like body mist and stuff. Pray for me. I think I want to make some body mist. I was playing with ChatGPT yesterday. Yes. Oh, my pleasure. I was playing with ChatGPT yesterday, designing some packaging. I'm like, you guys, I think I want to go into fragrances. Not like hardcore perfume because that's really hard. But I'm like, I would love to make body mist, like body mist, body creams, and body oils, body scrubs. Because I love that kind of stuff. I really do. I really, really do. But I'm learning. I am currently learning a lot. Okay. Yes. Like I'm like, I really want to do that. It's so much fun. Right? But I love you guys. And hopefully maybe I'll see y'all tomorrow. Maybe we can watch the whole Angie Martinez thing tomorrow. You know? But y'all could have kept the story though. We don't need to know your business like that. That's a little excessive. And Sarah, you need to stop going on these podcasts with those people. Okay? Because it's not going to end well for you. All right? Love you guys. Hopefully I'll see y'all tomorrow. If I don't, have a happy Monday. Okay? Peace out. Gotta go. I'm tired. Ooh, I need some water. Oh.